Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Without hesitation, Nenah lunged. The sword god style taught that the first strike often decided the victor, and Nenah embodied that philosophy with her entire being. Her sword gleamed, a flash of steel cutting through the air. Warriors around the arena held their breath, eyes locked on every motion. But Rygar wasn't merely observing. He was baffled. His demon eye, which once revealed the flow of battle and the intent of his foes, saw nothing. No aura, no killing intent, just a void. Badagatti was unreadable. Is he her brother? Rygar wondered, recalling the demon empress. Meanwhile, the fight ended almost as quickly as it began. Nenah's blade, honed to perfection and imbued with the deadly longsword of light technique, aimed to cleave through flesh and bone. It struck clean, fast, and precise. But Badagatti caught it. With his bare arm, the strike carved a deep line into his forearm, but stopped halfway. It should have split him in two. Instead, Badagatti laughed. A deep, booming roar that echoed across the grounds. Nenah circled, seeking another opening. She darted in again, and again, her blade met unshakable flesh. Even when she landed a deeper blow, it regenerated before her eyes. Then came the end. A single punch. Center mass. She flew backward, crumpling to the ground, unconscious. Badagatti chuckled as he stretched his arms. Wahaha. Not bad at all. Who's next? Gino Brits answered. Unlike Nenah, Gino was a hybrid swordsman. While she relied solely on sword god style, Gino blended multiple techniques learned under Rygar's strict training. But it didn't matter. His strikes, even strategic, even varied, barely dented Badagatti's aura. Longsword of light, parried. North god counters, ineffective. Gino lasted longer, but only marginally. He too fell, bruised and battered. And so, the line of challengers grew. Sword saints eager to measure themselves against the Demon King. Badagatti welcomed them with open arms and open laughter. Bwahahaha, I like your spirit. Nigav and Isolt stepped forward. So did others. One after another, they fell. Aisha moved tirelessly between the wounded, healing them as fast as they dropped. The rhythm was brutal. Fight, fall, heal, repeat. Then the crowd stirred. A girl with red hair stepped into the arena. Calm, silent, intent. Reborn Greyrat. At just 14, she was already the highest-ranking sword saint among them, rumored to be next in line for the title of Sword King. The moment she appeared, the audience quieted. She tied her hair into a high ponytail. A long sword rested at her hip, and behind her, a short black blade. She said nothing to the crowd, only looked at Rygar, Ghislaine, and Galfarion for a fleeting moment, then turned back to Badagatti. The Demon King grinned. Oh, you're someone important, huh? I'm just someone who knows. Aerys replied coolly, her eyes narrowing. There's always someone stronger. Then she vanished. Her speed, enhanced by a North God concealment technique, caught even Badagatti off guard. She reappeared behind him, sword flashing. The long sword of light struck and cleaved through. His arm hit the dirt. The crowd gasped. For the first time, someone had cut off one of Badagatti's limbs. But Aerys wasn't done. She drew her black dagger and flung it toward his eyes. Forced to defend, Badagatti raised his arms, and Aerys exploded into motion, launching an aggressive flurry from every direction. The Demon King roared with delight. Now we're talking. But even as the severed arm regrew in moments, Aerys fought on. Her relentless rhythm, offense and defense honed to perfection, pushed the immortal king further than anyone else. Yet the tide turned. Two simultaneous punches. One to the face, blocked. The second, a crushing blow to the ribs, launched her clear out of the ring. Rygar caught her midair. He laid her down gently, healing her with a smile, and placed her beside Aisha. Badagatti was still laughing. She was good, very good. The crowd went still. None moved. None dared follow after Aerys. Until Clint stepped forward. one of Galfarion's personal disciples, wielder of a legendary sword forged by Julian Jalisco. The Sword Emperor. Badagatti grinned, eyes flashing. So the real match begins? Clint said nothing. His presence alone silenced the crowd. Then he moved. A blur. The long sword of light shimmered toward Badagatti's throat, faster than anyone before. The pressure alone cracked the arena floor. Badagatti raised 3 arms in a crossblock. The blade bit deep, nearly severing all 3. But the Demon King redirected the momentum and retaliated. 3 remaining fists shot forward. Clint evaded barely. Thus began the true duel. The clash of Emperor and Immortal. Badagatti fought like a hurricane, each punch a quake, each block a mountain. But his movements weren't wild. They followed a pattern, a martial form, ancient, refined, and lethal. A 6-armed martial art built for a monster like him. Clint danced within it, slicing, pivoting, striking, parrying. And though he landed blows, the damage vanished almost instantly. The Demon King healed as fast as he was hurt. Outside, Rioda watched. Ghislaine, expression firm, said nothing. Galfarion's grin widened. He's more than just a brute, he murmured. Rygar nodded. At one point, he turned to Aisha. Want to fight him? Wah, master, don't joke like that. Then it happened. Clint missed a dodge. A fist crashed into his gut. His body doubled. A second, third, and fourth punch followed. The final blow slammed him into the earth hard enough to shake the Colosseum. Silence. Badagatti stood over the fallen emperor, laughing. Shock rippled through the sword's sanctuary. An emperor defeated. Yet Badagatti had killed no one. Despite his monstrous strength, he held back. Always. His laughter, his joy, were genuine. He earned respect, not fear. Then Timothy stepped in. Stronger than Clint in many ways. But the fight was even shorter. Badagatti had adapted, evolved. His counters sharper, faster. His fists danced like memory returning from long slumber. Timothy, too, was sent flying. And then Rygar stepped forward. Hey, Badagatti, you can call me Batty, he replied cheerfully. Rygar smiled. Batty, have you used the sword god style before? Badagatti scratched his chin. Maybe. A woman, long ago, 200, maybe 300 years back? Linafarion, I think. The air stilled. Everyone stared. Galfarion's eyes narrowed. That's my ancestor. Rioda leaned forward. Hard to say for sure, Badagatti chuckled. She was human, but even I couldn't beat her. Wahaha. You humans, always full of surprises. Then another stepped into the arena. Calm, composed, eyes like steel. Ghislaine, I believe it's my turn. And once more, silence fell. Ghislaine faced the towering form of Badagatti, the Demon King, her golden eyes cold and unblinking. Badagatti folded his arms, grinning wide. So, you the Red Wolf's wife? Huh? Wiz told me about you. Said you've got a magic eye, too. I do, Ghislaine replied evenly. But I haven't mastered it yet. Rygar's been helping. Ha, that tracks. Those things are tough to handle, Badagatti bellowed. All right then, come at me. As always, he adopted a relaxed stance, inviting the first strike. But Ghislaine didn't move. She stood still, sword sheathed, her muscles taut like a coiled spring. Oh, Badagatti chuckled. You're the first one who doesn't rush in. Fine, I'll go first. With a thunderous stomp, Badagatti exploded forward. The ground shattered beneath his feet. In an instant, he was almost upon her, until she vanished. A flash of red steel gleamed behind him. Badagatti twisted his torso, just in time to avoid being bisected, a deep gash tearing across his chest. Ghislaine reappeared like a phantom, having used the wild dash flawlessly, chaining it into a savage, lightning-fast beast god-style technique. Savage slash. She struck again, and again. Like a predator unleashed, Ghislaine attacked with feral precision. Each swing of Hiromian a blend of bestial instinct and refined sword god execution. Badagatti laughed, but he was forced to work, dodging and blocking in earnest as shallow cuts riddled his body. Bloodless wounds regenerated, but the toll was evident. Wahahaha, now we're talking. But the Demon King was no longer dominating. Ghislaine's movements were blinding. Her instincts, beast-like, honed, unstoppable. She read Badagatti's attacks before they happened, dancing across the arena like the battlefield was her second skin. This was prediction, the apex of beast god reflex. Every time he moved, she was already gone. And every time she struck, it was with killing intent. The long sword of light flared mid-combo, forcing even Badagatti's regeneration to struggle to keep up. From the sidelines, Galfarion watched with interest. "She's outperforming Clint," he muttered. "That hybrid style, it's efficient." Rygar nodded, eyes sharp. And Badagatti's the perfect test subject. Endless stamina, impossible to kill. It's the ideal sparring match. Cracks webbed across the floor. Walls trembled. Each impact between them sent out shockwaves that battered the arena's reinforced barriers. But even a monster adapts. Badagatti's raw brutality evolved. He studied Ghislaine mid-combat, adjusting, pressing, learning. Rygar watched closely. Demon eye or not, he saw enough. The Demon King's level was high, near a Northern Emperor, but his absurd regeneration made direct defeat nearly impossible. Still, Ghislaine had the edge. A Sword Emperor, a Beast King. Her ability to read movement, to adapt mid-fight, was almost supernatural. So far, she hadn't taken a single direct hit. This was the fiercest fight of the day. Rygar observed in silence. Ghislaine was displaying the beast god style at its pinnacle. Brutal, real, complete. Where the water god style was elegant but immobile, the sword god overwhelming but reckless, and the north god tricky but incomplete. The beast god style had no gaps. It moved, it hunted, it devoured. Hard to master, but in the right hands, unstoppable. And Ghislaine proved it with every strike. Had she been facing Timothy or Clint, they would have been dead 10 times over. The duel raged on. Those watching could barely breathe. Ghislaine danced like a whirlwind of muscle and steel. Badagatti, though riddled with cuts, grinned through it all, laughing like a child at play. But time wears down even the fiercest storm. Her tuki faltered. Her breathing grew ragged. Her swings, though still precise, slowed. And Badagatti noticed. In one fleeting moment, her guard dropped. He struck. A brutal punch to her dominant arm staggered her. Ghislaine gritted her teeth, stepping back, but Badagatti followed up with a rapid barrage. She endured, deflected, but it was clear this wouldn't end in victory. She exhaled and raised her left hand in surrender. "I concede." Bwaha ha ha ha. Badagatti roared. "You're strong, woman." He turned to Rygar. "Red Wolf, your wife nearly had me." Rygar smiled, no words needed. Pride lit his eyes. Ghislaine walked over, sweat on her brow, her smile faint but triumphant. Healing spells washed over her as she looked back at the Demon King. "You're something else. That regeneration." "Ha ha ha. I get that a lot," he replied. Then Rygar stepped forward. "I suppose I'm next." Before he could enter, a sharp voice rang out. "Hole boy." Galfarion stepped forward, his grin wolfish. "Your fight will drag on. I'll warm him up." Rygar raised a brow. And Gaul's smile widened. "I'll finish it in a flash." Without waiting, the sword god leapt into the arena, landing light as air. He turned briefly to Rioda. "Care to join me?" She shook her head. "I'll pass. I'm not that energetic anymore." Badagatti tilted his head. "So, you're stronger than Rygar?" Gaul shrugged. "You'll find out soon. I am Galfarion, the 6th of the 7 great world powers. The sword god." He shifted into stance. "Effortless. Lethal. If you defeat me, you'll take my place." Badagatti tensed, finally serious. Gaul's eyes narrowed. "Let's see if you survive the first swing." Then, clang. No one saw it. No motion. No blur. No strike. Just one sound. Steel unsheathed. Badagatti's head fell. His body remained upright, then slowly crumbled. Silence blanketed the arena. Gaul exhaled, almost bored. That's all. He turned to leave, until a shadow loomed behind him. Bwaha ha ha ha. Gaul spun, blade flashing. He sliced clean. Badagatti's arms flew through the air. But the Demon King kept coming. "I'm back," he howled. The fight began anew, if it could be called that. Badagatti charged, laughing, but every charge ended in dismemberment. His legs, his arms, his torso, his head. Gaul stood like a storm's eye, calm, immovable. Every swing of his blade was perfect, nothing wasted. The sword saints watched in reverence. He had avenged them all, with style. At one point, Gaul sliced Badagatti clean into 4 separate pieces, and from one of them, a miniature Badagatti rose. "Ha ha, you beat me just like your ancestor did. This is exactly how she won too." Limbs reattached, wounds closed, and still he laughed. "You have my respect, Gaul Farion, hero among swordsmen." Gaul watched the pieces crawl back together with quiet awe. "Your regeneration really is absurd," he said. "Do all demon kings regenerate like that?" "No," Badagatti said proudly, pounding his chest. "Only my clan, the immortal demon clan, and only pure bloods like me are this fast." Gaul nodded, then offered, "If you ever want to learn the sword, I'll teach you." Badagatti blinked, then laughed even harder. Then his tone shifted. "But for now, shall we begin?" Badagatti grinned. "Let's." Rygar narrowed his eyes. "I don't need my demon eyes to beat you. I'll ask why they don't work after I win." Then, with a deep breath, he lowered into stance. "Don't blame me if I treat you like a training dummy. I've got a lot of new moves to test." Badagatti's grin widened. "Bring it on." And in the blink of an eye, Rygar launched. A sonic boom cracked through the air. He crossed the distance in less than a breath, a meteor of pressure and power. The arena shook beneath him, and the real
Truly a being from another world. Even having promised myself I would become the strongest in the world, where did I stray from that path? Right. It was when I became the sword god. In a way, that was good. I had no one to blame but myself. I created my own chains. I guided disciples, built a school, got married, and even had a daughter. All those things were chains I forged myself. When did my will weaken so much? I couldn't say exactly at what point I began to think there was no point in going further. It's strange to say this to anyone not at my level, but only when you reach that level of strength do you understand how far Orsted went. Maybe that was it. I didn't believe I could reach him, or I was afraid. Or I could have gone further but held myself back with unnecessary things. I stopped thinking about those things a long time ago, not because I found an answer, but because I didn't have the courage to face the truth. It wasn't hard not to think about it. As sword god, I had much to do. In a way, I really was the strongest. Maybe the people around me fed me that false hope. I defeated everyone else with ease. I taught my disciples with the goal that one day one of them would surpass me, Ghislaine, Timothy, Clint. But none of them had the essential thing, ambition. The ambition to give everything for the sword. The ambition I myself could not stay true to. I firmly believed that was the only way to become the strongest, give everything for the sword, without distractions. That was until I met my most promising disciple, Rygar Adoldia. One day, we were talking about the longsword of light. I said these exact words. The longsword of light is the main technique of the sword god style. Practitioners of other styles might even see it as our secret technique. However, there are those who understand its essence better than others. There are the sword saints, the sword kings, the sword emperors, and the sword god. But at the core, we all do the same thing. Some are stronger and others weaker. What do you think is the difference between them? Rygar looked at me deeply before saying, "There isn't just one reason. It's a matter of obsession, talent, and understanding. At its core, this is a technique created to cut anything the user wants to cut. You need to understand the toki, understand its form and its nuances. But that alone isn't enough. If two swordsmen trained, one with talent and the other without, the talented one would naturally surpass the other. If the untalented one had obsession, he would surpass the talented one. But if the talented one also had obsession, he would surpass the untalented one even if the latter were obsessed. It's an extremely fine line between logic and will. That is understanding." I pondered that answer for a very, very long time. If that had come from anyone else, I probably wouldn't have given it much importance. But that boy, he had become a sword saint at 8, and a sword king at 12. And in the 2.5 years he'd been here, he progressed even faster. I could see him catching up to me with the naked eye. One day, the thought of killing him right there crossed my mind. But I liked the boy. He admired my strength and respected my teachings. He was the husband of my first disciple, Ghislaine Adoldia, whom I taught and raised from the age of 10. And he also wanted to kill the dragon god. What was I doing in the meantime? As I watched the snow fall, sitting on my veranda, I realized I had spent the entire night staring into nothingness. It had only been a few days since the immortal demon king Badagatti had arrived at the sanctuary of the sword and put on a show. The icy breeze didn't bother me, but kept me awake, freezing my thoughts at a slow pace. A voice sounded beside me. "Father." I turned slowly, already knowing who it was. "What is it, Nenah?" "My daughter. As talented as I am. In recent years, absolutely dedicated. Although I believed for the wrong reasons, it was still working. Even if it wouldn't take her to the top, her progress was evident. Nenah spoke, irritated, with her arms crossed. I said I'm going to the dojo? Aren't you coming? I thought for a moment. Right. He would be there. Training like a madman. A feral beast in his pursuit of power. I smiled subtly thinking of my abnormal disciple. I will do a solo session, I answered calmly. Inform the others at the dojo. Ask guidance from the emperors if necessary. Nenah looked shocked. And rightly so. Since she was born, I couldn't recall a single day when I told her I would train alone. She stood silent beside me, looking at me seriously. I knew she wanted to say something. Speak, I said simply. Nenah took a deep breath and spoke directly. Father, what do you think about me joining the Iron Legion when I become a Sword King? My mind raced. Why does she want to join the Iron Legion? Did Rygar seduce her? Thoughts sprang up all at once, in silent chaos. But on the outside, I remained serious. Why? I asked. Nenah then began to speak, firmly. You always told me that no one becomes truly strong without real battles. You traveled the world when you were young, fought all kinds of opponents, and became strong. I feel that staying at the sanctuary won't take me as far as I hope to go. She looked at me intently, trying to see what I was thinking. But I hid everything very well. She continued. I have already decided to go, but I would still like to know what you think about it. We were silent. I stared into her eyes. She held her gaze firmly. Surely, I had things to say, but I only murmured, uninterested. Do as you wish. I stood up. My cloak billowed in the morning wind. That's when an idea struck me. I will return in 3 or 4 days, and when I do, I will choose some members and appoint a new Sword King among them. Inform everyone. And without another word, I walked out of the sanctuary, toward the mountains. In a hidden cave at the heart of the mountains, the silence contrasted brutally with the chaotic scene outside. The terrain looked like it had been the battlefield of colossal beasts. Shattered rocks, uprooted trees, and deep craters marked the ground like scars left by a force beyond common understanding. The residual energy in the air carried a suffocating weight, as if a calamity had been summoned and left its mark there. Inside the cave, however, the atmosphere was different. The smell of roasted meat filled the space, a large chunk of meat slowly turning over an improvised fire. Seated around it were 3 unusual figures, a 6-armed demon, imposing and unadorned, a man of the beast race, with penetrating eyes and a calm expression, and a little human girl with auburn hair, vibrant and curious. Bwahahahaha. Badagatti laughed with his whole body, a beer mug in one hand and a meat skewer in the other. Of course, if it were you, even taming a dragon and stealing dragon eggs wouldn't be impossible. Aisha, sitting beside Rygar with her eyes shining with enthusiasm, quickly agreed. Exactly. The master will even tame the Dragon King one day, just like Laplace in the legends. Rygar only gave a bitter smile as he took a sip of beer. It's not as easy as it looks. Badagatti shook his head, still with a broad grin. Still, it's impressive. The only one I've seen tame dragons besides you was Laplace himself. Rygar fell silent for a moment, his thoughts wandering. What was he like? He asked. Badagatti leaned back and laughed even heartier. Strong as a monster. He almost completely destroyed my body once. Ha 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 ha. I thought I was truly dead that time. Since Rygar had defeated Badagatti in combat a few days earlier, the Demon King decided to stay at the Sanctuary of the Sword for a while. He said there were interesting people there, and he was curious. He continued exploring the place freely, with no one daring to stop him. After all, except for Rygar, Galfarion, Ghislaine, and Rioda, there was no one who could effectively face him in combat. Rioda, in turn, avoided any contact with Badagatti. It was clear she disliked his presence, perhaps due to old prejudices against the demon race. But since no one else seemed to care specifically, she simply kept her distance. Rygar, on the other hand, saw in Badagatti's presence a rare opportunity and approached him to learn more. Their conversations ranged from combat techniques and stories of the demon continent to the rulers of the demon races. Finally, Rygar reached the topic that had intrigued him for days. All right, I can't see you with my demon eye. Why does that happen? Badagatti furrowed his brow, confused for a moment, until he snapped his fingers. I get it. Actually, I never mentioned it. Ha 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 ha. He took a bite of meat before continuing. I took a special potion a long time ago. It gave me immunity to those eyes. No prediction, no intention reading or crap like that. Ha ha ha. Rygar's interest was piqued. While Aisha continued manipulating the fire with precision, slowly roasting the meat over the flames, he turned to Badagatti with an attentive look. Do you still have that potion? Or any sample of it? He asked. Badagatti scratched his head for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed, as if digging through memories buried under centuries of life. It seemed very unique. I know almost nothing about it. I think I found it at the bottom of a labyrinth, or maybe at the bottom of a mountain. Ha ha ha. It's been so long I can't even remember the details. Rygar sighed inwardly. It was a pity. I understand. It really is a pity. After a moment, he raised his gaze once more. Tell me, you're immune to all demon eyes, right? Even those of the demon empress Kishirika Kishirisu. Badagatti puffed out his chest proudly. Even hers. Rygar observed him with a sharp look. Since you're immune to them, maybe you know how to transplant them into another person. Huh? No, I don't know anything that complicated, but my fiancé could help with that. Your fiancé? Yes, the demon empress we're talking about. Rygar raised his eyebrows, surprised. She's your fiancé. Badagatti laughed his classic thunderous laugh. Bwahahaha, but of course. Still surprised, Rygar murmured. I see. Badagatti noticed the silence and added. Once, Kishirika said that transplanting the magic eyes was very simple. It only involved knowing how to control and manipulate others' mana. Creating the eyes was what really took work. Rygar absorbed this information in silence, his eyes slightly narrowed. Control others' mana? Is that feasible? He soon shook his head, convinced. No, if someone did it, then it's definitely feasible. The conversation extended. Rygar touched on other subjects with Badagatti, ranging from trivial matters to more serious issues. At one point, he invited the Demon King to the Iron Legion, but the latter declined outright, with a wide smile on his face. I don't want to be tied to an organization. I prefer to wander around, as I have for the past hundreds of years. And besides, I'm already the king of the Bigoya province, he said with conviction. Even with the refusal, Rygar insisted on discussing possible partnerships with the demon continent. Meanwhile, Aisha finally finished roasting the meat completely. The smell filled the cave, and the three sat down to eat. Rygar had been studying Badagatti throughout their entire conversation. He soon understood, despite the ancient title of Demon King of Wisdom and Power, the Demon King was a person of simple thought. Honest, straightforward, almost childlike in certain aspects. The conversation veered back to demon eyes. While casually commenting about Kishirika, Rygar ended up discovering that she had already been revived. She came back recently, but she's still quite small. Ha ha ha. That too was relevant information, and Rygar registered it in silence. After a few more exchanges, Aisha stood up and left the cave to restore the terrain that Badagatti and I had destroyed in our earlier fight. She liked doing that because she said it was a great way to practice. That's when Rygar looked at Badagatti more seriously. His voice lowered, but his tone was firm. Baddie, you've lived for thousands of years, right? The Demon King crossed his arms, still chewing. Although I don't know the exact number, it's definitely been thousands of years, he answered proudly. Rygar leaned back against the cave wall, crossing his arms as well. Then tell me, have you ever heard of someone called Higgama? The air seemed to shift slightly. Hello? If you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Creator's thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. I cycled 15 kilometers yesterday and then ran another 15 kilometers. I'm exhausted. Comment what you think. Comment. 16 comment. Vote. Chapter 155, 155, Disciple, Demon, and God. When Rygar mentioned the name Higgama, Badagatti's laughter stopped for a moment. His eyes turned to Rygar's with curiosity. Where did you hear that name, boy? Rygar analyzed the Demon King for a moment. He did not seem hostile, just surprised. With that, he decided to continue. He's a guy who appears in my dreams from time to time and gives me advice. Have you ever heard of him? Crossing his arms, Badagatti began to stroke his chin, thoughtful. He remained silent for a few seconds, clearly trying to dredge something from his memory. I don't remember very well, but I've definitely heard that name before. I just can't recall where. It must have been at least a few centuries since someone mentioned him to me. Badagatti's words sparked Rygar's interest. So far, all his attempts to gather information about human god had been unsuccessful every time. No one knew anything about Higgama, not even some of the strongest people in the world like Galfarion and Rioda. This was the second time he had come across someone who recognized the name. The other was Orsted, and it was not exactly a pleasant experience. Even better, unlike Orsted, this one did not try to kill him right after hearing the name. That was already a good sign. Just to be sure, Rygar said cautiously, was he your friend or enemy? Badagatti made a strained expression, as if digging up such ancient memories required more energy than a battle. I have the impression that he could be a rather unpleasant guy, but I wouldn't call him an enemy. Rygar pondered in silence. He saw no sign that Badagatti was lying, and truth be told, he didn't believe the Demon King capable of such deceits given his simplicity. It made sense that Badagatti's memory wasn't the best, living for thousands of years certainly had to scramble dates, events, and names. Still, any information could be useful. Baddy would stay at the Sword Sanctuary for a while, and he would have other opportunities to ask. Could you let me know if you remember anything about him? Any detail or piece of information will do. No problem. If I remember, I'll let you know. Bwahahahaha. After that, they continued talking for a while about various things, until Badagatti decided to go back to the warriors who had challenged him the other day to fight them again. He stood up and left the cave without much thought, heading once more toward the Sword Sanctuary. Rygar also stood up and left, walking over to where Aisha was. He found his little disciple carefully manipulating the earth, repairing the damage left by the previous fight. With firm gestures, she molded the terrain, rebuilding the soil and correcting the slope around a fallen tree. The tree was still intact, with exposed roots. Aisha used earth magic to create a solid base, positioned the tree carefully, and replanted it. Then, she summoned water magic to water the soil around it. She did everything with precision, attention, and care, without haste. Rygar approached silently, stopping a few meters away. He observed the scene for a while, sitting on a nearby rock. Seeing Aisha so focused, shaping nature with magic, reminded him of himself at that age. How he marveled at magic and its infinite possibilities. How curious he was, hungry for knowledge, testing, and experimenting with everything. Aisha's expression was determined, curious, and careful. Rygar watched her with a certain quiet pride. It was good to see someone growing with the same passion he had. He stayed there quietly, just observing, sitting with a slight smile on his face. When Aisha finished her practice, she wiped the sweat from her forehead with her forearm, looking satisfied as she surveyed the reconstructed mountainous terrain. She had sculpted the earth carefully, as if gluing back together the broken parts of nature. Then she looked at Rygar and saw him watching her, and she called out, "Master." Rygar looked at her and his expression grew more serious. There was something important to say. He nodded and answered, "Eyes, come here." The girl approached with light, almost springy steps, but upon reaching Rygar, she noticed the seriousness in his expression and grew a little tense. Rygar hesitated for a moment. He thought of different ways to say it. He wondered how an ordinary adult would speak with a child about something like this. But he decided to be direct. If it were Aisha, she would understand. "Aisha," he began in a firm tone, "your brother, Rudeus Greyrat, and his elf friend, Sylphiat, have become my enemies." Aisha's eyes widened. "What? How?" Rygar nodded slightly. "Remember the assassination attempt in the Dragon King's kingdom? They were the Stone Helmet Mage and the Silver-Haired Mage. After they failed, they went to Meles. There, they clashed with the Iron Legion several times." Aisha was absolutely shocked. She watched Rygar in silence for what felt like long seconds. Her face showed disbelief, perhaps expecting her master to say he was joking. But he remained silent, not averting his gaze. Then, tears began to stream down Aisha's eyes. Rygar was immediately taken aback and speechless. She sniffled, her voice trembling. I won't betray the master. I don't want to leave you. And no, Aisha, I." Before he could finish, Aisha threw herself into his arms, clutching him tightly. She cried uncontrollably, as a child her age naturally would something rare in her. It was the second time Rygar had seen Aisha cry like that. The first was when she encountered the dragon god. But now, she cried desperately, clinging to him with all her strength. "Master, please don't abandon me. I don't care about my half-brother or whatever. I don't want to be the master's enemy. Please don't send me away because of that." The more she spoke, the worse Rygar felt about the direct way he had revealed everything. Still, he hugged the girl back tightly and spoke gently, stroking her hair. "You misunderstood, Eyes. How could I abandon my cute disciple?" Aisha looked up at him, tears in her eyes. Her eyes were red, her eyelids swollen from intense crying. Her face wet with tears, cheeks flushed from the effort and emotion. Her breathing short, with small sobs between words. "Are you telling the truth, master?" Rygar nodded slowly and answered softly. "Even if all 7 powers tried to take you, I wouldn't let them." As he spoke, he thought about Aisha's reaction. He knew the girl was very attached to him and his group, but he now realized it ran deeper than he had imagined. For her, they were the only family she had known. She hadn't had time to grow attached to Rudius or the other Greyrats. For as long as she could remember, it had been Rygar and the others. It was natural it was that way. Aisha did not let go of the embrace. She squeezed Rygar as if she feared it was a lie. He continued stroking her hair in silence. Though there was sadness, there was also a gentle warmth in his chest. She was his disciple, whom he had trained, cared for, and protected for the past 4 years. Intelligent, talented, and affectionate. And she chose him. She chose to stay with him. He smiled, almost imperceptibly. More complicated conversations would come later. For now, he just wanted to make sure Aisha knew she would never be left behind. POV, Rygar Adoldia. After comforting Aisha, I returned to the Sword Sanctuary with her. She seemed a bit better after I assured her several times I would never abandon her. But still, I could see in her eyes that she was still affected, and once again I regretted the way I had told her. After arriving at the sanctuary, Nigov called me and, in a somber tone, told me that new letters had arrived from the Great Forest. Not very pleasant news. So, there will probably be a war. My hands held the letter delivered by Nigov tightly, but my mind was already far away. The paper trembled slightly in the cutting wind blowing across the Sword Sanctuary's training grounds. In the distance, the rhythmic sound of clashing swords filled the air. But here, between me and Nigov, there was only silence. Nigov said nothing, just watched me with narrowed eyes, as if trying to guess what I would do next. The letter had come from Taze. And right at the beginning, one piece of information stood out. A new pope had been elected, Lucius Gallard. A noble of the influential Gallard family from Meles. The former archbishop. And apparently, a Myco II to emerge in a few years. He was that ally of Cardinal LeBlanc from the rumors, the one who received divine visions. His visions, according to Taze, showed the future with divine clarity, and he had already demonstrated the effectiveness of his abilities more than once against the Iron Legion. I wasn't sure I fully believed in this Myco power, and I had a theory about what it might really be, but the immediate impact was undeniable. The faction once led by LeBlanc Farlin now had 2 Myco. That alone changed the entire power dynamic in Meles. It was enough for their faction, the Demon Race Expulsion faction, to ascend to near absolute power. Even though they had been responsible for much of the recent conflicts, the Iron Legion was the one facing them head-on without retreating. And, precisely because of that, we became the ideal villains to fuel their narrative. The final blow came with the coup aiming to replace the Pope. The previous Pope, Harry Grimoire, had fled with his family and followers after an assassination attempt, which had been thwarted by the Iron Legion. Still, he was forced into hiding, accused of allying with demons and planning a collusion invasion of the Holy Continent. And then, on his first day in office, Lucius Galard declared the start of a new crusade. According to him, a new demonic invasion was approaching according to his divine visions. The crusade aimed to purify the threat before it took form. As expected, the beast race was lumped together with demons like in the old demon wars, but this time, the beast race was the main threat. And I, Rygar Adoldia, was named by some as a hybrid creature half beast, half demon, because of my magical eyes, my overwhelming strength, and my magic. My fist clenched the paper so tightly that it tore partly. I was irritated by the hypocrisy that Meles showed at every turn. The letter went on. The king of Meles, apparently, had no say in the church's declarations, but most of the nation's knighted orders had already enlisted for the crusade. A massive, unified movement born from a coalition of fanaticism, political power, and fear. Still, I did not choose to return immediately, for the letter also carried words from Verdia. They had followed her advice. They had prepared Meles and the Great Forest's defenses for a war scenario. They were ready to resist. The stone fortress in Tanaver, which I myself had built, had become the Iron Legion's main base on the continent. It was the wall between Meles and the Great Forest. But I didn't know how long it would hold. I sighed deeply, closing my eyes for a moment. My original plan had been to remain at the Sword Sanctuary until I surpassed Galfarion at his strongest point, defeat him using only the Sword God style, and take the title of Sword God. That was the goal I had set before leaving Tanaver. But the world out there would not wait. They could be prepared to face battle and certainly withstand for a while, but they couldn't stand against a country united for hundreds of years like Meles. I still had some things to learn from the Sword God and the Water God, but I would soon absorb everything they could teach. In 5 months, I would turn 16. I believed that by then I would have completed my training. On that day, I would challenge Galfarion. On that day, I would claim his position, even not exclusively with the Sword God style. And then, I would fly back to Meles mounted on Escalar straight into the heart of the war that awaited me. And then, I would destroy the foundations of that country corroded by hypocrisy. I looked at Nigov and said firmly, "Continue your training as always. I will return in 5 months with only a few of us accompanying me. There is no need for the members of the Legion stationed here to interrupt their training." Nigov began to speak. "But, leader," I interrupted him immediately. "That is my final decision. Go back to your training." There was no room for discussion anymore. After that, I headed to the training grounds. Ghislaine was dueling with Timothy in an intense combat, the sounds of clashing swords filling the air. Aerys, meanwhile, was fighting Isolti with her usual energy, her explosive movements drawing everyone's attention. Aisha had gone home to study barrier magic. She also seemed a bit affected by what I had said earlier, so she was not present there in the field. It was then that Nenah entered, somewhat hurriedly, onto the training field. As soon as I saw her, I called, "Nenah, where is your father?" She stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then replied, "He told me he was going to train alone." I furrowed my brows. Since I had arrived at the Sword Sanctuary, I had never seen the Sword God training alone. That was unusual. Nenah then continued, raising her voice slightly. "He also said something else." Most of those present in the training field were already paying attention, curious. Everyone fell silent when she finished. "He told me that in 3 or 4 days, he would come back to observe everyone's progress, before naming a new Sword King." The silence that followed was absolute. Everyone seemed to hold their breath. I looked at Aerys, who was almost trembling with excitement, her eyes shining with expectation. I smiled, realizing exactly what she was thinking. "All right. I can talk to him later," I said calmly. "Where is Baddy?" "He didn't come here," Ghislaine replied. "He said he was going to meet Escalar and Skull, and that he would return later." "All right." I nodded my head before looking at Aerys again. "Hey, Aerys. How about some special training over the next 3 or 4 days? She practically jumped in place, her eyes wide with enthusiasm. "Yes, let's go." I smiled at her excitement. The atmosphere was charged with expectations, and I couldn't wait to see how far everyone could come before the Sword God's return. Hello, if you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Creators' thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. Daoist Junkyard. Who do you think will be the next Sword King? Comment what you think. Comment. 19 Comment. Vote. Chapter 156, 156, Birth of a New Sword King and Rioda's Decision. In those 4 days that passed, the Sword Sanctuary fell into an uproar. All the Sword Saints were training with redoubled dedication, some of them, realizing their chances were low, focused on helping others in their training, playing the roles of partners and instructors. The atmosphere was one of tension and excitement, as if the entire Sword Sanctuary were breathing in time with the training. Aerys Greyrat, in particular, stood out. In the first 3 days, she did not even sleep. She wanted to ensure that she would be the chosen one. Despite already being considered the strongest among the Sword Saints, she wanted to make this unquestionable. Since Isolti had been named Water King, Aerys had harbored the burning desire to also attain the title. Above all, to show Rygar that she had evolved. Years of brutal battles and relentless training had molded her into a fierce warrior, capable of taking down dragons and giant beasts alone. An intense presence even in the Sword Sanctuary, where swordsmen from all over the world gathered to seek growth. Aerys trained incessantly with Rygar, Ghislaine, and even with Badagatti, pushing her body and mind to their limits. However, Rygar, recognizing the risk, forcibly made her rest on the last day. He knew that healing magic could restore the body's fatigue, but not the exhausted mind. It was vital that she be in her best state for the upcoming selection. Nenah and Jinho also devoted themselves with fervor. The two young ones were practically tied in strength and skill, an impressive feat considering that Jinho was only 12 years old, 4 less than Nenah. Their growth was evident. All the rest of the apprentices and swordsmen of the sanctuary followed suit, training with more vigor than ever. Meanwhile, Rygar, even as he supervised Aisha and trained Aerys, was silently working on something personal, the development of a special technique. A technique deeply inspired by Orsted's Saint Dragon battle aura. It was an idea that brought together all the knowledge he had acquired about the use of Toki in combat and how it interacted with the body, absorbing influences from all the styles he had studied: Sword God style, Water God style, North God style and, of course, the Beast God style he was forging. If it worked the way he was thinking, it would be the supreme technique of his own style. But that was still a bit distant. Finally, at the end of the 4th day, Galfarion returned. He did not seem different, he had the same overwhelming presence and the same cutting gaze. But to those who knew him well, there was something different, a subtle change in the depth of his eyes. Something had changed. Without saying a word, he took his position in the training field and began to observe. His gaze was sharp, analyzing every movement, every stance, every breath of the Sword Saints. After some time, he finally chose 4 swordsmen. They were Aerys, Nenah, Jinho, and Vezel, a veteran swordsman considered the best before Aerys's meteoric rise. He called them to follow him. Without saying another word, Galfarion led the 4 into the ephemeral hall, dispersing all the others. The moment of final decision was approaching. 4 Sword Saints: Nenah Farion, Jinho Brits, Aerys Greyrat, and Vezel were gathered in the ephemeral hall of the Sword Sanctuary. In front of them stood the Sword God, Galfarion. He was standing as he calmly observed his pupils, who held wooden swords at their hips. He spoke slowly. Your abilities have already surpassed the level of Sword Saint. It is time to recognize the next Sword King since Rygar. He paused and looked at the 4 swordsmen, serious and calm. Before we do that, I have a question for you. Everyone waited silently. What do you think is the difference between a Sword Saint, a Sword King, and a Sword Emperor? Strength. Nenah blurted out. The expression on everyone's faces made it clear they had no other answer. However, at the same time, they also knew that it was not something so simple. The Sword God wanted to know what was beyond strength, what else separated them. You have all been training for some time and already know how to perform a longsword of light perfectly as that of a Sword King or Sword Emperor. Fencing was based on cutting a moving object. Anyone would easily dodge a frontal attack, so swordsmen attacked from below, from the sides, or from diagonals. They made unpredictable movements to catch the enemy off guard. However, it had been different with the first Sword God. He did not need those tricks. Instead, he simply cut down all by moving faster than his opponent could react. Gaul lightly tapped his fingernail on the hilt of his sword. The sword gods of all generations endeavored to slowly unravel the inexplicable techniques the first Sword God had cultivated. That is what led the Sword God style to its current form. That is what has brought us to the era in which the Sword God style is considered the strongest. His fingers tapped on the sword's hilt again. The longsword of light is the best technique of the Sword God style. Practitioners of other styles could even see it as our secret technique. However, there are some who understand its essence better than others. There are the Sword Saints, the Sword Kings, the Sword Emperors, and the Sword God. We all do the same thing, but some are stronger and others weaker. Gaul turned to Vezel. What do you think makes us different, Vezel? Answer me. The Sword Saint thought deeply and said, dedication. Gaul just nodded, saying nothing. Without reacting, Gaul called, Jinho. Jinho, who had a serious expression, lifted his face. He was not sure what answer Galfarion wanted, but training with Rygar these last years had made him think for himself about what drove him forward, and he finally answered. Talent and purpose. Galfarion murmured. Talent and purpose, huh? The Sword God was not blind. He had long ago noticed that Jinho and Nenah spent a lot of time together, but he said nothing further. Good, Nenah, your answer. Nenah thought carefully about her answer. The question was probably about what separated them from those above them. Upon reflection, she realized that most people in the higher positions had a romantic partner. She wanted that too, a boyfriend or a husband. Suddenly, a word she heard the Sword God say from time to time came to her mind. Is it desire? Gaul nodded and said. What is your answer, Aerys? Determination. Determination. Aerys had grown stronger since the time she confronted Orsted. Her strength and her speed had increased drastically. After training for years, Aerys already had some notion of the limits of her abilities. She knew that she still had room to grow, but no matter how much she trained, she would never reach Orsted's level. This was no exaggeration, she knew she would never be able to defeat him alone. But from the beginning, that was not her goal. No, she only wanted to help Rygar. If even Rygar said he wasn't sure he would win, how could she? Still, Rygar believed in her talent, and so she trained incessantly, so that she could at least be useful. The sword god looked at the four for a time, reflecting on their answers, neither refuting any of them nor saying which was correct. In fact, if one analyzed him deeply, they would see that even he was not so certain which answer was correct. He murmured, "Well, Aerys and Vezel will fight." The two warriors went to the center of the training field and, after a brief fight, Aerys came out on top. Then the sword god said, "Now Nenah and Gino." After another confrontation, Nenah came out on top. The two sword saints, Gino and Vezel, left the ephemeral hall after losing. To the two victors, whoever wins between you will be named Sword King. Aerys and Nenah faced each other. They all wielded wooden swords. Although they did not appear to be lethal weapons, they could easily be used to end an opponent's life in the hands of sword saints. Aerys smiled and said, "No hard feelings, Nenah." Nenah replied confidently, "You are counting on victory too early, this time I will be the winner." Aerys unleashed her bloodthirst, but Nenah did not even blink. Then, all of Aerys's hostility disappeared, and the girl simply smiled at her. Nenah felt an instinctive fear grow inside her when she saw Aerys's calm. She had already lost to Aerys several times during training. Of course, she had also won sometimes, but the strongest memories in her mind were of her defeats, which were also more numerous. Without waiting anymore, Nenah was the first to move, stepping forward and using the longsword of light. Nenah's technique was impeccable. Anyone who saw it would be impressed by its excellence. But, Greyrat, a strong impact struck Nenah's stomach, sending her flying backward and causing her body to slam against the wall before falling to the ground. Her uniform had torn, causing her toned stomach to become visible and allowing a red mark to slowly appear on her skin. At the same time, she felt as if her body was burning. "It's over," declared the sword god. Nenah stared at Aerys, confused. She was no longer smiling either, she was simply standing honorably, as the victor. Ugh. Nenah understood what had happened. Aerys had stepped forward at the same time Nenah had moved and, while Nenah delivered her overhand strike, Aerys crouched and applied her own longsword of light from the side. What Nenah could not understand was how this had happened. Her technique should have hit first, since it had acted before Aerys. Furthermore, she had delivered the overhand strike, which was the fastest attacking position. Even if some small miscalculation was taken into account, her attack should have landed before Aerys's attack. However, their battle did not even end in a draw. Why had she been thrown against the wall while Aerys remained standing? "Using overwhelming force is not the only way to defeat someone," said Aerys, very softly. Nenah did not understand what she meant. Aerys had used a North God-style technique to modify the longsword of light. Originally, the longsword of light had excessive power, but instead, Aerys had transformed the power into speed. She had reduced the power to the point where it would only knock out her opponent, which made the execution faster. She had not relied on brute force, but on the distribution of her battle aura. This was a technique she had learned in her training with the North Emperor, Aubert. Compared to the power she had sacrificed to use the technique, the extra speed generated had been, honestly, insignificant. But even if the difference was smaller than the width of a hair, it was that which made her win. She was faster than Nenah even when using just the longsword of light, but there were a few times that Nenah managed to beat her in a direct confrontation, so she chose this tactic, which would make her win for sure. "Magnificent, Aerys. I give you the title of Sword King." Nenah got up slowly, her face contorted with the throbbing pain in her stomach. "She completely surpasses me." Because they had used wooden swords, she was only thrown back and wounded. If Aerys had used a real sword, she would have been able to strike Nenah's heart. It had been a relatively weak attack, considering that a normal longsword of light would split the opponent's body in two, but this power could kill nonetheless. Since Aerys did not have a single scratch, that was enough to qualify her as the winner. It was a complete defeat for Nenah. Nenah sighed and lay down on the cold floor of the hall, her eyes fixed on the high ceiling, without really seeing anything. She had lost in every respect. The first move was hers, the initiative was hers, and yet she had lost. "I lost completely. It's over." The thought echoed in her mind like a heavy drum. A suffocating, bitter weight settled in her chest, as if she were being crushed from the inside out. "Are you frustrated, Nenah?" asked the deep, imposing voice of the sword god. Nenah turned her head slightly to look at him. Her pride still wanted to resist, but there was no denying it. "Yes," she answered, her voice trembling. Silent tears began to run down her cheeks, wetting the stone floor beneath her. She had dedicated so much to that moment, to that title, and yet, it was not enough. Galfarion remained silent, simply observing her. There was no criticism in his gaze, only understanding. He knew better than anyone that true defeats were essential to forge true warriors. "You still have potential. Cheer up," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle for someone so severe. Nenah closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, trying to control the shame that burned within. "All right, father," she replied softly. It was rare for her to call him that in the dojo. The word carried a weight that seemed to relieve a bit of the pressure in her chest. Gaul remained silent, letting her tears take their course. Aerys, who had remained by Nenah's side the whole time, watched without many words. As soon as Nenah stopped sniffling, Gaul turned to Aerys and spoke. Come, Aerys. I will give you one of my 7 swords as proof that you are a sword king. Aerys replied. All right. POV Rygar Adoldia. While Aerys and the others were in the ephemeral hall deciding who would be the new sword king, I continued my training. Rioda was watching me practice one of the techniques necessary to perform the deprivation sword realm, her secret technique, when she suddenly said, Rygar. I looked at her, sweaty and with heavy breathing. What is it? Rioda crossed her arms, her expression serious. I have nothing more to teach you. I was surprised. What do you mean you have nothing more to teach? I have only fully mastered 2 secret techniques. The old lady let out a soft laugh as she stood up, adjusting her simple clothes. He. If the old water emperors in the capital heard you say that, they would probably convulse with rage. Even I only master 3 of them, boy. I remained silent. Rioda continued. You may only master 2 of them, but I have already taught you everything about them, even about the 6th secret technique. She walked to a bag left next to the dojo, taking out a thick, worn-covered book. In terms of knowledge, you already know as much about the water god style as I do, and I know that, with your talent, it is only a matter of time until you master each of them. She walked towards me as she spoke. But if you have any doubts or forget something, I wrote this book with everything about the water god style during my time here. She approached and handed me the book. I took it with great care. She continued, I had already been looking for an opportunity to leave. With a new sword king emerging, that is more than enough to motivate Isolde, and she already has all the experience I think necessary. I looked at Rioda and asked, with some caution, are you sure this has nothing to do with Badagatti? Rioda's expression closed for a moment. A bitter wrinkle crossed her brow, but she did not answer. Without saying a word, she turned and left the training hall. In 1 more week, I will conduct your graduation, be ready by then, she said, her firm voice echoing in the empty environment as she headed towards Gaul's house, where she was staying. I stood watching her as she walked away, feeling a bittersweet mixture grow in my chest. At least she left only a few months before me, what a pity. I closed my eyes for a moment, breathing deeply, and then returned to practice my techniques, now with a new weight in my hands and heart. Hello, if you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel. I will add more in the future, and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Special thanks. Thank you to Sil3NT for becoming member on Patreon. Comment. 21 comment. Vote. Chapter 157, 157, Becoming a Water Emperor. The Water God Style. This was a swordsmanship style specialized in defensive techniques, with an emphasis on parrying and counterattacking any kind of attack. Because practitioners did not have many means of direct attack, there were also the arts of provocation to make the opponent take the initiative. A skilled practitioner was capable of even cutting spells and projectiles of all kinds. The disadvantage of the Water God style was that the user could not attack first using Water God style techniques, which made it difficult to fight against the North God style due to its characteristics of sudden attacks, trickery, and adaptability, which are difficult to predict. On the other hand, the Water God style basically counterattacked the Sword God style due to its philosophy of taking the initiative and attacking first. Due to its defensive nature and not needing to move much, most practitioners chose to wear heavy armor. Knowing how to read the flow in a battle was essential for fighters of this style. That is why Rygar, despite being aggressive by nature, had great talent in this combat style. His keen senses made him an expert at reading his opponent and reacting accordingly. The Water God style possessed many techniques, but 7 of them stood out at the highest levels, the first and most important technique being flow. Flow was a technique where the user channels battle aura to control/manipulate the opponent's blade with their own and redirect it to create an opening for a counterattack. Mastery of this technique is what leads to the slipperiness of the opponent's blade. And then there were the 5 secret techniques, all of which used flow as their base and applied it in even more refined ways to achieve different results. The first was water mirror flow, which was a technique that basically consisted of absorbing all of the opponent's strength, speed, and power and counterattacking them by returning that force even stronger. The second was tide flow, which consisted of deceiving the opponent's senses, opening a false gap, and at the instant the enemy charged against the weakness, delivering a devastating blow. The third was counterflow current, which could redirect any attack, but without nullifying the force behind the blow, allowing one to throw the opponent anywhere the user wanted. It was a technique that aimed more to parry than to counterattack, and therefore was more easily executed. The fourth was instant flow. This technique consisted of instantly counterattacking any bloodthirsty move or any movement of the opponent in front of the user and required a precise reading of the flow. And the fifth was omnidirectional rain flow. This was a technique specialized in fighting more than one opponent at the same time, since it allowed executing flow from any position, in 360 degrees, the user could not be caught by surprise. In addition, the current water god had created a 6th secret technique, called Deprivation Sword Realm, which mixed the 4th and 5th secret techniques and refined them to a new level. It is the only technique that Rygar has ever witnessed capable of mixing magic and toki, but by Ryodara's description, this was done completely instinctively. Upon reaching an extraordinary realm in her swordsmanship, she invented this method. Perhaps it was something that came innately with the style. The first water god, Ryodar, was a god both in swordsmanship and in magic. This was a technique that counterattacked any movement within a perfectly spherical range of unknown radius around the user. Ryodar relied on this technique to remain firmly as one of the most powerful swordswomen in the world, even after growing old. These were the main techniques used by swordsmen of the highest level. Rankings beyond the advanced level were defined simply: when you master the use of flow, you are a water saint. And for positions above that, the water god would say when you were good enough to ascend to a greater position. But by an unwritten rule, as long as you had mastery over one secret technique, you could be a king. If you mastered 2, you would be an emperor, and if you mastered 3, you could challenge the current water god to take their title. This happened because in the process of learning each of the secret techniques, your mastery over all your other techniques would also increase thanks to you already using a more refined application of battle aura. This meant that someone capable of using a secret technique would almost always outperform other saints even without using it in combat. Rygar was learning all 5 techniques at the same time, and, on the day Rioda was leaving the Sword Sanctuary, he already completely mastered instant flow and counterflow current, being also very close to mastering omnidirectional rain flow. His progress was extraordinary, surpassing what many warriors could not even dream of achieving in a lifetime. And yet, Rygar had still not reached his true potential. In a training hall with a stone floor, the cold wind of the Sword Sanctuary was constantly blowing, and Rygar stood face to face with Aerys Greyrat, the new Sword King. It had been a week since Aerys had become part of the upper echelon of the Sword Sanctuary. As soon as she received her title, she immediately challenged Rygar again, and lost again. This time, however, the fight was different. Her sword, the Phoenix Elegant Dragon Sword, gifted by Galfarion after she became Sword King, ended up piercing Rygar's lung, narrowly missing his heart. It was by the slimmest margin. Rygar was still leagues stronger than Aerys if he used Toki to strengthen his body. Therefore, he had established a rule in his fights with Aerys: if he felt that his life was truly in danger, he would use Toki or magic to avoid any fatal blow. Otherwise, it meant that he could still win relying solely on his raw physical strength. That rule was what allowed Aerys to fight him with all her strength, without fear of accidentally killing him. However, for Rygar, the situation began to become worrying. In the last fight, he realized that, with him depending purely on his physical strength, Aerys was already more powerful than him. He won only by luck. He managed to hide his concern, pretending that everything was within plan during the fight, but deep down, he did not know what he would do the next time he was challenged, since she would be even stronger. Aerys was progressing much faster than he expected. This, however, was not necessarily a bad thing. For a while, Rygar worried excessively about not being defeated by her. But, upon reflecting, he realized, did that not mean that Aerys was surpassing her own limits over and over again? Why should he consider this a bad thing? Upon reaching this conclusion, Rygar abandoned his worries and was in a great mood. Aerys was becoming increasingly fierce and slender, a true whirlwind of growth and talent. On the other hand, Aisha had never challenged him even once. In fact, this only increased Rygar's expectations about what she would be preparing for the moment she finally decided to face him. But today was not a day for challenges. No, today was a special day, the day of Rygar's graduation in the water god style. Galfarion, Ryodara, and Isolti Cruel were present, watching Rygar and Aerys in the center of the hall. Aerys had been invited to be Rygar's training partner so that he could demonstrate his techniques with precision and fluidity. Meanwhile, the other warriors continued their training as usual. The night before, a farewell party had been held for Isolti, who would leave the Sword Sanctuary along with her grandmother that same day. Nenah, Aerys, and Isolti had become great friends. Their rivalry had kept them in contact over the last 2 years. Isolti also liked teaching Aisha in her free time, and they were very close, but it was a different friendship from the rivalry she had with the others. Anyway, it was a good farewell party. In front of everyone, Ryodara approached softly and asked, "Are you ready?" Rygar looked at her with his golden eyes, full of determination, and replied firmly, "Yes." The moment he answered, Aerys charged at him like a red comet. The Sword King, the Red Lioness, with all her momentum, used the longsword of light against Rygar, starting from a high stance. Rygar was prepared, wielding his silver blade water mirror, and with a smooth movement, executed the third secret technique of the water god style, counterflow current. The Phoenix Elegant Dragon Sword was a long, curved, silver blade. When it met Rygar's water mirror blade, it glided smoothly around its surface. A sound like a symphony echoed through the hall as the blades slid against each other. With a fluid and elegant movement, Rygar completely redirected Aerys's momentum, and the girl was thrown by her own force to the other side of the training ground. This technique was more than a simple block. Rygar could have thrown her at another opponent, into the air, making her a live target, or even off a cliff, if there had been one nearby. That was the true power of counterflow current. Once caught by it, the opponent could no longer contain their own advance. But that was just a spar. Aerys, with her unwavering will, quickly recovered. Without hesitation, she charged at Rygar again, her expression concentrated and focused. An intense fight unfolded in the center of the makeshift hall. Rygar demonstrated the peak of the water god style techniques, which could be clearly seen and analyzed because Aerys' strength was at the exact level for a realistic demonstration. The fight continued for several minutes. Gaul watched half-interested, sitting in a corner, while Isolti seemed downcast, watching in silence. Meanwhile, Rioda, with an attentive gaze, followed each of Rygar's movements. After some time, Aerys suffered a large cut when counterattacked by instant flow. Rioda, in a firm voice, announced, "That's enough." Rygar immediately ceased his movements. Aerys, exhausted, fell to the stone floor, panting, her face red from the effort. Despite the pain, a huge smile shone on her face. Rygar approached, smiling, and, extending his arm, cast a healing spell to treat Aerys' wound. "Why are you smiling? Didn't you just take a good beating?" he said, laughing. Aerys held Rygar's arm to stand up, unable to stop smiling. "It's just, you're very strong," she replied, her eyes shining. Rygar was rendered helpless by that logic. How could taking a beating make her happy? Rioda coughed, cutting the moment. "Enough flirting. Aerys, you're dismissed." Puffing, visibly displeased, Aerys left the training ground without replying. She seemed even more confident since becoming Sword King, although she had not reduced the intensity of her training at all. Rioda then called, "Step forward, Rygar." Without saying anything, Rygar walked up to Rioda, standing before her, Gaul, and Isolti, waiting for what was to come next. Gaul looked bored, leaning back casually as he observed the scene before him. In fact, he didn't even want to be there, but he had accepted Rioda's invitation to be a witness after the mistress insisted that over the last 2 years she had personally trained some of his disciples. He accepted unwillingly when he realized he owed her. Isolti, on the other hand, had a complicated expression, a mixture of admiration and resignation on her face. She had devoted her entire life to the water god style, training tirelessly, overcoming countless difficulties. Even so, there she was being overwhelmingly surpassed by Rygar. And the most impressive thing was that Rygar did not limit himself to the water god style, he simultaneously trained in several styles and studied magic diligently. At that point, she was like everyone else who had tried to beat Rygar, each one bringing their best, trying to use their strongest point to defeat him, and all of them miserably failed, despite him training almost everything at the same time. Rygar was simply off the charts. Rioda, in a soft tone, said, "Until today, you were still officially only a water saint, but today, as the reigning water god, I grant you the title of Water Emperor for your skill and proficiency. Be proud of it. You far surpass Gaul in understanding this style." Rygar says, "I thank you for the honor." She briefly paused, staring at Rygar with an enigmatic smile. "Do you know why I did not name you Water King that time you mastered a secret technique?" Rygar thought for a moment and replied honestly, "Because you didn't trust me." Rioda laughed lightly and said, "Half right." Her eyes gleamed with a trace of irony. "Actually, I thought you were too arrogant." Rygar raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and Rioda continued, "I mean, a brat who wasn't even an adult yet telling me he wanted to master all 5 secret techniques at the same time." She shook her head, remembering that time. "And then he wins a challenge to master one of them in 6 months? I was impressed, of course, but I was also irritated." Gaul began laughing loudly beside them, while Isolti looked at Rioda and Rygar, shocked by that absurd frankness. Rygar seemed incredulous at the water god's pettiness, but Rioda just shrugged and smiled. "But, over time, I learned to deal with it," she said. "You really were born to be the genius of this generation. I believe that, in the future, your name will be as great as ours, the first hero of humanity, and Aldebaran, the golden knight of humanity." This comparison made Rygar startle. Many had already compared him to Kalman I or Perogius Dola, or other legendary heroes, but Ars and Aldebaran were something else entirely. They had been responsible for ending the first 2 human-demon wars, and their names had echoed through millennia without being forgotten and probably would still echo for many millennia to come. Modestly, Rygar said, "You are overestimating me." Rioda smiled, satisfied, and replied, "That's what I expect from you." She paused before adding, "I also hope you further develop that technique of yours that mixes 3 styles. I think you called it instant light flow." Rygar nodded, "That's right." Rioda confirmed with her head, before adding, "Also, like Aubert, I officially recognize the creation of your beast god style on behalf of the entire water god style dojo." She sighed deeply, crossing her arms. "Honestly, with what I've seen of it so far, I believe it can even replace the sword god style as the strongest style." She cast a furtive glance at Galfarion, who would normally respond with a taunt or arrogance. But, this time, Gaul just looked at her in silence, apparently disinterested. Rygar was surprised by Rioda saying this, but he knew it was true. His beast god style really was a style that would surpass all others at the same level. He replied, with genuine gratitude, "I sincerely thank you for all the knowledge you have given me. You have certainly been one of the teachers who taught me the most during my life. Especially the deprivation sword realm. You gave me some very good ideas for the ultimate technique of the beast god style." Rioda smiled slightly, visibly satisfied. "Then I'll say goodbye here, boy." Isolti, in a friendly tone, said goodbye as well. "Farewell, Rygar. I hope we meet again." The two began to walk away, and Rygar, saying nothing, remained silent. Before they moved away completely, he said, looking at Rioda, If you change your mind about fighting Orsted, send a letter. The old lady let out a low, almost relaxed laugh. He, I'm too old for that. Galfarion, with a mischievous smile, made a final taunt. That was his way of saying goodbye. Don't freeze to death on the way, old lady. Rioda did not respond, but her smile said it all. The two figures walked away, and Rygar, standing there, continued to reflect on everything that had happened. He knew that Rioda served the Asurana royalty, and one day, he planned to go there to have a chat with them. He wondered how Rioda would react to that, and, to be honest, he was somewhat apprehensive about what she might do. He whispered to himself, with slight regret, I hope we don't become enemies. Gaul, who was still watching Rygar, raised an eyebrow at that statement, but did not question anything. Rygar did not explain what was behind his words. He walked away silently, heading home, deeply immersed in his own thoughts. Hello, if you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Creator's thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. What did you think of the secret techniques? Comment what you think. Comment. 17 comment. Vote. Chapter 158, Bond. Even dedicating his time almost exclusively to his swordsmanship during his stay at the Sword Sanctuary, Rygar still set aside some time to practice his magic. It was a way not to lose his touch and keep his magical abilities sharp. Compared to his monstrous evolution with the sword, however, his magical progress could only be described as slow. After all, during his time at the Sword Sanctuary, Rygar had become a North Emperor, a Water Emperor, a Sword Emperor, and a Beast Emperor. And those were only the official titles, as Rioda said, if it were only in comprehension of Water God style, he was already on the same level as her. The same applied to the other styles. Perhaps North God style still hid some strange techniques, but for the most part, Rygar had mastered or known them all. All he needed now was time to master those abilities to an even higher level than their original owners. On top of all that, training at the Sword Sanctuary had served to spread his name and strength across the central continent. The greatest gain, however, was that he had finally completed the creation of what he believed to be the new strongest swordsmanship style, the Beast God style. It was a style that truly blended all the nuances of combat into a form that could not be defeated by the other three styles at the same level. Even the ultimate technique of Beast God style was practically finished. Now, only the polishing of details remained before challenging Galfarion, the Sword God, in 2 months, when Rygar would turn 16. Among his spells, the main progress was in his gravity levitation magic, a technique he had been perfecting little by little. It was considerably more complex than common spells, and he realized that without intense focus and dedication, it would be difficult to make any real breakthroughs. The same situation applied to the use of his demonic eyes. Although he had become accustomed to using them more consistently, he still could not keep them activated unrestrictedly. Aerys had not challenged him even once since the day she almost defeated him while he was restricting his use of Toki. Rygar found it strange, but did not insist. Later, upon hearing conversations among the girls, he discovered the reason. Aisha had reported his strategy of making Aerys think he was still much stronger. The little brat had realized that Rygar was really struggling to beat Aerys in that last match. To help Aerys triumph definitively, Aisha suggested that she stop challenging him and focus on training intensely until she turned 15, which would happen in another month. Rygar was somewhat expectant, not so much about the challenge itself, but because he had promised Ghislaine that he would give Aerys an answer about his feelings when she turned 15. The girl was already an extremely beautiful, strong, and fierce young woman. Rygar was no fool and noticed that she simply did not say she liked him directly because she wanted him to take the initiative. She wanted him to see her as a woman. She seemed determined to follow him no matter what he did. Even if he ended up not liking her the same way, she would probably follow him to the end of her life. That was the kind of girl she was, one who placed loyalty above all else, a trait she had probably copied from Ghislaine after living her childhood under her tutelage. A passion and dedication so pure and intense would move even the coldest of hearts, and Rygar was no celibate monk. Not to mention that Aerys would probably become exactly the type of woman he liked most, given the attributes she showed at her age. In any case, in Rygar's mind, having lived an entire life in this world, the new morally acceptable age of adulthood for him was 15. Although he knew that would be somewhat unacceptable in his previous world, he was no longer there, was he? Setting that aside, he would have to wait and see how things would unfold in a month's time. Meanwhile, Aisha, about to turn 7, was showing impressive growth. In Water God style, she was already an excellent intermediate-level swordswoman, with the first traces of Toki appearing in her body. Her talent for swordsmanship was remarkable, but for now her true brilliance lay in magic. She had mastered all schools of attack and healing up to advanced level. She was considered both a water saint and an earth saint, and was currently studying saint-level healing magic. As for Ghislaine, her progress in Sword God style seemed to have hit a wall. Still, she continued advancing steadily in Beast God style, where her instincts and natural strength shone even more. At present, Rygar was face to face with Ghislaine in a special training session. His left hand rested on her temple, beside her magic power eye. Rygar himself kept his demonic eye activated, observing Ghislaine's magical activity in real time. He had instructed her to train the use of her magic eye just over a year ago. Although at first her advances were slow, Rygar's direct intervention had accelerated her progress significantly. The idea came from a conversation with Badagatti in which he told him the theory of controlling another person's inner mana. Immediately, he thought of Ghislaine and her magic eye. When testing it, Rygar realized that manipulating another person's mana was, in theory, possible. However, when trying it on random people, he noticed that the difficulty increased greatly. Furthermore, if the target tried to resist, success would be almost impossible unless the difference in the quantity and quality of mana was very large. The conclusion he reached was that the target's disposition was crucial, as was the emotional connection between the two parties. The stronger the bond, the easier it was to influence the other's mana. It was a vital discovery, as it had major implications for his future project, the transplant of Lorax's clairvoyant eye to another person. His first choice would be Aisha, due to her superior magical sensitivity and mana control. If she did not accept, he would offer it to Aerys, although it would be more complicated for her to master. This was not out of favoritism, but a matter of practical compatibility. Concentrating, Rygar guided the flow of mana within Ghislaine with soft, almost imperceptible touches. Suddenly, the woman's green eye lost its 4 characteristic lines in the pupil, transforming into an ordinary green eye. The demonic eye had been deactivated. Ghislaine blinked several times, confused, and instinctively refocused her vision and reactivated the eye. But Rygar stopped her with a warning. Remember the path your mana takes. Ghislaine narrowed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened the demonic eye with total concentration. Slowly, almost naturally, she managed to deactivate it again, this time on her own, with only a light guiding nudge from Rygar. She was half in shock, moving her head side to side to test her normal vision. Her tail, on the other hand, betrayed her excitement. It began swishing back and forth energetically. Despite her still serious, focused face, there was a curious, animated sparkle in her eyes. It was a small step, but also an important milestone. Ghislaine was consciously mastering her magic power eye for the first time. She seemed extremely excited, though her expression remained serious, and she began observing everything around her attentively. Next to Rygar and Ghislaine, a huge bonfire burned vigorously, crackling and sending golden sparks into the night sky. Over the embers, several improvised spits turned slowly, roasting large pieces of meat, the succulent smell spreading through the cold night air, whetting everyone's appetite. Nearby, Aerys and Nenah faced off in a small friendly spar. Both wielded only wooden swords, exchanging quick, loud blows while teasing and laughing between thrusts. They fought seriously, but without real hostility. Jino stood beside the girls, talking with Jinev. He also acted as the referee for the spar between Aerys and Nenah. Seated in a circle, Galfarion, Timothy Britz, and Clint were talking with none other than Demon King Badagatti, all visibly drunk. They shared an improvised beer barrel, made with a stone handle created by Aisha with earth magic. Laughter rang out loud and constant, filling the atmosphere with contagious energy. Meanwhile, Aisha helped Nina's and Gino's mothers prepare the food for the feast. In these 3 years that Rygar and his group had spent at the Sword Sanctuary, their relationship with the local residents had evolved significantly. Strong bonds of friendship had formed, especially with Gino, Nenah, and Isolde, who had not only trained together but also fought side by side in various situations. But there was a factor that accelerated this closeness even more, the arrival of Badagatti. How to describe it? The Demon King had a unique charm, a living, vibrant energy that enlivened everyone around him. His constant loud laughter, his exaggerated stories, and his positive attitude made the atmosphere much lighter. It was as if, simply by being present, he dissolved invisible tensions among people. Of course, that was only possible because he was strong. His strength was unquestionable, and his carefree stance toward life was admirable. Someone who knew exactly what he wanted to do in life and acted accordingly. Except for Rioda and a few others, most of the residents of the Sword Sanctuary got along very well with Badagatti. He had an aura similar to many at the Sword Sanctuary, that of a warrior thirsty for battles. Holding the huge beer barrel by its stone handle, Badagatti laughed heartily as he said, "I'm serious? Laplace could kill all of us together if he wanted? Bwahahaha. Not even the Sword God or the Red Wolf could defeat him together." Timothy, as drunk as he was, replied, "Cut it out. How could Laplace react to the longsword of light?" Badagatti paused to think, frowning theatrically before bursting into another laugh. "I don't know, but he would. Ha 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 ha." This absurd reply sparked an even more heated discussion about the possibilities of a hypothetical battle against Laplace, with many shouts and more laughter. Ghislaine, sitting next to Rygar, watched the scene with her new vision and a small smile. She then activated and deactivated her demonic eye to remember the sensation and softly commented, "Rygar." He replied, still watching the joyful chaos ahead. "This place is really livelier than when I left it. People have changed a bit." Ghislaine leaned back against Rygar, who was now taller than her. Rygar, naturally, adjusted his position to accommodate her comfortably. "Do you think this will lessen the overall strength of the practitioners?" he asked, curious. Ghislaine smiled lightly as she looked at everyone. "On the contrary. In the past, people already sought strength when they came here. But now, it's as if an incessant will for combat has taken hold of this place. A flaming, intense will." Rygar followed her gaze. He observed Jino, who chatted happily with Jinav while refereeing Aerys and Nenah. He looked at the Sword Emperors alongside Gaul and Badagatti, all laughing and arguing. And then at Aisha and the women, who, despite their gentle appearances, were both high-level sword saints. He whispered, "You may be right." For a brief moment, Rygar allowed himself to relax and simply absorb that rare moment of peace and tranquility. In the depths of a hidden cave among the mountains of the vast and wild Sacred Sword region, lay a creature that brutally contrasted with anything found in that arid and hostile land. There, enveloped by shadows and the mountain's pulsing heat, slept an immense red dragon. Its scales gleamed like rubies under the scant light that managed to penetrate the cave's darkness, and a reddish vapor slowly escaped from its nostrils, tinting the surrounding air with a hot, oppressive mist. Around the colossal dragon, protected like precious treasures, lay 15 large eggs, red dragon eggs, their thick, sturdy shells reflecting a dull glow in the stifling environment. The creature had a colossal wingspan, larger than many buildings, and its dormant body was a vision as majestic as it was terrifying. To any ordinary observer, it would be impossible to imagine that such a beast was, in a way, treated as a mere pet. The soft sound of footsteps echoed through the cave as a figure approached the entrance. A beastman, tall at 1.88 meters, with a sculpted physique and defined muscles from intense training, entered the dragon's domain. His attentive eyes and firm steps showed no fear, only a calm familiarity with that environment. It was then that, emerging from the darkness like a black lightning bolt, a huge wolf leaped in front of him. Its predatory eyes fixed on the intruder, fangs bared, body tense like a spring ready to launch. Yet, upon recognizing the figure before him, the threat vanished instantly. The wolf, now wagging its tail vigorously, ran and leapt onto the man, knocking him down almost like a dog eager to greet its owner. Rygar laughed out loud as he received the affectionate embrace of the enormous beast. "Hey, Skull, how are you doing, boy?" he said, laughing and petting the wolf amidst caresses and playful gestures. Skull, already 7 years old, had reached the maximum size allowed by his breed, and was at the peak of his strength, a level equivalent to a high-level saint. Still, due to natural limitations of his lineage, he could not surpass his racial barrier by training alone. So even with all his training, he couldn't become any stronger. After playing for a bit with Skull, Rygar walked to a pool of water inside the cave. He then filled a large vessel with fresh water using magic. At the familiar sound of water echoing through the cave, the gigantic red dragon opened its golden eyes and fixed them on Rygar. Escalate, unlike Skull, had not stopped growing since Rygar found him. He was even larger than 3 years ago. That was why Rygar was not worried about the logistics of getting to Meles. He had recently commissioned the blacksmiths and leather workers to build a new giant saddle, designed to accommodate several people on the dragon's back. The biggest challenge would be accommodating Skull alongside the passengers, but considering Escalate was about 8 to 9 times larger than Skull, with proper adjustments, it would be fully feasible. Initially, Rygar planned to take Ghislaine, Aerys, Aisha, and Skull, all comfortably mounted on Escalate. Nenah had already expressed her desire to join the Legion later, and after a conversation with Gino, it became clear that he would join too. Gino's fervent passion for Nenah was, to say the least, admirable. However, neither of them would join immediately. Nenah wanted, first, to earn the title of Sword King, which was somewhat of a turning point for her father, the sword god Galfarion. As proof of a disciple's skill upon reaching that level, he even gifted them personal swords from his valuable collection. Currently, 5 of those swords already had owners: Rygar, Ghislaine, Aerys, Timothy, and Clint. Only 2 remained. In any case, Rygar had already inspected the saddles and all the equipment for the journey and, satisfied with the result, turned his attention back to the dragon eggs. With his magic eye, Rygar examined each egg attentively. For anyone without a magic power eye, the wait could be torturous. After all, dragon eggs took many years to hatch. Rygar didn't know exactly how long those eggs had been incubating before he stole them from the dragons, but it had been almost 2 years since they had been under his responsibility, and now, finally, they were very close to hatching. Probably, in another year or slightly less, new dragons would emerge in the world. Escalate treated those eggs as if they were his own offspring, guarding them with extreme zeal and care. Rygar wondered if that protective instinct was common among all dragons, but regardless, he saw it as an unexpected advantage. He approached Escalate and conveyed rough instructions to the dragon. The next day, artisans would come to test various equipment prototypes, and Escalate should cooperate with them. After playing a bit more with Skull, Rygar bid farewell to his companions and left the cave, his thoughts already turned to the next challenges. Aerys's challenge would take place in a month, and it would also be her 15th birthday. The duel against the current sword god would occur in 2 months. And then, he would leave the sword sanctuary. And with every step Rygar took, the feeling that new things were coming grew stronger and stronger. Hello, if you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Creators' thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. We are nearing the end of the training arc. Comment what you think. Comment. 15 comment. Vote. Chapter 159, 159, Fanaticism and the Duality of Mana. Since the moment Rygar learned of the escalating conflicts in Meles, he suspected that war was an almost certain possibility. He immediately dispatched letters to two of his most important potential allies, the Kingdom of the Dragon King and Ornthorn, the North Emperor. Ornthorn, years ago, had made him a direct promise if Rygar were able to overcome Galfarion, the sixth among the 7 world powers, within 5 years, he would place himself under his command. For many, that would be an unachievable goal, but Rygar had already been fully capable of defeating Galfarion for some time, if he used magic. However, Rygar wanted to surpass him as a swordsman. 4 years had already passed since that wager, and he planned to challenge the sword god very soon. Ornthorn was a man of rigid principles. He had made it clear that he would never participate in a senseless war. Rygar admired Ornthorn's steadfastness in a way, but when he pondered the current war against Meles, Rygar was almost certain that Ornthorn would not consider it senseless. The reasons that led Meles to launch this crusade might even seem plausible within that kingdom's borders, but to anyone observing from the outside, they were nothing more than pure religious fanaticism. If it had been 200 or 300 years ago, perhaps the story would have been different. At that time, various kingdoms of the central continent would have promptly sent troops in support of Meles, celebrating the crusade against the evil demons. But the reality now was different. The world was living in an era of relative peace, a fragile but present stability. Today, even demons and beastmen lived in various cities of the central continent. There was, of course, much prejudice. This was undeniable, but no longer enough to justify a preventive war against the entire Great Forest. Meles itself, until recently, had been divided between 2 major factions, and one of them did not want this war. The simple fact that Rygar could travel freely through human lands, making friends, and forging an alliance with the Kingdom of the Dragon King, already demonstrated how much times had changed. Even so, the human kingdoms opted largely for neutrality. It was understandable. After all, who would want to get involved in a war for no reason? Whichever side they chose to help, if that side lost in the end, the consequences would not be easy to face. The true catalyst for this war was the imbalance of power. Tension between the 2 sides was inevitable. Meles and the Iron Legion would end up clashing sooner or later. Even if the demon race expulsion faction had not risen, the collision would still come, perhaps more subtly, in the shadows. The Iron Legion's activities were not exactly discreet. Quite the contrary: slave rescues, attacks on nobles who still insisted on maintaining slavery, commercial and military expansion of the region, the consolidation of the Great Forest under a single banner. For a kingdom like Meles, clinging to tradition and full of old conservatives, this was a direct affront. The Legion represented progress, freedom, and unity, and Meles feared that, even if the Legion had not attacked or pressured, its mere growth would have been cause for concern. There were leaders willing to destroy any force that grew too large, no matter its morals or objectives. It was the politics of fear. And as the Legion interfered directly in Melesian interests, the response became aggressive. The cycle of retaliation began small but, like an avalanche, gained momentum. A combination of factors. An attack here, a revenge there. The edges of hatred sharpened until no negotiation was enough anymore. Unless all of Meles, the Temple Order, the Instruction Order, the Church Order, the various noble houses, the royalty, the Pope had accepted the Legion's growth from the start, there was no way to avoid a large-scale conflict. And, let's be frank, that would never happen. War was a sealed fate. The incident involving the Joilery House left all members of the nobility with reservations about the Iron Legion, and only accelerated the process. Meles's noble houses began to act with distrust, hardening their stance. Even those who wished to avoid conflict had their voices drowned out by the bloodlust and wounded honor of the others. Conflicts multiplied, and skirmishes turned into battles. Before they knew it, they were at open war. Now, there was no use questioning when or why it all began. War had already arrived. 2 of the most powerful men in Meles, Pope Lucius and Cardinal LeBlanc Macfarlane, were uncompromising fanatics of the demon race expulsion faction. To them, the demon race should be swept from the world, and the beastmen were just a more animalistic variation of those same demons. As long as both lived and continued to lead Meles, chances for peace were almost non-existent. And on the opposite side, the Legion's leaders, the various beast tribes, the allies they had won, none would accept seeing their people hunted and exterminated without fighting back. A rupture was necessary. Something had to break the deadlock. As Meles attacked with fervor, the Legion resisted with ferocity. The 2 sides were on a full collision course. And to the rest of the world, the outcome was an unknown. Who would triumph? Who would fall? History was being written before their eyes, in real time. POV, Rygar Adoldia. The scene around me was completely devastated. Deep fissures marked the ground like open scars. Craters spread across the field, as if the very earth had collapsed. Dust still hung in the air, and the morning sunlight began to bathe the battlefield in a soft, golden glow, revealing the chaos left behind. I felt satisfied with the outcome. Today was Aerys's birthday, and I had gone to train with Badagatti farther from the Sword Sanctuary a day before. I took a deep breath, absorbing the smell of the earth, when a laugh echoed among the rubble. Bwahahahaha, that was pretty powerful. From within a pile of shattered stones and splintered trees, a small 6-armed demon emerged. It was Badagatti, who had shrunk after being cut to pieces not long ago. His body was still regenerating, arms and legs dragging behind him, following the small figure and slowly reconnecting to his form. I replied with a laugh. I couldn't ask for a better training partner. Ha 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 ha, what's the name of this technique? I haven't decided yet. Really? That's a very interesting application of the battle aura? I've only seen a few do that in my life. When he said that, he immediately piqued my interest. Oh yeah? And who are those few? Badagatti brought one hand to his chin, thoughtful, his eyes fixed on the sky as he recalled. That woman who was here could do it, the kingdom of deprivation, or whatever it was called. I nodded. Rioda, yes, her technique gave me great inspiration when I was creating mine. Badagatti nodded. Besides her, Laplace could. Orsted could. Alfarion could. European too. Those are the most recent ones I've come across. I don't remember the rest, though I probably met a few others. And there was some guy named Ars, thousands of years ago? He gave us a real beating back then? That's why I remember him? Bwah ha 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 ha. I turned my back to him and raised my hand, casually conjuring an earth magic I had created. I called it earth moving, simple, straightforward, and useful. With it, I rebuilt the entire devastated surface, molding the broken ground back to its original state, leveling every destroyed piece. Is Alfarion an ancestor of Gaul? I asked, still staring at the reassembling earth. Badagatti, now almost fully regenerated, shrugged, and answered. No, I also thought that Lenah, from some generations back, was his descendant. But when I asked her, she denied it. Apparently, they just assumed his name. I began walking back toward the sword sanctuary and spoke quietly. I didn't know it was such a difficult ability to learn. When I was creating my ultimate technique, I used everything I knew both from this world and the other. And, at its core, it all relied on a concept I've been trying to comprehend for a very long time. The fundamental principle behind the technique, it wasn't just using Toki, nor simply manipulating magic. It was about mixing Toki and magic. Actually, not specifically Toki and magic. It would be more correct to say, inner mana and outer mana. Every living being possessed its own mana reservoir. It was an absolute truth, with a single exception, that girl who walked with Orsted. But she was a special case, unique, and outside any common logic I knew. Putting that aside, it's safe to say that in this world, every living being could, with effort, discipline, and the absence of natural anomalies, use their own mana in two distinct ways. The first form is what I call inner mana. This form gives rise to what is known as the battle aura or Toki. It's what allows one to strengthen muscles, sharpen senses, create a mana barrier around the body, and, essentially, transform someone into a superhuman being. Toki is awakened through constant, extreme physical effort. My theory is that it manifests as a response from the body itself, a defense and enhancement mechanism that evolves as needed. It's the body adapting, responding to continuous stimulus and strengthening over time. In the initial stages, from the intermediate level to the advanced level, Toki emerges naturally, almost instinctively. Mana flows reflexively, strengthening where the body feels it needs it. But upon reaching the saint level, a qualitative transition occurs. The warrior becomes capable of consciously commanding that energy. From that point on, controlling Toki ceases to be a reaction and becomes a deliberate action. True mastery begins here. With full control, genuinely superhuman feats are possible. Martial arts techniques, movements of absolute precision, and supernatural endurance become attainable. It's the pinnacle of martial artistry in this world. The second form of mana use is outer mana magic. Using one's own mana as fuel, the mage shapes reality. Whether to create water, fire, or manipulate the elements, the process always involves transforming mana into something else. If you know how a spell is formed and can remember the sensation when shaping it, you can recreate it without verbal incantations. Unlike Toki, where control is everything, in magic, quantity is the most relevant factor. The more mana you channel into a spell, the more powerful it becomes, and its classification rises proportionally. These are, therefore, the two fundamental branches of mana manipulation, the inner, which strengthens the body and hones instinct, and the outer, which alters the world around you. However, there were significant variations among individuals. Some were born with brighter, purer, more powerful mana. Others had rigid, difficult-to-shape mana, while some had mana as malleable as silk. Some had very good control from an early age, while others struggled their entire lives to learn the basics. Beyond each individual's inner mana, there is also ambient mana, a diffuse energy present throughout the world. But that was still beyond my reach at that moment. As I shared these theories with Badagatti and heard his offhand comments, we continued walking toward the sword sanctuary. He offered a brutally practical point of view, always accompanied by a laugh and some thousand-year-old tale. Upon reaching the gates of the sanctuary, I focused my Toki and expanded my auditory perception. I wanted to find Aerys, since it was her birthday. But I heard nothing about her in the sanctuary, didn't sense her presence, and couldn't hear her voice. She's not here, I thought. That's when Aisha appeared, dressed in cold weather clothes, her cheeks flushed by the icy wind, her breath forming vapor in the air. Master? I was waiting, she said with a mischievous smile. Aerys asked me to deliver this letter to you as soon as you arrived. Oh, thank you, Aisha. I took the letter, intrigued. Aisha scampered away with a giggle, hopping through the snow as if it were a game. I opened the envelope carefully and, as I unfolded the paper, couldn't hold back a smile. It was a map. A very familiar one. Hello, if you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Creator's thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. This is the mana theory I created in this FIC. In the next one, we will have Aerys against Rygar. Comment what you think. Comment. 29 comment. Vote. Chapter 160, Scarlet Hair, Flaming Heart. POV Rygar Adoldia. I began to follow the instructions in Aerys's letter. It was an old letter, and, in fact, it bore my handwriting. It was the same letter I gave her almost 3 years ago, when I brought a mutant ogre to challenge her to become a sword saint. The map was very simple, with several landmarks. I made it simple enough for Aerys to understand. You see, she already knew how to think for herself back then, but she was still a bit scatterbrained. She was very different from what she is today. Although she was still an intense girl, she was more like a sheathed blade now. I walked without needing the map's guidance, as I was just following Aerys's scent, and gradually I approached the same spot where she became a saint last time. I kind of expected an ambush, given that Aisha had helped her. But there she was, standing in the middle of the clearing, waiting for me, arms crossed while the snow piled up in her long red hair. Over the past years, she had changed a lot. She had an imposing presence now. She wore the same type of cloak as Ghislaine, which was standard for practitioners of the Sword Sanctuary, but the design was different. She wore black pants and a white top over a dark shirt. It was an outfit she could fight in. She was tall for a 15-year-old girl, but not by much compared to me, and was a stunning young lady at first glance, already developing the striking features of a woman. She carried the longsword she received from the Godbird at her waist, and she also had other short swords. But there was no sign of the Phoenix elegant dragon sword she received from Galfarion. She carried herself confidently. You could tell that becoming a sword king at 14 would give someone some self-confidence. But if someone from the outside blamed only her talent for that, they would be mistaken. Aerys had trained more than anyone I had ever met. It had been 6 years since I met the girl in the Blue Dragon range. And since then, no matter what challenge she faced, her spirit never wavered. Aerys was a force of nature. I realized this as soon as I saw that she didn't seem particularly shaken by spending days in a blue dragon's cave trying to kill her. On the contrary, there was an unquenchable fire in her eyes driving her to improve. She trained day and night, trained until she collapsed from exhaustion, and then dragged herself to me and asked me to heal her fatigue with magic, and then trained again. Even during travels, she did all kinds of training. The only times she paused were moments when we were doing some group activity. Such great ambition that I don't think I could compare her training level if my endurance weren't almost inexhaustible due to my regeneration magic and physical strength. Her motivation was infinite, and with her talent to support her, she went further and further, until reaching where she is today. I watched her look at me with a challenging gaze, with her characteristic pose of crossed arms, and reflected on when I started seeing her differently. To some extent, I just saw her as a child, even though she was a phenomenal warrior. I guess it was when she saved me from the ambush of the Tyrant's Storm along with Ghislaine. Yes, that day, I began to see her differently. I truly admired her ferocity in battle, without seeing her just as a child, though I still considered her one, of course. Just one that I respected and admired. Aerys had never been able to hide that she liked me. Although she probably thought she hid it very well, I wasn't that dense. I also understood why she would like me, but when she was a child, I simply didn't even consider the possibility of accepting her affection romantically. It was only a few months ago that I began to notice the differences compared to her child self, the beauty, the maturity, and the confidence she exuded. In this world, she was considered an adult today. In my previous world, she would be a teenager, but that view had been far behind me for many years. I had already lived for almost 16 years in this new world. Aerys could be young, but she had experienced much more than most, both physically and mentally. Life and death fights and battles, she faced opponents she had no hope of winning and survived. She learned to read and write in 2 languages, learned basic arithmetic, learned everything about being an adventurer, about being a mercenary, and even learned magic from 3 different schools. She was an extraordinary young woman, on her way to becoming an incomparable woman in the world. And that same girl was head over heels in love with me. Aerys's affection, devotion, and love were like spears that gradually broke down my defenses over the years. She gradually achieved the same kind of affection I held for my master, Rudeus Greyrat, and for my first wife, Ghislaine Dadaudia. Even so, even falling in love with Aerys, even falling for her intensity in everything she did, I would probably still wait a few more years before telling her about it. But Ghislaine convinced me that it would be unfair of me to continue letting Aerys wait. After all, the girl had trained so much all her life to be by my side. Not as my subordinate, but as my wife. After observing her actions and words, Aerys was an easy person to read. It was easy to know what she was thinking. She loved me from the bottom of her heart, and even if I didn't reciprocate, she would probably never stop loving. But that doesn't mean she wanted that. She wanted to be loved back. She liked how things were, but she was still a young woman, and wanted a romance with the one she chose to love. She also wanted a happy ending. I gradually approached the girl with a smile, until I was very close, about 30 centimeters. I looked down at her, as I was taller. She blushed when she saw me come so close, but kept her pose, and then said, "Humph, Rygar, I challenge you once again. Good morning, Aerys. Happy birthday. I spoke with a calm smile, completely ignoring her challenge. As expected, Aerys's face turned even redder, her cheeks burning with embarrassment and frustration. She shook her head forcefully, trying to regain composure. The challenge first, she exclaimed. I made a mock expression of surprise and replied, oh, then all right. I leaped several meters back, landing lightly on the rocky mountain ground. I concentrated to keep my body without any reinforcement from Toki. She advanced like lightning. Her blade, the one she received from Godbird, sliced the air with astonishing speed. She wore her magic cloak, which made her lighter, and the sword also had enchantments that made it lighter. It was as if she were fighting the wind armed. Aerys attacked with a storm of blades, and no matter how much I dodged, several cuts opened across my body. I could barely keep within her range. If in our last fight I was already inferior, and won only by luck and improvisation, now the difference had increased drastically. And this time, luck seemed to be on her side. Without Toki, my physical strength made me comparable to a North King, but North God style was weak against Sword God style by nature. While the style I had to use was based on unpredictability and endurance, hers focused on a single decisive blow. There was no room for mistakes. One mistake, and I would be defeated. So, I began to retreat through the mountains, jumping between rocks and chasms, smiling as I analyzed the extent of her progress. Aerys also smiled. POV, Reborn Greyrat. I trained for months for this. Every strike, every breath, every step I took, it was all thinking of this moment. Today, I would defeat him. Today, I would become a true adult. Not just a warrior but someone Rygar would recognize as a woman. As I pressured him with my relentless thrusts, I realized clearly, I was at an advantage. But I knew that wasn't everything. Our recent fights always began like this. Rygar dodged, retreated, let himself be slightly wounded, until he found a gap. And then, he counterattacked with brutal precision. I even asked the sword god himself, Galfarion, how to defeat Rygar. And he gave me a simple answer. Do not fight a battle of endurance with him. He will adapt. He will wait for your strength to diminish, and then crush you. I couldn't allow that. I needed to finish before I grew tired. Gaul had also said, from the start, don't use all your strength. Let him underestimate you. When he thinks he can win, strike with a single, powerful, unexpected blow. Those words were engraved in my mind. And today, I would apply every one of them. I ran through the mountains like a hurricane, cutting everything in my path, and slowly guiding Rygar exactly where he should be. My blood burned, my heart pounded fast. Rygar moved ahead, always smiling, always alert. I followed him to the edge of a cliff and, with a shout, kicked him with all my might. His body was thrown into the void. Yet, he smiled. But so did I. I leaped after him, falling in free fall. The wind tore at my ears. It was time. The plan was in motion. Below, lodged in the middle of a rocky ledge, was my sword, the Phoenix Elegant Dragon Sword. I had left it there before the fight, anticipating this exact moment. Rygar passed by the blade, and upon seeing it, he was stunned. Instinctively, he tried to grab it but failed. Just as I wanted. Almost at the same instant, I threw the sword I was using until then. As expected, he dodged even in free fall but that broke his posture. That was my chance. I planted a foot on a protruding rock of the cliff and gained momentum, further increasing the speed of the fall. I spun in the air, grabbed the Phoenix Elegant Dragon Sword on the rocks and, with both hands, delivered my fastest longsword of light yet. My cut was aimed at his neck. The blade sliced the air swiftly and lethally. I saw a flicker of surprise in his eyes for a moment before it vanished. He wasn't prepared. In midair, without support, he wouldn't be able to dodge. The ground approached. But my sword would arrive first. The blade was almost there. And then, I saw it. His golden eyes glowed intensely, as if they were on fire. It was like looking at the sun. He activated his demon eyes. In the next moment, a massive explosion of steam formed between us. The air trembled, and a shockwave threw me back. At that moment, I felt something blocking my blade. Rygar had stopped my blow, using only his fingers to hold the blade. I was thrown backward, spinning in the air, trying to regain control. Through the thick, hot mist, I saw his silhouette. Rygar was smiling. It all took no more than a few seconds. A great vapor suddenly covered my vision, thick and hot, as if alive, too dense to see through. My senses were swallowed by it, and everything became confused. I felt firm arms wrap tightly around me, and a deafening crash echoed in my ears. The impact on the ground had happened, I was sure of that, but, strangely, I didn't feel it. My body seemed to float, as if suspended in the air, lightly, protected. And then, softly, as if I were resting on clouds, I fell or rather, was placed carefully on something warm and solid. When my eyes opened again, the first thing I saw were his golden eyes, intense as living embers, yet serene like the sunset over a plain. They were fixed on mine, and for a moment, I paid attention to nothing else. A gentle smile formed on his lips as he said in a low, warm voice, "You won, Aerys." My breath caught. He continued, still with that calm smile, looking at the fallen sword beside us, which he had stopped with his fingers at the last moment, even midair. I ended up having to use Toki and magic to free myself from your blow. I was dizzy, stunned, my body still processing what had just happened. My mind screamed, but my mouth wouldn't. I won. I stammered, surprised and embarrassed, my voice coming out choppy, louder than I intended. Heat rushed to my ears when I realized he still hadn't put me down. I was in his arms? My heart raced like a war drum. Rygar smiled more containedly, with an almost affectionate expression, and said, "That's right, you won." He paused briefly, and his gaze became more serious. "You can help me in the fight against the dragon god, but you know that being a king level isn't enough to help defeat him, right?" Even feeling my face burning and my heart wanting to leap out of my chest, I managed to muster the strength to nod and reply, still avoiding looking directly at him. "Why yes, I know." I forced my eyes to stay anywhere but on his. I was about to try to get up when he gently called, "Aerys." My name on his lips sounded different. I turned to him, and before I could ask what it was, I felt something warm, soft, and sweet. His lips touched mine. The world disappeared. Time seemed to stop. I felt the warmth of his body, the light scent of earth and dry sweat, the subtle taste of mint and a salty touch of battle. His lips fit mine perfectly. When he pulled away, I could still taste him on my lips, my body light as a feather, my heart racing as if I'd run 1,000 leagues. My eyes were wide, my face on fire, and the only thing I could do was stare at him, speechless. A delightful euphoria flooded my chest. It was as if the world was aflame inside me, a heat that rose and spread like a boiling river, to the tips of my fingers. And then, he spoke. He said words I would never forget for the rest of my life. Words that would mark the end of our fight and the beginning of something new. "How about it, Aerys? Would you accept being my second wife?" Hello? If you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Special thanks. Thank you to Jermaine Key for becoming member on Patreon. Creators' thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. I'm sure many here have been waiting a long time for this. What do you think of Aerys's strength at 15 years old compared to the original? Comment what you think. Comment. 20 comment. Vote. Chapter 161, 13 Winters, Rudeus Journey. POV, Rudeus Greyrat. Today I was 13 years old. When I was reincarnated into a new world, I promised myself that I would strive and do my best in my new life. After all, in my previous life, I was nothing more than a failure living off my parents, confined to a room, afraid of the world. 13 years have passed since then. Up until I was 7, you could say I'd had a peaceful life. Paul and Zenith could be considered relatively wealthy in Buena Village. I learned a lot during that time, especially from my master Roxy. She was the one who pulled me out of that dark world where I was hiding and took me outside the house for the first time. Roxy showed me the sky, the horizon, and the warmth of walking down a road. She taught me much more than just magic. With her almost infinite wisdom, she was my teacher in everything. And I felt, from the bottom of my heart, that as long as I followed her teachings, everything would eventually turn out all right. Following Roxy's teachings, I met Sylphy. She became my first friend in this new world. Sylphy was kind, patient, and accepted me as I was, despite all my flaws. We grew up together. And when we were 7, the Mana catastrophe happened. We were teleported to the Badagatti continent. Everything changed from that point on. We joined the mercenary group Tyranny's Tempest, and it was around then that I truly realized how brutal this world could be. We had to fight against gigantic, cunning monsters. Battles against bandits, situations where life was disposable. It was at that time that I took someone's life for the first time. I vomited. I remember it as if it were today. The smell of blood, the horrible feeling deep in my chest. But, looking back, I kind of feel grateful for Lyrax forcing me to do it. I needed to face the truth. This world was not like the previous one. Sometimes, if you don't want to be killed, you need to kill. Protecting those you love often demands decisions we'd rather not make. It's an inevitable choice. I believe it was, in part, because of that mindset that I managed to survive after escaping Rygar Adoldia. We traveled through Meles, then crossed the demon continent. In each of those lands, someone had a price on our heads. Somehow, we managed to come out on top. Most of the reason was that my companions saved me, every time. Sylphy, Hector, and later Rudeus, on the demon continent. I depended on them. I always depended on them. I was a mage, yes, and had more mana than Sylphy, but I didn't expect to beat her in a straight fight. Maybe a few years ago I could have. Sylphy was very dependent on me, but in the last few years, she became strong. I contributed ideas from my previous world, reasoning, cunning. Compared to the incredible Sylphy, that was all I could offer. And it was exactly why Sylphy lost her eye, and Hector died, all due to my lack of strength and that damned Iron Legion. Not to mention Hector's death, harming Sylphy was my ultimate bottom line. If they came for me again, I would burn them to ashes. Sylphy seemed to harbor a hatred even deeper than mine. She always said I was very strong. Hector said something similar. Even Lyrax used to say that. It gave me a bit of confidence, for a time. But that confidence was crushed when we fought Rygar. I might be good at magic, but I certainly wasn't one of the best in the world. It had been 2.5 years since we met Rudeus Greyrat. He was a warrior of the feared Superd race, a race that my master Roxy had warned me to avoid. However, when he helped us in a battle, effectively saving little Ajax, Vidette's son, we were in his debt. Vidette and Sylphy were terrified of his presence at first, which I found a bit illogical, considering he had just saved our lives. But in time, they got used to his presence. The superb warrior, despite his frightening demeanor, was extremely kind and paternal. He always helped children, hence his decision to follow us after that day. The only adult in our group was Vidette, and she was caring for her little son, so perhaps that made him feel even more responsible for us. Besides, he visibly became enraged whenever he saw someone trying to harm a child. Rudeus was also the most formidable warrior I had ever met, surpassing even Lyrax. But I suppose that was to be expected after all, he was over 500 years old. His sense of justice was somewhat twisted, it's true, although he changed considerably after spending those years traveling with us. Sylphy, interestingly, went from fear to admiration for him. She was the one who disliked him the most at first due to resentment and trauma, but after hearing his story, she better understood his pain. Rudeus had killed his own son with his own hands in his madness because of Laplace's spears. His story was profoundly tragic. The discrimination against Supports was so intense that not even the truth could clear his reputation. Sylphy, who had already been bullied for her green hair, ended up identifying with him. And gradually, the two grew quite close. During our journey across the demon continent, we faced many trials. When we finally reached Vidette's demon tribe, I had completely fulfilled the advice Higgama had given me. My task was to find clues about my parents' whereabouts, and in a way, we did. After speaking with a six-eyed demon, we discovered a letter from Paul. The handwriting was a bit crooked and poorly written, the sender was someone called Rotary, but the letter itself said it was from Po Greyrat. With that, there was almost no doubt, it was probably about my father. The content of the notice was a plea for help. The message said he was imprisoned in the province of Gazlo, one of the most hostile and dangerous regions of the entire demon continent. Extremely powerful and numerous monsters roamed that area, and from what we discovered, both he and Zenith were being held there under the control of an entity beyond comprehension, the immortal demon king Adaferatov. A legendary, immortal figure who, it was said, had fought countless battles against the armored dragon Perosius during the Laplace War. After talking to Sylphy about going there and properly saying goodbye to Vidette and little Ajax, we decided to head to Gazlo. Rudeus chose to continue traveling with us, saying we were still just children, even though he said something about recognizing me as a true warrior. He stated that he couldn't defeat Adaferatov in combat, and I also had no idea how to break the magical contract mentioned in the letter. But even so, we decided to go ahead, because abandoning my parents was not an option. On the way to Gazlo territory, our group consisted of me, Sylphy, and Rudeus. We were slowly approaching the region where my parents were imprisoned. During the journey, Sylphy began intense training with Rudeus. He guided her in both unarmed combat and general combat using magic. I myself ended up being included in that training. After all, I didn't want to be left behind, and strength was very important in this world. During stops in some towns, we found records of the Fangs of the Black Wolf group passing through various adventurers' guilds. Apparently, they had also read the letters left by Paul and were heading to Gazlo. This information gave us some relief. At least they were on the same path as us. The demon continent was becoming increasingly unique and hostile. Despite the dangers, with our magical skills and Rudeus' power, we managed to cross a large part of the territory with relative calm. Even so, each city was a new challenge, and each village hid a different surprise. It was during that journey that Higgama appeared again in my dreams. His image disturbed me deeply. I blamed him for Hector's death, even without being sure he had caused it. Deep down, part of me thought that, if not for his previous guidance, Vidette would probably have died in melees during the trip. It was a painful contradiction. During the dream, I argued with him, and then I seized the opportunity to ask how I could break the magical contract that enslaved my parents. Higgama then instructed me, I should go to the tallest tree in our next town exactly at noon and help the little girl who would appear. Without understanding why, I obeyed. Sylphy accompanied me. At the appointed time, we saw a purple-haired girl being pursued by a warrior clad in threatening black armor. We intervened immediately. After saving her, we discovered that the little girl was none other than the demon empress Kishirika Kishiriso. Or, at least, that's what she claimed to be. Given the circumstances and the stories we had already heard, it was hard to doubt her. After feeding her, it seemed she was hungry. She promised us a reward. Knowing the legends about the all-seeing eye, Sylphy was quick to ask for information about our relatives' whereabouts. And so, Kishirika revealed various truths. Norn, my sister, was in melees, of course. Paul and Zenith, my parents, were at Necros Fortress. Lilia was in the Milbots region, in the Azura Kingdom. Aisha, my other sister, was at the Sword Sanctuary. I was confused and somewhat frustrated to learn that Aisha had parted ways with Lilia at some point, but at least they were alive. Sylphy's mother was also alive, but her situation was delicate. She had been enslaved and was currently in the Bihyrule Kingdom, in a noble's mansion. The revelation shocked Sylphy, but the hope of reuniting and freeing her mother strengthened her determination. We told Kishirika that our immediate goal was to rescue my parents from the immortal demon king Adaferatov. Kishirika brightened at the mention of her name. She was in a great mood and revealed a method to break the magical contract. According to her, the magical circles inscribed on the armors were the work of Moore, Adolf's direct subordinate. Only he could undo the contract, and it had to be done personally. The problem was that Moore was known for his blind loyalty to his mistress, making it almost impossible to convince him to help. But at least now we had a path, something better than the previous void. Kishiriko was so pleased to know we were going to confront Aoi Hiroto that she gifted us 2 of her demon eyes. I received the Eye of Prediction. Sylphy gained the Eye of Affection. She warned us to be careful with the powers of these eyes. Sylphy's, in particular, had a troublesome effect. People around her could fall in love compulsively if not careful with eye contact. After that, the Empress bid us farewell, following her own path. Sylphy and I spent weeks training to adapt to using the magical eyes. The adaptation was tough at first, especially for Sylphy, who needed to avoid unintended incidents with her gaze. But, with time and practice, we got used to the effects. I was a bit quicker at mastering my Eye of Prediction, which allowed me to foresee enemies' future movements before they occurred. It was a powerful tool but required concentration. With this new advantage and a plan in mind, we continued toward the Gaslow province. Our focus now was to find Master Roxy and the fangs of the Black Wolf. After hearing about Aoi Hiroto's strength, we expected that they had not stormed the fortress alone. Although, if it were Master Roxy, she would probably find a way. We traveled swiftly across the demon continent. Rudeus had some incidents where he killed people who threatened us, actions that, although justifiable in his eyes, made me uneasy. I spoke to him about taking it easier. Rudeus' sense of justice was very rigid and ruthless. Well, who was I to judge? Still, I believed a bit of restraint was necessary, especially when there were alternatives. Rudeus didn't see it that way, but he seemed to heed my words with some consideration. Gradually, we approached Gaslow. When we finally arrived, we just had to make our way to Necros Fortress. However, before that, we found information about Master Roxy. She was in a dungeon along with my father's old group, Paul's. When we arrived, the group had just exited the dungeon and looked visibly beaten. I didn't see Roxy among them. After some conversations and introductions, they explained that she had fallen to the lower floors of the dungeon. They had only reached the 3rd floor and didn't know her exact whereabouts. They also said she had likely fallen to the boss floor of the dungeon. Those traps usually work that way. Without thinking twice, I entered the labyrinth. I advanced through the narrow, dark corridors, exterminating every monster in my path. The dungeon was rank A, dangerous but not impossible. With the support of my newly acquired Eye of Prediction, I avoided all traps and ambushes. I used magic recklessly, without hesitation. I reached the hole in the floor where they said she had fallen, and without thinking, I jumped. I used earth magic to create a slippery ramp on the walls and wind magic to cushion my fall. I reached the bottom, and although I didn't see Roxy immediately, I could feel her presence. In an inexplicable way, I knew where she was. I used a spell I had learned over the last year, inspired by the one Rygar used, lightning. I cast bolts in all directions, destroying walls until I cleared a path. Finally, I found my master. A huge drake, a monstrous lizard, was about to attack her. There were corpses of other beasts scattered around, but she was still alive and intact, although injured. I launched a lightning bolt with all the power I had at that moment, sending the drake crashing against the wall. I ran to her to check her condition. When I saw the drake getting up, I summoned another continuous bolt. I poured a lot of mana until I was absolutely sure it was dead. I managed to save her. Apparently, that drake was the dungeon boss. Later, I found out that the group had been in that dungeon searching for a magic item capable of breaking contracts to free Paul and Zenith. The item, however, was no longer there. Roxy had fallen into a trap because the group had no rogue. I explained to everyone the method we had discovered with Kishirika to undo magical contracts. Roxy quickly came up with a plan. She was very happy to see me, but I was definitely even happier to see her. I was now a little taller than her, which, I must admit, made me a bit happy. With the plan in hand, we organized ourselves. Our strategy depended heavily on the element of surprise. Rudeus and I would be responsible for facing and containing Aoi Hiroto and the Celestial Kings who were with her directly, drawing the attention of her guards. Meanwhile, Sylphy, Ellen Elise, Tallhand, and Roxy would attack Moore, the subordinate who could deactivate the contract magic circles. If they managed to defeat him and force him to undo the contracts, we could free Paul and Zenith. And so our operation began. We moved as fast as possible. Rudeus was the first to go, marching straight toward Aoi Hiroto and challenging her to direct combat. They clearly already knew each other. According to what he told me later, Aoi Hiroto had pursued him for years after his betrayal in the Laplace War, a time when he abandoned the demon's side to take revenge on Laplace. Adolf had also switched sides when Kalman I defeated her, but only after the war ended. When they met again, she smiled like a beast unleashed from its leash and invited him to be her subordinate. The battle began with brutal violence. Rudeus attacked her with all he had, and she responded in kind, with powerful blows that shook the fortress. Meanwhile, I had my own opponent, a woman named Kalina of the Wind, one of Adolf's 4 celestial kings. She was a North King and very strong. At the first moment of the battle, I managed to strike Kalina with a smaller lightning bolt that knocked her down, but she got up shortly after, laughing, excited by the challenge. Her fighting style was aggressive, mixing brute strength with speed and technique, and it was a fierce battle. I managed to maintain the advantage with my eye of prediction and flexible magic, foreseeing her moves and counterattacking with precision, but still, she was a dangerous adversary. The fight continued until we finally received the signal. The mission had been accomplished. The plan had worked. It was time to retreat. The escape was not easy. Ataferatov and all her personal guard pursued us with fury. She roared orders, determined to capture us and make us her subordinates. But we managed to escape. Later, I learned the reason we succeeded. Sylphy had used the Eye of Affection on Moore. Carefully controlling its effects, she managed to enchant him long enough to make him cooperate and undo the contracts. An impressive mastery of her new ability. And with that, we managed to free my parents. Another essential factor for our success was Paul. He was much stronger than the last time I saw him. After more than 4 years of intense training to defeat Ataferatov and leave Necros Fortress, he had become the strongest in the fortress, surpassed only by Moore and the Demon Lord herself. His achievements earned him the title of North King, and he had become a truly formidable warrior. After reuniting in a safe location, we caught up on conversation. It was a bittersweet reunion. Paul exploded at me, yelling for having let Aisha pass by me during the journey and for not having brought Norn with me. I was hurt. Zenith, however, interrupted him with a slap and a long lecture. She said he should be grateful, because besides saving them, I had confirmed everyone else's safety. Instead, he was yelling at me after everything we had been through. Sylphy also intervened, furious, unleashing even a sonic explosion that sent him flying. The tension was suffocating. But, over time, we understood each other again. The wounds began to heal, and we got along relatively well again. Well, Paul always was like that. We even did some sparring after Elise asked, who would win between father and son right now? That was enough to awaken my father's fighting spirit. I'd also love to slap my idiot father in the face a few times. That day, I defeated Paul for the first time. Although I relied heavily on the Eye of Prediction. And then I lost to Rudeus. After a while, we decided our next steps. Paul would follow Claire Lattre's wish, he and Zenith would go to Melis to fetch Norn and then would head south to Azura. Accompanying them would be Tallhand and Elise. He seemed more confident, more determined. I think it was due to his increased strength. He didn't seem very affected by losing to me, but he might just have been hiding it well. Anyway, Rudeus, Sylphy, Master Roxy, and I would head north. Our goal was to reach the Bihyrule Kingdom to rescue Sylphy's mother, and then proceed to the Sword Sanctuary, where Aisha was. Paul told us about a demon he had met in the fortress, who mentioned a boatman in the town of Karasuma, located at the far north of the demon continent. This man was capable of crossing the celestial continent's edge by boat, a very rare feat, and charged a different price for each client. It was the fastest route available, so we took it. Thus, our group split up. Each went a different way, on a distinct mission, but all with the same goal, to reunite our family and save those we loved. When I mentioned that Lilia was in Milbits, Paul commented that she was probably fine, which gave me some relief. We had won a battle, saved my parents, and gained allies. But we had also made a very powerful enemy. If possible, I never wanted to set foot in Gaslow again. The journey was long and full of trials. We had happy and sad moments. The celestial continent rose before us like an endless wall in the sky, a colossus of stone, ice, and clouds touching the heavens as if daring the gods themselves. We did not climb it, but seeing it up close was enough to etch it into our memories forever. It was an imposing landmark, witness to eras and legends. The crossing to the Bihyrule Kingdom was made possible thanks to the boatman from Karasuma, an eccentric and mysterious demon, with a magical power eye and a laugh that echoed like contained thunder. He demanded as payment a liter of my blood and Sylphy's, justifying that our ridiculously high and high-quality magical power fascinated him. He wanted to study our lineage, our mana, and its flows. We hesitated for a moment, but in the end we agreed. Considering what he offered, it was a relatively cheap price. A direct and safe passage through the dangerous waters of the celestial border. During the trip, Roxy became more comfortable with Rudeus's presence. Initially, Roxy showed some fear before the Superd, but, like Sylphy before her, she soon perceived the nobility hidden beneath the fearsome appearance. In no time, they were discussing humanity's prejudice, strategies, and philosophy as friends. It was a relief to see that harmony bloom amid our strange, improvised family. And speaking of relationships, Sylphy declared her feelings for me. It happened during a calm night on the boat deck, under the moonlight. She said she realized how I had been avoiding her not out of disinterest, but out of fear. Fear of losing her, fear of not being worthy. And then, with her usual frankness, she said she wanted to stay by my side. That when we reunited with all our families, she wanted to continue alongside me. Her words touched me deeply. I felt something ignite inside me, a mix of hope, tenderness, and insecurity. I didn't think I deserved her, but I wanted to try anyway. And so my last 3 years passed, traveling, fighting, learning. I saved my parents in this world. I made friends, experienced losses, and I can say I matured a bit. Although we had made a powerful enemy Ataferatov, we stood firm. We were now heading toward the city of Lakfu, where, according to Kishirika, we would find Lena, Sylphy's mother. After that, our next destination would be the Sword Sanctuary, where Aisha, my younger sister, was waiting. Our path would take us through the icy regions of the north, a difficult journey, but no more than we had already overcome. And strange though it may seem, I was optimistic, pleased with who I had become. I felt alive, whole, even happy, but fate never seemed to allow us rest. It was during a grey morning, as we crossed a dense forest near the northern border of Bihyrel, that it happened. We were distracted, discussing the next town, when he appeared. He the dragon god, imposing, walking in the middle of the trail. A single look was enough to silence us all. The end of the journey was near, but we still had some surprises ahead. Hello, if you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Special thanks. Thank you to Olakes for becoming member on Patreon. Creators' thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. Now that was the longest chapter I've ever written, twice as long as normal. Comment what you think. Comment. 29 comment. Vote. Chapter 162, 162, Heat and Desire. POV, Ghislaine Daddadia. Nenah charged at me with speed. Her movements were becoming more and more precise and aggressive, but to my eyes, everything was perfectly clear. With the demon eye activated, I could clearly see the flow of her battle aura, the intentions in her strikes, the exact moment her guard opened. I used Wild Dash, my swift stab, and instantly appeared at the girl's right flank. Before she could react, I delivered a direct strike to her shoulder with the side of the wooden sword. I heard a dull thud. Ugh. Her sword flew away, her dominant arm momentarily disabled by the impact. She fell to the ground seated, panting, her eyes downcast and frustration evident on her face. I watched her in silence for a few moments. This girl was improving fast. Her talent as Galfarion's daughter was undeniable. Even so, she seemed dissatisfied with something. I didn't quite understand why after all, it was an improvement on her part. I decided to ask anyway. Rygar once told me that sometimes people just want to vent their frustrations. Is something bothering you, Nenah? I asked, deactivating the demon eye. She shot me a sullen look, her lips curling into a pout. And then, as if complaining to the world, she murmured, "How can she get so strong so fast?" I smiled. It was obvious who she was talking about, Aerys. Today was Reborn's Greyrat's 15th birthday, and I knew she was sparring with Rygar now. From what he told me, if she defeated him today, he would take her as his wife. Rygar once told me, I said, approaching Nenah, that everyone has a predetermined potential it doesn't change. That potential can be stimulated in two ways, training and obsession. She stared at me, her gaze intense. I continued, "You train a lot, of that I have no doubt. But do you train more than Aerys? More intensely? More desperately?" She seemed to ponder, without answering. So I added, "Besides, from what I observe, you always train with the intention of surpassing her. You say you want to surpass your father, but your gaze always falls on Aerys. You want to be faster than her. You want to completely outdo her." She lowered her head, her fists clenched. I sighed. "I'm not saying that's wrong. Competition is one of the best incentives to improve." "Then why?" she interrupted, her voice heavy with frustration. I looked at the distant horizon. The sun was already high, near midday. It's hard to explain. When you witness what true power is, everything changes in perspective. I turned back to Nenah, my gaze serious. "Aerys is training to fight the strongest man in the world. And you're training to surpass her." Nenah clenched her teeth, visibly resentful. Then she stood up with effort, her shoulder still aching, and said, "Let's go see Aisha, to heal my shoulder." I nodded and followed her in silence. For now, there was nothing more to say. This was a battle she needed to fight within herself. Nenah continued casting furtive glances my way as we walked along the trail between the trees, until at last she seemed unable to hold back any longer and spoke. "Don't you mind Rygar having a second wife?" I answered without much thought. "I don't mind." She frowned, as if the answer made no sense. I knew she wasn't against the idea itself, but the custom here was different. Her father, Galfarion, and most swordsmen either didn't have partners or had only one. It was natural she grew up with that view. "So you wouldn't mind if he neglected you?" she asked. I thought about it for a moment. "I would mind, but Rygar won't do that." "How can you be sure?" "I trust him." She was silent for a moment, but then asked in a different tone. "So you don't mind if he takes several prostitutes as concubines?" I looked at her, confused. How does that relate to our previous conversation? Nenah seemed a bit uncomfortable, but replied, "It's just, you don't seem to care at all who Rygar chooses as his wives." I took a deep breath and replied calmly, "It's not quite like that. It's just that I trust him. Look at his choices so far. Verdia, his master, who by all accounts seems to be a mentor he trusts deeply though she's not his wife, of course. And now, Aerys, who loves him with all she has. I can see that myself. From the beginning, I noticed Rygar had a high libido, but in all our relationship, he never showed any signs of sleeping with other women besides me. He might desire them, but he never actually did anything. Honestly, at first I wouldn't have minded so much if he slept with them, if I couldn't handle his sexual desire. But he told me that I should care. That he considered sincerity and loyalty the most important things in a relationship. He wanted me to be only his, but told me even before we married that he would have more than one wife. I said, you can say I completely trust his judgment in whom he chooses as his wives. Nenah seemed even more confused by my thoughts. But to me, it was simple. I really don't understand, she said, frowning. I thought for a moment and replied, Rygar told me not to say this, but my thoughts are that no woman can hold a man of his caliber on her own. I already thought that before I married him, and over the past years it's become even clearer. I believe he will have at least 5 or 6 wives in the end. Nenah was thoughtful for a few seconds and then said, that makes sense, from a certain point of view. I took the opportunity to provoke. If you let Jino surpass you too much, you might not be able to hold him alone either. So it's better to push yourself. She immediately turned red and responded in a loud, clumsy tone. What? Jino? You think he would do that? I smiled at the girl's exaggerated reaction. Finally, we arrived at Aisha's. It was already noon. Rygar and Aerys had been out since early morning, and as we approached the house, we saw the two of them finally appearing, returning together. POV, Rygar Adoldia. What can I say about this morning? I think Aerys would be even wilder than Ghislaine in the future. As we returned to the sanctuary and talked, my mind reviewed the earlier events. Right after asking Aerys to marry me as my second wife, she became extremely shy. In a way I had never seen before. It was very cute. She blushed all over and answered quickly, as if she were afraid I might withdraw the proposal if she took too long. It was adorable to see that blend of joy and nervousness, a strange smile she tried to contain, even though she was visibly overflowing with happiness. I started leading her back to the sanctuary, but she surprised me with an intense kiss. It was direct, like an explosion of emotion. And before I knew it, things began to heat up. You could say I did my best to resist, but Aerys was eager. She took the initiative with an intensity that caught me off guard. After confirming there was no one nearby, we ended up doing it right then and there. At first, she was a bit reserved. Of course it was her first time. But it didn't take long for her to relax and start enjoying it. She had a lot of energy, a lot indeed. The entire morning was taken by it. I wondered how she would be when she got a little older. If she already had so much desire and vigor now, how would she be later? In any case, it was consummated. Confirmed. Aerys was now, officially and completely, my second wife. I had already talked to Ghislaine about it. In fact, she even seemed to expect me to take multiple wives over time. She said it so directly, as if it were an inevitable reality. I still didn't know exactly what to think about it. Honestly, I didn't plan to have 5 or 6 wives as she suggested. That could potentially make my relationships become superficial, and that kind of shallow connection was not what I wanted. Not at all. Hand in hand, Aerys walked by my side with a radiant smile, practically skipping with joy, her face still a bit flushed. When we passed the sanctuary, we spotted Nenah and Ghislaine together. Nigov was nearby as well, training with Jino, and Aisha, a little further ahead, was practicing with her sword in water god style. When she saw us, she ran to us, excited. Master, she said, her eyes sparkling. Aerys's party is already ready. I smiled at her excitement, and decided not to waste time. I looked at everyone around me and declared in a clear voice. Everyone, from today, Aerys is my second wife. Aerys was completely surprised by the unexpected announcement, and her expression changed instantly, shock, embarrassment, happiness all at once. Her face turned as red as a tomato, especially when all eyes fell on her. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow but nodded slightly with a smile, as if it were no surprise. Nenah glanced to the side, looked shocked, but tried not to show it. It was then that, for just an instant, a triumphant smile appeared on Aerys's lips when her eyes met Nenah's. That girl really is competitive. I sighed, finding amusement in the situation, and then said, now let's go to the party. Without much delay, we headed to Aerys's celebration. The party was arranged simply, but filled with joy and energy. Aerys was visibly excited, with that sparkle in her eyes that only appeared when she was genuinely happy. From her overflowing excitement, one could easily think that this was the best day of her life. It was a party just for our group, but that didn't make it any less significant. Everyone was present, my companions, disciples, and allies, and each brought a gift or a word for the new wife, congratulating her both on the marriage and on her birthday. Among all the gifts, the one worth mentioning was what Aisha gave, a magical hairpin decorated with intricate floral details in fine silver. The enchanted effect of the hairpin was to keep the wearer's hair always scented, as if they had just stepped out of a bath. Aerys loved it. She gave Aisha a tight hug and then placed the hairpin on right there, with a little grin. I, as I had already done with Ghislaine, gave Aerys a ring. It wasn't a custom in this world, but for me it carried an important meaning. It was a way to represent union, commitment. I didn't care if it was something exclusive to my previous world, it was my personal gesture. Moreover, well, I gave her a dragon egg. A dragon egg as a wedding gift? Yes, I gave it. They were mine anyway. If I wanted to give it as a gift, I could. And, in fact, it seemed appropriate. A symbol of strength, rarity, and also a type of promise. Aerys seemed happy, so that was enough. The party continued energetically, with music, good food, and even some exhibition fights organized by Jino and Nigov. Nenah was a bit more distant than usual, her mood oscillating between neutral and thoughtful. But, in the end, she enjoyed the party too. From time to time, I caught her gaze crossing with Aerys's, and I couldn't help but notice a certain discomfort there, a spark of competitiveness that still seemed alive. Meanwhile, Badagatti and Galfarion were talking. They seemed to have become great friends. Unusual, considering the contrast between the two. Even so, whenever I looked, the two were drinking together, debating ideas, or discussing fighting styles. I ended up being pulled into those conversations often, and I learned much more than I expected. Badagatti was a true living encyclopedia. He carried millennia of stories, battles, defeats, and victories, although his memory was quite poor. Not even my master Verdia knew some of the things he spoke of so naturally. In one of those moments, he casually mentioned that he planned to leave the sanctuary soon. When the party finally ended and we were heading home, Baddy pulled me aside. Still a bit dizzy from the alcohol, he faced me with unexpected seriousness. About Higgama, he said, pausing for a moment as if something unpleasant had surfaced from his memories. I have some advice for you. He spoke with that voice still somewhat affected by the alcohol. Don't trust the man god too much. He leaned forward, his eyes half closed. If you trust him completely, one day he will destroy with his own hands what is most precious to you. Always keep one foot back. Before I could ask what he meant, or what his story with Higgama was, he turned around and left. The following days passed with a calm that almost seemed artificial. It was the last month in the Sword Sanctuary. Galfarion taught me everything he knew, every technique he was aware of, and he also told me what he knew about how to confront and kill Orsted. Now, all that remained was to challenge him for his position among the 7 powers. Everyone continued training diligently. They already knew what awaited us when we reached Meles, a total war against the holy country, and no one wanted to be unprepared. Aerys, Ghislaine, even Aisha trained diligently, although, in Aisha's case, I had already decided. Aisha would not participate in the war. She was only 7 years old. Still a child. A talented child, yes, but not ready for the burden of war. The nights, however, changed considerably. Now, Aerys slept with Ghislaine and me. The 3 together, one on each side, warming the bed with their bodies. And sometimes, we experimented with some different things. At first, I thought the fact that they were master and disciple would make things a bit awkward, but neither of them seemed to mind. On the contrary, the synergy between them was so natural that I almost doubted they hadn't arranged it beforehand. Ghislaine, always intense and wild. Aerys, vibrant and impetuous. And I, in the middle of it all, keeping pace with both of them. The last days of relative tranquility in the Sword Sanctuary flew by, almost as if time itself were moving faster than usual. Everyone knew this was the end of a cycle. And then, the day arrived. The day of the challenge. The tension was palpable. It was in the air, on the ground, in the glances. The very atmosphere seemed too silent, as if the sanctuary were holding its breath. And I was too. Hello? If you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Creators' thoughts. Daoist Junkyard, Daoist Junkyard. We are very close. Comment what you think. Comment. 19 comment. Vote. Chapter 163, 163, Challenging the Sword God. The entire Sword Sanctuary was gathered, without exception. All the swordsmen who had traveled from all parts of the world to train at the sanctuary were there. All had interrupted any training, any commitments, or anything else and had gone to the same place. The sword saints and higher-level warriors were assembled around a wide arena at the center of the sanctuary. The place, which normally maintained the constant sound of blades crossing, war cries, and the impact of bodies against the ground, was now silent. Silent, but charged with tension. Even the intermediate and advanced practitioners, and even the ordinary residents of the surrounding town, blacksmiths, healers, merchants, families were gathered outside the sanctuary, waiting for news. There was an expectancy in the air that made even the wind feel heavier. Even some visitors from the magical triumvirate and from the Azura kingdom were present. After all, in recent months, Rygar had not tried to hide that he would challenge Galfarion. The news had spread like wildfire across a dry field. If it had been any other challenger, no one would have given it much credit. It would have been just another fool wanting to die. But the Beast Emperor was no ordinary man. In the last few years, the name Rygar Adoldia had become extremely well known. His fame on the central continent began when he killed the North Emperor, Lyrax, something that by itself would attract the attention of the entire world. On his journey through the Azura kingdom, he defeated everyone who stood in his way, from arrogant adventurers to veteran swordsmen. He even tamed a dragon, which alone would have been reason to immortalize his name in legends. But it was his time at the Sword Sanctuary that truly changed everything. Since he arrived, the entire place seemed to change its atmosphere. Trainings intensified. His presence provoked in others the will or the fear to become better. It was as if his spirit pulled everyone around him to their limits. Over the years, he defeated everyone in the sanctuary. One by one, the most respected and feared warriors fell before his strength. The North Emperor, Obear, and the Water God herself, Rioda, traveled there to train him. An unprecedented feat, and even the immortal demon king Badagatti appeared at the sanctuary, interested in challenging him. His influence there became overwhelming. In the Sword Sanctuary, there was only one person still above him, Galfarion, the Sword God. The only one who had not yet been defeated. But, in the last year, that became an unknown. No one knew for sure. Could he really defeat him? Could the impossible finally happen? Galfarion had been the Sword God for a long time, and since taking that title, he had been considered the most powerful swordsman in the world. Today, the doubt would be answered. Today, Rygar Adoldia would be challenging the Sword God. Around an arena, standing in silence, were Aisha, Nenah, Jinno, the other Sword Saints, and various guests who were strong enough to have permission to enter the Sword Sanctuary. All with their eyes fixed on the center of the battlefield, all waiting for the start of what could be the greatest duel of the last decade. Gathered on an elevated stone platform, with 7 chairs arranged in a semicircle, were the strongest swordsmen of the Sword God style, a 6-armed demon, as well as 2 figures unknown to most. There was a strong, almost overwhelming presence hovering over that platform. Seated there were, Aerys, arms crossed and with a tense expression, Ghislaine, observant, maintaining her serious expression, Timothy and Clint, the most experienced among the style's veterans. The 5th was the immortal demon king, Badagatti, laughing as if at a feast. The 6th was a man with long wheat-colored hair, a thick beard, and eyes as green as a deep forest. He wore a full silver armor, and his presence was calm but threatening, like the serene surface of a deep lake. This was the Water Emperor, a noble of the Yellow Snake House of Azura, representative of the Azura Kingdom and of the Water God-style dojo, Vinner Yellow Snake. Next to him, seated with dignified posture, was a woman with light purple hair, pointed ears, and a long wizard's robe decorated with symbols of fire and water. She was of a demonic race, and a king-level mage of both fire and water. She represented the Nurus Kingdom, a neighboring country of the Sacred Sword region. Her name was Melina Lokov, the court mage. In the center of the arena, Galfarion was already waiting, standing in his position, with a bored expression. One of his hands rested on his sword, windpipe, while the other lazily removed dirt from his ear, as if he were just waiting for another routine training session. The deep, resonant voice of the Water Emperor echoed, laden with displeasure. This beast emperor is disrespectful, making us wait like this. Bwahahahahaha. The hero always has to arrive last, replied Badagatti, without any trace of decorum, laughing loudly. Vinner furrowed his brow even more, looking annoyed. Aerys turned to the man, her voice heavy with anger. Who do you think you are, old man? You came to watch Rygar? He didn't even invite you or anything. Ghislaine just smiled, finding it amusing. Timothy intervened. Let's calm down, everyone. Rygar said he would be a bit late because he was checking the final details of the dragon's cell. Apparently, the blacksmiths ran a little behind. The Water Emperor snorted in disgust. What is more important than a duel with the Sword God? Meanwhile, Aerys looked ready to leap and attack him right there. Ghislaine restrained her with a simple gesture. Melina Lokov just watched in silence, her eyes alert. There were murmurs throughout the arena, growing whispers of anxiety, curiosity, and speculation, until Ghislaine lifted her nose, sniffing the air, and a smile formed on her face. Here he comes. Everyone looked around, but no one seemed to see or hear anything, except Galfarion, who lifted his eyes to the sky. An instant later, a great impact echoed across the field. The arena trembled. The ground cracked slightly under the force of the landing. When the dust cleared, a man of the beast race appeared in the center of the arena. He carried 3 swords, 2 at the left side of his waist and the other on the right, and wore a black cloak similar to that of the Sword Sanctuary, but with golden details. Rygar Adoldia. He raised his gaze and said, in a casual tone, "Sorry for the delay, Gaul." Galfarion replied as a ferocious smile appeared on his face. "It doesn't matter. I will defeat you in an instant anyway." Rygar returned the smile with the same intensity. He looked around, observing the elevated stands. "It seems we have some new guests." He gave a slight wave toward the stone platform, as if he were at home. At that moment, Aisha stepped onto the battlefield and raised her arm. A small spark of magic glittered at her fingertips, and then she conjured a reduced lightning bolt, which exploded with a deafening sound, silencing all the murmurs and side conversations. Those who had come from outside were visibly shocked by the audacity and skill of the girl. She used chantless magic to conjure lightning magic. But the veterans of the Sword Sanctuary merely confirmed it with glances. This was Aisha Greyrat, Rygar's disciple, and her talent in magic was astonishing. She faced the 2 warriors in the center of the arena and, with a clear, firm voice, announced, "Thank you very much for attending this most auspicious day, everyone. Since the 2 combatants don't like much ceremony, let's be direct." She pointed to Rygar. Challenging, we have Rygar Adoldia, leader of the Iron Legion, an emperor ranked in all swordsmanship styles and in several magical schools, known as the Beast Emperor. And then to Gaul. And defending his title, we have Galfarion, the strongest swordsman in the world, ranked as the 6th world power, leader of the Sword Sanctuary, the Sword God himself. The tension was palpable. Hearts pounded faster. Even the most experienced were standing, unable to relax. Melina Lokov murmured, "This little girl speaks very well for being so young." Aisha slowly stepped back from the arena, and before leaving, pointed to the sky. "As soon as the fireball explodes above us, the battle begins." She conjured a small fireball, raised her arm, and launched it toward the sky. Rygar and Galfarion stared at each other, ferocious smiles on their faces, eyes locked. The world around them seemed to disappear. The fireball rose, and exploded in a fireworks effect, officially marking the start of the duel. Before anyone could react, the two swordsmen moved at the same time. Galfarion was in the draw stance of the Sword God style. Since he conquered the title of Sword God, he rarely needed a second strike to finish his enemies. His speed was absolute, overwhelming, unmatched. Until now, Rygar moved at almost the same speed. Almost. Even if someone wanted to say that he did not hold the title of Sword God, he had indisputably outpaced all the Sword Emperors in speed long ago. Maybe he was as fast as the old Sword God? It was hard to make a comparison. The swords, one a deep blue curved blade, Tsukikage, and one silver like moonlight, windpipe, sliced through the air at the same time, in a blinding flash. The clash occurred a bit closer to Rygar. Galfarion had been slightly faster, but that tiny interval, that single moment where Rygar did not fall to the first blow, was all he needed. For the Sword God style, whose motto was a single strike, blocking an opponent's blade was considered disgraceful. But Rygar was not just a swordsman of the Sword God style. In the next instant, without hesitation, Galfarion launched a follow-up strike, even faster and more precise. But Rygar was no longer there. The ground beneath his feet cracked violently with the impact of his departure, a mixture of superhuman strength and explosive speed. Using Wild Dash, the Beast God style's characteristic movement technique, he vanished in a gust of wind and reappeared at Galfarion's left flank, exploding his toki and delivering a slash with his second blade. Galfarion, however, was nothing less than the Sword God. He spun perfectly, attacking him even faster in a gleam of steel and light. The battle that unfolded next was impossible to follow with the naked eye. Only the emperors, Badagatti and Aerys could see fragments of that insane clash, a dance between two monsters of unimaginable strength. Rygar was stronger. He moved faster. He was more resilient. In a battle of attrition, the advantage was his. But Galfarion had a single superior weapon, his attack speed. And that, and only that, was enough to pressure the Beast Emperor every second. Sonic explosions echoed as both moved at air-tearing speeds. The arena shattered, even though it was reinforced with earth magic. Barrier magics had been strategically placed around the arena. As long as no direct blow hit the barrier, it would hold firm. Aisha was the one maintaining the structures, monitoring them every second. No one expected the fight to last. Sword God duels rarely went beyond 2 blows. But this one was different. Rygar smiled. A wild, ferocious smile, like a predator mid-hunt. He felt everything. The movements of the air. The slightest intent to attack. The prediction technique of the Beast God style amplified his senses to the limit. No strike escaped his vision. And with his monstrous speed, he countered from unpredictable angles, forcing Galfarion to retreat. Gaul also smiled. Since he became the Sword God, he had never had a fight like this. Finally, he could go all out. Rygar believed he could win like this. If he stayed calm, if he made no mistakes, his strength, his resilience, and his speed would guarantee his victory. But he did not want just to win. He wanted an absolute combat. He wanted to leave a definitive mark. He wanted an uncontestable victory. That was why he created that technique. His toki began to swirl inside his body in a controlled yet violent flow, like vortices about to explode. His muscles tensed like a bow drawn to its limit. His eyes shone intensely, and his presence changed. The toki coursing through his body began to change. Savage and chaotic, yet concentrated and sharp. A perfect balance between ferocity and control. Galfarion seemed to sense something different, but that already high-intensity battle was taking everything from him. He could not divert his attention. Rygar murmured, "Holy Beast Battle Aura." And then, Rygar advanced. "Hello? If you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Special thanks. Thank you to Escob and Carbon Kenny for becoming members on Patreon. Creators' thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. This was pretty close to being late. I'm pretty busy these days. Comment what you think. Comment. 21 comment. Vote. Chapter 164, Holy Beast Battle Aura. POV, Rygar Adoldia. The Holy Beast Battle Aura was created with 3 different purposes in mind: to unconsciously utilize the prediction technique of the Beast God style, to mix instinct and logic in combat, and, finally, to be able to fuse internal and external mana. The first purpose was the simplest and most self-explanatory. The prediction technique basically consisted of raising my 5 senses to the limit. If taken to an even higher level, it could even enhance the so-called 6th sense. It was an ability that, in practice, allowed someone to have superhuman perception both in and out of combat. I had refined it to a level approaching Dragon Ball's Ultra Instinct. While the Holy Beast Battle Aura was active, I became practically invulnerable, nothing absolute, of course, but very close to it. The second purpose, mixing instinct and logic, was much more complex. Everyone above a certain level of strength knew that it was impossible to reach higher levels of toki control by relying solely on instinct. But I did not follow that traditional path. I elevated my instincts to a higher level than any other warrior I had met, even while using logic. Mixing instinct and logic meant raising all my physical capabilities simultaneously. For that, my toki was redirected to the nerve centers and hormonal glands of my body, stimulating intense production of adrenaline, noradrenaline, and dopamine, almost completely inhibiting the sensation of pain. It was a technique that required extreme concentration, but it was effectively a berserk mode adapted to this world, something I had wanted to create for a long time. I already had sufficient knowledge of the human body since always, but toki was a variable I had only recently mastered. After using this technique, the body experienced a period of partial exhaustion, but that was a consequence I was working to eliminate. The ability of the magic cloak that I received from Aisha and the others on my birthday was a big part of the inspiration in refining this technique. And even in this fight against the sword god, the cloak was still extremely useful. Finally, the third pillar, the fusion of internal and external mana. The deprivation sword realm was the best known example of this application. A dome created around the water god literally allowed anyone to be counterattacked instantly. When you think about it deeply, this technique borders on the absurdly perfect. I respected it even more than the longsword of light, due to its complexity. It was something only a handful of beings in the world would be capable of countering. Mixing internal and external mana had practically infinite potential. And even now, I wasn't anywhere near reaching its apex. The current application was still simple, but even so, it was something that very few in the world could replicate. The moment I used the technique, I noticed Galfarion becoming more alert. He noticed my toki beginning to move in a different way simply by how I moved. But, no matter what he did, he couldn't stop me. My muscles tensed, my mind accelerated. I exploded into speed, even faster than normal, and swung my sword with full strength. A silver glow ran across the blue blade of Tsukikage. In that instant, I saw something change in Galfarion's eyes. I attacked normally, without losing speed, with unmatched ferocity. But I felt my strike being redirected. It was as if it were being guided out of the angle of impact. Still, it did not lose its momentum. The attack was ferociously extreme. A pure, silvery white energy emerged from the blade, cutting everything in its path like an unstoppable force. A fissure opened in the ground instantly, as the silver light tore everything in a straight line. It happened in the blink of an eye as the shockwave spread. For a brief moment in the midst of the fight, Galfarion and I just stared at each other. I smiled. Beside us, the fissure in the ground and the aura around me pulsing violently. Those with keen perception understood an inconceivable truth. Galfarion had used the water god style to deflect my final blow. He stared at me with a serious scowl. Then, he raised windpipe, naturally assuming his tall stance. I whispered, "Time to end this." And I activated my demon eyes. POV, Galfarion. I lost. The moment I used the water god style to deflect the blow, I understood that action defined exactly when I sealed my defeat. Even with the fight still raging, even with the arena collapsing around us and the tension and pressure in the air, something inside me had already recognized the truth. He was faster, stronger, more ferocious. Even if I attacked faster thanks to the longsword of light, what good was it if I couldn't hit him? Rygar Adoldia was a beast in human form, capable of speed bursts I couldn't even fully follow. Even having gone through hundreds of deadly duels, I could not react completely to him. I was relying solely on the longsword of light to win. A single well-placed strike. A clean, absolute cut. A perfect attack to split his body in two, to separate his head from his neck, to end everything. But I couldn't reach him. My only real opportunity was at the start of the battle. That decisive moment where the first to strike would win. The fastest blade always triumphs. That was the essence of the sword god style. But he was almost as fast as I was at that moment. His longsword of light probably the fastest besides mine, and I couldn't defeat him in a single blow, and that completely destroyed my rhythm. Since then, every move he made became more impossible to follow. Every burst of toki turned him into a silver blur, an untouchable shadow. A direct strike? Unthinkable. No matter how many times I tried to close the distance precisely, he would retreat, attack from strange angles, create openings only to lure me into a trap. That magic cloak he wore made him even more elusive. When his advantage was significant, he even counterattacked in the middle of my strikes, a thing almost suicidal for any other swordsman. Several wounds and deep cuts began to accumulate on my body. My muscles were rigid, my toki increasingly shallow. And beyond that, damned. He had created a truly insane technique. From what he said, it was the Holy Beast Battle Aura. Probably inspired by the Dragon God's ability. I had no countermeasures for ranged attacks beyond the Water God style, because I simply didn't need them. Until this day, it was enough to cut through everything. The supreme technique of the Sword God style could cut anything. But in the hands of someone like Rygar, someone who moved almost as fast as I did, that technique became extremely problematic. I was losing, but I didn't even have time to think about it. Every second of the fight demanded total concentration. It got even worse when he activated the demon eyes. I felt that every move I made was under his scrutiny. This was, without a doubt, the most intense battle of my life. One mistake, one hesitation, and I would be finished. The arena around us was no longer an arena. It was a field of destruction. The ground was cracked and shattered. Waves of battle aura echoed everywhere. The barriers raised around us, supported by Rygar's disciple Aisha, shook and cracked. After being grazed by those silvery lights of Rygar, the magical shields almost collapsed. I only needed one strike. Just one faster strike. Just one. But even amidst all that chaos, while I could barely breathe, while blood dripped from my ribs and arms, the smile still lingered on Rygar's face. That boy was still smiling. The two swordsmen were at full strength. Every movement was laden with murderous intent, absolute precision, and raw power. But now, to everyone present, it was clear, Galfarion was at a disadvantage. Most of the sword saints, accustomed to high-speed duels, remained motionless in absolute shock. The sword emperors were restless, faces tense and fists clenched. Ghislaine remained expressionless, eyes fixed on the fight, while Aerys quivered with pure excitement, almost as if she were inside the arena, feeling each exchange of blows. Badagatti let out a thunderous laugh that echoed throughout the place. Bwahahaha, holy beast battle aura, is it? It's really something that could compete with the dragon god one day. Vinner Yellow Snake, the water emperor, spoke calmly. I won't lie, I came here a bit skeptical. I was ready to veto the public recognition of a new style. But after seeing this display, it really was worth coming. Melina, on the other hand, was completely lost. Being a mage, she couldn't even follow what was happening. The two fighters moved at speeds far beyond her visual perception. To her, it was like watching flashes of light and blurs moving about. The battle approached its climax. Galfarion's wounds piled up, his movements growing heavier, his advances more risky. Then, in a moment of pure determination, he surged forward. He decided to go all out, ignoring a possible counterstrike, just rushing with everything he had, betting everything on that single move. That was the only way to turn this battle in his favor with one strike. A blow cut his shoulder, opening a trail of blood, but he didn't stop. He screamed with all his might, "Hey!" and then executed his supreme technique. Acclaimed as the most powerful sword technique ever created, the longsword of light was unleashed. A strike so fast it sliced the air, a blade that seemed to cut even the light. But, as throughout the fight, Rygar was simply too fast. The blow passed by his shoulder, creating the first deep cut Rygar suffered in the battle. Windpipe only managed to make a 2 or 3 centimeter deep slice. In the next second, Rygar advanced with unmatched ferocity, seizing the opening masterfully. With Tsukakage in one hand and Water Mirror in the other, he mixed the savage slash of the Beast God style with the Nebula Cross of the North God style. A hybrid technique that exploded with Toki upon being delivered. The two blades advanced like twin storms. An eruption of Toki that shook the arena. Galfarion was thrown backward by the impact of the strike. Galfarion's left arm was severed by the blue blade. His right hand flew through the air, ripped off by the silvery blade. Blood gushed like a fountain. Galfarion staggered, eyes wide in shock and disbelief, but remained standing. Still alive. Rygar then grew serious. The opportunity was there. He could have killed the sword god at that moment, as Gaul had done with the last sword god. He could have ended it all right there, without hesitation. But he didn't. He spun in the air, his leg driven by Toki and momentum, and delivered a devastating kick to Gaul's torso, the internal impact technique of the Beast God style. The impact was like that of a cannon. Galfarion was launched across the arena like a projectile, crossing the space until he violently hit the protective barrier around them. A deafening crash echoed. Cracks spread across the barrier. Then, absolute silence. Everyone froze. Breaths held. Dust still hung in the air, and the battlefield seemed frozen in time. And Rygar, with the holy beast battle aura around him, stood unshakable. The entire sword sanctuary plunged into a sepulchral silence. Galfarion lay on the ground, propped against the magic barrier, unconscious. Blood still dripped from his left shoulder and the severed right hand, staining the cracked ground dark red. The brutality of the final strike was such that, for a moment, many believed he was dead. His breathing was shallow, almost imperceptible, and the wounds all over his body made him unrecognizable as the legendary sword god. In a scene completely out of sync with that heavy, tense atmosphere, a little girl with reddish-brown hair entered the arena with light, skipping steps. Her childish presence contrasted with the battlefield covered in destruction, blood, and residual aura. Raising her voice clearly and firmly, she declared, "The sword god, Galfarion, is incapacitated from fighting. Victory goes to Rygar Adoldia." The words echoed through the ruins of the battlefield like a muffled thunder. It was as if everyone had been abruptly pulled back to reality. Rygar, deactivating the Holy Beast battle aura, said nothing as his body began to emit steam from every pore. He simply turned his back on Galfarion and began to walk out of the arena amid the reverent silence of the crowd. Aisha, who had been previously instructed by Rygar, moved quickly. She gathered Gaul's severed limbs and ran to him, kneeling by his side. The young woman traced complex, glowing magic circles, concentrating absolutely. The advanced healing magic began to reconnect tendons, bones, and muscles, weaving the tissues with surgical precision. One of the sword saints, still agape, murmured in an emotion-trembling voice. Did he really win? The sword god lost to Rygar. Bwahahahaha. Badagatti's thunderous laugh cut the tense air like a blade. How's it feel, kid? Now you're one of the 7 great powers. Do you feel any different? The contrast between the immortal Demon King's enthusiasm and the silent melancholy of the swordsmen around was striking. Many still didn't know how to react. Some were in shock, others with expressions of disbelief, and a few with looks of silent acceptance. Aerys, trembling with excitement, was the next to break the collective paralysis. The moment Rygar left the arena, she leapt at him, hugging him tightly. "I knew you would win." Rygar, smiling as he watched the girl's affection, replied, I don't feel anything particularly different, baddie. So, how's my name engraved on the stone of the 7 great powers? Not far from the Sword Sanctuary, there stood a stone of the 7 great powers. During the fight, someone from the Iron Legion had been assigned to remain there, watching closely for any change recorded on the magic stone. At that very moment, a young beast race swordsman burst through the sanctuary gates at full speed. Out of breath, eyes wide with emotion, he shouted loudly enough for everyone to hear. Beast God? The new 6th place among the 7 great powers of the world is called the Beast God. A new title. A new name carved among the greatest in the world. History was being written before the eyes of all present. This would be only the beginning of Rygar Adoldia's climb through the ranks of the 7 great powers of the world. Hello? If you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Creators' thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. Tomo AI Nativadati. Comment what you think. Comment. 31 comment. Vote. Chapter 165, Galfarion's decision. Shortly after the conclusion of the fight between Rygar and Galfarion, the Sword Sanctuary plunged into absolute chaos. However, before the disorder could reach greater proportions, Emperors Timothy and Clint acted with resolve and dispelled most of the confusion. But the truth is that a rift had arisen. Almost everyone who came to the Sword Sanctuary did so primarily because of Galfarion. He was the reason. The greatest swordsman alive. The 6th among the 7 great world powers. A legendary existence, one rarely found in the flesh. And yet, on that day, Galfarion was dethroned. Not by betrayal. Not by an ambush, but by a fair duel, by a 16-year-old youth. Rygar, the beast god, bearer of overwhelming strength and techniques honed to the brink of the impossible. He came from the Great Forest, crossed the central continent in its entirety, and faced and defeated every opponent who dared stand in his way. And at the pinnacle of the world of the sword, he defeated the invincible. Anyone in the Sword Sanctuary knew that Rygar would soon return to the Great Forest, since the sacred country of Milis was in direct conflict with the Iron Legion that he led. But before departing, Rygar declared that he would accept any challenger on his homeland, the Great Forest, to try to claim his place as the 6th among the 7 powers. And he announced that he would be accepting disciples to train under the new style he had created, the Beast God style. Those words echoed among many of the swordsmen present, still in shock from the fight. They felt their hearts pound with renewed ambition. The strongest would be followed, no matter where he was. The Sword Sanctuary might have been the hub of tradition, but now Galfarion had been defeated. It would be different if Rygar were planning to stay, but he wasn't. Still, there was tension. Many of those loyal to Galfarion remained silent. After all, Gaul was still alive. And technically, he was still the sword god. Rygar, for his part, did not celebrate his victory over Galfarion in grand fashion. He trained as if it were any other day, while preparing everything to depart the next morning. For him, defeating his master was a source of pride, but he wouldn't go around flaunting it. Galfarion had trained him for 3 years, and one could say they had become friends during that time. And although Rygar was now stronger, he was still the sword god. It was that very day that the Water Emperor, Vinner Yellowsnake, formalized the creation of the Beast God style. For the first time in 400 years, a new style was recognized alongside the consecrated ones, the Sword God style, the Water God style, and the North God style. It was an achievement few dared to dream of. Many warriors throughout history had created unique styles, but none of them had ever managed to spread them to the point of being internationally recognized. The Beast God style, with its precision and wild movements, would be the first to break that barrier in centuries and would likely become a combat art exclusive to the Iron Legion. Officially recognized by Galfarion, the Sword God, by Rioda, the Water God, and by the 2 North Emperors, Ornthorn and Obear Covert. With those names backing its approval, the new style was now inevitably inserted into the global scene. With the formalities concluded, Vinner Yellowsnake left the Sword Sanctuary. Other warriors and messengers from different realms also departed, carrying stories to tell and reports to deliver. The world had taken a new turn that day. Melina, the mage sent by the kingdom of Nerus, sought out Aisha, wishing to make her disciple. She saw in the girl an unparalleled magical talent. But Aisha, without hesitation, refused in front of everyone, saying that she already had an incredible master. Melina sincerely congratulated Rygar, but in her eyes there was a trace of frustration. And so, she too departed. POV, Rygar Adoldia. Aerys, are you ready? I'm coming. Leaving the house that had been ours for a full 3 years, a red-haired girl emerged carrying a backpack with one strap slung over her shoulder. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and she looked full of energy. I'm ready, she announced with a smile. Then she looked around. Where is Aisha? Ghislaine, who was at my side also carrying a small backpack, replied. She said she was going to give her last instructions to her subordinates in the city. She furrowed her brow, puzzled. When did she even get those subordinates? Was it you, Rygar? I smiled bitterly and replied. I have no idea. Aisha seems to have created some sort of branch of the Iron Legion in the city, which, come to think of it, is a good thing. So I didn't stop her. Aerys laughed. She even asked me to go beat up some bandits the other day. Ghislaine thought for a moment before commenting. She said she would meet us in the ephemeral hall. I nodded. Okay, let's go then. After formalizing the beast god style yesterday, I trained and returned home as if it were any ordinary day. I respected Galfarion, and I didn't want him to feel humiliated after being defeated by me. He was still the sword god, and with his knowledge and power, he would be a great ally if we were to come into conflict with the dragon god. Months ago, I had invited him to join the fight. He said he would think about it, but didn't seem enthusiastic. So, I decided to defeat him first, and ask again afterward. Even after we returned home, Aerys, Ghislaine, Aisha, and I heard many skirmishes throughout the night. But I wasn't interested in finding out what they were about. They seemed intense, yet predictable. I knew that Galfarion's fall would provoke instability. However, as we entered the sword sanctuary, a strange feeling overtook me. It was empty. The few swordsmen who crossed our path avoided meeting our gaze. The atmosphere was heavy and charged. Until I found Nigov. He looked rushed. I called out, Nigov. He saw me and ran up to me. Boss, what's happening? He hesitated, with a complicated expression, as if the situation were beyond his control. Boss, I also only received the news this morning. It's better if you see it with your own eyes. That made me curious. Aerys grew a bit apprehensive. Ghislaine became serious. I said, then let's go. We went straight to the ephemeral hall, without stopping. I focused my hearing. There were many voices coming from there, mixed with sounds of combat. My patience ran out. I ran there and burst open the door with a crash. The scene before me confused me for a moment. Seated in the place of the sword god, it was not Galfarion. It was his cousin, Timothy Britz. 2 saints were at his side, one on each side, occupying the positions that once belonged to Clint and him. Ahead, Clint lay on the ground, on the brink of death. A deep cut marked his stomach, and his dominant arm was missing. And instead of helping him, 2 saints were dueling fiercely. The former sword emperor Clint was now just an irrelevant dying man. The atmosphere in the ephemeral hall was suffocating. Some of the saints present seemed to want to help him, but they didn't dare move. At that point, the scene was so confusing I understood nothing, so I decided to stop everything first. Then I roared. Enough. I imbued my voice with howling magic. A shockwave swept through the ephemeral hall, reverberating off the walls and making everyone finally aware of my presence. Everyone stopped. Motionless. Some saints looked at me with hope in their eyes. Others, with fear. And some had complicated expressions, as if trapped between decisions they couldn't make. Everything was confusing. What was happening? Where was Galfarion? Why was Clint wounded on the brink of death? I approached Clint. I looked at each of the swordsmen present. None of them could hold my gaze. They all looked away, all remained silent. Until my gaze met Timothy's. And, to my surprise, he did not look away. His eyes met mine steadily. But there was something different about him. Not in his appearance. Physically, he looked the same. But the aura around him had completely changed. How could someone change so much from one day to the next? Ghislaine and Aerys followed me in silence. Their steps were light, alert, and their eyes scanned the environment like cautious predators. Before us, Clint lay fallen on the ground, bloodied, but still breathing. I knelt beside him and cast healing magic to close the cut in his stomach and reconnect his arm. His wounds began to close slowly, but he still wavered between consciousness and unconsciousness, his expression contorted in pain. Behind me, Timothy spoke with seriousness. You weren't going to leave the sanctuary right after challenging Galfarion, Rygar. That was indeed my initial objective. But I changed my mind. I planned to have one last conversation with Gaul, to try to convince him to join the fight against Orsted. Still, why was Timothy referring to Galfarion by name, without title? Something was off there. I began to understand, albeit superficially, the situation. But the implications of that were not good for Timothy. Releasing a cold, heavy aura, I let my murderous intent seep out. Lightning crackled in my hands as I spoke in an icy voice. Timothy, you'd better answer the next questions carefully. My fierce gaze met his. I expected him to hesitate, to falter at least a little. But, surprisingly, he was not intimidated. He gripped the hilt of his sword and replied, firmly, ask your questions. Everyone around was sweating under the pressure of my presence. Only 3 people remained unshaken, Timothy, Ghislaine, and Aerys. I looked directly into his eyes and asked, where is Galfarion? Timothy held my gaze for a moment before briefly glancing down at the hilt of his sword. Then he responded slowly. Last night, the former sword god left the sanctuary with the immortal demon king, Badagatti. He said he was leaving in search of an answer for his swordsmanship. This confirmed what I had already partly deduced. But Timothy continued. Before leaving, Galfarion renounced the title of sword god. He said that Clint and I should duel to decide who would inherit the title, since you and Ghislaine probably wouldn't be interested. He didn't say goodbye to his wife, nor to his daughter. He just left. He paused briefly, as if to ensure I was following. I remained silent, and he went on. We dueled, and I won. I am currently the sword god. My mind was processing everything at high speed. And why was Clint wounded and maimed? I asked. Timothy furrowed his brow, showing discomfort. It was his choice. After losing, he refused to acknowledge me as sword god. He said he would leave the sanctuary to create a new school for the style. Some said they would follow him. But the sword god style was already in a fragile state. As the new sword god, it is my duty to keep it united. so I told him he could stay, or die. He looked at Clint with an impassive expression. He chose to die, so I left him there, until he changed his mind. In other words, he didn't have the courage to kill Clint. At that point, I had already understood most of the situation. My concern was that this had been a self-directed act by Timothy after Galfarion left the sanctuary. But it seemed that it was he himself who told them to duel and both agreed to the duel. Wasn't Clint your friend? I questioned. He was, until I became the sword god. Then he became a man who threatened to divide the style. Cold, calculating. Galfarion trusted the strongest to lead the style, and Timothy was simply following that logic, however brutal. It made sense in a way. I could kill him for that, I said coldly, but it was just a threat to test his resolve. I didn't intend to kill him. Timothy and Clint were my companions, but not close enough for me to step between them in a dispute over ideals. Moreover, Timothy was right, I didn't want to be the sword god. He seemed to accept that. If you want to kill me, I have no choice but to defend myself with my life. But if you have no intention of staying, I at least hope you will allow Clint to live to lead the sword god style. He drew his sword with confidence. A confidence I didn't understand. He hadn't won against me even once in the past year. But, he seemed stronger. Not close to posing a real threat to me, yet still stronger. It was truly the case that power was where a man believed it to be. He only needed to ascend to the post of sword god, and he had already experienced a jump in his strength. I said, I don't care how you lead or anything of the sort. But since I'm here, I'll say it once, if Clint wants to leave and take whoever he wants, he can do that. And you won't stop him. Timothy furrowed his brow. Those present in the hall swallowed hard. The new sword god said, You are not the sword god. I smiled. So what? Be it so or not, only power matters. Bring all your sword saints and attack me together. You won't win. That title may matter to you, but to me it matters little. I looked at all the warriors who had their hand on the hilt of their weapons. None of them dared to draw their blades in my presence. Clint briefly regained consciousness. He rose unsteadily and said, Rygar. I had no patience for explanations. Ask someone else later. I turned to the other sword saints. Anyone who wants to follow Clint, leave now with him. There was hesitation. One by one, some moved. Timothy did not stop them. He just sighed and murmured, My work is going to double now. A little over a third of the sanctuary left the hall with Clint. Fewer than 30 sword saints remained. I turned to Timothy and smiled. Don't worry. With your current attitude, the sword god style won't collapse anytime soon. I began to walk away, but I asked one last question. Did Galfarion say where he was going? Timothy shook his head. He didn't. I understand. Good luck as the sword god, Timothy. And, obviously, you should know, if you try to prevent Nenah or Jinno from leaving the sanctuary, I will pay a visit. Ghislaine, serious, declared. You've become stronger, Timothy. I will come back to fight you in the future. She turned and followed me. Aerys observed everything in silence, but her expression revealed irritation, probably due to Galfarion's sudden departure. We left the ephemeral hall. Well, that encounter with the sword god was quite different from what I expected. But that's how life is. As we approached Escalate, we saw Nenah, Jinno, and Aisha talking in the distance. Hello, if you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Special thanks. Thank you to Shafel Nasser and Derek for becoming members on Patreon. Creators' thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. What did you think of this development? Comment what you think. Comment. 22 comment. Vote. Chapter 166, 166, Leaving the Sword Sanctuary. When Aisha saw Rygar, Ghislaine, and Aerys approaching, she quickly ran in their direction. Her eyes were wide, her breathing slightly hurried. Master, she said urgently. Have you heard yet? Rygar nodded calmly. Yes, eyes. We just spoke with Timothy. Unfortunately, Galfarion has left the Sword Sanctuary. Aisha's expression grew somewhat sadder, and soon after, Jinno and Nenah approached the group with strange looks, as if they had not yet fully absorbed the events. Ghislaine observed them with attentive neutrality and asked directly, Nenah, he didn't say anything? Not even leave a letter? Nenah shook her head in denial, her eyes slightly lowered. He didn't say anything. The atmosphere between them grew heavy. Aerys crossed her arms, clearly bothered. Nenah seemed confused and hurt, and even Jinno, usually easygoing, was somewhat shaken. Aisha was thoughtful, frowning in silence. Only Ghislaine remained unchanged, keeping her serious expression as if she had expected something like this to happen. Rygar remained silent for a moment, observing each of them with attentive eyes, until he finally spoke in a firm and serene voice. Don't dwell on it too much. All eyes turned to him. Galfarion is a proud warrior. He lost a battle for the first time in a long while. He needs time to come to terms with it and turn a new page. I believe he will return even stronger. The words, spoken with conviction, seemed to echo in the group's hearts. Nenah relaxed her shoulders a bit. Jinno took a deep breath and then said, even without saying goodbye, he left the 2 remaining swords from his collection with a note. He said that Nenah and I could only wield them when we become sword kings. Nenah then added, Uncle Timothy said he wouldn't delay our promotion due to the instability in the sword god style, so we should attain the rank in about a year at most. After that, we'll travel to the Great Forest. Rygar crossed his arms, pondering. You two already know how to manage fairly well outside the sanctuary, but still, traveling is complicated. I suggest you ask one of the Iron Legion members stationed here to accompany you as a guide. Nenah frowned, upset by the suggestion, interpreting it as a lack of trust. But before she could protest, Jino gave a slight smile and said calmly, We will. Rygar took the opportunity to look at the young man and said with a smile, Don't slack off in your training, Jino. The title of Sword King is just the initial goal. The young swordsman was confused at first, but seemed to understand something and nodded seriously. Aerys crossed her arms with a teasing little smile. Next time we meet, you'll be eating dust, Nenah. A vein pulsed on Nenah's forehead, and she replied immediately. When I get there, I'll wipe the floor with your face. The two seemed ready to fight, their gazes intense like fire and storm, but there was something more there. An invisible bond. A deep rivalry, yes, but one that disguised an even greater friendship. A sisterhood forged in training, sweat, and mutual admiration. Ghislaine then spoke. Nenah, remember what I told you. Nenah looked at her, her eyes growing more serious, and nodded firmly. I will remember. No one else seemed to understand what it referred to, but from Ghislaine's expression and Nenah's seriousness, it was important. Rygar looked at everyone seriously and said, All right, let's go. A battle awaits us in Melees. Aisha replied excitedly. Yes. But right after, Rygar spoke without even turning his head. Once again, you will not fight, Aisha. The girl puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, puffing up her chest as if gathering courage to protest, but in the end she just huffed and followed the group reluctantly. As the group departed, Nenah and Jino stayed behind. Shortly after, the rhythmic sound of wooden swords clashing echoed once again through the corridors of the sword sanctuary. Rygar and his group walked through the mountains, their silhouettes contrasting against the open sky as the cold wind blew among the rocks. Aisha was enthusiastically explaining exactly how she had established a branch of the Legion in the city around the sword sanctuary. Ghislaine asked how she had managed it, and she was happy to explain. She spoke as if moving pieces on a chessboard, a game she had loved since childhood. Her eyes sparkled as she explained how she had organized supplies, recruitment, and patrol routes. She seemed to find it fun. Aerys and Ghislaine, although they didn't understand half of the terms Aisha used, listened attentively, in awe of the girl's confidence. Rygar smiled at seeing her so enthusiastic. He had always encouraged her to make decisions on her own ever since he noticed that she already understood everything around her. He believed that Aisha could achieve great feats if she were given guidance, without imposition. Restricting her to do only one thing would be wasting her talent. Of course, he only gave her that autonomy after realizing that she was capable of gauging dangers. When the situation got out of her control, Aisha would call Aerys. Until now, no threat had been a match for a Sword King, but if one ever was, Rygar knew she would call him without hesitation. As they talked and walked, they finally spotted the colossal figure of Escalate. The immense red dragon, with shiny scales and a piercing gaze, exuded constant heat and maintained its imposing presence even at rest. Several workers were around him, finalizing adjustments on a cell made of thick monster hide and reinforced metal. The structure looked modular, adapted to the dragon's body. Skull, the ebony wolf, watched at his side, alert. Nygov and some other Legion members were there as well. He approached and Rygar gave him his final instructions. Nygov and the others would be part of the Sword Sanctuary's branch and would not return to Melees immediately. In recent months, 2 other Iron Legion members had achieved the rank of Sword Saint. Rygar left Erathium to forge new weapons, and he already had the necessary funds gathered to pay blacksmiths, thanks to the branch established by Aisha. After settling the last details and objectives of their stay there, Nygov and company moved away again. A blacksmith of human appearance but with slightly pointed ears approached when he saw Rygar arrive. Congratulations on your victory, Rygar. I knew you were going to win. Ha 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 ha, he said with a loud, contagious laugh. It was Ralphara, a lively old man respected in the land of the sacred sword. He had been a blacksmith for 3 generations of sword gods. Mixed blood, he had devoted his long life to forging and was the master smith for many young apprentices at the sanctuary. Rygar smiled and replied, I appreciate it, Ralph. Has the payment been delivered? Yes, every penny, Ralphara said, patting his belly. But I must admit that the experience of building something like this was even better than the payment. Ha 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 ha. Some other blacksmiths, still cautious around Escalate, did not seem as enthusiastic as Ralphara. Aerys approached. Rygar, how long will it take us to return? Ghislaine also showed curiosity. Maybe about a year. Aisha ventured a guess. Rygar, while inspecting the supplies and crates strapped to the dragon's body, replied, We're not going to make many stops. We should arrive in about 6 months, or less. That fast? Aerys exclaimed, surprised. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. It was hard to believe. Even though they were traveling by land and with wagons, it had still taken 3 years from the Great Forest to the far north of the central continent. 6 months seemed impossible. Rygar just smiled. I believe that time can be reduced with practice. Then, with an agile movement, he leaped onto Escalate. Skull followed quickly, and Rygar secured him with the reinforced straps custom-made for the wolf. Aerys, without ceremony, scooped Aisha into her arms and leaped as well. Shortly after, Ghislaine jumped, landing softly on the cell. The blacksmiths instinctively began to step away from the area. The heat around Escalar intensified with each beat of his wings. Rygar then spoke, his voice firm. Come on, Escalar. Fly steadily. And in a whisper, he added. The journey will be long now. Escalar then beat his wings forcefully, and the dry, heavy sound cut through the air as if there were thunder in the surroundings. The impact of the wind swept across the stone platform and rattled hair, cloaks, and tools around. The blacksmiths retreated in awe, many keeping their gaze fixed on the majestic creature, admiring the imposing sight of the immense red dragon taking flight. As he gained altitude, Escalar released a deep, thunderous roar, a reverberation that echoed throughout the sacred sword region. It was a farewell roar, and the mountains returned the call with lingering echoes. Aerys held Aisha in her arms, and both were enjoying it. The wind cut across their faces, their hair danced wildly, but their excitement was visible. Riding a dragon never lost its charm. Rygar had to agree. Ghislaine, on the other hand, remained further back, leaning beside Rygar on the reinforced cell. Her eyes, one with a red iris and the other with a green iris, were fixed on the sanctuary that was now receding slowly. She watched it in silence, with a calm expression, yet heavy with nostalgia. That place had been her home during her youth, her refuge, and the place where she honed her skills and found herself. Now, it was even more than that. Rygar simply looked forward. His gaze was steady, determined. Seated with a calm yet vigilant posture, seeing only the path ahead. Everyone there had changed. Everyone knew it would probably be a long time before they returned to that place, if they ever did. Aisha, once just an intelligent and precocious girl, had begun to show the traits of a leader and an exceptional mage. She had learned to fight in real battles and had made new friends. Her passion for knowledge and magic was now a sharp weapon against anyone who opposed her. Aerys had become a true warrior. Not only strong, but also focused and disciplined. She matured as a swordswoman and as a woman. Her impulsiveness still existed, but it was now guided by a more solid sense of purpose and responsibility. Ghislaine, who had stagnated for years, finally began to move forward again. The confidence that had been broken was rebuilt with each step and led her to surpass the other two sword emperors. But it was Rygar who changed the most. The swordsmanship he commanded was now on another level. Under the teachings of the world's greatest masters, he not only refined his technique, he surpassed them all, becoming the sixth world power. But beyond that, he had become more serene, sharper, more mature. He learned more and more to observe, to think, and to act at the right moment. Many truths in this new world, once nebulous, now presented themselves clearly. He had evolved not only in strength, but in understanding. He was more self-assured, and his determination to follow the path he chose had been forged by the fire of hardships. He lost Idar, a longtime friend. He had been ambushed by melees, and by assassins hired by them, like Larax. He made allies. He made enemies. All of it shaped who he was now. A warrior not only in strength, but in conviction. This world didn't wait for you to be ready. You needed to be strong. You needed to be clever. And above all, you needed to be fast. The world changed too quickly for those who hesitated. Currently, there were 3 stones in his path. The religion of melees, which was at war with the great forest, his homeland and the home of his people. The dragon god Orsted, who killed Idar in cold blood and still carried mysteries that needed to be revealed. And finally, the human god, Higgama. Badagatti had told him, albeit vaguely, how he had been manipulated by Higgama to kill his own beloved. Since then, Rygar's suspicion that he was also behind the war in melees had only grown. It was only a suspicion, but Rygar wanted to confirm. For now, he would just enjoy the journey. Beside his 2 beautiful wives and his cute disciple, flying above the clouds, crossing the continent on the back of the fierce red dragon, Escalar tore through the skies, leaving a trail of wind and heat behind him. Fatigue finally overtook him. As the mountains became nothing more than distant specks and the sky his temporary home, Rygar rested his head on Ghislaine's lap. The warmth of her body, the constant sound of Escalar's wings, Aisha's laughter in the background. They were probably his last moments of peace before arriving in melees. But then, he woke up. To his annoyance, he was in a place he knew well. An infinite white void stretched before his vision. Hello? If you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Creator's thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. It was a good training arc. What did you think? Comment. 26 comment. Vote. Chapter 167, Instincts Against Divinity. POV, Rygar Adoldia. In front of me, there was only emptiness. The area around me was all white, an absolute and infinite white. There was no sound, texture, or warmth. Nothing but a complete absence of everything. No horizon. No scent. Not even a breeze. It was a place I knew well, yet I could never identify whether it was a real location in this world or something completely outside its existence. A spiritual plane? A realm between dreams? I never knew for sure. And then, there he was. His pale face and that slender, disturbing smile. A mosaic covered his features, hiding his eyes and any trace of genuine expression. And as always, the moment I saw him, the memory of his appearance felt as if it had been erased from my mind. It was always like that. I knew I was looking at him, but I couldn't retain his image. He was the human god. "Hey, Rygar," he said with an overly cheerful tone. My mood plummeted instantly. I began to think about everything I'd uncovered in recent years. 3 events came immediately to mind: the ambush organized by the Storm of Tyranny, the War of Melees, led by a Maiko with visions of the future, and, finally, Badagatti's warning about Higgama. Despite the warning, the Demon King himself didn't seem to regard him as an enemy. When I asked why, he only said that the human god had helped him greatly in some way, though the cost had been bitter. I had already been expecting the day Higgama would invade my dreams again. I had some questions, especially about the dragon god, but when he appeared, I remained silent. Last time, he warned me about Orsted's curses and said he would need me in the future. Even so, I stayed cautious. Hey, why so cold? You act like we haven't known each other for so long. What do you want, Higgama? He sighed, feigning disappointment, but soon a malicious grin spread across his face. As always, I've only come to give some advice. I have some questions first. He stared at me for a few seconds, then shrugged. All right, go ahead then. Why didn't you tell me that, in the Storm of Tyranny's attack, one of the attackers was Aisha's brother and the other was Laza's daughter? Higgama shook his head slowly, displaying a false frustration. You don't know how future vision works. Saying things outright can lead to even worse, unpredictable outcomes. If you had followed my advice and spared Minister Yalal, everything would have been much better. I sneered. This guy really knew how to manipulate others' ignorance. No one knew the limits of his abilities except himself, and he exploited that expertly. But I wasn't so concerned about that specific event. It was just a detail. Aisha wouldn't abandon me for killing her blood brother. She barely remembered him. Maybe Lilia would feel hurt. And Laz, unfortunately, was already dead. Rudius and Sylphy had gone to the demon continent, as far as I knew from the letters. And when they passed through Melees, they nearly died several times. According to the reports, they probably wouldn't return anytime soon. And what about Lucio's Gallard? The new Pope of Melees? What about him? Higgama looked genuinely surprised, or at least he played it well. I could never discern when he spoke truth or lies. He had no physical body, exuded no aura, and even my instincts were useless against him. All I could sense was malice, but I couldn't tell truth from deception. I whispered, Higgama, I will capture that Pope and interrogate him. And if I find out that this war started because of you. He wrapped his arms around himself, feigning fear. Oh, how scary. Then he laughed. I had nothing to do with that. Capture whoever you want. Do you want my advice or not? I kept my expression unchanged. Before that, since you call yourself Orsted's sworn enemy, why not tell me a bit more about his strength? Also, use that advice well. It may be one of your last. Thanks to the saint-level magic, spiritual sealing barrier I was developing, soon I would have means to block these dream invasions. Now that I wasn't fully focused on sword training, I could dedicate more to that and other skills I had neglected these past 3 years. Higgama sighed dramatically. You know, a little gratitude wouldn't hurt. Anyway, here it is, you can't defeat the dragon god with your current strength. Even with all your allies, you need to get much stronger. I didn't respond, but I listened attentively. For that, I recommend you develop that gravity magic you're trying to create, and also your lightning movement technique. Even with my face expressionless, my mind registered every word. Dragons are proficient in gravity magic, so that will help you? You learned to fight Orsted when you were weaker than him. The sword god's tactics are useful at the start of the fight when he underestimates you, but they won't get you the victory. That's because Orsted never uses his full power. I already know that. Higgama gave a satisfied laugh. Exactly. Also, only bring allies who can cross the Holy Dragon battle aura. I asked, and what level of strength exactly would that require? Higgama thought for a moment and said, at least Emperor level? Maybe even more if he goes all out. I pondered for a moment, while the human god continued speaking. Now, on the main topic, I saw you're going to face Melees in battle. He looked at me intently. I recommend that you do not underestimate them just because they do not have any warriors among the 7 powers. They have several torturous tactics. I wasn't planning to underestimate them. Haha, of course you were? You were thinking of invading alone to minimize your own casualties, right? I remained silent. I just observed him with a scrutinizing gaze. Well, you yourself said you never trusted me because of your instincts and blah blah blah. So I hope you at least trust the fact that we have the same enemy, and I'm going to need a favor soon. I refuse. Don't be so quick to refuse. It could be beneficial for you too. I doubt it. You're such a difficult guy. For a brief moment, Higgama let his mask slip. Even without discerning his appearance, a distorted, disgusting, and malicious expression took over his face. And he said, in a malicious tone, well, this was a great meeting. Watch what's coming around the corner, Rygar. The white began to warp. The edges of the void twisted. Everything started to return to its place. The spiritual world receded, and I woke up. When I awoke, a feeling of unease refused to leave my chest. My mood was foul. Escalar still flew across the blue sky at great speed, above the clouds. I had set magical circles for a barrier to block the wind and another to keep us warm, so we hadn't had much difficulty on the journey. I was still in Ghislaine's arms, which ought to have been enough to distract me from almost everything, but at that moment, it didn't seem to help. Aisha and Aerys were leaning against me, sleeping deeply, as if they had no worries in the world. I moved carefully so as not to wake them, lifting my body slowly and looking up at the sky above us. A clear blue, without clouds, stretched across the entire horizon. Ghislaine noticed my restlessness and asked in a hoarse, low voice, "Did something happen?" After thinking for a moment, I told her about the dream. About Higgama's appearance, what he said about the dragon god Orsted, and about Mealy's. I tried to relay his words almost verbatim, in case she noticed something I had missed. Ghislaine listened silently and, after a while, said, "You already know if he's really trying to help, kill the dragon god." "He probably is," I replied without hesitation. Even before I became Orsted's enemy, Higgama had already classified him as an adversary, though that might just be a well-crafted lie. Still, I believe he spoke the truth about the dragon god's curses. I reflected on my encounter with Orsted again. First, everyone feels fear or hatred toward Orsted, as proven by our group's reaction when they saw him. Second, even I, with a powerful sixth sense, couldn't feel anything at all when he stood before me. Neither good nor bad, nothing. And third, he used only the minimum of his strength to defeat us that time. Even if these curses are something else, the effects probably aren't far from that. Ghislaine crossed her arms and thought for a moment. That makes sense, but then why are you feeling uneasy? I replied thoughtfully, I don't know. Higgama said he'd need to ask me a favor next time. Maybe he's plotting something, but I don't know exactly what. Ghislaine was lost in thought, as if pondering something deeply, and finally asked, "If you're still not strong enough to kill Orsted, would I really be useful in a fight against him?" I didn't answer immediately. Ghislaine was strong, one of the most powerful swordswomen in the world. But Higgama made it clear that I could be underestimating Orsted's true strength. Galfarion taught me a lot about how to face him, but thinking about it, not even the sword god fought Orsted with everything he had. Perhaps no one besides me was close to the required level. Even I was still far from reaching him. In any case, I didn't plan to face him so soon. I'd only consider it when I was much stronger than Galfarion someday. Until then, I'd need to be careful. If Orsted appeared and decided to kill me for getting too strong, it would be far too problematic. So, after the war in Mealy's, I would increase my power and strength in silence, in the shadows. I turned to Ghislaine, who wore a worried expression, and said, "I was able to wound him 3 years ago, even though he was holding back. A wound is still a wound. As long as you keep growing stronger steadily until then, I believe you'll be strong enough to fight." She seemed a bit cheered by my words. But inside, I wasn't so sure. If I judged that Aerys and Ghislaine weren't strong enough at the moment of battle, I'd have to take other measures. But at that moment, the unease I felt about Higgama was more important. My greatest confusion and concern in dealing with him was that I knew nothing about this god. I sensed malice but never knew why. Why did he enter my dreams? Why did he give me this advice? Where was he? What was his ultimate goal? Not knowing anything about an enemy made it hard to do anything against him. At most, I knew that the human god hated Orsted and wanted him dead. But I wanted that too. Even considering most of Higgama's words as lies, even staying constantly on guard against him, I still felt something was wrong. An uncomfortable impression that, no matter what I did, I was acting exactly as he wanted. It was unsettling. As if I were trapped in an invisible web, struggling to break free, but with no idea where to start. Badagatti had also warned me not to trust Higgama and to be wary of his counsel. But, was that enough? I doubted it. I hoped the mental blocking magic I was developing would be enough to free me from this unease. To liberate me from this persistent feeling. The sense that, no matter what I did, I had already fallen into a trap. An invisible and inevitable trap. I lifted my gaze once more. Far off, a silhouette stood out like a dark speck in the sky. A floating fortress, imposing and magnificent, the armored dragon fortress, Perosius. One day, I too would have to visit that place. But not now. At the moment, I already had too many worries. We continued our journey, flying through the skies, drawing ever closer to Mealy's. Meanwhile, I kept refining the barrier magic that, in theory, would prevent Higgama from invading my dreams. After all, I had a war to win. Hello? If you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Creator's thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. Do you think Higgama is guilty, or is he just a victim? Comment what you think. Comment. 24 Comment. Vote. Chapter 168, 168, The Winds of Change. Azura Kingdom, Dojo of the Water God style. A blue-haired young woman trained with dedication. Her body moved in perfect harmony, her feet gliding lightly across the polished floor of the dojo, the sword gleaming in the morning light as she precisely reproduced the characteristic movements of the Water God style. Each step, each strike, and each retreat mimicked the smooth, continuous flow of a river, as if she were facing an invisible enemy. Her gaze was fixed on the void, completely absorbed in her training. The soft sound of the sliding door opening broke the silence of the space. An elderly lady with a serene posture and piercing gaze entered and stood watching for a few moments. Her eyes followed every movement of the young woman with critical attention before she sighed, resigned. "I salty," said the old lady, in a firm, clear voice. The young woman's concentration shattered like glass. Surprised, she almost let the sword slip, whirling abruptly toward the door. Mistress Rioda," she exclaimed, breathless, sweat running down her face. It was none other than Rioda, the current water god. A living legend. Her posture was severe, but her tone was calm. "I hate to interrupt your focus, but I want you to take charge of the dojo in my absence." Isolde blinked several times, trying to absorb those words while still seemingly dazed from her training. Yes, of course, I can take charge, but where are you going, mistress?" Rioda smiled, a mysterious gleam in her eyes. "The boy has succeeded. He has become the 6th world power, and created the 4th swordsmanship style." Isolde's mouth dropped open. "But already? He's only 16 years old right now." Rioda seemed to ponder for a moment, then nodded with a mischievous smile. "I suppose that's exactly it." Isolde felt as if punched in the stomach. She tried to remember what exactly she was doing at that age. At 16, she was departing for the Sword Sanctuary. She was a water saint at the time and believed herself very talented and powerful. Now it all seemed a joke. While she was training and considering herself promising, a boy had created a new style recognized by the world and risen to the rank of 6th world power. Rioda continued without considering her granddaughter's emotional storm. "In any case, thanks to this, my presence has been requested until his current position is officially confirmed. They fear he might suddenly invade the royal palace and kill everyone there. Actually, I think that's exactly something he would do." She turned, walking slowly out of the dojo, carrying only her elegant, deadly golden blade. Her figure faded into the dawnlight without waiting for any further response. Isolde stood still for a few minutes, digesting it all. Then, slowly, she headed to the outer dojo, where the saints of the water god style trained. She was already a water king, and coupled with her status as granddaughter of the current water god, she usually managed the dojos. Some greeted her, and she responded automatically, her thoughts racing. She took up her sword again and resumed training as if it were just another day. Sometimes she guided the water saints in their questions. Nothing out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, the Azura kingdom began to stir. Rumors spread through taverns and alleys like wildfire. Some adventurers, townspeople, and even guards claimed to have seen a huge red dragon flying over the kingdom's territory. Tales and fables about the beast god began to flourish intensely. Rygar Adoldia. That was the name burning in whispers and heated discussions. Opinions about him were divided in the greatest kingdom in the world. Some nobles fiercely supported the holy country's crusade against the Great Forest and tried everything to change the kingdom's stance on the matter, but not out of any sense of justice or agreement with Meles out of convenience. They knew Rygar was against slavery, especially of his own race. He was unpredictable, followed no policies or laws, only his own morality. And the problem was that the Azura kingdom, in its essence, went against almost everything he believed in. These nobles and aristocrats argued that if the beast god won this war, there was no guarantee they wouldn't become his next target. Still, the majority of nobles and even the royalty seemed to want to avoid war. Perhaps it was foolishness. Perhaps ignorance. Or perhaps fear. Some trusted their military strength, others thought they could manipulate the situation. But in the end, they chose caution. They decided not to provoke the beast god. Some even dared to send emissaries to the Iron Legion, seeking dialogue. But the Azura kingdom, at that moment, had no idea how foolish that decision would prove. They had essentially wasted their only chance to resist the winds of change Rygar Adoldia was about to bring to the six-faced world. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the North God style, located in the Dragon King's kingdom, a fierce battle unfolded on a vast stone platform marked by countless cracked scars of innumerable confrontations. There, two figures dueled with brutal intensity. One looked like a green-haired child, wearing black armor and wielding a gigantic golden sword, Ornthorn, the North Emperor. The other was a very tall, muscular demon with dark skin, equally armed with a colossal sword, Louise, the North King. They moved with astonishing speed, defying the weight of their weapons. Each clash of blades echoed like thunder, making the very structure of the arena tremble. Until, suddenly, a man burst onto the platform, out of breath and visibly alarmed. The two combatants halted with one last thunderous collision. Ornthorn cast a sharp glance at the intruder and spoke in a disinterested yet threatening tone. "It better be important, only kings and above are allowed to set foot here." The man, a North Saint, stammered nervously. "It is important, Master. You ask the disciples to patrol the Seven Powers Stone and report any changes." Ornthorn's interest was instantly piqued. A discreet smile spread across his face. "And there's been a change," the saint replied eagerly. "The sword god has been defeated. The one who took his place is called the beast god." Ornthorn's aura exploded in a crushing wave as he burst into an intense, savage laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha." The North Saint froze in fear. His master's green hair was already intimidating, reminiscent of the super demon race, but that insane laugh made it seem as though he was about to descend upon a peaceful village and massacre it on a whim. He stood petrified until a huge shadow covered his vision. With a gentle smile, Louise, the North King, appeared. His presence was imposing, but unlike Ornthorn, he was known for kindness and empathy. He placed a hand on the messenger's shoulder and said, "Thank you for the information. You may go now." "Why yes, Thank you, replied the warrior, turning quickly and returning to the lower platforms, mentally thanking Louise. Ornthorn was still exhilarated, his voice resonating. 4 years, Louise. The brat defeated Galfarion in 4 years, and I said 5 thinking that was the limit of impossibility. He must have just reached adulthood. He is truly impressive, Louise replied, smiling. Even Uncle showed interest when I spoke of him. The North Emperor's laughter abruptly ceased as he grew thoughtful. Badagatti, huh? I wonder how he fared at the Sword Sanctuary. The two began walking toward the edge of the arena, and Louise asked, so, will you help the Iron Legion? Just over a month ago, a letter arrived from the Sword Sanctuary. It was from Rygar, who at that time was still training with Rioda and Galfarion. In it, he announced his plans to claim the Sword God's post soon and asked Ornthorn to travel to Meles to support the Iron Legion when he did. The reason was that his subordinates were predicting a war against the Holy Country. I will, the North Emperor answered. After all, I promised to serve him if he won the bet. It'll probably be very interesting. I want to see what kind of power he can reach if he's already this strong at his age. He might be strong enough to shake the world. Louise raised an eyebrow, curious. I thought you didn't like wars. I don't. But I promised to help if it wasn't a senseless war. Meles is merely waging an irrational crusade against the Great Forest because they grew too strong. I hate religious fanatics more than wars. Ornthorn then gazed at the horizon and grabbed a wineskin of liquor, pouring himself a strong drink. Louise, in his usual good humor, smiled and said, so, good luck in battle. When will you depart? The Emperor downed the liquor in one gulp and declared, right now? The dark-skinned demon was surprised. So soon? Yes. Rygar said I should leave as soon as I received the news. I won't disobey my leader's first order, right? With that, he raised his colossal sword and rested it on his shoulder. Before departing, he looked at Louise and said, if Randolph comes looking for me again, tell him I'll return in about 3 or 4 years. I will, the North King replied. Without another word, Ornthorn turned and left. He didn't need farewells. Never one for socializing, it was uncommon to see him outside the North God-style headquarters. With a single leap, he caused the ground to tremble. His body was enhanced by the Laplace factor without his knowledge, making his physical strength surpass that of many monsters, though not rivaling Rygar's power. Still, that made his journeys and travels always simple, run in a straight line. And so the leader of the North God-style headquarters departed silently, with overwhelming speed. Randolph Marianne, known by few, was the fifth world power, the Death God. Recently, over the past decades, the Death God had tried a different path from his traditional one. All that death, blood, and battles wore him down. So he decided to open a restaurant. It turned out that, over time, he discovered he wasn't very good at it. He went into debt and recently went bankrupt. He was saddened by this, but at least he returned to what he was considered skilled at, fighting. Thus, he joined the Royal Guard of the Dragon King's kingdom, personally recruited by General Chagall Gurgantais. Randolph went to the North God-style headquarters to greet the North Emperor Ornthorn, the Dragon Hunter, and also to train. He said he felt somewhat rusty after so long away from true combat. Ornthorn recognized him immediately. Those were other times about 50 years ago. He himself was one of many who dared challenge Randolph for his title. Randolph Marianne had trained as a candidate for North God alongside Kalman III, but he quarreled with his grandfather, Kalman II, and fled to follow his own path. Back then, Randolph was a monster in battle. He killed the former death god, Laxus, in the demon continent and took his place. He was a legendary fighter, surpassing all 3 gods of the 3 swordsmanship schools of the time, and likely even surpassing today's Galfarion in direct combat. His swordsmanship skills were unique, strange, unpredictable, dangerous. He blended the North God style with the Water God style like no one else, giving birth to his ultimate technique, the sorcery sword. And with the demon eye of the absolute void, Randolph seemed, at that time, perfectly suited to the position of the fifth world power. But that was long ago. Nowadays, he was no longer as formidable. Still, he managed to defeat Ornthorn again, which was no small feat. However, Ornthorn believed that, with his current strength, Randolph wouldn't be able to surpass the North God or the Sword God. Perhaps after a few more years regaining his muscle memory and battle senses, who knows? Still, he remained a precious asset for the Dragon King's kingdom, a powerful deterrent. With the recent emergence of the Beast God, someone like Randolph had become even more vital, serving as a natural bulwark against any threat. The Dragon King's kingdom had sent allies from its army as support via the new sea route directly connecting to the Hobbit territory's coast. But Randolph was not sent. For obvious reasons. You don't waste a card like him in just any game. The world was changing. All eyes were on Meles. The war unfolding there captured the attention of every major power in the world. Hello? If you want to support my writing, check out my subscription Patreon. By subscribing, you will get access to up to 20 advanced chapters of the web novel and polls to decide various things about the story. Your support will encourage me to continue writing more chapters. Check it out here, patreon.com/daoistjunkyard. Creator's thoughts. Daoist Junkyard. Now we will have several different points of view. We will be away from our beloved Rygar for a few chapters. Comment what you think. Comment. 18 Comment. Vote. Chapter 169, Young Warrior of the Iron Legion. POV, Rufus Pinnacle C. My name is Rufus. More specifically, I am Rufus Mar of the Pinnacle, a dwarf with orange-red hair. I discovered this second name of mine only a year ago, when I met my blood grandfather, who had come to join the Iron Legion like many other dwarves from the dwarf territory. In fact, technically it was he who found me. My grandfather was Hightown Mar of the Pinnacle, and while I was speaking with Brightstone at the forge about Killian's new weapon, he approached and said I looked very much like my father. After asking me several questions, he discovered that I really was his grandson. It shocked me, since I was certain I had no family left in the world. My parents died about 8 years ago in a slave trader attack. I, as a survivor, was naturally sold into slavery at that time. I barely had memories of them by then. After all, I was already 12 years old and my life had changed drastically since that time. If I hadn't been saved by Yan, one of the slave traders, I probably would have met a fate worse than death at the hands of an Azura noble. But life is unpredictable. I was saved, and then taken in by the Iron Legion. Still, I was very happy to have a grandfather. It seems that, like my parents, my grandfather also liked living in high places. That was somewhat uncommon among dwarves liking high places, but I had always enjoyed them too. So sharing a trait with a blood relative was pleasant. Although I knew I was probably just trying to find a family I belonged to, in any case, Grandpa was very kind to me. He didn't usually take part in battles because he was a great blacksmith, so he stayed in the rear, constantly crafting and repairing weapons. That was by no means an unworthy job. In fact, on a large scale, one of the reasons the Iron Legion was going head-to-head against an entire country was that the quality of our weapons surpassed theirs. And even I knew how to forge, but since I had been much more focused on fighting in recent years, I hadn't paid much attention to the skill. I was proficient in North God style up to the advanced level, but I wasn't particularly good at it. My true strength lay in magic. I was studying various types of magic, but what made me recognized was earth magic. But my grandfather said that the Mar of the Pinnacle family was a family born to be smiths. I decided to give it a chance because he was my grandfather, and I began to focus more on forging over the past year. And I ended up discovering something even more shocking. I was very good at it. Woof. Snapping me out of my daydreams, Jerry, my imposing ebony wolf, 4.5 meters tall, licked my face. Jerry, your breath smells like fish. I've told you to stop eating fish. That breath is unbearable. The wolf turned his head and feigned ignorance. I clenched my teeth and sighed in disappointment. Go fetch Garrison, tell him I'll meet him here in half an hour. We have a mission. The wolf barked in confirmation, then leapt nimbly across the stone buildings of the Iron Legion. Meanwhile, I entered the Iron Legion's forging division. Almost the entire Iron Legion base was built with earth magic, mostly created by our leader, Rygar Adoldia. I built some things afterward, but nothing as large as the leader. This stronghold was known throughout the world and bore the name Stone Fortress. It was said to be a fortress, but it was more like a city. The enormous walls and grand structures, barracks, buildings, and streets were constructed as if made by a god. Many dwarves marveled at the architecture, the beauty, and the complexity of the structures. The leader's magic and ingenuity were astonishing even to dwarves. When I entered the building, the familiar heat hit my face strongly, coming from dozens of forges in operation. The space was vast, with a high ceiling supported by thick stone columns, all designed to withstand the intense heat and the weight of the equipment. The floor was dark stone, stained with soot and coal from constant use, and there were channels through which channeled lava ran, used as a heat source for the furnaces. The air was thick with smoke, steam, and the constant sound of hammers striking metal. The forges were organized into stations, each with its anvil, tools hanging on racks, and a rudimentary ventilation system, ducts and chimneys that carried smoke out of the mountain. Several blacksmiths could be seen working continuously with intense focus, accompanied by apprentices carrying coal, ingots, or semi-finished pieces. The entire place smelled of hot iron, sweat, and burning coal. Most of the blacksmiths were dwarves, but there were some of other races as well. As I walked through the forge, everyone greeted me with respect and excitement. I was quite famous in the Iron Legion, despite being only 12 years old. I had been with them since I was 4, when the leader offered me to return home, or to join the Legion. Soon after meeting me, he named me Rufus. Honestly, a good part of my fame came from that name. Being named personally by Rygar Adoldia, after he recognized my talent, meant a great deal in the Great Forest and the Iron Legion. But I didn't know if I liked it anymore. My leader, Rygar, taught me magic during the time I was free, especially when I had just joined the Legion. He taught me up to advanced earth magic, my primary affinity, and intermediate in the others. But, after that, he became too busy to continue. He went to the dwarf territory and returned with a red-haired girl and the Sword King, Ghislaine. Since then, he had been very busy with the Legion and couldn't teach me effectively. So I pushed myself. I really worked hard to get his attention. Now, thinking about it, it was kind of stupid. He's not my father, nor does he have that responsibility. Still, I was hurt when he left without taking me along. Maybe I had created unrealistic illusions in my mind. But they were just illusions. Even so, the leader recognized my efforts. He even gave me command of the children's division back then. And I think I did a good job making them all stronger. I consoled myself with the thought that he didn't take me because I was too young to go, and it didn't make sense for me to go, actually. So I dedicated myself wholeheartedly. He gave me an ebony wolf, which he named Jerry. My best friend and most reliable ally in the entire world. It was hard to explain to people how much easier it was to trust Jerry than humans, but my wolf was simply different. After walking through the forge, I finally arrived at a particular one. Grandpa, an old dwarf wearing an apron and holding a hammer, turned around quickly and smiled. Rufus, you've finally arrived. The stock is almost gone. I'm going to create plenty of ore now for the next few days, but I won't be able to help build today. I have a mission. My grandfather, Hightown, furrowed his brow. I understand. I still recommend you consider becoming a full-time blacksmith. Battles are very dangerous. I smiled. That won't be possible. I'm actually quite strong, Grandpa. It would be a waste not to have me on the battlefield, especially due to the versatility of Earth Dash. Okay, you've repeated that several times already. Go then. I smiled wryly as I began to create the same ore I had been making for months. He could show that rigid exterior, but I knew inside he was only worried. My grandfather and I were developing a prototype, an armor that could potentially become the trademark of Iron Legion members. It was made from an ore created with earth magic, extremely resilient, light to move in, and quick to be generated with magic. Everything needed for mass production. My grandfather was an excellent blacksmith, and with my forging talent, my unenchanted magic, and unique insight into runes and magic circles, I could help in various ways. The prototype was almost ready, but I didn't always have available time. The name we have provisionally given to it is Legionary. After creating a good amount of the ore for my grandfather to continue working on the new armor, I said goodbye and went to the place where I had told Jerry and Garrison to wait for me. After a few minutes, I arrived again at the exit of the Great Forge building. There were Jerry, my ebony wolf companion, and my other best friend, Garrison, the half-stag. Garrison was tall and strong, imposing even among veteran adults, but he was only 13 or 14 years old. Or at least he was supposed to be. It was hard to tell for sure, since no one knew his exact age when he was freed from slavery, not even him. You could tell he wasn't exactly the intelligent type. He was spaced out, always seemed lost in his own thoughts, with a goofy, apathetic expression on his face. But still, as everyone said, he was a once-in-a-generation talent. Strong swordsman you saw often. There were many fencing styles and masters willing to teach. But Garrison chose a different path. Since he began training, he refused swords and used only a long piece of wood. And with that improvised staff, he outmatched all the other apprentices, winning fights that no one else could. When a spear was first placed in his hands, it was one of the rare moments I saw a genuine look of interest on his face. He not only liked the weapon, he seemed to understand it. The spear, often feared for its association with the super demons of the Laplace War, became an extension of his body. He was developing something new, a unique and personal technique based on instinct, strength, and an intuitive understanding of the flow of battle. Interestingly, that demon woman who followed Rudeus Greyrat, the leader's master, also used a similar weapon, although her style was clearly different. In any case, Garrison became my reliable right hand. When real battles began, he didn't leave me behind, he kept following me. As I approached, Garrison called me in his usual low, emotionless voice. Rufus, Commander Taze said he wanted to speak with us before we go on the mission. Ah, right. I had forgotten that detail. Since Killian Dadodia the Gale Reaper arrived at the front lines with his Great Forest reinforcements, there had been a slight crack in the chain of command. Some obeyed Killian, others followed Taze. Killian had unified much of the Great Forest tribes with his own hands, earning the loyalty of many. Taze, on the other hand, had been the commander of the Iron Legion since Rygar's departure. Neither of them saw any problem with that. They were allies, and deep down they knew the true leader was Rygar. But Rudeus Greyrat insisted that, in wartime, the chain of command needed to be clear. Someone had to lead while Rygar was away, and so they contested and Taze Dadodia won. Since then, he had been the Legion's temporary commander. I replied, "Okay, let's go," and began to walk. Did he say why he wanted to see us? I asked. Garrison shook his head, expressionless, his eyes following a little bird drinking water in the distance. He seemed more interested in the bird than in the conversation. Well, that was just him. We mounted Jerry and he ran swiftly to the war hall, which was housed in a particularly fortified building. Melees had already tried to infiltrate people there more than once. It wasn't hard to find Taze among the Legion members who had ebony wolves as companions. There were only me, him, and the leader. Moreover, even at 12 years old, I had already defeated saints in one-on-one combat. My earth magic was the best in the Iron Legion except for the leader, of course. Verdia herself, the leader's master, said I probably possessed emperor-level mana. For me, manipulating earth was like moving arms and legs. And controlling the terrain often meant practically controlling the battle. With that, the odds of me being an infiltrator were nil. Taze was, as usual, busy. He had maps on the table, piled reports, open and sealed letters. His expression was tense, and his eyes showed signs of sleepless nights. Unlike me, who could train or forge when not fighting, Taze was always managing, planning, deciding, and even going to the battlefield personally. I don't remember the last time I saw him rest. And yet, his wife announced she was pregnant a few months ago. How did he find time for that? It was an enigma. When he noticed me entering, he looked up with a broad smile on his face. Rufus, ha 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 ha. I fell silent, confused. Should I have known the reason for his laughter? He furrowed his brow, surprised. You didn't hear anything on the way. I became even more confused. No, I came mounted on Jerry, I answered. Taze smiled, crossing his arms, his eyes shining with satisfaction. The sixth world power fell a few days ago. My breath stopped in that instant. My mind began to race, processing the meaning of that news. And the new world power is the beast god. How powerful does someone need to be to wander freely across the world? This has been a question asked by many people over the tens or hundreds of thousands of years since the world of six faces began to exist. Even after the first dragon god led a war against the other worlds, and eventually had his own world destroyed by the human god, giving rise to a single amalgamated world, this question remained unanswered. It depended greatly on each individual's circumstances. The immortal demon king Badagatti could roam the lands relying on his immortality. The elven mage Rudeus Greyrat could travel carefreely trusting in her foresight of the future. There was even a certain monkey man who could walk the entire world following the advice of a god even though he was very weak. That is to say, in this era, strength, though a crucial factor, was still deeply affected by strange and unpredictable abilities that were born and manifested in this magical world. There were immortal races. Races capable of dominating the minds of their opponents. Races that flew freely through the skies. And, likewise, there existed the blessed children and the cursed children touched by forces that even the greatest sages could not fully comprehend. There were beings who inherited the Laplace factor. There were those born inexplicably with absurd talents, great courage, or transcendental beauty. All facets of life and abilities were included. And everyone, without exception, was born with a certain fate. The strength of one's destiny influenced their life in every imaginable way. With a powerful destiny, it was possible to break the shackles of an ordinary life and become a true powerhouse. But destiny was something unpredictable. And, above all, it was constantly changing. In this world, there was no correct future. There was no fixed and unbreakable timeline. Various abilities defied the logic and physics of the world, demon eyes that interacted with the future, magics capable of slowing the flow of time, and even teleportation. All of this effectively scrambled the idea of a single stable temporal flow. In the last 16 years of the world of six faces, the world changed in unpredictable, chaotic, and grand ways. Because several of these factors interacted at the same time, history changed. Destinies collided. And new forces emerged from the shadows and the ashes. In the last 2 decades, 3 great events served as catalysts for unprecedented changes in the world of six faces: the birth of Rygar Adoldia, the birth of Rudeus Greyrat, and the teleportation incident that brought Nenah Shizuka to this world. The birth of Rudeus Greyrat, although important, did not have a large-scale impact. Until he was 7 years old, the changes caused by his actions were limited to a small village in the Fito region. He met a few figures who would become relevant in the future, or whose descendants would leave important marks, but, actively, he lived a relatively carefree childhood. It was only after being teleported to the Badagatti continent that his actions began to diverge more intensely from the normal flow of destiny, albeit restricted to a small group. When the North Emperor Lyrax was killed, Rudius's actions began to resonate more strongly, especially after the journey through Meles and the vast lands of the demonic continent. The teleportation incident, due to its gigantic scale and unpredictable nature, shook many certainties of destiny. Families were separated, cities disappeared, and alliances were forged or destroyed by chaotic events that nobody had planned. Still, even such calamity paled in comparison to a singular factor in terms of impact on the world: the birth of Rygar Adoldia. Rygar was the first child of Selene Adoldia and Haunter Adoldia. Originally, because he carried an extremely powerful Laplace factor within him, he should have been stillborn, a common fate for those who inherited such intense powers. The body of a newborn soul generally could not withstand such a magical burden, especially in Rygar's case, as he was born with innate demon eyes. But he lived. Because a soul from another world had been reincarnated in the child's body, Rygar survived. Everyone around him, especially Rudeus Greyrat, always saw something different in that child. Over time, it became clear that that beast boy was a storm in the making, and his winds and thunders would sweep the world with a force destiny could not contain. Rygar's interference completely altered the life courses of countless people, especially on the continent of Meles. His magical eyes allowed him to identify early on who among his generation carried the greatest hidden talents. Among the outstanding were Taze Adoldia, owner of impressive brute strength and latent magical talent. Clint Adoldia, also strong physically, but with a sharp intellect and remarkable aptitude for magic and strategy. Lineah Adoldia, possessing an incomparable magical affinity among the tribe's youth. Lineah and Persna, daughters of the chiefs of the Dadia tribes, still young but with great leadership potential and strength. Without Rygar's interference, these children's destinies would have been far more limited. Tiz would have become the strongest warrior of his generation in the Great Forest, reaching the top of the advanced level, but without proper instruction or moral guidance, he would never have gone beyond that. Clint, in turn, would have stood out for his strategic mind and the howling magic of the beast race, but he would not have opportunities to truly ascend. Lineah, perhaps with the most tragic future of all, would have become an adventurer at 15 and learned magic with a teammate, only for her entire group to be massacred by a horde of monsters south of Meles. All possessed great potential. But potential without opportunity, guidance, or the fire of will often dies before it can bloom. All this was changed by Rygar Adoldia. These were just examples of his direct influence. His indirect influence was even more far-reaching and profound. Guided by an extraordinary leader, communities around him tended to want to follow him. Under a modified destiny, youths who had once been destined for slavery, early death, or an ordinary life wasting their talents were forced to act. The great forest was moving, and those who did not keep pace would be left behind or crushed by the progress of those advancing. Humans, demons, and other races freed by the Iron Legion also began to find new opportunities. Evidently, the Legion's reach was not yet capable of fully harnessing the potential of everyone, but it had undoubtedly multiplied many times over the strength the Great Forest could manifest. Rygar's influence was so sudden and vast that it even moved the great powers currently ruling the world of Six Faces. The holy nation of Meles, for example, guided by a mix of fear, religious fanaticism, apprehension of the unknown, and racial prejudice, ended up entering into direct conflict with the Iron Legion. Territories until then neutral or disconnected, such as the domains of dwarves, hobbits, and elves, ended up allying with the Legion. Even the Dragon King's realm, traditionally isolationist and pragmatic, formed an alliance with this new rising force. This conflict with Meles was, probably, the greatest armed conflict since the times of the War in the Conflict Zone, on the central continent, and perhaps even fiercer, since it was just two sides facing each other directly, without multiple factions or court intrigues. It was an open war between an ascending organization and a very ancient kingdom. Still, as much as the Iron Legion had promoted deep social and structural changes in the Great Forest and its surroundings, that was not enough to face head-on the conventional war might and magic of the holy nation of Meles completely. Meles outclassed them in almost every aspect of conventional warfare: low-tier troops, intermediate forces, elites. Even the magic employed by the Meletian armies was superior: ancient magical circles honed over centuries, containment barriers with sacred effects, healing techniques that could restore limbs or purify poisons. All that, combined with the unique powers of the two Mycos, made Meles an almost unbeatable force in direct combat. The normal soldiers were, for the most part, at intermediate level. Most platoon commanders were at advanced level, and there were many saints scattered among their ranks. In this world, anyone with great motivation and some talent could reach the saint level. But to go beyond to reach the king, emperor, or god level, the requirements became much more stringent. It required more than effort, innate talent, obsession, or a balanced combination of both. Even among the most influential countries, king-level warriors, or higher, were scarce. Meles counted with only about 10 of them spread across its noble houses, military factions, and church orders. Of these, only one was considered a true god level: Galgard Nash Venek, the strongest man in the holy nation. That is not to mention the priests and mages capable of using magics that could change the course of a battle with the mere activation of a barrier. And that was why Meles's crusade advanced so easily at the beginning. Village after village, frontier after frontier, the advance was constant, methodical, and brutal. This continued until they reached the edge of the Great Forest and came face to face with the stone fortress in Tanaver. Although Meles outmatched its opponents, it no longer did so with the ease of 10 years before. The superiority that was once overwhelming now balanced out in more heated confrontations. This was because, over time, various powerful individuals emerged within the Legion, rising as pillars against Meles's advances. Fighters who mastered magic, sword, and tactics, forged in the fire of battles and guided by the inspiring leadership of Rygar Adoldia and his allies. Because of this, invading the Great Forest was a task that Meles could not accomplish in a short period of time. Although Meles was not inexperienced in incursions into this territory, it faced serious difficulties crossing its borders. The ambushes, the treacherous terrain, the wild creatures, and now the defenses erected by the Legion made every step a hard-won achievement. Even with more numerous and well-equipped troops, with support magics, magical circles, and saints among their ranks, Meles advanced cautiously and faced resistance at every new step. But this stalemate, which kept the war in a state of controlled attrition, was on the verge of breaking. Since Meles learned that the sixth world power had been replaced and that now the beast god occupied that place, their offensive gained new vigor. Their assaults became more regular, more organized, and more violent. It was evident, they wanted to win this war before Rygar Adoldia's return. Despite this, Meles's higher echelons did not appear to fear Rygar at all. There was no terror, no hesitation. There was confidence. An unsettling and enigmatic confidence, as if they had a plan, a trump card, something that made them believe they could deal with the beast god. This cold, calculated assurance caused many in the Legion to question what was really behind Meles's maneuvers. And so, with days turning into weeks, and weeks into months, the war intensified. The clashes multiplied, blood was shed, and the sky over the Great Forest darkened with the smoke of battle. Something grand was coming, all could feel it. The Legion prepared. Meles advanced. And the storm on the horizon only grew. Several months before the outbreak of the war between Meles and the Iron Legion, far from the battlefield, on the Demon Continent, more precisely in the province of Varmarik, a solitary figure walked with calm steps through the hostile landscape. She was an elf. Her long golden hair shimmered even under the gloomy gray of the demonic sky. Her blue eyes, clear as ice, contrasted with the environment around her. The province of Varmarik was a desolate land, marked by deep valleys and black, jagged mountains. The constant winds carried a dry scent of iron and sulfur, and the clouds seemed never to dissipate. Vegetation was rare, and the ground creaked beneath her feet like parched bones. Black rocks rose on all sides like the teeth of a sleeping beast. The elf wore a dark wine-colored mage's cloak with silver details, beneath which part of a reinforced leather armor could be seen. On her back, she carried a quiver and an intricately carved elven bow, and in her hand, a wooden staff topped with a red magical gem. The aura she exuded was peaceful, almost gentle, but also conveyed the firmness of one who had crossed battles and eras. In the distance, at the foot of a rocky plateau, rose a castle city protected by high walls and watchtowers. It was the capital of the province of Varmarek, the most populous and secure city in that region. "Excuse me," the elf shouted as she approached the main gate. One of the guards, a demon with red skin, yellow eyes, and 2 horns curved backward, awoke startled from his nap. He hastily grabbed his sword, looking toward the lone figure. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Then, finally speaking hesitantly, he said, Miss, you know it's dangerous to stay outside the castle walls, right?" The elf smiled brightly. "It's all right. I'd like to know if Greta still lives in the nearby labyrinth." The demon immediately grew serious. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, and his eyes appraised her with suspicion. "Who are you, miss?" "I'm a friend of hers. My name is Rudeus Greyrat." Upon hearing that name, the guard's eyes widened for a brief moment. Yes, I think she mentioned something about that," he said, turning around. "She still lives there, yes. But I recommend you be careful on the way." "No, wait. Would you like an escort there?" He was about to step down from the wall, but Rudeus raised her hand gently. "There's no need. Thank you for the information." And so, she set off toward a deep ravine stretching alongside the city. That chasm of black rocks was the path leading to Greta Fauzark's labyrinth. Greta, of the demonic Fauzark clan, was the current demon king of the province of Varmarek. Like many other demon kings, she had her eccentricities. Although entitled to the castle, she preferred to live deep within an S-rank labyrinth. It was said that there she studied, trained, and conducted bizarre arcane rituals. But above all, she was very powerful. After all, no ruler of a demonic province survived long without strength. Rudeus crossed the ravine with light steps, as if she were walking through a field of flowers. Monsters emerged from the shadows of the rocks, sniffing her like vulnerable prey. But none lasted long. Invisible winds compress the air, break the silence, and fire like storm spears. Pressure shots. The words vibrated through the air, and a volley of wind spears exploded among the demonic jackals that surrounded her. The creatures were hurled and impaled, their bodies rolling inert over the black stones. Rudeus could not cast chantless magic, but she had long been able to shorten her chants. An advanced level spell like pressure shots normally required a much longer chant, but she invoked it with only 2 sentences. When the monsters got too close, she retreated with agility impressive for a mage. Her physical conditioning was excellent, and her movements precise. No creature managed even to scratch her during the crossing. At the end of the ravine, the entrance to an immense black cave appeared. Above the entrance, affixed to a rocky stalactite, there was a weathered plaque bearing writings in the demonic tongue, painted by hand. "If you are human, go away. If you are a demon, go away. If you are a feral, I don't accept challenges. If you are of a marine race, what are you doing here? If you came to sell blood, ignore everything else. You are welcome." Rudeus smiled as she read the message. That same plaque had been there for centuries. It was as eccentric as its owner. Adjusting her staff on her back and pulling her cloak to cover her body a bit more, the elf entered Greta's labyrinth without hesitation. Rudeus passed through the S-rank labyrinth completely alone. It was true that she had taken that path before, which helped her greatly. She knew the traps, the treacherous turns, and the hidden shortcuts. Even so, despite this prior knowledge, the monsters that inhabited the place remained serious threats. They demanded effort, they demanded power. But Rudeus was someone who possessed both in abundance. When wounded by claws or fangs, her hands were already casting healing spells almost immediately. When an ambush sprang out of nowhere, a pre-established magic circle activated and detonated the enemy with surgical precision and force. Rudeus Greyrat was an exceptional mage. There was a clear reason why the Saint of North God style, Kalinowski, only attacked her after exhausting both her mana and her physical stamina. Her spells were always sure and overwhelming, and her movement was agile, refined, very unusual for a mage. Her body was in shape and her reflexes sharp as a sword. That golden-haired elf had spent much of her life in constant war, and that kind of experience left marks. Marks that, in her case, had turned into power and experience. Confident, she traversed the labyrinth with skillful precision. The monsters perished before they could touch her. Thus, step by step, she finally arrived at the boss room of the labyrinth. She stopped before the door, observing everything around her with nostalgic eyes. The walls, the cracks, even the faint sound of drips falling into ancient pools brought back memories. Memories of battles, of conversations, of decisions. And then, she pushed open the heavy dungeon door. Contrary to what one would expect of a labyrinth boss room, the interior was organized. Extremely organized. The spacious, vaulted chamber was illuminated by dozens of magical torches symmetrically arranged. There were shelves laden with vials, ingredients, alchemical tools, and scrolls. Potion benches, runic diagrams, and even a table with handwritten papers. Everything meticulously arranged at the back of the hall. On the center of the raised platform, chained to a reinforced magical containment circle, slept a colossal creature. A demon dog larger than a house. It had 4 heads, all different in appearance, and a suffocating aura. The chains wrapped around its muscular, black-bone body trembled lightly with its deep breathing. One of the heads slowly opened its eyes. Its eyes were as red as embers, and upon seeing Verdia, one of its muzzles lifted. A greenish gas began to pour from its mouth, and without warning, a poisonous breath was unleashed toward the elf. Unfazed, Verdia calmly withdrew a scroll from her cloak. Touching it with her fingertips and channeling mana, the magic circle drawn on it glowed intensely and formed a translucent barrier that enveloped her completely. The gas struck her and dispersed, impotent. Greta, she called with a joyful smile. It's me, Verdia. After a few seconds' delay in which the monster rose to continue its assault, the chains around the dog's neck were suddenly yanked to the side. A powerful, impatient female voice echoed through the room. Lap? She's a visitor? Who do you think you're attacking? From one of the side doors of the hall emerged an imposing figure. A very tall woman at least 8 feet high with grey skin and well-defined muscles. If judged only by anatomy and posture, she might be mistaken for an unusual human. But her long, dark purple braided hair said otherwise. A large onyx horn protruded from the center of her forehead, curving slightly backward. Her blue eyes shone with a wild intensity. Greta Fauzark, the demon king of the province of Varmarik, wore only a white cloak, barely fitting her body. It was more a formality than real attire. The fabric barely covered her breasts and her intimacy. Her confidence was absolute in strength, in presence, in authority. She walked toward Verdia with heavy steps, crossing the stone hall as if there were no hurry in the world. When she stood before the elf, she watched her silently for a few seconds. Her eyes rested on the mage's golden hair, now glowing with a soft, magical light. Hey, your hair is shining, Verdia, Greta said curiously. Verdia smiled gently. A smile filled with joy and nostalgia. I know, she replied. The demon king hesitated and said, are you dying? What? Ah ha ha ha, so you're not dying. Greta said, laughing with her firm, hoarse voice, which reverberated off the dungeon walls. Inside a spacious secondary chamber, lit by magical crystals embedded in the walls, 2 figures sat facing each other. In the center, a robust wooden table covered with old scrolls, glass vials, and alchemical tools. The room smelled of aged potions, dried herbs, and magical ink. Verdia Solarian reclined gracefully, legs crossed and her long golden hair gleaming softly under the amber light of the crystals. Across from her, Greta the imposing demon king of the province of Varmarik was reclining in a chair too large for any human, holding an iron chalice. No, I'm not, Verdia replied in a soft but firm voice. Greta tilted her head, frowning with genuine confusion. But that's strange. Your hair, you remember? It used to shine a lot when you were young. Verdia nodded silently. And it lost its shine over the ages as you grew older, right? Another silent nod from the elf. So, why is it shining again? The mage took a deep breath, exhaling slowly through her lips. I know as much as you do. A brief silence fell over the room, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was the kind of silence only old friends could share. The two then relaxed, settling in for hours of conversation. It had been exactly a century since Verdia's last visit, but neither seemed to give much importance to time. Both belonged to long-lived races. Greta was already over 800 years old, and Verdia just over 500. They had met during the campaign of demon god Laplace. It was in one of the fiercest battles that Verdia saved Greta's life by facing none other than Pharaoh's Star, the legendary fire emperor of the human race. Greta's days, however, had become much more peaceful over the last few centuries. Her routine consisted basically of waking up, studying alchemy, and sleeping. She spent most of her time among vials and formulas, deeply investigating complex topics. For the last 300 years, her obsession had been focused on bloodlines. How they formed, how they were transmitted, and what could be awakened within them. Verdia, on the other hand, roamed the world. She had stories of all kinds: epic victories, strange encounters, tragedies, and reunions. She spoke animatedly, and Greta listened attentively, until the inevitable subject arose, Rygar. She spoke excitedly about her disciple, while Greta continued to watch the glow in her friend's hair discreetly, without mentioning it further. Greta straightened in her chair, paying closer attention now. That Rygar fellow is quite amazing, from what you say. Although I don't know what that saint-level title means. Verdia smiled. It's a classification humans invented in recent centuries. An attempt to measure the power of warriors and mages. Then what would be a better reference? At 8 years old, you could say he was already as skilled with the sword as I was in my youth. Greta raised an eyebrow. Now she was truly impressed. Wait, in the old days, you stopped practicing with a sword. The elf leaned back against the wall, her eyes distant. I'm sure I mentioned that the last time I was here. It's been a few hundred years since I used a sword in combat. It's not like I've forgotten everything, but maybe I no longer have the same flair. What a pity, Greta murmured. Elven swordsmanship was beautiful to behold. It would be a tragedy to lose that. A few more minutes of silence. A crystal glowed softly in lilac tones, marking the passage of another hour. So, Greta asked, refilling her chalice, what's the real reason for your visit, Verdia? The elf hesitated, looking at her hands on the table. I came to retrieve something I left here long ago. Your weapons? Are you going to fight a war? Verdia nodded slowly. And one more thing. She raised her eyes and stared at Greta intently. I'm calling in my debt now. I want your help. I want you to come with me to Meles. Greta's expression hardened. Her eyes flashed briefly. Are you sure? Absolutely sure, Verdia replied without blinking. A few days later, the mountain winds blew across the demon continent's peaks, witnessing a rare sight, the demon king of the province of Varmarek abandoning her territory, accompanied by her old friend. Two legends, side by side, crossing the continent toward the holy country of Meles.pov, Verdia Solarion. And here I was again, in yet another war. It wasn't strange to me, after all, I was born amid the most brutal war of the last 10,000 years. For a long time, during the Laplace War, I was called the Warrior Angel. Of course, that title was forgotten by many after I isolated myself for decades, but if you were to mention that name to some historian, they could tell you about my deeds, my battles, my triumphs, and my mistakes. That was a time when I wielded sword, bow, and magic with a heart hardened by necessity. Each strike of mine was precise, each spell devastating. First, I fought fiercely against the human race, in a war that did not even belong to us elves, and after that, I joined the campaign against Laplace, betraying the demon god. And still, at the end of the war, glory did not remain in me, only fatigue, pain, and the emptiness of a world that no longer seemed worthy of redemption. After the Laplace War, I earned other titles during my hundreds of years of life. Witch of Disaster, during the bloody conflicts in the conflict zone. Herald of Light, in a human kingdom I helped save from a monster invasion. Titles came and went, like the seasons, but there was no peace in my spirit. I participated in many wars, but I never threw myself into them completely. I was always involved primarily because I was helping some close friend. I helped, yes, but at a distance. Shortly after the end of the Laplace War, something inside me broke. 100 years of uninterrupted war had exhausted me. I developed a certain aversion to swordsmanship, archery, and even magic. These were arts aimed at slaughter, instruments of destruction, of loss. Skills created to burn, cut, and pierce the bodies of enemies. Tired and longing for the end of all this, I entrusted my artifacts to my best friend at the time, Greta, the Demon Queen. She was powerful, feared, and respected, but above all, she understood me. I left with her my cloak, my bow, my sword, and my staff. 4 magical items of great power. 4 of the reasons I had crossed that war as a legend. 4 reasons why many people did not return home. I planned never to use them again. Eventually, I found a new staff with my new group of adventurers. Something simpler, more modest, that accompanied me on explorations, studies, and travels. Magic, over the course of my wanderings, began to reveal itself in a new light as a profound language that connects all things, a manifestation of the universe and its mysteries. I realized at some point how much I had ignored its beauty. When you are surrounded by destruction, it's hard to see beyond the next spell. But, with time, I saw the wonders it could create. Conjure a flame to warm the lost on a freezing night, control the wind to propel a drifting boat, heal wounds, purify poisons, all of that was magic too. The demon god Laplace seemed never to have understood that. That green-haired demon saw magic only as a tool of annihilation. And worst of all, he did it better than anyone. His spells were absolute, merciless. I never knew anyone who came close to his magical feats. Never until a few years ago, when I met my new disciple. When did I start to grow weary of everything? Yes, I think it was at Mai's death. She was my best friend throughout my entire life. What was it that made her different? I wasn't sure. Actually, she was a bit quiet. I met her when she was 14, and I was 400. That seems absurd, doesn't it? But it's true. I watched her grow. I witnessed her changes. I saw her go from a shy child to a young woman passionate about life, then to a brave and respected woman, and then I saw her die as a wise, playful old lady. Look at that. It turns out I don't think I was truly born to be an elf. Most elves lived a calm and peaceful life, mainly in the elven village. Even when they ventured out into the world, they weren't particularly lively. The short-lived races were truly impressive. Because of their attachment to their brief time in this world, they always lived with intensity. They went out and made things happen. Smiled and cried, yelled, and celebrated as if it were the last day, because it really could be. I was like that too. A free spirit, joyful and unrestrained. Happy and radiant. That was how I chose to live. But that brightness was gradually stained. By the cruelty of war. By the cruelty of life. And above all, by the cruelty of time. When I returned to the great forest, I just wanted to rest. Rest for a while. Assimilate everything that had happened. And then, who knows, travel again. As if in agreement with my well-deserved rest, my frequent visions of the future simply stopped. They vanished. Probably because there really was no threat to my life in the great forest. It was as if fate said, "You are safe here. Rest." It was on a relatively ordinary day. Haunter, Adoldia, to whom I owed a small favor, asked me to heal his son's arm. The boy seemed very strong for his age, and his bones had broken due to his lack of control. At first, I simply found him adorable. Truly cute. Those golden eyes were rare. Although I had some suspicions about them, he quickly confirmed my hypothesis by sharing that he could see mana. Moreover, as soon as he saw me use magic, he became wholeheartedly interested. Let's see if you've followed me so far. The boy was very cute, had great physical strength, innate demonic eyes, and on top of that, was extremely talented in magic. Did I forget something? Oh, yes. He was also excessively intelligent and always had completely out-of-the-box ideas about everything. Teaching Rygar was a refreshing experience. A breath of life in my monotonous existence. I didn't realize it at the time, but he was the one who, slowly and surely, healed the deepest scars of my heart and soul. A dedicated, caring, and brave boy. One who would surely become a great man in the future. It's a pity that, like me, the boy was born in difficult times. At 5 years old, he was already defending his tribe in combat against slave traders. I didn't accompany him at that time, but I heard many stories. Meanwhile, I was fighting in the elven village. At one point, I fell into a trap. For a moment, I thought I was dead. It had been decades since I had seen any vision of my own death. Because of that, I truly didn't know how I might escape that time. If I had my mana intact, if I weren't so exhausted, I could have defeated that North Saint. It wouldn't have been the first or the second time I had done so, but I was spent. And when death seemed certain, my father's last words came to mind. I want you to live as long as I did, so that you understand that there are things in life more important than death. I always understood that phrase, but it was in that moment that I felt it deeply. It was the only time in my entire life that I didn't know if I would live or die. I had no vision to prepare me, there was no sign whatsoever. But, in any case, it was my adorable disciple, at only 6 years old, who ended up saving me. And together, we killed a North Saint. It still feels somewhat unreal, even remembering it now. In any case, the following years were turbulent. I mean, I wasn't at war anymore or anything like that, but having Rygar around basically guaranteed that everything would turn into chaos. Of course, I loved all that excitement. And more, my disciple surprised me. At a certain point, I began to suspect that he might be some reincarnated demon. But after observing him for a while, I dismissed that possibility. He invented spells one after another, created an organization, and led it at only 8 years old. He had a clear vision of how to strengthen the Great Forest in the long run, and acted on that vision. He found other promising young people, trained them, taught them. Everything happened so quickly that those around him could barely keep up. At only 8 years old, it became clear to the entire Great Forest, Rygar Adoldia carried within him a flame of change, an unbridled and unstoppable flame. And wherever he went, everything was destined to change. And me? I became more and more attached to young Adoldia, a spirited, fierce, talented, and loving youth. Perhaps it was because he pulled me out of the pit I was in. Or perhaps he was just too charismatic for anyone not to like him. Whatever the reason, I found myself longing for, imagining his future deeds. What heights would he reach? What would he accomplish with his peculiar vision of the world? It was then that, on the day he left the Great Forest, I had a vision, after many years. And this time, this vision did not show my death. This time, my powers truly went beyond all limits. For the second time in my entire life, my powers saw the future of someone who was not me. And for the first time in my entire life, they showed a future many years ahead. I saw his death. I saw Rygar fall. I didn't know exactly when it would happen, or where. But the omen came, clear as day, in the wake of a terrible war against Melees. After the war, a city once pristine and white was now stained scarlet. The ivory towers crumbled, and from their ashes, the Iron Legion rose. It was then that I saw it clearly, unmistakably. After all the war, after the bloodshed, after the calm that followed, something far more terrifying emerged. Something that brought about Rygar's end. Amid the infinite sea, the sun shone bright and constant. There were no waves, nor wind. The ocean was serene, calm, like a living painting. But there was something strange in that scene. In the midst of that vast blue nothingness, a small island stood out. An island that, surely, was not there before. On that unlikely island, a gigantic red dragon at saddle rested under the sunlight, lying on a rocky elevation. Its breathing was slow, deep, and tranquil. A being of such imposing presence, there, in complete peace. Nearby, 3 figures rested. A beast race woman, with silver hair and attentive eyes, was leaning against the body of a huge ebony wolf, which slept placidly. Next to her, a red-haired human watched the sea with her arms crossed. The third figure was a little brown-haired girl roasting a massive fish over the fire. How does Rygar manage to stay underwater so long? Asked the redhead, Aerys, her gaze fixed on the calm sea. Aisha, still focused on taking the fish off the fire, answered naturally. It's because of a spell. A barrier mixed with wind magic. He has to renew the air inside the bubble from time to time, but it's not a big problem for the master. Ghislaine, the beast woman, lifted her face to the sky, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face as she stroked Skull, the giant wolf. Traveling mounted on a dragon is truly out of the ordinary, she commented with a slight smile. It had been only a few months since the group had left the Sword Sanctuary. Since then, they had swiftly passed through the Azura Kingdom, crossed the chaotic conflict zone, and made a brief stop in the Sanakia Kingdom. There, they met Fendril and Erina, old friends of Rygar, as well as their son, Jayo. Soon after, they continued their journey through the skies atop Escalar, the Red Dragon. Upon passing through the Dragon King's kingdom, they discovered that Ornthorn had already departed for Melees. Wasting no time, they continued on. Now, they were at some point between Eastport and Westport, right in the middle of the ocean. Aerys approached the dragon eggs that lay near Escalar, her eyes shining with excitement. Rygar said they're almost hatching? I can't wait to have one. Ghislaine smiled, and Aisha replied. I'd like to have one too, but I think it'll be complicated to raise. Not everyone can beat a dragon until it obeys like the master does. Aerys puffed out her chest confidently. I can. Escalar snorted indifferently, turning to the other side with disdain, uninterested in starting a conflict with the redhead. Aerys was about to continue speaking, but was interrupted by a subtle tremor. The sea began to stir. Waves formed for the first time that day, and whirlpools appeared at various points around the island. The three women immediately turned to the ocean, sensing the atmosphere change. Skull growled softly, and Escalar lifted his head, alert. Then, a beast race man emerged from the depths of the sea. But he wasn't swimming. He was floating, carried by the water itself as if it propelled him through the air. His body was surrounded by a faint purple aura, and a serene smile adorned his face. The waters roiled even more. Slowly, an immense form rose from the seabed. A colossal frozen shape was hoisted upward. The carcass of a giant kraken emerged from the waters, suspended both by Rygar's control over the surrounding waters and by a gravity spell causing it to levitate slightly. It was an awe-inspiring and imposing spectacle. Meanwhile, stones floated and slowly shaped themselves, forming a gigantic ship made of light rock, crafted to accommodate the creature's body. Gears appeared below, driven by magic, structured to maintain the balance of that colossal vessel. In the air, Rygar smiled, triumphant. "We've gained a new passenger," he announced in a light, excited tone. "Don't worry, Escalar, I'll help carry this one." The three women and the two beasts stood agape at the scene before them. Rygar ignored their reactions as he gazed toward the horizon. Now, Meles was right in front of him. Amid the towering trees of the great forest, a figure moved with almost supersonic speed. His body was an almost imperceptible blur to ordinary eyes, like a shadow slicing through the air between colossal trunks and branches. He was a man of the beast-like race, about 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall. His long, dark brown hair was tied back in a ponytail that swayed with the wind of his fierce movement. His eyes, red and sharp like those of a predator, revealed an unshakable gleam. A prominent scar crossed one eye, climbing up his forehead and disappearing into the dark strands. At his waist hung a falcata-shaped sword. The brown hilt was detailed with intricate silver runes, and the blade had a dark silver hue, with an almost liquid gleam, as if it pulsed with energy. On the opposite side of his waist rested a short black sword, whose sheath seemed to absorb the light of the surroundings. Unlike the norm among beastmen who usually wore light armor or even went shirtless to maintain agility, this youth wore full black armor. Silver accents traced the lines of the armor with lethal elegance, and at the center of the breastplate shone a symbol, the face of a wolf surrounded by a mystical aura. Anyone who had visited one of the monuments of the 7 world powers in recent months would recognize the symbol immediately, the emblem of the beast god, the newly elevated 6th among the 7 world powers. This young Dadia warrior racing through the great forest was Killian de Dadia, 16 years old, the current second-in-command of the burgeoning Iron Legion. Known to allies and enemies alike as the Gaul Reaper, his reputation had already crossed the borders of the forest and reached even the central continent. As he ran, nearby beasts instinctively recoiled, sensing the mortal danger in his presence. Some, perhaps driven by fury or ignorance, dared not get out of the way and were cleaved in two by an invisible blade, without Killian even slowing his pace or shifting his course. His magical attacks with wind magic were so fast and precise they seemed a natural manifestation of the forest itself, a force of nature that could not be stopped. Soon, the sound of a waterfall echoed in the distance, too soft for human ears but loud enough for Killian's keen senses. He diverted his course with feline ease, as if the wind obeyed his will, and in moments arrived at a clearing where a waterfall poured into a crystalline lake, surrounded by rocks and dense vegetation. There, 3 figures awaited him. The first was an elf with long golden hair that gleamed in the sunlight filtered through the canopy. Her blue eyes sparkled like sapphires in the gentle light. She wore a cloak the color of a starry sky, embroidered with countless tiny star-like details. At her waist hung a curved elven sword, and a blue bow and quiver were strapped to her back. Her name was Rudeus Greyrat, master of the Iron Legion's leader, an exceptional mage whose power and wisdom earned her the respect of all in the Legion. Next to her stood a beast girl of the Adoldia tribe, with firm features and disinterested eyes, wearing the same black armor of the Legion as Killian. Coincidentally, she was chewing on a strip of bacon even as they spoke. She was Persona Adoldia. Though only 13 years old, she was an exceptional warrior on the battlefield. A prodigy in earth, healing and water magic, as well as her tribe's howling magic, she also mastered the water god style in swordsmanship. Her potential was among the greatest, and she was considered one of the most promising members of the Legion. The third figure was an old demon, his skin a deep blue, 2 twisted black horns, and long hair the color of ripe wheat. On his back rested a double-edged axe. He was Lirif Jinkan, former leader of the Jinkan demon tribe. He and his entire tribe had joined the Iron Legion 4 years ago, and since then the elder had shown absolute loyalty. Recently, just like Taze Dadadia, Lirif had been named North King by North Emperor Ornthorn himself, who had come from the central continent to join the war under the Legion's banner. When Killian arrived, the 3 were already conversing by the lake's edge, but upon noticing his approach, they all stopped and greeted him. The youth bowed slightly to his leader's master in respect, then greeted Persona and Lirif, being especially affectionate toward Persona. After the greetings, he asked, "Was Rufus unable to come?" Verdia shook her head slightly, her eyes fixed on the steady flow of the waterfall ahead. He went to help Taze on the front line in Hobbit territory. Galgard was there. Killian frowned, thoughtful for a moment, then asked, "So the Demon King Greta went there too?" The elf nodded calmly. Unlike the central continent where the mountain ranges were mostly populated by red dragons, aggressive and territorial monsters, Meles was less concerning in this regard. There, blue dragons predominated, but they concentrated in specific locales and had migratory habits. Some parts of the range were true death zones, but others were relatively safe, at least by the standards of those who grew up facing wild beasts daily. Of course, monsters inhabited the entire range, but both the people of Meles and the beast-like race were accustomed to that. Recently, however, Meles had begun to advance aggressively into Hobbit territory, even crossing the range with its troops. In recent months, the generals of Meles realized that conquering that region was essential. The true motivation came with the arrival of Ornthorn, the North Emperor from the kingdom of the Dragon King by sea. With his presence reinforcing the Iron Legion's lines, Meles decided to invest heavily to cut off this vital maritime connection so that no more incidents like that could occur. Persna looked at Killian with a worried expression. Will we be able to complete the mission without Rufus? Killian thought for a few seconds, analyzing the variables. He wanted to bring Rufus precisely for his proficiency with earth magic, his natural affinity. But for that very reason, Rufus was perfect to support Taze in Hobbit territory, where Meles was concentrating its invasion efforts across the range. Besides, he and Persna also wielded earth magic, though not at Rufus's level. I believe you and I will be enough, Persna, he replied firmly. But if we're not fast enough, Lady Verdia could simply destroy everything with the earth rupture. It wouldn't be ideal, but I believe it would achieve the same result. Persna merely nodded, a bit more confident. Verdia then spoke in a soft but assured voice. Rygar will be arriving in the coming months. So even if we only delay them, it will be enough. Persna sighed, exasperated. I still can't believe the boss tamed a dragon? He really has no limits. Lirif ran his hand through his thick beard, adjusting the strands with the calm of one who has seen many wars. From the stories they told me about him, I have high expectations for this youth. He began counting on his fingers, destroying an entire forest in one blow, killing a saint at 6 years old, slaying in terror of the depths, taming dragons, and now he's even become one of the 7 great powers at 16. Killian remained expressionless. This mission was indeed extremely important. Removing 4 heavyweights like himself, Verdia, Lirif, and Persna from the front line represented a huge loss. That was precisely why they had gathered as quickly as possible. If Meles noticed their absence for too long, the consequences could be catastrophic. In the past months of the conflict, Meles had increased its aggression even further upon discovering that Rygar had become the 6th world power. At first, the Legion was able to repel the armies efficiently, but over time, the true strength of the world's 2nd largest military power began to show. After all, they were the only kingdom that had existed long before the demon god Laplace. It was only a matter of time before some point in the defenses collapsed under the constant pressure. From then on, everything would cascade in a domino effect. This mission was not about direct victory, but about time. Time for their leader to return. And then, they would finally launch the counterattack. Good, said Killian with resolve. Let's go. The sooner we return, the lower the risk of our disappearance being noticed. All nodded solemnly. Without another word, they dashed into the forest. As they ran, Killian couldn't help but admire once more the elf with golden hair. Even as a mage, his leader's master was still faster than Persna. She moved through the forest with a natural grace as if the vegetation shaped itself around her. I suppose that's to be expected of a mage with 500 years of experience, Killian thought, slightly impressed but keeping his focus. In any case, they had officially begun their march toward the Nikolaus River, Renoa Magical Academy. In recent years, the academy had undergone great transformations. What had once been merely an institution dedicated to training promising mages had now become a stage for intrigue, academic revolutions, and silent political movements. It all began 4 years ago, with the arrival of a figure who changed the course of that institution forever, Princess Ariel in Azura. Few knew, but her coming was not voluntary. Fleeing the Azura kingdom, the princess escaped constant assassination attempts. Her trusted knight, Rudeus Greyrat, insisted she leave the kingdom before it was too late. Each day, the news tightened. Derek Redbat, the princess's magical guardian, shared the same opinion. Ariel refused at first, but her heart shattered on the day one of her closest attendants, faithful to the point of giving her life, was killed trying to protect her from an attack. The image of her guard's body falling before her was forever etched in her memory. She finally agreed to leave the kingdom. And it was also that day, when she finally consented with her magical guardian, that she decided she would fight for Azura's throne. The escape was long and painful. They lost 7 members during the journey to Renoa. Of the 15 who departed, only 8 survived. But they survived. They finally arrived at Renoa Magical Academy and began their studies. In the following years, Ariel focused on finding allies, forging alliances, and increasing her influence, preparing for the day she would return to Azura to claim the throne. She was not just a princess with heroic aspirations. She was a strategist. And her time at Renoa would not be wasted. Each year brought something new. In the year after Ariel's arrival, the Silent 7 Stars appeared, a magical researcher who introduced various technologies and innovative ideas. Even the standardized uniforms the academy now used were her idea. In the 3rd year, another name emerged in Renoa's halls, Zanaba Chiron. A prince of the Chiron kingdom, but more than that, a Myco. His brute strength was legendary. It was said he could crush skulls with his bare hands as if they were clay. Despite his strange appearance and personality, his heart belonged to a passionate, obsessed collector of figurines. Some believed the next would be Rygar Adoldia, who was at the Sword Sanctuary. but many said he would not come, since he was far superior to any Rinoa instructor. And, according to those expectations, he flew back to Meles on his red dragon to fight a war against the sacred kingdom of Meles. Shortly after his departure, two names arrived that also shocked everyone at the academy. Cliff Grimoire, a young genius arrogant and brilliant, and Harry Grimoire, the former pope of Meles, who became an advisor in the Rinoa kingdom, hiding from persecution by the sacred country. Those 4 years had been turbulent and full of surprises for Rinoa. Rinoa Magical Academy had become a boiling cauldron, a convergence point for great powers, a seedbed of global change. But, unknown to most, a group destined to cause more uproar than any other was rapidly approaching. The group of Rudius, Sylphy, Roxy, and Rugerd had finally reached the magical triumvirate. Inside the White Palace, in the holy capital Militian, a bad-tempered man hurried through the corridors. He had light brown hair and green eyes. His unshaven beard and disheveled hair gave him an air of neglect, and deep dark circles covered his eyes, betraying many sleepless nights. The exhaustion on his face was only disguised by the constant irritation in his expression. He wore a green cloak over light armor and carried 2 swords at his waist. He pressed on until he reached what appeared to be the audience chamber of the White Palace. The guards posted at the sides did not attempt to stop him. Upon arriving before the doors, one of the guards opened them for him without a word. The man entered without even thanking him, maintaining an air of contained fury. The hall was vast and imposing, decorated with an ostentation that made clear the wealth and power concentrated there. Finely embroidered tapestries covered the walls, depicting sacred and historical scenes. Golden columns supported an artistically painted ceiling, and the polished marble floor reflected light from the ornate chandeliers. A huge stained glass window behind the main chair cast multicolored light that gently tinted the room. There were 2 men in the chamber. One of them stood, calmly observing one of the tapestries. He wore ceremonial robes embroidered in gold, and his fingers were laden with rings, some magical items, others merely ornamental. A scepter rested on the nearby table, but what drew the most attention was the golden sword at his waist, shaped like a gladius. That was Lucius Gallard, the current pope of Meles. The man, before becoming the Myco of divine vision and consequently the pope, had already been a powerful swordsman and an influential noble. Even after assuming the highest title in the Church of Meles, he did not abandon his martial roots and habits. The other man in the room was an imposing knight, completely covered in white and silver armor with golden details. The visor of his helmet concealed his face, revealing only his intense blue eyes, which surveyed the room like a statue. The man who had just entered strode forward brusquely and said aggressively, "Lucius, why didn't they let me see my daughter this morning?" The pope turned slowly. He looked to be about 50 years old, with brown hair already graying at the temples. "Paul Greyrat, you must know that you did not fulfill the agreement that was established." Paul slammed both hands on the table that separated them, making the sound echo through the vast room. "How were you expecting me to kill the target if a North Emperor arrived to save her?" Paul's journey to Meles had been, to some extent, smooth. After deciding that Rudius would go to the Sword Sanctuary to fetch Aisha, and that he himself would come to Meles to retrieve Norn, Paul and his companions wasted no time. The group crossed the demon continent with relative ease. They were accompanied by Elinalise and Talhand, a high elf and a dwarf, and, with their help, managed to traverse the Great Forest without drawing attention, hiding their names to avoid direct confrontation with the Iron Legion. Fortunately, there were no major complications, which was most feared due to the Legion hunting Rudius and Sylphiette. Elinalise and Talhand remained in the Great Forest, as a precaution, since the entry of a powerful elf and dwarf into Meles at this time could cause problems. From that point on, only Paul and Zenith pressed on. However, the ease ended there, when they went to meet Zenith's parents. Upon arriving at the Latreia house, the head of the family, Norn's grandfather, discovered that Paul was a North King. Immediately, he demanded that Paul and Zenith remain and fight for the Latreia house against the Iron Legion. Paul flatly refused. Zenith, despite her initial hesitation because it was her family's home, also stood firmly against it. Although the Iron Legion was hunting her son, he was likely on the other side of the world at that moment, far beyond their reach. So the last thing the couple wanted was to enter into conflict with that enormous organization. However, things soon took an unexpected turn. The Pope himself learned of the situation and, to their even greater surprise, Norn herself, daughter of Paul and Zenith, asked that they fight for Meles. The girl did not remember them, and everything indicated that she was merely repeating words she had been taught, pleading for them to help the Latreia house win. Paul and Zenith were deeply hurt. Norn had been raised there since she was 1 year old. Due to the teleportation incident, it was natural that she would be attached. Yet the parents decided that they would take her, even against the girl's will, because it would be best for her. It was then that the head of the Latreia house placed her under his protection and began preventing Paul and Zenith from even seeing her. Paul nearly unleashed a bloodbath in response, but Zenith held him back. Next, they both took part in a meeting with the Pope, who revealed his true intention. With words disguised as justice, family, and duty, he essentially blackmailed them. Paul felt pressured, agreed to fight for Meles for a time in exchange for the promise of taking Norn with him in the future. Recently, he had been given a target. If he killed her, he would be free to leave with his daughter. The target was an elf named Verdia. But Paul failed because a child with green hair carrying a huge golden sword appeared. Apparently, he was not really a child, but a North Emperor over 80 years old. And now he was there, furious. The Pope, observing him with cold disinterest, remained silent, as if the result had already been expected, and said icily, "The mission was to kill the elf. That mage is largely responsible for starting this war. She taught that demon, Rygar Adoldia, and even brought a demon king to fight for her." He thought and spoke, and more, the green-haired demon, the North Emperor, Ornthorn, personally saved her. Paul ground his teeth in fury. "I have nothing to do with this war is not mine." The Pope sighed, disappointed. "That's where you are wrong. This war is all humanity's. Only by uniting can we be sure to annihilate this evil at its root. You should try listening to your daughter Norn." The Pope stared at Paul intently, and his voice took on a slight reproach. "She is a Latreia, whether you like it or not. And the Latreia house has a noble conduct and desires to see the demons expelled from the Holy Continent." Paul replied in a voice riddled with venom. "Stop forcing your ideals on my daughter. You are nothing but a bunch of hypocrites." The Pope looked at him with what seemed like pity. "You are strong, Paul Greyrat, but unfortunately, you lack the discernment to fight for what is right." A tense, heavy silence hung between them. The Pope then spoke with restrained sorrow. "I will not continue to force you, even seeing clearly that you follow the wrong path. I will give you one last mission, and then you may depart with your daughter. The North Emperor will not be there. We have already confirmed his position at this moment." Paul calmed a little upon hearing that, but was still visibly furious. Every fiber of his body screamed for blood. All he wanted at that moment was to draw his sword and plunge it into that manipulative Pope's chest, ending it right then and there. But the White Knight, standing by, was a menacing reminder. He did not move, but his presence was suffocating. The only person recognized as the Water Emperor in Meles. Anyone who had tried to approach the Pope aggressively had been killed instantly by his blade, a blade that no one could see move. No one could avoid it. When Paul placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, only as an involuntary reflex, he felt a deadly chill. He felt as if the tip of the White Knight's blade was already at his throat. He hadn't even seen the man move. It was as if death had appeared by instinct, silent and definitive. Paul took a deep breath. Zenith's words echoed in his mind, "Breathe deeply, negotiate." He closed his eyes for a second, swallowed his anger as if it were acid, and then murmured through clenched teeth, "What is the mission?" The Pope smiled upon hearing that. Several minutes later, Paul left the chamber, still irritated, but his eyes shone with a dark determination. On the previous day, the Pope had again received a divine vision. His visions had become a hot topic on the Holy Continent. Each time one of his prophecies came true, his influence grew, and with it, the fanaticism of his armies. It was with these visions that Pope Lucius Gallard won the loyalty of various noble houses and powerful commanders. He shared his influence with Cardinal Leblanc MC Farlin, but the two had aligned objectives and strengthened each other. It was with these visions that he won the loyalty of the Water Emperor, and even Galgard Nash Fennec came to recognize, at least in part, his actions, after the fulfillment of several visions beneficial to the Church of Meles. This time, the vision was about the Nikolaus River, the main river of Meles, which flowed from the Blue Dragon Mountains to Milishan and formed the Great Lake at its center. The enemy's objective seemed to be to poison its waters and block its source, depriving the holy capital of its supply. Several months remained until the rainy season, and in times of war, a scarcity of water would severely divert the focus of their forces. But thanks to the Pope's divine vision, this attack would be thwarted. However, as always, the vision was limited. Lucius said he only knew of the attack, he did not know who would participate in it. There was, however, one more piece of information about this attack that he had shared with no one but the White Knight. While the Pope analyzed battlefields and read dispatches from various fronts, the White Knight, motionless at his side, spoke in a low voice, almost a whisper muffled by reverence. "Your Holiness, is it right to send these soldiers there knowing what awaits them in the end?" The Pope fell silent for a long time. The sound of the quill scratching the parchment ceased. He laid down the scroll slowly and sighed, displeased. "It displeases me to do this," he murmured, frowning. "But the truth is we still know little about what he is capable of in combat. What I can learn through divine visions is limited." Lucius raised his eyes to his companion in faith and trust. "In the end, this will be for the greater good. If I can fulfill God's will during my tenure, I would be willing even to sacrifice my own life." The White Knight remained silent for a few seconds. His blue eyes shone beneath the lowered visor of his armor, then he replied with absolute faith. "Whatever you say, Your Holiness." The Pope rose slowly from the ornate chair, straightening his ceremonial cloak. "I will speak with the bishops to verify the preparations for the ritual." He walked to the door, but before leaving, turned to his bodyguard. "Tell your niece to ensure that Paul does not discover that his other daughter is Rygar's disciple." The fact that Rygar had a disciple had only recently become public knowledge when he arrived at the Sword Sanctuary. Before then, only a few knew the identity of the child traveling with the group, but at the Sword Sanctuary, they were forced to acknowledge her talent. Not even the upper echelons of Meles had known her identity until then. Information did not travel swiftly, and even now, only the highest circles knew the truth. The knight nodded solemnly. "I will do so." And the two left the chamber, leaving behind only the oppressive silence and the sacred plans of a new, imminent confrontation. Time passed. The group of 4 warriors Verdia, Killian, Lirif, and Persna moved at a steady pace, ever closer to the region of the Blue Dragon Mountains, where the majestic Nikolaus River originated. The mountains rose imposingly in the distance, shrouded in mist and icy wind, and the sound of the river's waters could be heard now and then amid the gusts. At one of the camps set up efficiently and discreetly during the journey, Rudeus finished preparing a hot meal. The smell of roasted meat spread through the cold mountain air. Persna, with her keen instincts, sniffed the air, her eyes shining with expectation and saliva at the corners of her mouth, and exclaimed, "I've never eaten blue dragon meat." She seemed delighted, like a child before a forbidden feast. That was no surprise to the others. Persna had never hidden her taste for meat. In fact, she was notorious for stealing food when she was younger. On countless occasions, Killian had forced her to hunt beasts to replace the stolen meat as punishment and a lesson. In normal times, such behavior would be grounds for prison or at least severe reprimand. But Persna was a warrior of undeniable potential, and her numerous contributions in the name of the Great Forest had made her somewhat immune in this regard. It was a peculiar vice, but tolerated. Rudeus smiled as she stirred a makeshift pot with a hand-carved metal spoon. There is a specific preparation method. It's quite difficult, but if done correctly, blue dragon meat can be very tasty. The group laughed, relaxing slightly under the faint glow of the fire. After eating, they broke camp and resumed their journey. The terrain grew ever steeper, and the thin air made breathing more difficult, but none of them were ordinary warriors. From time to time, monsters appeared, small groups of mountain creatures with curved tusks, and occasionally, the shadow of a blue dragon passed overhead. However, until then, no truly difficult combat had been necessary. Finally, they spotted in the distance the giant source of the Nikolaus River. It was a majestic sight, a crystal-clear waterfall plunging from fissures between snowy peaks, feeding a deep, pristine lake that in turn formed the river's headwaters. Blocking such a powerful flow would be a lengthy task and require meticulous planning. Killian looked at the landscape and spoke, seriously. "Stay alert. There may be monsters or traps around here." Despite his apparent calm, Killian was completely attuned to his surroundings. His senses, honed by years of battles and hunts in the Great Forest, caught every tiny sound and movement nearby. He moved with a tense body, ready to react to any danger. It was then that Rudeus stopped walking. Her blue eyes shone with an intense silver light for a second. She stood motionless, her eyes vacant, as if torn from reality. No one noticed. Persna was distracted by the tracks of some nearby animal. Lyrif checked his weapons, and Killian had already moved ahead. Rudeus was having a vision of the future, a glimpse of what lay ahead on their mission. She blinked slowly, regaining consciousness, and resumed walking as if nothing had happened. While Killian and Persna began the modifications along the damp, winding trail toward the waterfall, the blue-skinned demon, Lyrif, remained vigilant, his eyes scrutinizing every detail. His experience in countless battles and wars allowed him to maintain absolute focus. Around them, in the mountains, not a single living being was visible. Rudeus, on the other hand, seemed oblivious to everything, calmly observing the landscape as if on a leisurely stroll. But there was a silent weight to her actions. Killian gestured firmly, indicating to Persna the exact spots where each alteration in the terrain should occur. "Here. Then over there. We need to control the earth so that the water doesn't wash away the dam over time," he demonstrated, creating a miniature version of the modifications with earth magic. "If we get the angle wrong, the dam won't withstand the water's pressure, and even if it does, it won't be worth it if Meles arrives and destroys everything easily." Persna listened intently to every word. Killian then turned to Rudeus. "Lady Rudeus, do you have the poison?" The golden-haired elf seemed distracted, but upon hearing her name, she withdrew a small pouch from her belt and handed it to Killian, saying, "Be careful. If you inhale even a moment of this, no one here can save you." Killian nodded gravely. Persna eyed the contents of the pouch with curiosity. That poison was one of the products of the Medicine and Alchemy Division of the Iron Legion. In times of war, the sacred capital of Meles, Milishan, was surrounded by a top-level barrier, immune to magic and even physical threats. The barrier was also imbued with detoxification magic to a certain degree, so a common poison would not work. Entry to the capital was also strictly controlled. Thus, this poison was special, an alchemical compound that, upon contact with water, became colorless, odorless, and virtually undetectable. Moreover, its cure required a detoxification spell equivalent to king level, something few could perform. It was an extremely rare and difficult poison to produce, as the beast containing the venom gland, the main ingredient, would have to be a mutant. With Lyrif standing guard, Killian and Persna began carefully manipulating the earth, altering the river's structure so that the polluted water would follow the desired course. When it was almost ready, they would pour the poison. At one point, Persna stopped and sniffed the air, doubtful. Killian. What is it?" he replied without looking back. "This place, shouldn't there be some monsters? I mean, sure, maybe not many, but none at all." Killian frowned and looked around. Now that she mentioned it, it was indeed strange. The region should harbor at least a few smaller predators. Lyrif continued his silent patrol, eyes sharp. Killian then looked to Rudeus. She stood motionless, staring intently in a specific direction, her eyes razor keen. Suddenly, she spoke. "Prepare for battle." As if sensing the group's unease, their hiding places were revealed. In the next instant, a translucent green-tinged barrier swiftly rose around the area, forming a magical dome. A gigantic magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Killian reacted in a flash, activating his wind magic and darting forward like lightning. The force of his movement was so brutal that the terrain behind him exploded in fragments, the ground cracking, rocks shattering. The beast warrior broke the sound barrier, attempting to interrupt the barrier's formation before the magical prison completed. But it was too late. Killian collided with a powerful punch against the newly formed barrier, the impact reverberating through the mountain. Not a single crack appeared. Lyrith was already beside Verdia and Persna. The elf looked at her own hand, flexing her fingers with a slight smile. Then she set aside her staff and drew the blue bow strapped to her back. It's been a while since I fought without magic. Around the river, concealment magics dissipated, revealing dozens of soldiers in silver, white, and blue armor. They had hidden their presence with sensory barriers. They were likely there before the group even arrived. It was a carefully orchestrated ambush. Killian tried to use magic and, like Verdia, felt his mana flow failing to form as it normally would. Ahead of the line of knights, a man stood out. Robust in appearance, with blonde hair and green eyes, his build resembled a living mountain. His blue armor gleamed in the dim light, and his face was hidden beneath a ceremonial Templar helm. With resolve, he cried out as he drew his sword and raised a tower shield ornamented with sacred symbols. Priests, keep the barrier stable. He leaped forward and finished with a commanding shout. Templars? Kill them all. A war roar ensued. Like a sea of steel and light, the Crusaders of Meles advanced in tight formation, swords raised, shields locked, eyes alight with fury and faith. It all happened in an instant. The 4 Iron Legion warriors soon realized they were surrounded by a confinement barrier. At minimum king level, possibly higher. Their magic and escape were sealed unless they withstood the ambush or killed the priests somehow. Dozens of knights charged. Verdia, bow in hand, notched an arrow, drew, and released. All in under half a second. Such speed that some warriors hadn't even touched the ground after leaping. A shaft of bright blue light streaked from her bow, striking a knight square in the helm's visor. The last thing heard was a groan. And that was only the beginning. Immediately after the first arrow, the second and third followed in quick succession. The elf displayed total mastery of her bow. No one could dodge her arrows, and her bow seemed imbued with some unknown magic. Stay together? Formation 14, shouted Killian. Lyrith and Persna formed a protective ring around the elf and clashed with the opponents. Lyrith handled the rear alone, while Persna and Killian joined to hold the front line. Persna was talented, but not yet a warrior of saint level. Although she was already of the advanced level in Water God style and North God style, thanks to targeted training since age 4, it was not enough to hold the line on her own. Killian, however, was an excellent swordsman. Even wielding only his falcata, he could fight this group, but his primary style relied on constant wind magic to amplify his speed, lethality, and fluidity. The only one unaffected was Lyrith. No matter who stood before him, none could withstand his mighty axe. It was faster, stronger, and had greater reach than his opponent's weapons. Their shining armor was cleaved with each blow. Just as he began to be overwhelmed by numbers, a bright blue arrow pierced an enemy's skull, Verdia supporting them with unceasing volleys. The battle soon reached a temporary stalemate. Killian and Persna held their ground, combining their strengths with the elf's constant support. But this situation would not last long. Soon, the blue-armored Templar leader, the mountain-like knight known in Meles as the Hill, joined the fray. He used none of the 3 styles, but that did not make him any less powerful. With his enormous tower shield, he struck Killian. The beast warrior barely had time to break free from his opponents and raise his arms to block. One of his arms bent at an unnatural angle as he felt his bones shatter. He was thrown aside. Killian. Persna cried in shock. But the next instant, the colossal figure of the great knight's sword descended toward the beast girl. As the blade was about to cleave her in two, Verdia plunged between them. Her cloak billowed as she turned, using her back to shield the girl. The sword struck the mage violently. But to everyone's surprise on the battlefield, the expected scene did not occur. A loud metallic clang echoed as the sword collided with her cloak. The bluish mantle, patterned with white star-like details, withstood the impact. In the next moment, the knight's sword flew back, rebounding from his hand. The elf turned to the Templar. Her elven sword was in her hand, aiming for the visor's slit. But it had been many years since she wielded a blade. Though once an excellent swordswoman, her strike now was so predictable that, despite the knight's shock at failing to kill her and losing his weapon, he easily caught her arm and hoisted her into the air. As he prepared to crush her with his shield, a massive axe swung into his line of sight, Lyrith coming to the rescue. He abandoned the immediate attack and blocked the devastating blow. In the next moment, a knight handed him a new sword. The elf dropped nimbly, evading another Templar's blade. She grabbed Persna's hand and pulled her out of immediate danger. At that moment, Killian reappeared amid the knights, fighting fiercely. Persna breathed a sigh of relief and refocused. They didn't even have time to exchange words. A moment's distraction in battle meant death. Verdia now fought, mixing arrow strikes with sword defense. Persna was in a similar situation. Both were badly wounded and unable to thin the number of opponents. Their breaths came in gasps. They were barely holding on against the numerous enemies. Meanwhile, Lyrith faced the Hill and several other Templars simultaneously. He demonstrated the resilience and power of the demon race with every swing. His axe cleared a path, but even he knew, this fight was doomed if nothing changed. Killian weaved through bodies and blades with the fluidity of water, reappearing beside Verdia and Persna like a living arrow. His movements, swift and precise, were the perfect expression of the combination of North God style and Water God style. There was no time to celebrate. A sword approached Persna's exposed flank, and in an instant, he grabbed the attacker's wrist and yanked, saving her arm. Their breaths were ragged. Killian moved with the versatility and fluidity of a North and Water Saint, protecting the two girls while defending himself. Verdia offered support with her magical blue bow. Wounds multiplied, blood painted their skin, and with each parried blow, death seemed to laugh closer. But they were alive. After all, melees probably didn't know who would be part of this attack, or they would have sent more high-level troops. Though, at this pace, these would likely have been more than sufficient. Lirith, the taciturn and fierce demon, was another reason they still breathed. The Hill, the most powerful Templar of melees present, was the only one who posed a real challenge to him. All the others, though trained and disciplined, were merely well-coordinated soldiers. But even he could not endure forever. The Templars of melees were warriors trained since childhood as Knights of Saint Melees. Men and women forged by faith, order, obedience, and fanaticism. Their teamwork was astonishing. The Templars attacked in blocks, in almost choreographed formations, closing spaces, and preventing movement. Verdia, Killian, and Persna were all elite combatants. But without being able to use their greatest strength magic, they were losing to the numbers. Slowly, but they were. Killian searched for a gap. His eyes darted in every direction. No visible escape. Their only option was to hold on. And even that seemed unattainable. Verdia felt her heart race. Her steps were graceful, light. The wounds on her body seemed not to bother her. Each move between blades left a new mark. Her lungs burned. Yet she smiled. She already knew. She knew what the others did not. She knew her death had been decreed before this battle even began. Because she saw. Because she always saw. Her curse. Her gift. That was what gave her confidence. And, of course, as always, she kept this secret. She had known for a long time that revealing it was like a death sentence for whoever discovered it. Thus, Verdia never told. Not even Rygar. Not her friends in the Great Forest. Not even Greta, her closest friend. And, as always, her vision was coming true. A knight thrust at Persna. The beast warrior tried to dodge, but her reflexes were slow, and the sword was already slicing through the air. Then Killian pulled her back. Exactly as it had happened in her vision. Time seemed to slow for Verdia. A knight flew through the air, cleaved in two by Lirith's axe. Blood rained over them. The elf looked around and recognized every detail. This was the vision. This was the moment. A Templar tried to pierce her with a thrust. Verdia moved millimeter by millimeter, slipping past by a hair. With an arrow grasped in her bare hands, she drove it through the enemy's eye and used his body as momentum to leap back. Several enemies closed in, but she did not stop. In midair, before touching the ground, she spun her sword. The strike seemed random at first glance, but it was calculated. The elven blade shone with an intense white light, activating its enchantment. The light exploded around, blinding everyone nearby. Then, metal clashed. The impact echoed, and the elf's eyes went wide. He was there. The assassin, this time Paul Greyrat. Paul looked stunned. The elf had blocked his strike. Impossible. He waited patiently, not entering the fight initially, biding his time. That strike had to be unavoidable. Verdia had seen that shocked face many times before. Without hesitation, Verdia twisted her body, her blade seeking the opponent's throat with deadly precision. Paul recoiled, even blinded by the light, by instinct. The blade cut through the air and tore out his eye, but not his life. He vanished among the soldiers' ranks, likely seeking a healer. The opportunity had passed. But it didn't matter. Verdia smiled. She ran back to Killian and Persna, her smile bright amid the chaos of blood and sweat. Her eyes fixed on the future. Hold out for 38 more seconds, she shouted, her voice echoing like a thunder of hope amidst despair. But the battle was far from over. Hearing Verdia's voice, none of the combatants questioned why. There was no time for doubts. Just fight. Just survive. Survive for 38 seconds. The words echoed like a spell. Lirith grit his teeth. The battlefield was a hell of steel and blood, and each beat of his heart helped him count the seconds. Every 2 beats, 1 second. Lirith had been the leader of the Jinkan tribe for 100 years before relinquishing his position. He was a warrior of countless battles. He had faced monsters, survived wars between tribes, and had withstood all those fights intact and thriving. In the Jinkan tribe, repaying debts was something sacred. In fact, for a good part of the demonic races it was the same. And he had a debt to Adoldia. He did not care much for the young leader of the Iron Legion, Rygar Adoldia. He knew the boy was powerful, the most promising in generations. But that was all. He did not know him, so his loyalty was to Taze. Actually, that was true for a large part of the new members of the Iron Legion. Of course, Rygar's strength, fame, and potential made many members join because of him. But there were also many who were loyal only to Killian or Taze, the Gaul Reaper and the Iron King. The reason the Legion did not elect one of them as the definitive leader was that virtually all the upper echelons of the Legion were loyal to Rygar. Everyone knew Rygar, and not even the slightest suggestion that someone besides him could be considered the leader was taken into account by them. Still, for Lirith, it was Taze who had saved his entire tribe from a massacre. A demon king, enraged by old provocations from Lirith himself, sent an emissary to the Legion after they fled, demanding the heads of the Jinkan. Taze responded firmly that the tribe was now part of the Iron Legion. If the king wanted their heads, he should cross the sea and take them with his own hands. Of course, Taze knew that the demon king would not dare do such a thing, so he provoked him. But the gesture was admirable. And Lyrif did not forget. Never. Now, his debt was paid with blood. The hill charged with threatening seriousness. Larger than Lyrif, even though the latter was a demon of notable stature and strength. The commander's tower shield slammed into the ground with the weight of a mountain, creating a shockwave that cracked the rocky formation. Lyrif dodged by a hair's breadth, rolling to the side and leaving only dust and fragments of stone behind. At the same time, his axe spun in the air, aiming at an opening in his opponent's shining blue armor. But before he could reach the target, 2 Templars appeared, attacking from opposite sides, one aiming for his neck, the other for his legs. Lyrif abandoned the attack in the blink of an eye. He held the axe with one hand, used the other to support his acrobatic leap, evading both attacks simultaneously. Mid-air, he twisted his body and delivered a devastating kick to the first Templar, striking the helm with enough force to send it flying meters away. The second Templar received a direct punch to the chest, being launched like a broken arrow. But then, he was the one who flew. The hill had advanced like a living wall. His tower shield collided with Lyrif, hurling him against a rock with brutal force. Cracks echoed through his body. Broken ribs. He spat blood and roared, but got up with the same fierce look. His race was resilient. His strength was enormous. His speed, an anomaly. But even with all the gifts of the Jinkan tribe, the number of opponents around made everything exponentially more difficult. Each Templar around him was an elite warrior. Alone, they would be little threat. But together, like a coordinated swarm, they were powerful. Lyrif returned to the fight, swinging his axe furiously. Each blow was an earthquake, each charge a desperate attempt to carve out space, to breathe. And yet, the siege closed in. He still kept his attention on Verdia, Killian, and Persna. He needed to keep these guys occupied. He needed to survive. The terrain around was unrecognizable. The ground, pockmarked. The rocks, shattered and black with blood. When he managed to take down one enemy, the opening lasted only seconds before another took its place. But it was the hill who was causing the real havoc, cutting through the combatants like an unstoppable colossus, leaving trails of destruction. Lyrif grunted and forced himself to maintain focus. He tried to count the seconds. 12, 15, his body burned. Open wounds, broken bones, muscles torn and rigid. And worst of all, he knew he wasn't even halfway to the time Verdia had shouted. 23 seconds remained. The longest 23 seconds of his life. And he needed to survive every single one of them. Meanwhile, Killian and Persna were in an even worse situation. Killian resisted as best he could, his body moving with almost mechanical precision. Like a water saint, his mastery over the flow was refined to the extreme, allowing his movements to flow uninterrupted, like a river winding among enemies. But even with this control, protecting himself while safeguarding Persna was proving an almost impossible challenge. Persna was giving everything she had. She had been trained in magic since childhood, but her physical training had not been neglected, though she had often fled from those sessions. Now was the moment when each painful lesson proved useful. She could not run, there was no place to go, only to fight. And she fought. Her body wounded, panting, and aching moved with the urgency of one who knew that a single mistake would mean death. In the midst of this brutal fight, both she and Killian were pushing their technique beyond its limits. They were being refined by real combat, where each mistake cost a life. There was no room for failure. Killian, perceiving the encirclement closing in, decided to take a risk. He began to steer the fight toward the nearby river. The flow of combat, his retreats and advances, shaped so that, little by little, the river would become their rear guard. This way, they could only be surrounded on one side, reducing the pressure. His falchion danced in the air like an extension of his own arm. The cuts flowed like water, continuous, calculated, with no pause between defense and counterattack. His mind was focused, his perception elevated to the maximum, almost in a trance. Each avoided blow, each suffered wound, was one more step toward survival. The one who seemed to fare best, however, was Verdia. Her injuries, especially the most serious, had been feigned. Wounds carefully placed to lure Paul Greyrat, the North King. Now, with him not on the field again, she was in much better shape than her companions, and her true power was beginning to reveal itself. What allowed her to act so freely under the confinement barrier were her magical items. That barrier sealed all magic and acted also as an almost indestructible physical barrier, probably of king level or higher. However, it did not interfere with the use of Toki or internally sourced magical effects. Mixing these two systems, external mana and internal, was extremely complex, and therefore, rare. And her items worked using internal mana. The elf was using 3 magical artifacts at the moment: the petrified mantle, which to some extent seemed to absorb physical impact and return the force to her opponent; the stellar horizon bow, whose effect seemed to enhance her arrows in some way; and the luminous partition blade, an elven thin sword whose enchantment caused a bright light on its blade, briefly blinding anyone around when activated. All effects of these items were internal and therefore not affected by the barrier. Her sword and mantle, in particular, were what kept her alive, even surrounded. More than that, there was something different about her. Each movement she made, each step, spin, block and counterattack seemed to be accompanied by a memory, as if her body was recalling how she fought. A dance, etched in muscles and reflexes, returning under pressure. With each avoided blow, each blade dodged, her technique grew clearer. While the 4 warriors fought with all they had, the hill began to lose patience. His movements remained devastating and calculated, with the same brutal rhythm as always, but a seed of unease had been planted. It was not fear, nor hesitation, it was just the premonition that something was wrong. What would happen in 38 seconds? The elf had shouted it resist for 38 more seconds and now, 26 had passed. Though the enemies were wounded, though their bodies wavered, they remained standing, fighting. And, to the hill's eyes, at this pace, they seemed capable of withstanding the 38 seconds. But it made no sense. He tried to rationalize, it was a deception tactic, a bluff. But the premonition persisted, hammering in his chest and leaving him restless. No beast nearby, no human in sight. They had previously cleared the region precisely to avoid interference. The force brought was more than enough to crush their opponents, given their magic was sealed. If they could use magic, perhaps everything would be different. Killian Daddadia had already matched him before in battle, using his chantless magic. Verdia Solarion, however, was even more dangerous due to her large-scale spells. But they could not use magic. They were trapped, defenseless, just waiting for death. So why wouldn't that unease go away? 31 seconds. The hill clenched his teeth and finally lost his patience. His voice sounded like thunder, dominating the battlefield. Are you having fun watching my men die? Kill them now. That was when he appeared. The North King emerged again, bloodshot eyes and a dense murderous intent aimed at Verdia. His blade sliced through the air as if already thirsting for the elf's blood. Paul Greyrat advanced in an explosive dash, his destroyed eye having already been healed by the priests. He aimed directly at the opening in Verdia's mantle, ready to pierce her lethally. But, against all expectations, Verdia did not retreat. She advanced. The sword struck her flesh and did not penetrate. At the instant of impact, a crystalline barrier shone and shattered into 1,000 fragments, scattering light through the air. At the same time, the jewel of the ring in her hand turned into sparkling dust. Paul's eyes widened in surprise, but this time, he was prepared. Switching hands, he used his other sword to block the elf's planned counterattack and maintained the offensive. His skill was indisputably superior. He was at his peak. Killian tried to intervene, he already had a blade still buried in his flank, and his strength was drained from dealing with the enemies around him. He couldn't interfere in the fight. 35 seconds. Verdia retreated step by step, distancing herself from her allies. After all, she had no choice, she knew that if she persisted in that fight, she would die. But what bothered Paul was her smile. Even with a blade pressing against her throat, even surrounded by death, she smiled a calm, serene smile. As if she weren't in danger. As if she already knew she would win. 36 seconds. Paul exploded in speed. Verdia leaped among the fragmented mountains, trying to put distance. Paul cut the stone in front of her like paper, unrelenting. 37 seconds. The elf made an agile leap to dodge a blow but failed to regain her balance properly. Paul, meanwhile, used the rocks as a springboard and shot forward like a living arrow. His sword advanced with violence, brimming with murderous intent. One strike. That was all he needed. A single strike and it would be over. He was so close. He thought, die. His blade approached the elf's neck, closer and closer, until a sound interrupted him. A crash. A sound of shattering, like crystal exploding in the air. The last thing Paul saw was a silvery white light coming toward him. No time for last words. No time for regrets. A second crash. As if the sky had split. Everyone on the battlefield stopped. Time froze for an eternal second. The magical barrier surrounding the region shattered with a sharp sound, and a blade of energy sliced through the sky, splitting the world in two and killing the North King. A shockwave spread, sweeping dust, rocks, and blood. The mountain was split. Literally. A clean cut divided it in half. The air vibrated. A metallic hum followed the strike, reverberating like thunder after lightning. And then, everyone felt it. An oppressive presence. A weight in the air. An absolute, unquestionable dominion. All eyes turned to the sky. There he was. Levitating like a divine entity, a dark-skinned man with silver hair hovered in the air. His golden eyes gleaming, watched the battlefield with coldness and a contained fury. He wore a black cloak with golden details, and in his hand, wielded a deep blue sword. He descended slowly, like an inevitable judgment. His gaze fell on Verdia. He landed beside her, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Not even Killian, Persna, and Lyrith dared move, let alone the Templars. But Verdia only smiled. A sweet, joyful smile, full of relief and admiration. Her eyes shone as if seeing something precious and familiar. She laughed softly, almost whispering. Looks like you're not so small anymore. Rygar. The War of Melees had already been raging for more than 2 years. The world watched, in silence or with fervent expectations, the brutal clash between the Iron Legion, allied with all the tribes of the Great Forest, and the powerful armies of the Sacred Kingdom of Melees. Although the Legion and its allies had never been defeated outright, the truth was that they were almost always at a disadvantage. There were many reasons for this, but 2 stood out above all: Melees' numerical superiority and its impeccable organization. Their armies were larger, better trained, and unified by a fervent fanaticism that made many soldiers willing to die without hesitation. While the Legion gathered different races, clans, and cultures that did not always agree with one another, Melees marched as a single body, guided by the voices of its cardinals and generals. But it was not just their numbers that made them dangerous. In terms of powerful commanders, Melees was superior as well. The most feared name among them was Galgard Nashvenek. His presence on the battlefield completely altered the course of engagements. Recently, he had begun to be called the Divine Warrior. More than a year ago, Taze Adoldia and Lirif Jinkin, together, were capable of holding him back without losing ground. But that required both of their full concentration, and by focusing on a single enemy, the other fronts weakened, allowing melees to advance elsewhere. It was a large-scale chess game, where every move cost lives and territory. However, in the past year, facing Galgard had become practically impossible. After quelling most of its internal conflicts and uniting against the common enemy, melees bestowed upon its general what they called sacred artifacts. In other words, extremely powerful and ancient magical items, relics that had been under melees' control for centuries. His new armor shone like polished silver with gold details that gleamed in the sunlight, and his sword was a broad blade, 170 centimeters long, surrounded by a golden aura. Since donning that armor, Galgard had never been wounded in combat. No attack could penetrate his defense. No technique, not even Lirif's most refined or Taze's wild and unpredictable assaults, could break that unyielding brilliance. His sword, on the other hand, shattered shields, broke weapons, and opened craters in the earth with a single strike. One swing was enough to reduce dozens of warriors to rubble. And to make matters worse, Galgard was not alone. Melees had other champions, other commanders who possessed their own magical items. Even if they were nowhere near Galgard's power, they still posed a great threat to the Legion. The Iron Legion was forced to split its forces, responding on multiple fronts at once, weakening its effectiveness. Not even when the North Emperor, Ornthorn, arrived on the battlefield did the situation improve drastically. Even Ornthorn, with all his power, could not be everywhere at once. It was a war of attrition, and the Legion was holding on as best it could. POV, Rygar Adoldia. It had been a few weeks since I had finally arrived on the Melees continent. Our landing in Hobbit territory had been tumultuous, to say the least. I mean, they were expecting my arrival, but apparently not so soon, and showing up carrying the carcass of a massive kraken mounted on a red dragon definitely did not help with the element of surprise. The reaction was a mixture of astonishment, reverence, and terror. It is not every day that a legendary sea creature is defeated and dragged across dry land. But, setting the kraken aside, fortunately for me, Taze Adoldia, whom I had left in charge of the Legion when I departed, was there. He looked quite different. His physique was more robust, his features more serious, his eyes colder. But personality-wise, he was the same. What can be said is that he had matured considerably, and grown much stronger. You could say that being placed in such an important command position matures you, whether you like it or not. Besides, he was commanding armies in a war at only 20 years old. From what he told me, they were having difficulty containing melees' armies along the Blue Dragon Mountains. In fact, throughout the entire extent of the Iron Legion's territory, the situation was similar. They were being pushed back, inch by inch. Basically, this war was being lost gradually. I convened a small war council with the commanders stationed in Hobbit territory. My former subordinates, many of whom had fought by my side 5 or 6 years ago, greeted me with joy, reverence, and relief. But in the eyes of some new members, who had not been present back then, I could detect some discontent. It seemed that not all of the Legion's new recruits were entirely satisfied with the idea of my resuming the leadership seat. I could understand where they were coming from. After all, I had not been fighting alongside them in recent years. They probably said nothing out of fear, given that I was now the Beast God, a title that served as unquestionable proof of my strength. In any case, we quickly moved on to discussion. We detailed the enemy troop advances, their most common strategies, the latest losses, and the expected movements for the coming months. Aerys and Ghislaine had little to do. Their war tactics were not their strong suit, so they remained out of it, likely to train or occupy themselves with something more active. Aisha, on the other hand, paid close attention. She sat by my side and listened without missing a single word. I myself had never participated in a war on such a massive scale in either of my 2 lives. I had led the Legion for a time, of course, but back then they were a much smaller force. Now, they were almost an entire army unto themselves. This tested my knowledge in various ways. Everything I knew about warfare in this world had been taught to me by my master, Verdia. She gave me notions of tactics, logistics, hierarchy, and command. But she obviously did not teach me deeply about large-scale strategy, siege formations, supply lines, or geopolitical maneuvers. What saved me, in the end, was what I had learned in my previous world. I had studied practically every great war in Earth's history. From World War II to older conflicts like Alexander's campaigns, the Crusades, and the Napoleonic Wars. The principle was essentially the same except, of course, for the presence of magic. Besides, I had read The Art of War by Sun Tzu and kept many of his teachings with me. Thanks to that, I was able to question decisions with solid foundations, suggest alternative approaches, point out flaws, and highlight opportunities. At first, some commanders were resistant, mainly the more veteran ones. But over time, and especially after hearing my comments, which offered a completely different perspective on certain issues, I saw that some of the dissatisfied began to look at me with a certain respect. Perhaps not all, but enough. Still, war was a complex affair. The only point of victory in my heart was that individual strength still carried tremendous weight in this world. Just think of all the great wars that have taken place here. In the first Human-Demon War, the Demon Empress was defeated mainly by Hero Ars and his group. Even though they had an army supporting them, it was still primarily that small band that defeated all the demon kings of the era. In the second Human-Demon War, it was even more unbelievable. Humans were losing badly, on the verge of complete defeat. But then the Golden Knight, Aldebaran, emerged and single-handedly defeated all the most powerful forces of the demon army. They say he defeated an army of over 10,000 soldiers and their commanders alone. That was the true representation of individual strength. And in the Laplace War, it was similar to the first. The 7 heroes, even supported by an army, were basically responsible for defeating all the main generals of the demon god Laplace. What can be said about this? The truth is that in this world, even though strategies and armies are an extremely important part, individual strength remains even more crucial. With my arrival, bringing Ghislaine and Aerys with me, the balance would shift drastically. After just one day in Hobbit territory, I wasted no time. The Legion was in trouble across the territory, and Taze mentioned that Killian had some kind of plan regarding the Nikolaus River, and that my master, Verdia, would be involved. Anyway, broadly speaking, I already had a basic understanding of Melee's current situation. I would have to thank Ornthorn and the King of the Dragon King's realm afterward. They had been of great help. After concluding the council, I discovered that Aerys had challenged nearly 50 warriors stationed there. All of them looked at her with astonishment and fear. Ghislaine merely watched calmly, while a beast woman approached her. Apparently, she had known Ghislaine when she was a child. The warriors' reception was much warmer than she had expected. Obviously, no one stationed there could defeat Aerys in single combat. Perhaps Taze could, but that would be for another day. From that point on, my counter-crusade began. I mounted Escalar alone and set off for the heart of the war. My first destination was the main battlefield of Hobbit territory, in the Blue Dragon Mountain Range, where Melee's armies pressed day and night against the Iron Legion's troops. When I arrived, I rained magic and energy blades down upon Melee's forces. There was no mercy. Flame explosions, lightning chains, cutting winds, and anyone who could escape the magic was slain by Tsukikage. However, something bothered me. They were too well prepared. Not as if they knew I was coming, that was unlikely, but there was clearly a withdrawal protocol for when an enemy far above the standard level appeared. When I wiped out the 3rd Battalion with absurd ease, the rest began to retreat with strangely efficient organization. This prevented me from exterminating all of them, as was my initial goal, but for now, it would suffice. The threat to Hobbit territory had been neutralized. I returned and immediately announced a Grand War Council. I set the meeting for a month later, in the city of Tanaver. I requested that all front commanders be present. The way they looked at me after the massacre. It was reverence. It was fear. It was hope. They had been fighting for months against the same armies that I dismantled in minutes. There was no discussion, nor resistance. All accepted the summons. Then, I mounted Escalar again and began the bloody pilgrimage along the front line. With Aerys, Ghislaine, and Aisha accompanying me, but without a defined script, I crossed the skies, alert to the slightest sign of war, smoke on the horizon, the scent of blood, muffled screams, or suspicious movements. Wherever I sensed combat, I dived in and massacred. Sometimes it was a small detachment. Other times, entire fortifications. It did not matter. If they flew the Melee's banner, they fell one by one. After each victory, I left behind a clear order for the remaining Iron Legion members. 1 month. Tanaver. War Council. I went through dozens of skirmishes, and each one made me more aware of the hole the Legion had fallen into. I had been away for 6 years, and that weighed on my chest. Even though I consciously knew that this journey was necessary and that I had reached my current strength because of it, logic was often overcome by emotion. Perhaps, deep down, I was trying to make up for that absence not with words, but with deeds. Fortunately, in times of war, strength is more respected than any words. And now, I was the beast god. All commanders would hail me with unshakable loyalty as long as I could defeat the enemies. The ones I needed to convince now were the masses. And that was relatively simple, I just had to put on a show. After all, a large part of my goal was to make Melee's retreat temporarily. Spread terror. Show that the balance had been violently upset and cause the maximum damage while that lasted. So, I continued with that approach. Leaving behind a trail of blood, destruction, and a clear warning that the war would take a new turn, I finally, after several days, landed on the outskirts of Tanaver. The city awaited me. But not even 5 minutes after arriving in Tanaver, I departed again. Ways, the first sword saint to emerge in the great forest after me, was stationed there and gave me new news. Killian, Persna, my master Verdia, and a demon named Lirif had set out on a mission near the Nikolaus River. As soon as he mentioned this, a bad feeling took hold of me. And well, a bad feeling from me almost always meant disaster. After warning Aerys, Ghislaine, and Aisha that I would return soon and bidding them farewell, I spoke to Ways. I updated him on the council that would be held in Tanaver in a few weeks and other matters. I also told him that Aerys and Ghislaine were my wives and that Aisha was my disciple, and that I wanted them treated with respect. After making sure he had understood everything, I departed. Without Escalar, I immediately launched myself toward the Nikolaus River. The unease grew with every step. I used flight magic when the terrain allowed, but preferred to travel by land, propelled by the burst step fast enough to leave even Escalar behind. I moved well above the speed of sound, which made me put into perspective how long it would take to traverse this world from end to end. The closer I got to the river, the more intense the sense that something was wrong became. Then, I finally felt it. A battle. I leapt over the last mountain range, activating my demon eyes to the fullest. Time around me slowed as every detail sharpened. Persna and Killian were fighting with serious injuries. The demon, probably Lyrif, was also wounded but holding on. And then, I saw her. Verdia. My master. A blade was coming dangerously close to her neck. Even at my time-dilated perception, the sword moved slowly toward her. By its speed, it was likely a saint or king-level swordsman. I had no time for analysis or planning. Only action. I deactivated my eyes and unleashed my full might, condensing as much power as possible into a single slash. The energy blade tore through the sky like thunder. I heard the sound of the barrier's shards violently cracking. The mountain they were fighting on was cleaved in half. The earth trembled. And the assassin was obliterated. A deafening silence. The battle ceased instantly. Finally, my body landed gently beside my master. The fury consuming me still burned in my chest, a lethal coldness threatening to take shape. Verdia could have died. Killian and Persona too, if I hadn't arrived in time. Everyone's eyes were wide. A primal fear spread. But Verdia broke the hostile atmosphere with a gentle smile. It seems you're not so small anymore, Rygar. An involuntary smile escaped my lips, breaking the terror. Master, I murmured, relieved. Wasting no time, I conjured dozens of earth spears. They sprouted from the ground where I stood, giant spikes emerging at speed. The enemy commander, a tall man in bluish armor, finally reacted. Our retreat? Retreat now. But it was too late for most. Controlling my magic with mastery, I avoided hitting Killian, Persona, and Lyrif. The three, seeing the opportunity, immediately sprang to my side. Dirty, wounded, but alive. Leader, when did you return? Exclaimed Killian, eyes shining with emotion. Boss, what was that blade of light? Asked Persona, panting. Both were already healing with healing magic without incantation as they spoke. I observed the few remaining enemies with my demon eyes, then spoke, still with a smile on my face. Long time no see, folks. I think we'll have time to talk later, right? Now that all of his allies were safe, Rygar had a bit more time to assess the situation. He reactivated his demon eyes and observed his enemies. They were now separated by the wall of earth spears that Rygar had just used to kill them, but he could still see them thanks to his magic power eye. About 14 Templars had survived his magic, many had died in his surprise attack. That was not very surprising. Rygar's magic only grew faster and more lethal the more he practiced and advanced. Even though he hadn't focused much on it during his time at the Sword Sanctuary, he was still an Emperor-level mage of the Earth element, and his mastery over it was near its peak. Probably more would have been killed by his casual magic if it weren't for the warning from the large man in blue armor. Rygar didn't recognize him, but he presumed he was one of Melee's generals. Otherwise, he couldn't have been fighting and suppressing the North King, Lyrif. He turned his gaze to the dead man who had tried to assassinate Verdia. He seemed to have light brown hair, but it was hard to tell. Much of his body had been torn apart and destroyed by the blade of light that Rygar used to save her. Rygar turned his gaze back to his allies. His master, Verdia, bore several wounds but had already used pre-prepared healing circles now that the barrier was dispelled. Killian and Persona looked even more injured and exhausted. Killian, in particular, had a large sword wound in his left flank, but his healing magic appeared capable of handling it. Lyrif, on the other hand, seemed to be in a more critical state, as he couldn't heal himself. His body bore deep lacerations, severe bruises, and broken bones, probably due to the terrible tower shield wielded by his opponent. Aside from the enemies within his magic eye's sight, Rygar sensed presences behind the mountain ridges. Likely the priests who had kept the barriers active before. In any case, the situation was, in summary, under control. He deactivated his demon eyes and spoke with a smile. Persona, heal Lyrif's wounds once you finish healing yourself. Then his eyes turned cold. I won't be long. And with that, Rygar vanished, executing the wild dash in an instant. Dash. The hill pondered seriously which decision to make in that moment. From the fragmented information he'd received, that man could only be the new bearer of the 6th position among the 7 great world powers, the beast god, Rygar Adoldia. But that should have been impossible. How could he have escaped the divine vision of the Pope? Someone of such importance would certainly have been cited in the divine revelation. Perhaps he hadn't been shown. A hole in the predictions? An error in Pope Lucios's plans? In any case, that meant one thing: they had failed this mission. And failed catastrophically. At least the contingencies for poisoning the water had already been carried out. These thoughts ran through the hill's mind in just 2 seconds after the new opponent appeared. He was a general with decades of experience, and his instinctive reaction was the same thing that had saved him so many times before: act. It was thanks to his quick warning that some of the Templars had survived the previous attack. And again, he tried to decide on the correct tactic: a retreat, fall back, return to Militian using dispersal tactic number 7. He didn't finish. He might have been fast, but he was never going to be faster than Rygar, who had analyzed everything with his demon eye, seeing everything in slow motion. And in that minimal interval, he executed the wild dash. The hill barely saw the shadow approach before feeling the absurd force of a knee to his jaw. The helmet of his blue armor crumpled like a can under the pressure, and the sound of his jaw fracturing echoed loudly. His body was hurled in a spiral, violently tumbling across the rough terrain, until he collided with a large mountain rock. The stone cracked on impact, and the debris partially buried him. And as smoothly as he had appeared, Rygar landed among the remaining Templars. With a cold, cruel smile, he said, "Hello, everyone. I have a better plan. You run, and I'll catch you." His eyes turned icy. The slaughter began. The first paladin to react triggered a chain reaction. Everyone scattered, each in a different direction, in absolute panic. But it didn't matter. Rygar advanced on the first one. It wasn't even a fair fight, it was like an adult crushing children. He grabbed the man by the neck, his claws denting the steel of the armor like paper, then slammed his body against one rock, then another, and another. The impact was brutal. At some point, the armor gave way and limbs detached. Organs were crushed. He threw what was left of the meat sack to the side like an old rag. Then he ran after another. The man didn't even get to scream. Rygar tore out his vocal cords with a precise claw strike, then kicked him off a nearby cliff. That was when he saw the hill rising from the rubble, half-stunned. Rygar approached like a shadow. Before the general could even raise his arms, Rygar was already above him, leg raised. He brought his leg down like an axe blade, hitting the man's chest with colossal force. The impact sank into the ground, cracked the rock beneath, and caused more debris to fall on the general. Blood spurted from the hill's mouth. But he was still alive. Rygar didn't care. He vanished again among the rocks, eliminating all the other fleeing knights, one by one. No one escaped. When he finished with the Templars, he looked toward where he could sense the priests. He extended one hand and, without saying a word, conjured an advanced barrier without incantation. A gigantic dome of magical energy enveloped the priests hidden behind the mountain range. Rygar then reinforced the dome with multiple layers of magical reinforcement, sealing them completely. His allies, now more recovered, finally approached. They watched in silence the devastation Rygar had wrought in seconds, shattered rocks, blood flowing down the slopes, destroyed bodies, the scent of death still in the air. No word was spoken. The only thing heard was the wind blowing through the mountains and the distant sound of the Nikolaus River's water. Rygar approached once more the rubble where he had left the hill. Persna looked somewhat surprised. Lyrif was dumbfounded as he watched. Only Killian and Verdia seemed hardly surprised by Rygar's strength. The man in blue armor finally stood up again, and his body glowed with a green light, probably using some healing circle magic. But, in front of Rygar, that meant little. The man looked at Rygar as he calmly walked toward him. Then he looked at Verdia and Persna and charged toward them at speed. Killian and Lyrif had barely gotten in front of the two before the knight was met with another kick to the ribs. The armor crumpled. The impact caused intense internal damage, the internal impact of the beast god style. And, once again, he was thrown far away. Rygar thought. Well, he wasn't all that. The compatibility of the hill with Rygar was truly terrible. Even unarmed, Rygar could use the beast god style and north god style to fight at emperor level. But it was even easier to do if the opponent was slow. The hill was known for his strength, power, and endurance. But, in front of Rygar, he was just a particularly resilient punching bag. His lack of speed made him merely a target practice for Rygar. After pondering for a moment, Rygar deduced that he would be a strong king-level combatant. The knight in blue armor stood up again, refusing to give up. Fanaticism shone in his eyes. He shouted, "Hey ah!" and charged, swinging his tower shield at Rygar. His sword had already been lost amid the beating. But Rygar used the wild dash and appeared behind him, breaking both knees with precision. "You!" The man screamed as he fell and tried to crawl on the ground. Until Rygar stood over him and used gravity magic on himself to make his weight much heavier. The ground around suddenly cracked under the pressure, and the man let out incomprehensible groans. Rygar was indifferent atop him, and he sat on the blue armor. For a moment, it almost looked like a friendly conversation. At that moment, Persna approached with curiosity and asked, "Boss, is that gravity magic?" Rygar smiled briefly. "Yes, it is." The others drew closer as well, observing the magic. But Rygar turned his attention back to his victim and asked, slowly, "Hey, do you want to live?" The man's eyes were bloodshot as he replied with contempt, "Die, you damned demon." Rygar smiled. "Seems you're dumb." Dealing with a fanatic was always more complicated. Their actions lacked logic, they had the sole purpose of fulfilling the will of a voice in their heads. Rygar wasn't certain whether there were true gods in this world or anything of the sort, but he was almost sure that this Meles was no deity. The hill used all his strength to spit some blood on the ground, showing his contempt. Persna sighed. A warrior so proud, humbling himself like this. Being mocked by the young girl seemed to anger the warrior even more. Rygar asked, "Do you have reinforcements?" The man didn't answer. Rygar asked several questions, and the man remained silent. But he got some answers thanks to the man's unconscious reactions. Then he asked his group, "Do you have any questions for this guy?" Killian said, "I don't think so. He wouldn't answer anyway. Even knowing if he's lying would be useless." Verdia gently added, "He would be better dead. It would boost the morale of the Iron Legion, even more if we said you killed him as soon as you arrived." Killian softly agreed. Rygar glanced at the remains of the swordsman who had nearly killed Verdia, and said, "And about him?" Killian replied, "He became a famous swordsman recently, but he didn't have much to do with Meles, he was more like a hired mercenary." Rygar nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he sighed and stood up, dispersing the gravity magic. "Stand up," he said as an order. The warrior, having his freedom returned, struggled to stand. Many of his bones were broken, his armor was cracked, and half of his helm was gone. The magic circles he possessed had been destroyed. He looked at Rygar, leaning on his shield, with unwavering determination in his eyes. Rygar said, You may be just a foolish fanatic, a pawn of a sect that will soon cease to exist, but you can take pride that, at least, you were strong, a strength that cannot be reached by talent alone. Before the man could respond, Rygar drew his sword in an instant. Using the longsword of light, the man's head flew from his body. At that moment, Rygar heard the sound of a blade slicing through the air coming from inside the barrier that held the priests. Immediately, he activated the wild dash and rushed there in the blink of an eye, zigzagging through the debris and lightly leaping over the mountain ledges. Upon arriving, he saw a grim scene. 5 priests lay aligned on the ground, dead, their bodies still warm. In front of them, sword in hand, an armored man looked directly at Rygar. Without hesitation, the knight raised his blade and in a quick, cruel movement, cut his own throat. His body fell heavily beside the others. Rygar took a deep breath. Right, there goes the barrier magic. He was considering the possibility of capturing the priests alive and extracting information about the high-level barrier magics they used. But he didn't expect them to be such fanatics as to end their own lives when captured. Upon closer analysis, Rygar concluded that probably not all would be willing to die voluntarily, and the knight present was both their protector and executioner tasked with killing them if necessary. With that in mind, Rygar began to descend back to meet the others. However, he stopped abruptly. He had the distinct sensation of being watched. His gaze instinctively turned to a specific direction in the mountain range, but nothing was visible. Whatever it was, it could perfectly conceal its traces. No smell, no sound, nothing in sight. He or she seemed to have some method to avoid detection. The reason Rygar could perceive them was thanks to his sixth sense. He raised his right hand, and sparks began to form on his fingers. Then lightning swirled around him, forming an electric spiral. Lightning chain. A bluish bolt shot from his hand like a living spear, striking a rock and, from it, spreading in all directions. Like an expanding electric web, the lightning multiplied, tearing the mountain apart, shredding stones, trees, and debris, leaving the ground black and smoking in its wake. The devastation lasted several seconds, with lightning still dancing like furious snakes until they gradually vanished. Rygar remained standing, alert. Then he thought, if he escaped this, then so be it. Down below, Rudia was discussing something with Killian. Persna watched silently, while Lyrif stared fixedly at the blue-armored warrior's corpse with a look Rygar couldn't decipher. As soon as they noticed him, Rudia seemed more at ease. Her shoulders relaxed, and a slight smile appeared on her face. She walked toward him excitedly. Rygar, how long have you been back? Only a few days, actually, Rygar replied softly, surprised to see the elf not stopping her walk. Rudia leaped into a hug with a radiant smile, and he hugged her back firmly. God, he really had missed his master. The fresh, pleasant scent, the soft, golden hair, the smile that seemed to shine. Just thinking that he could have lost her today. He squeezed the hug and thought, come to think of it, this is the second time I've saved her from almost dying, right? What is this? Destiny. Persna, excited, almost joined the hug, but Lyrif grabbed her by the collar before she could. She looked at him, confused. Learn to read the mood, brat, Lyrif said with a sigh. She looked even more confused, but didn't resist. After a few moments, Rygar and Rudia separated. So, Rygar said, looking at the others, do you have any other mission? Otherwise, I suggest we return to Tanaver. I've summoned a war council for a few weeks from now. Rudia brought her hand to her chin, resting her elbow on her other arm in a thoughtful expression. Since Mealy's already knew about this mission, they've probably implemented countermeasures for the water poisoning. It would be useless to continue. She then looked at Rygar with a sparkle in her eyes. Besides, now we have an extremely powerful combat force on our side. I dare say that with just you, Rygar, the Iron Legion could counterattack Mealy's with the right strategy. Rygar thought for a moment and then asked. Right. I didn't have time to ask in Tanaver, but, who is the Iron Legion's military strategist? Taze doesn't have experience with complex strategies, even though he's in command. Persna, Killian, and even Lyrif smiled in that moment. Rudia smiled even more broadly and said enthusiastically, actually, I'm an excellent strategist too. After they retrieved the hill's head, along with all the magical artifacts and valuable weapons from the other Templars and priests, the 5 set out on their journey back to Tanaver. They moved at great speed through the mountainous terrain and then across the vast plains of Mealy's. Lyrif carried an enormous satchel filled with all the collected items, which jingled with every leap and movement, brimming with weapons, enchanted trinkets, and relics. Along the way, as they talked and caught each other up on everything that had happened over the past 6 years, Rygar had time to observe more closely the small and large changes in each of his companions. His master, Rudia, was just as beautiful and cheerful as the last time he had seen her. If Rygar had to note a difference, it would be that her golden hair seemed to shine more brilliantly than he remembered, but perhaps it was only his imagination. More than her beauty, another thing that now caught his attention was the arsenal she carried. She was armed with various magical items that Rygar had never seen her use before. All kinds of magical gear, a bow, a blade, garments, rings, and even a staff. Curious, Rygar asked about the items and discovered that they were equipment she had used during the Laplace War 400 years ago. He was surprised. Even though he thought he knew his elven master well, it became clear that Rudia still held a few secrets. For example, the fact that she had now decided to serve as the strategist of the Iron Legion. When had this happened? Wasn't she going to travel the world? How did she end up involved in the war? Questions piled up in his mind, but he decided to leave them for later. After everything was settled, he would have plenty of time to sit and hear every detail. Fortunately, contrary to his irrational fears, Rudius still felt the same fondness for him. No, in fact, she seemed even happier to see him than he remembered. She was assertive, curious about his journey, and seemed genuinely interested in every revelation he made. In any case, the reunion with his master exceeded any expectation he had built up. Killian, in turn, was more or less the same as Taze. Both were more mature, more powerful. At that time, he had left them in sensitive positions, trusting that he had taught them enough, believing in their potential. After all, even though they were young, in this world people generally matured quickly to survive war and life's cruelty. Both had already been formidable warriors back then. But now they were true leaders. However, unlike Taze, Killian seemed to have grown more serious. His initial reaction upon seeing Rygar broke him out of that reserved demeanor, but every description Rygar had heard along the way painted him as a strict commander, a military man ruthless to enemies and to anyone who disrespected the Legion. It was understandable. To deal with the arrogant and irrational tribal leaders of the Great Forest, that kind of stance was probably necessary. And, by all indications, it had worked. Persna had become a splendid warrior. She would likely be as strong as Killian and Taze if she continued to grow. Perhaps even surpass them. But there was one problem: both she and Linea were, by nature, a bit lazy. Killian did his best to drag them through training and wouldn't let them slack off, but he hadn't been able to change their personalities. Despite this, both had a strong sense of duty toward the Great Forest and the Iron Legion. That commitment, combined with their talent and noble lineage, earned them the nickname Warrior Princesses of the Great Forest. Both Killian and Persna were eager to hear about Rygar's journey. Killian treated him with respect, as if he stood before his commander. Persna, on the other hand, had a sharp tongue but was restrained by Killian whenever she overstepped. It was evident that the two had grown very close in recent years. And then there was the demon, Lirith. Rygar had already heard his story. He knew of his deeds and his reasons for joining the Legion, but that didn't mean he fully trusted him. But that changed largely during that battle. Seeing Lirith fighting fiercely alongside Verdia, Killian, and Persna without a second thought of abandoning them left a positive impression on him. If he had any ill intent, no matter how absurd it seemed, that would have been the perfect moment to back out, flee, or even betray them. But he stayed. And that spoke volumes about his character. Lirith didn't speak much to Rygar on the way back, but he showed respect. Especially after the display of power Rygar had put on. On the whole, Rygar was pleasantly surprised by the Iron Legion's growth during the years he'd been away. He had worked tirelessly to lay the organization's foundations, guide its philosophy, and establish its pillars. But in the end, most of the work, the hardest part, was not done entirely by him. And yet, at least for Verdia, Killian, and Persna, everything the Legion had become was Rygar's merit. And perhaps, they were not entirely wrong. Since childhood, Rygar had united the younger generation of the Dadadia and Adadia tribes under his banner. He offered training, taught magic, shared knowledge that should not have existed in that world, knowledge brought from his previous life, and created a place where everyone could grow. In truth, for the Great Forest, the real differentiator of the Iron Legion in its early days was not its strength or the number of members. It was the unity around a singular talent, a guiding star that illuminated the way even in the darkest times. A boy who, at under 10 years old, could devastate entire forests and face saint-level warriors. Rygar was the cornerstone, the living force that prevented the Legion from being crushed by traditional powers, whether nobles, religious orders, or underworld organizations. It was a power that inspired, that united. A presence that could not be ignored, a name that could not be forgotten. And even after he departed, the seeds he planted germinated. Those he trained continued to advance. Those who witnessed his might remained united, applying his teachings. The training system, the chain of command, the strategic pillars, the numerous allies, all of it stemmed from the groundwork he had laid. Rygar did not see himself in such an impressive light. To him, he had merely used the gifts he received upon reincarnating into that world and combined them with the technical knowledge from his past life. The results were far greater than he anticipated, but they were necessary. Had the Legion not grown as it did, had it not strengthened as it did, it would never have withstood the advances of the Melee's holy country. But now, none of that mattered as much as before. He had made his journey. He had become stronger, much stronger. Now that he had returned, it was time to use that strength. Not just to win battles, but to eliminate all his enemies. To protect those he held dear. To build, with his own hands, a safe haven for all who chose to follow him. In the coming days, a forced truce was established along all battlefronts across the Melee's continent. Both forces pulled back temporarily for different reasons, but related to a single person. The Iron Legion and its allies had received a direct summons from the Beast God for a war council. Perhaps, in other times, some commanders and leaders would hesitate to abandon their positions or refuse such a call. But this was before Rygar Adoldia had crossed dozens of battlefields, slaughtered entire armies, and humiliated generals with seemingly inexhaustible, indestructible power. After that, no one dared to disobey his command. It helped that Taze, Killian, and even Ornthorn had always pointed to Rygar as the true leader of the Legion. His authority was now almost absolute, even among allies who did not know him personally. thus, leaving only the minimum number needed to maintain basic defenses at each outpost. At least one representative from each fortress, citadel, or garrison converged at high speed toward Tanaver. All knew that the war was about to turn on its head. Now, alongside the Iron Legion, they would have the beast god, Rygar Adoldia. And not only him, the Sword Emperor, Ghislaine Dadaudia, the Sword King, Aerys Greyrat, the magnificent Red Dragon, Escalate, and an ebony wolf, Skull. All of them came in the company of the beast god. The Legion seethed with excitement. The veterans stirred. The youngest waited in eager anticipation. Everyone's imagination swelled at the possibilities brought by their new leader, the one who had returned from the Sword Sanctuary with the force of a cataclysm. Legion morale had never been higher. Tanaver, once merely a tactical center, now became the site of a gathering sure to mark a turning point in the war. Meles, on the other hand, bled. Its forces suffered severe losses due to the counter-crusade carried out by the beast god. There were no total exterminations, but the damage to the vanguards was heavy enough to leave a strategic gap that would take time to fill. Several fronts had been broken by Rygar. Seasoned troops fell. Templars, paladins, holy knights all were targeted and decimated as he advanced like a force of nature. Still, Meles was no ordinary nation. It was a military powerhouse in this world. Even with the recent enormous losses, it lacked neither soldiers nor commanders to replenish its ranks. The noble houses answered the call. Entire cities went on alert. Reserve troops began to mobilize. But the continent of Meles was vast, and forming a new front line would take time, days, weeks, even months before the armies could regroup and counterattack in full force. Therefore, the Meles armies withdrew out of strategic necessity. Many commanders heard rumors. The name Beast God began circulating across the plains and through the halls of churches. Some troops' morale wavered. There was uncertainty. There was tension. And there was fear, even if muffled by fanatic prayers. But the church knew how to handle it. They were doing an excellent job of covering their losses and masking their defeats. They spread word that the hill, Meles' sacred hero, had died protecting the Nikolaus River from being poisoned by demonic forces. They claimed he had faced the beast god in battle, sacrificing himself to avert an even greater disaster. And, as if that were not enough, they announced that the divine warrior, Galgard, was marching to the front, swearing he would tear the beast god's head from his shoulders and crush his followers. Meles was preparing. The stakes had escalated. The war was about to enter a new phase. Inside Meles' white palace, silence reigned in the vast hall lit by sacred stained glass, as Pope Lucius read a letter from House Graveyard with slow, cold deliberation. His eyes scanned each line with deliberate, frigid care. Beside him, the White Knight stood erect and silent. Then, in an instant, his hand moved like lightning to the hilt of his sword. An intense, murderous aura spread through the chamber, slicing the air with pure hostility. His gaze swept the room with extreme focus, as if trying to pinpoint something or someone invisible. The hall seemed empty except for the two of them. Without shifting his eyes from the letter, the Pope murmured with disinterest, "Mayan." His voice echoed through the empty hall. For a moment, there was dense silence, until finally a hoarse voice replied, "Yes." The White Knight relaxed his stance slightly, but tension still rippled through his body. The surprised expression on his face, partly hidden by his helm, made it clear he had not detected the intruder. If this had been a real assassination attempt, how easy it would have been to kill the Pope. Out of nowhere, as if emerging from the shadows, a figure in a black cloak appeared. A hood covered their head, and a white mask etched with runes concealed their face. Almost dried blood seeped from the cloak, dripping slowly onto the floor now that the garment's magical concealment had fully dissipated. Pope Lucius frowned, barely hiding his annoyance. "Were you wounded, Mayan?" The masked figure, in a rough, measured voice, replied. "Your Holiness, yes, I was." The target did not detect me with his senses, but he unleashed lightning across the entire mountain range where he suspected I might be. Lucius dropped the letter into his lap and stared at the masked visitor. "Tell me everything you saw." Mayan knelt before the Pope and began to recount every detail of the ambush at the Nikolaus River. They narrated the colossal scale of magic, the use of demon eyes, the absolute mastery of the battlefield, and how Rygar easily handled Meles' hero, the hill. The report was thorough, each detail carefully laid out. The chamber remained in complete silence throughout the testimony. When Mayan finished, the Pope leaned back in his chair and was silent for a few seconds, as if in deep thought. Then he whispered, "Incredible physical strength, magic on an absurd scale, demon eyes, and cunning as the devil." He sighed deeply, clenching his fist on the armrest. "I can think of a few ways to kill him, but his caution will be an issue. The ideal would be to have bait." He then fixed his steady gaze on Mayan. "I want you to investigate the beasts. The dragon, the wolf, and all those close to the beast god. But do not approach high-level bestials. The risk is too great." Mayan bowed respectfully, head lowered. "Yes, Your Holiness." And without a sound, without a breeze or distortion of light, he vanished as if he had never been there. Not even a speck of dust remained. The White Knight looked at the Pope, still showing some discomfort. Lucius simply picked up the letter from House Graveyard again, as if nothing had happened. But deep down, both knew, the real game had just begun. The stone fortress of Tanaver had become an indisputable landmark over the last few years. conceived and personally erected by the current beast god, Rygar Adoldia, with the masterful use of his earth magic. It was an engineering and sorcery feat of such magnitude that many claimed not even hordes of dragons could breach its defenses. Its walls were made mostly of a dense, black rock, with successive layers of magical reinforcements. Each layer had a specific function, one rock resistant to impact, another designed to disperse kinetic energy, among others. The fortress was not only resilient, it was designed in minute detail to defend, repel, and counterattack. At the beginning of the conflict against the holy country of Meles, an influential noble house sent a squad of assassins to infiltrate the fortress city and eliminate the legion's key leaders. It was an experienced group, with dozens of successful missions, capable of infiltrating even some of Meles's most heavily guarded noble mansions. However, they didn't even make it through the city gates. They were intercepted at one of the fortress walls by a giant wolf ridden by a dwarf named Rufus. In less than 2 minutes, over 10 beast warriors appeared, surrounded the squad, and annihilated them without making a sound. Rufus, who would later receive the title Earthbreaker, didn't even record the incident as significant. He considered it a routine skirmish and moved on with his tasks. The fact that an elite group had been destroyed so quickly and without official acknowledgement only increased the fear surrounding the stone fortress. In the noble circle of Meles, the incident echoed as a silent warning. Tanaver was no longer a place to be underestimated. Over time, the fortress gained even more protective layers. With the arrival of Rudeus Greyrat and Ghislaine Adoldia, the enchantments multiplied. The elf, with extensive knowledge in barrier magic, taught her techniques to Ghislaine, who, with her aptitude for chantless magic, strengthened them several times over. Rudia then established magical circles at strategic points around the entire fortress, creating a constantly active barrier, powered by magical crystals extracted both from monsters and from mines under the supervision of the Iron Legion. Rufus Pinnaclesea, with his natural affinity for earth and chantless magic, expanded the fortress city's infrastructure with buildings designed to endure and shelter. He created underground passages, reinforced lodgings, and observation towers integrated into the terrain. In just a few years, Tanaver became the second most impenetrable location on the entire Meles continent. Only Milishan, the sacred city, still surpassed Tanaver in that regard. Surrounded by the legendary 7 magic towers, whose arcane complexity was such that not even the most renowned mages dared claim they could replicate them, Milishan maintained its throne as the unshakable stronghold of civilization. In times of peace, their use was nothing more than controlling the flow of water during seasonal rains to prevent flooding. But that was deceptive, for the towers had been crucial in resisting the Laplace invasion during the war 4 centuries ago. It can even be said that the 7 magic towers were the main reason why Milishan was the only city to repel the demonic invasion and hold out until the end. Still, the existence of the 7 magic towers did not diminish the glory of the stone fortress. The fact that Rygar had created something of that magnitude in a relatively short period caused amazement and unease among both allies and enemies. Some wondered, what would happen if the beast god had time to build something even greater? Now, in times of open war, the fortress buzzed with constant activity. Troops trained in the parade grounds, blacksmiths worked tirelessly, and messengers ran everywhere with war reports. The Iron Legion's headquarters, once a practical fortress city, had transformed into a center of strategy and command. Meanwhile, Rygar walked and conversed on the way to Tanaver. By his side were Verdia, chatting happily with him, Lirif, observing the surroundings closely, Killian, with a serious but relaxed demeanor, and Persna, hopping along carefreely. The last time Rygar returned, a few days ago, he found Ways outside and didn't even have the chance to enter, as he immediately set out to aid Verdia and her group. Now, he was eager to see the changes. What had once been a provisional base had become the true headquarters of the Iron Legion. The great dark stone construction was already visible on the horizon, its contours standing out against the blue sky above the region. The stone fortress of Tanaver remained imposing, silent, and strong as an ancient mountain. But among the approaching group, 2 people in particular didn't seem in much of a hurry. There were still several days until the day of the War Council, and Rygar took advantage of the time with a certain nonchalance. At that moment, he was manipulating lightning around his arm, sparks dancing over his skin like electric serpents, crackling in the air and illuminating the path in small bursts of bluish light. Beside him, Verdia watched with curious attention, her eyes fixed on the movement of the discharges, arms crossed, but her face clearly intrigued. Rygar had only managed to develop lightning magic at a higher level after leaving the Great Forest. Those in Tanaver had already seen him use this ability, especially during the attack on the slaver base and other subsequent missions, but those he left in the Great Forest, like his master, had not yet witnessed such mastery. In truth, Rygar had created and developed many other magical applications after leaving the Great Forest, things quite out of the ordinary. Regeneration magic, lightning magic, nuclear magic, flight magic, underwater breathing magic, a modified barrier magic, structured like programming code, and also, gravity magic, vacuum magic, and others he hadn't fully tested yet. There was much he could share with his closest friends, of course, but especially with Verdia, his master, even if it was unlikely they could master these abilities at the same level as him. Actually, that was good in a way. Rygar still wanted to keep some of his tricks to himself. One never knew what might appear to try to kill him suddenly. Speaking of which, Rygar still hadn't told anyone about Idar's death at the hands of the dragon god. Not even Killian or Taze. In fact, he didn't plan to inform everyone until the war against melees was over, one enemy at a time. Still, he knew he couldn't keep that secret forever. He had already decided to tell those closest to him after the war council. So far, no one had questioned Idar's absence. After all, the original plan was for him to remain at the dojo of the water god style from the beginning. And Rygar hadn't sent any letters about his death either, wanting to prevent them from getting any crazy ideas about killing the dragon god. But eventually, someone would ask how he was. Amid the relaxed conversations during the journey, Rygar discovered a piece of news that warmed his heart. His little sister had already been born. She was a girl, and her name was Ruby. She was named that because her eyes shone with an intense red, like ruby. Rygar was surprised to learn that her birth had been as difficult as his own. If Lysina hadn't been present, using her chantless healing magic, both his mother, Selene, and the child might not have survived. But she was there. And even though Selene needed a recovery period, both of them were now healthy. That was great news. He was eager to meet her. Ruby. His sister's name spun in his mind as he was distracted by his own thoughts. Meanwhile, he continued demonstrating his lightning magic to Verdia, explaining the principles behind manipulating the element, conducting mana in unstable patterns, and the absolute concentration needed. It was then that Verdia asked, with a pensive expression, "And you can't use lightning together with that speed technique you used? What was it called again?" Flash step, that's right. Can you do something like that?" Her eyes seemed to sparkle with curiosity, and her excited expression was particularly adorable. Rygar smiled faintly. "I'm already working on it," he replied. "In fact, during the last month of travel to get here, I made some progress on that technique." The elf continued asking several questions. How did he initiate the displacement? Didn't the body suffer from the acceleration? How did he stabilize the direction? What were the risks? What possible evolutions were there? Rygar answered them all, happy to share his ideas. Verdia was one of the few people with whom he felt comfortable opening up his thought process, and it was clear she enjoyed dissecting Rygar's thoughts even more. They continued walking slowly, in no hurry to reach their destination. Part of that was not wanting to interrupt their conversation. Sometimes, Killian and Persna joined in the conversation, but it was mainly Verdia and Rygar who spoke. Lirif rarely commented. After all, he didn't know much about Rygar and, even less, had any relevant magical knowledge to follow the topics that arose. Eventually, the group approached the gates of Tanaver, and everyone naturally assumed a more serious posture. Only Verdia remained as always, but Killian's expression had changed completely. His face was serious, his eyes sharp, and the aura emanating from him seemed that of a warrior ready for war. He walked a few steps ahead and, before they were even near the gate, Rygar noticed that the fortress garrison had already been notified of their arrival. He found it strange. Before he could ask, Killian stepped forward and explained. "Each of the gates has a member of a demonic race who can see very far, like an eagle." Rygar nodded in understanding. His enhanced senses picked up fragments of conversations coming from the watchtowers, confirming what Killian had said. "By the way," Killian added with a slight smile, "I ordered them to prepare a grand reception for you. Any problem with that?" Rygar raised an eyebrow. "As long as it's nothing too extravagant, and doesn't last too long, it's fine." Rygar still had many old friends to visit. He had to introduce Ghislaine and Aerys to his master, and also gather as much information as possible before the war council. Killian hesitated for a brief moment, then nodded. "I'll cancel the banquet and festivities then, after all, we're at war." Rygar also noticed large banners embroidered with the symbol of the beast god, which appeared on the Seven Great Powers stone. The symbol had the shape of some kind of wolf-like beast. After asking Killian, he learned that the Iron Legion had adopted the symbol as its crest a few months ago. With a deep rumble, the stone gate began to rise slowly. The group passed through tranquilly, entering the fortress. The fortress city of Tanaver was monumental, just as Rygar remembered. Massive dark stone structures, watchtowers as tall as mountains, vast inner courtyards, and a few wooden halls made from the ancient trees of the Great Forest. The architecture was functional, but with artistic touches from the region's craftsmen, reliefs on the walls, sculptures, Iron Legion banners fluttering in the wind. Trained soldiers marched in groups through the courtyards, practicing formations, casting spells at stone targets, or exchanging blows in open arenas. Many paused their training when they saw the group approaching, murmuring among themselves and discreetly pointing. On each side of the main path, a row of 10 warriors clad in dark gray armor formed an honor guard. As soon as Rygar passed them, one of the soldiers stepped forward and announced in a strong, clear voice using howling magic. "Arriving at the fortress are the Beast God, leader of the Iron Legion, and Killian Daddadia, second general of the Vanguard Force, with their retinue." The voice echoed throughout the fortress like thunder. And soon, what had seemed an almost silent city exploded into life. A crowd gathered in front. Men, women, young warriors, merchants, mage apprentices, elders all wanted to see with their own eyes their leader, the beast god who had made such an impact on the battlefields. As Rygar's deeds spread with the allied army messengers, his fame grew rapidly. Many considered him the personification of the storm-ravaging Melee's enemies. Excited shouts, cheers, and ovations erupted from the crowd as he appeared. His name was chanted enthusiastically. Rygar smiled and waved to the people. Despite still maintaining some emotional distance, he couldn't deny that seeing so many people placing their trust in him was something that moved him. He began to expand his senses, filtering the scents in the air, and soon detected the familiar aroma of his companions, Ghislaine, Aerys, and Aisha. He followed the subtle trail with half-closed eyes and realized they were not in the central base but in a building beside it. As they traversed the main path of the fortress, flanked by applause and celebration, Rygar kept his posture firm. Tanaver was buzzing with the approach of the war council. Warriors and commanders from various parts of Meles were arriving, and the tension in the air was almost palpable. There were still weeks until the day of the council, but each step taken within that fortress was a prelude to something great approaching. While Rygar continued forward through the streets of the imposing fortress city of Tanaver, Killian and Persna split off from the group, each heading to a different quarter of the city with the aim of warning the others of their arrival. Lirif, for his part, also took his leave shortly thereafter, leaving only Rygar and Verdia walking side by side along the fortress streets. The road leading to the military center was wide and dotted with many warriors, but as they passed through the gates of the central wing, the shouts and ovations all but ceased. Every warrior, regardless of race, who saw Rygar and Verdia pass stopped whatever they were doing and bowed in respect. The atmosphere was more serious, although excitement and admiration were still clearly visible in the warriors' eyes. They were simply more restrained. All eyes followed every movement of the beast god. Verdia, with her serene countenance, kept pace beside him, and the two conversed quietly. Rufus learned the Colossus fortress at 8 years old, asked Rygar, still looking ahead, his surprise apparent. The elf smiled and confirmed. You'd be amazed at how quickly he picked it up. I think, if it's just earth magic, his talent is almost on par with yours, or very close to it. Besides, he has an impressive mana reserve. Rygar nodded, lost in thought. Among the apprentices he had trained when they were still children, 2 had stood out for their special magical talent, Lysina and Rufus. Of course, this was exclusively about magic talent. Killian and Taze, for example, were excellent swordsmen, on top of being able to use chantless magic. Lysina had followed almost exclusively the path of magic, struggling to learn to control her Toki. Still, she was a brilliant mage, especially proficient in ice magic. Rufus, on the other hand, although he also delved deeply into magic, had no trouble with Toki, and therefore trained the North God style as his combat foundation. But his true focus was earth magic, where his talent truly flourished. In any case, that's great, Rygar commented. But it's a shame Rufus got involved in the war so young. Verdia sighed, her smile slowly fading. Yes, those are the inevitable sides of war. Children born amidst conflict, innocents who lose their lives for no reason. She looked at Rygar, her eyes showing an understanding that could only come through experience. It's awful, but peace isn't always a choice. I'm sure you know that. Caring about every life lost on the battlefield would drive anyone crazy. Rygar kept his gaze fixed ahead and answered in a low but firm voice. I know. Still, I'd rather end this war as soon as possible. I don't want my sister to grow up and have to get involved in this battle because I wasn't strong enough to end it. He surveyed the surroundings of the fortress with a dark, determined expression. It's enough that all the friends and apprentices are fighting now. I want to crush Meles in a year at most. Verdia followed his gaze and stared at the operations base ahead of them. Her expression turned concerned. Pope Lucius has the power to see the future, Rygar. You must know that a large-scale attack would make you vulnerable to an ambush, just as we fell into one. Rygar did not respond immediately. He walked in silence for a few seconds, reflecting on her words. Then he replied calmly. I'm confident I can escape an ambush. He looked into the elf's eyes. Besides, there's little they can do with their warriors if I don't invade Milishan all at once. He paused for another moment. But even if I'm caught, I won't be killed. Even with all my mana sealed, I can still fight and get away. Verdia seemed to relax upon hearing that. Her face softened as if she truly believed that, so long as Rygar took care, he wouldn't be killed in this war. She smiled happily and asked. So it's all right then. Rygar, do you trust me? Rygar raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden question. Huh? Of course I trust you. Why? Verdia let out a soft giggle and turned her gaze forward again. Nothing. And then the two finally reached the entrance of the building where Rygar could distinctly smell Aerys, Aisha, and Ghislaine. Even before entering the structure, Rygar caught the scent of Skull in the distance, and close by, that of Escalar. Sounds of battle could be heard in that direction, accompanied by the unmistakable presence of another ebony wolf. One that was not Skull. Rygar narrowed his eyes, thoughtful. Is it Jerry or Freaky? I'll check later, he thought, before moving forward and entering the building. The structure, located right next to the Iron Legion's operations base, was immense. It looked like a colossal house, far too large to belong to any ordinary family. There were no signs of permanent residence, only silence. By what he sensed, Aisha was alone in one of the rooms, probably studying some spell. As he walked through the corridors, Rygar picked up a new note, rather, an old scent. One he hadn't smelled in many years. His steps grew firmer, hastened by curiosity and contained excitement. He proceeded to the back of the house, where a wide passage led him to an extensive grassy field surrounded by high stone walls. Spaced-out trees offered occasional shade to the area, which seemed designed both for leisure and training. A small refuge within the fortress isolated, protected, and peaceful. There, Ghislaine stood in position, acting as referee between two warriors. One was Aerys, her companion, wielding a wooden sword with extreme concentration in her gaze. In front of her, the opponent was a figure Rygar had longed to see. A dark-skinned man, silver gray hair, dog-like ears, appearing about 40 years old young by beast race standards. He too held a wooden sword and wore no armor. His bearing, his stance, and his fierce look, everything about him spoke of contained experience and power. Rygar recognized him immediately. Ghislaine noticed Rygar's presence but did not announce him. With her usual seriousness, she signaled the start of the match. The warrior lunged with great speed, soon unleashing the howling magic characteristic of his race. The ground cracked beneath his feet from the force of his acceleration. He was skilled, a warrior of saint level, no doubt, but for Aerys, a sword king, his charge and magic were still too slow. With keen eyes and perfect reflexes, Aerys executed the longsword of light. The wooden blade sliced through the air in an illusory gleam, outstripping any tactical trap her opponent had prepared. The strike was so fast it struck the warrior's chest before the sound of the magic could even fully propagate. The impact sent the man flying back, and the sonic wave of the howling magic continued on its own path. Rygar grinned from ear to ear at the sight. The warrior rose with a groan, massaging the bruise forming on his chest. Rather than sulk, he let out a sincere laugh. Ha ha ha, you're strong too. Are you sure you're only 15? Aerys beamed with pride. Of course I am. Only then did she notice Rygar. Her eyes brightened, and she eagerly moved toward him. However, she suddenly stopped upon noticing the golden-haired elf at his side, Rudia. Her gaze flickered between surprise, curiosity, and caution. Rygar, however, kept his eyes on the warrior who was rising. His expression softened, filled with contained emotion. How long has it been, father? The one training with Aerys was, in fact, Rygar's father, Rygar Adoldia, who had become a North Saint while his son was away. His style specialized in unarmed combat, using primarily his claws, though during Rygar's absence he had also learned to wield a blade efficiently. His physical prowess and mastery of howling magic made him formidable on the battlefield against virtually any opponent. Of course, this did not apply to Ghislaine and Aerys. Hunter had arrived into Navar the day before, shortly after receiving news of Rygar's return. He was at a battlefront when he was informed. Since Rygar wasn't in the city at that moment, Hunter stayed in one of the dormitories and, the next day, decided to visit Rygar's two women, Ghislaine and Aerys, his daughters-in-law. During the visit, they decided on a brief sparring session, which Rygar witnessed just as it was happening. Ha ha ha, who would have thought even your women would be this strong, son? Hunter exclaimed, laughing as he rubbed the bruise on his chest. Everyone was seated around a large table in one of the mansion's halls. Seated were Rygar, Aerys, Ghislaine, Rudia, and Hunter. Aisha was still in one of the rooms, likely still studying. Rygar found it a bit odd she hadn't come out to greet him, but assumed she must have been in the middle of something important. Initially, Rygar intended to introduce Rudia, his master, to Aerys, Ghislaine, and Aisha, but his father's sudden appearance altered those plans a bit. You've become very strong, father, Rygar said sincerely. But they're somewhat extraordinary. Hunter smiled proudly, his expression relaxed and his gaze warm. I suppose that's necessary to be a wife of the beast god. I still can't believe my son is one of the 7 powers. The brief reunion was filled with warm emotions. After chatting with his father for a while, Rygar felt relieved to see that he hadn't changed at all. If he had to point out something, it was that he no longer treated him the same way he did the last time they met. Even recognizing him as a warrior when he was younger, Rygar sensed that back then his father still saw him as his little boy. But now, Hunter treated him as an equal. He also seemed genuinely proud of all Rygar's achievements. Father and son began talking about various subjects: his mother, the new sister named Ruby, past battles, training, and techniques. Rygar laughed several times, carried away by the familiarity of the conversation. And so Rygar unconsciously ignored the silent battle playing out at the table. Aerys was practically piercing Rudia with her intense gaze, and Ghislaine, though remaining serious and impassive, also scrutinized the elf with contained curiosity. Meanwhile, Rudia looked at them both with a friendly smile, then returned her attention to the conversation between Rygar and Hunter, occasionally adding something, trying to ignore the intense stare of the red-headed young woman. I can't imagine my mother as an advanced-level swordswoman. Rygar sighed. Ha ha ha. But she really did it. Hunter replied, laughing. And more, she learned elementary healing magic. She decided to try learning a bit after Ruby was born. Rygar's expression grew serious for a moment. But she won't go to the battlefield, right? Hunter shook his head with a calm smile. Of course not. Aside from Ruby still being small and needing care, all the higher UPS of the Iron Legion tacitly agreed not to allow your mother to go into combat. Rygar let out a relieved sigh. In truth, he didn't much like seeing his father, Rudia, Aerys, or Ghislaine in combat. In an ideal scenario, he would resolve everything himself, alone. It was a strange contradiction in his mind. He admired their strength and wanted them to be powerful, yet still wanted to keep them safe. However, he knew he couldn't and shouldn't prevent any of them. This world demanded more from those who trained to fight, whether in swordsmanship or magic. It demanded unwavering will, something to fight for, and something to live for. Murder was far more common in that world, and the will of these warriors was something few on Earth could reach, even under the worst circumstances. Determination and ego had to be solid. That's why Rygar never stopped any of his loved ones from fighting. Nor would he ever. Unless it was certain death, of course. His mother, on the other hand, was different. Although she had begun training, she was never a warrior. She had spent part of her life as a slave and afterward only wanted to live in peace. The reason for her training was purely self-defense. And that was also why she had learned exclusively the water god style from Eleonora. Haunter and Rygar continued talking about combat techniques, magic, styles, and Haunter expressed interest in trying to learn the beast god style Rygar had created. Until finally Haunter stood up and said with a teasing smile, "All right, Rygar, we'll have time to talk later. I imagine you have some matters to attend to first." When he said that, Rygar finally noticed Aerys staring at Verdia with flames in her eyes. He cleared his throat softly, trying to ease the tension, and forced a smile. "All right, we'll talk more later. Will you be at the War Council?" Haunter shook his head. "I'll return to the battlefield in a week. I'll replace the Demon King Greta when she comes to the council." Rygar nodded, considering for a moment. "Very well. Take care. I'll see you before you leave again." With a nod, Haunter left the mansion, leaving Verdia, Ghislaine, Aerys, and Rygar behind. Rygar sat down again and faced the two women. "Ghislaine, Aerys, this is my master, Verdia Solarion. POV, Aerys Adoldia. This is my master, Verdia Solarion." When Rygar said that, I looked at him for a moment and then continued staring at the woman before me. This was Verdia, Rygar's master, the person he probably admired most in life. I could tell by the way he spoke of her, and he spoke a lot. Always with a light in his eyes, a silent passion, a reverence he made no effort to hide. I mean, he looked at me that way too, but it felt different. She was the one who taught him magic, who told him about the world, who shaped his view of life. As far as I knew, she had lived for a very long time. She looked like a mature woman, yet with youthful, captivating features. After all, she was an elf. Her long hair shimmered as if it glowed from within, a vibrant gold that seemed to outshine the surrounding light. Her eyes were kind, yet with an intensity that made me furrow my brows. Yes, she was beautiful. Too beautiful. The kind of woman who draws every gaze without even trying. Her chest wasn't as large as Ghislaine's, but it wasn't small either. I found myself wondering, half involuntarily, will mine grow more? I'm still changing, right? I'm still growing older, maybe one day I'll mature too. Rygar seemed to have a certain preference for more mature women. And me? Was I really right for him? I shook my head, trying to chase away those silly thoughts. After all, he was the one who confessed his feelings to me. He was the one who said he wanted to be with me and that he loved me. I should trust that. I glanced at him discreetly. He was saying something, but I wasn't listening. My heart was racing. He said he wanted to take Verdia as his wife from the start. I knew that. So why do I feel like this? Why this uncomfortable tightness in my chest? I looked back at the elf, then down. Why did it happen so fast? I thought. At that moment, something pulled me out of my daydreams. I heard my name being called. Aerys. I jerked my head up in surprise. Everyone was looking at me. Rygar, Verdia, even Ghislaine. I froze. The elf had spoken my name at the end of some sentence I hadn't heard. I opened my mouth to reply, but nothing came out. What? I failed miserably. My cheeks burned, my face flushed. I couldn't even form a sentence. Why now? I chastised myself. Then I felt something warm and comforting on my face. A hand. Rygar's hand. I looked up into those golden eyes that gazed down at me with concern. "You okay, Aerys?" My face turned even redder. I whispered back. "Why yes, I'm fine. I looked away and faced the elf again. "I didn't catch what you said." She still smiled, with that same warmth in her expression, as if nothing had happened. Then, she repeated. "I said it's a great pleasure to meet you, Aerys." I was a bit dazed for a moment, but replied automatically. "The pleasure is mine as well." POV, Rygar Adoldia. All right, Aerys seemed a bit nervous meeting Verdia. And she showed that nervousness by practically scorching my master with her gaze. I think she might have thought I was introducing her as my third wife, but how would I do that so soon? After all, I've only just arrived. Although, honestly, I must say my chances look pretty good. My bond with her is stronger than ever, and she doesn't seem disinterested. In fact, she's been quite assertive, as expected of her. Anyway, Aerys was visibly tense, lost in thoughts I couldn't fully guess. I planned to talk to her about it later, just to make sure nothing was wrong. But she seemed to return to normal after speaking with Verdia. My master specifically asked who Aerys's family was, upon learning she was a Greyrat. She seemed a bit worried, but relaxed upon discovering she was a Boreas Greyrat. Ghislaine, on the other hand, appeared more curious than anything. She asked questions far more often than usual, wanting to understand more about Verdia, what kind of woman had shaped so much of my life. The conversation turned livelier than I'd anticipated. At one point, Verdia commented with a smile. "It's true, when he was only 6 years old, he was already able to kill a North Saint." I responded immediately, shaking my head. "I had your assistance in defeating him, Master. I didn't do it alone. Besides, he didn't know chantless magic. That was a big advantage." Verdia smiled and said, "That doesn't make the feat any less impressive. Honestly, I wasn't as surprised as the others to learn you reached God level at just 16. With your talent and focus, I pretty much expected it." Ghislaine nodded and added, "That's true. From the moment I met you at the Azure Dragon range and confirmed you were only 10, I was certain you'd achieve great power. Aerys spoke with conviction. Of course. Rygar is going to be the #1 in the world. The three of them seemed to find common ground in agreeing that I was incredible, which was a bit embarrassing, but I couldn't argue with their logic. Even as a child, with the talent and the knowledge Verdia gave me about this world and what I retained from my previous life, I already knew I had a real chance to reach the top of this world. Still, I answered honestly, but being #1 isn't certain. Until we know the technique god and the fighter god, it's hard to say if I can achieve that. Not to mention the dragon god. At the mention of that name, both Aerys and Ghislaine grew serious. Verdia noticed the change in atmosphere and asked curiously, "Huh? What about the dragon god?" Everyone fell silent. I thought for a moment. Anyway, she'd find out sooner or later. Since I've mentioned it now, it's better to tell her outright. I looked at Ghislaine and Aerys, and they were looking back at me, waiting for my decision. I took a deep breath, and then began to tell Verdia everything that had happened in the Red Dragon's lower jaw. Our encounter with Orsted, his oppressive presence, the terrible fight, and, finally, Idar's death. Aerys and Ghislaine remained silent, sharing that weighed down the atmosphere, but I wouldn't hide it from Verdia. Verdia listened quietly, her expression grave. When I finished, we stayed silent for a while, letting the elf digest the information. Finally, she spoke with a serious, concerned look. Idar was killed, so, will you take vengeance? The question was kind of unexpected, but I replied firmly, yes. I will kill the dragon god. Verdia frowned, visibly more worried, as if pondering something difficult internally. Her next question came laced with caution. Orsted, does he happen to have resistance to divination magics? I found the question odd, but answered honestly, I don't know about that, but I couldn't sense any intent from him. Now that I think about it, maybe he has something like that. Why? Verdia lowered her head slightly, her eyes narrowed in concern. She murmured, it's nothing. Just, don't fight him as you are now. He's probably still much stronger than you, right? I nodded, yes. I don't plan to fight him until I'm much stronger, and I don't intend to face him alone. Verdia nodded, more at ease. Then that's fine. At that moment, I felt a familiar presence rushing through the house. It was Aisha. Her light, agile steps echoed through the hall until the door to the room suddenly swung open. The little girl, appearing about 7 or 8 years old, burst in with a radiant smile on her face. Master? Master? I did it? I learned holy healing. She stopped as soon as she noticed all of us gathered. Her gaze immediately fixed on Verdia, who sat elegantly beside us. Her expression flickered between excitement and confusion. Verdia looked at the girl and smiled gently. You must be Aisha. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Verdia. Aisha looked around with a puzzled expression, until her eyes lit up with sudden understanding. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Grandmaster. I'm Aisha Greyrat, she said enthusiastically, giving a respectful bow. I laughed at her display. It was so very Aisha. Verdia, on the other hand, looked somewhat taken aback. Her expression briefly faltered. Why yes, it's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Greyrat, right? She hesitated. Can you tell me who your parents are? Huh? Again? She asked the same of Aerys. Why was Verdia asking about the Greyrat family? Aisha, still excited, straightened up and answered. My parents are Paul Greyrat and Lilia Greyrat. Oh, I don't know if it matters, but there's also a Zenith Greyrat, who is also my father's wife. Verdia's expression paled slightly. She shot me a worried look. I wondered why she reacted that way. Could it be because of Rudeus Greyrat? She probably heard about the conflicts he caused here. Verdia then asked, and what is your relationship with your family in general? Aisha seemed suspicious of so many questions, but thought for a moment and replied, I like my mother. The rest of the family, well, I don't know them, so I don't care. Oh, about my brother Rudius, he'd be better off dead. Aisha seemed to have reached the same conclusion I had, clarifying her relationship with her brother. Her blunt words surprised Verdia. Then she sighed in relief for a brief moment, but her gaze turned back to me, hesitant. How do I put this? Do you know that swordsman who almost killed me? The one you cut in half? I was confused for a moment, but the thread of thought struck me like lightning. I asked cautiously, hoping it wasn't what I feared. Yes, what about him? Well, his name was Paul Greyrat, of House Latreia. The silence that followed was almost suffocating. Not even Aerys spoke a word. Everyone processed what that meant. Verdia had asked about Aisha's parents. Aisha answered. And Verdia? Verdia had just said that the man I killed protecting her was her father. I looked at Aisha. She seemed surprised. Not frightened or shaken, just surprised. Aerys remained silent. Ghislaine kept a neutral expression, but she too was surprised. I took a deep breath. After several seconds, I spoke, somewhat hesitantly. All right, how did this happen? Why would Paul Greyrat try to kill you, Master? Everyone leaned in slightly, attentive to the answer. Verdia sighed heavily. One of our few spies in Militian informed us that his wife, Zenith, was originally a Latreia, and that his daughter is Norn Latreia. Because of that, it's assumed Paul ended up joining Melis's ranks. The rest is simple to understand. I put a hand to my face, letting out a heavy sigh. All right, this just became more complicated than expected. Much more complicated. I looked at Aisha, trying to find the right words, but they escaped me. So I simply said, honestly, I'm sorry. Aisha shook her head frantically, crossing her arms in an X, as if desperate to take the blame off my shoulders. No, 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 I really don't mind, master. If he was trying to kill the master of my master, it was well deserved. Seriously, I really don't care. I watched her expression closely, her eyes slightly wide and her body a bit tense. But her voice didn't waver. Her words seemed genuine, her discomfort not about losing her father, but about fearing I might think she cared. That was both good and bad. Good because she wasn't hurt by me. Bad because, in the end, I had still killed her father. I sighed and turned my gaze to Ghislaine. And you, Ghislaine? She answered without hesitation. No, I don't mind. Your enemies are my enemies too. I looked at the ceiling, lost in thought. Part of me felt satisfied about having killed that bastard. After all, Paul was a scoundrel. On the other hand, he was Aisha's father. What rotten luck. And Lilia would probably be very sad to learn of this. What was I doing? Was I hunting down her entire family without meaning to? With that thought, something inside me solidified. A resolution. An imaginary line I couldn't cross. All right, where is Zenith? I asked. Is she still alive? Is she participating in the war? Verdia crossed her arms, thoughtful. I believe not. Zenith is a high-ranking noble and doesn't have great martial abilities. Although she's an advanced healing mage, I doubt she's involved in the war. I mentally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, Lilia. Zenith will have to serve. I absolutely cannot kill her too, right? Silence settled for a moment, dense and uncomfortable. For a moment, no one seemed willing to break it. Until Verdia, with a small smile, took the initiative. Anyway, you said you learned the saint-level magic, holy healing. Aisha, clearly seizing the chance to dispel the somber mood, brightened up again, straightening and speaking cheerfully. Yes, I just learned it. Although, I haven't had the chance to test it yet. After all, you need someone with a severed limb, right? Everyone let out soft laughs at her straightforward, awkward comment. From there, Verdia and Aisha began talking more naturally. The topic shifted from magic to training, and from training to trivial matters. Aerys and Ghislaine were soon included in the conversation as well, and the atmosphere lightened. The tension gradually dissipated, like smoke carried away by the wind. I watched those two, Verdia and Aisha, both trying to change the subject to blow away the heavy air. And for some reason, I thought with amusement, those two, aren't they kind of alike? POV Rygar Adoldia. Somehow, Aisha convinced me that the best option available to test her magic was for me to cut off a finger from my hand so she could regenerate it and demonstrate her magic. And it ended up being done that way. I still don't understand how I ended up agreeing to that, but it was a warning that I should be more careful about what Aisha asked me. She was becoming more and more cunning as she grew. Anyway, it was truly impressive. Aisha would turn 8 in a month, and she was already able to use saint-level healing magic. Of course, she had the advantage of my knowing all these spells and teaching her in the fastest and most efficient way, but that was also due to her talent and constant effort. She was progressing non-stop. Aisha seemed to get along very well with Verdia, which was great. And Aerys had also become more comfortable talking with her, with Aisha leading and bringing up topics naturally. But I didn't really understand how Ghislaine and Verdia were. Honestly, on the surface, they seemed to have gotten along, but I don't know. They didn't exchange many words, nor did they talk in depth. Most of their interactions were quick, direct questions and answers. Well, it wasn't bad, though. Actually, speaking with them, I found out why Skal and Escalar weren't here. It turns out that Rufus's wolf, Jerry, smelled Skal when he entered the city and ran over to greet him. Apparently, there were other Legion members who also raised monsters, and Skal seemed to recognize Rufus, so he suggested introducing Skal and Escalar to the other monsters. That way, Escalar and Skal ended up going along with Rufus. I also found out that my master had learned saint-level healing magic while I was away, which wasn't very surprising. There were a few other people who also learned it, since I left the enchantment, the books, and instructions on how to use the magic with Taze before leaving. And also, at some point, Ghislaine's demon eye was mentioned, and the method I developed to make her control her magic eye seemed to interest Verdia. After all, controlling other people's mana wasn't a widespread or normal method, nor common knowledge. Apparently, my master had heard of this kind of thing before, but had never seen anyone put such a theory into practice. Well, her idea was something I had already thought of before, but my tests weren't very effective. That was, using that mana control to teach chantless magic. I tried that method with Ghislaine, but it didn't seem to work very well. Verdia suggested that perhaps it was because Ghislaine wasn't so familiar with using multiple magics or high-level magics. So, after that topic, another project reopened. When the opportunity arose, I would test that hypothesis with her again. The conversation progressed in high spirits. Although it was wartime, meeting with my master, seeing old friends, and introducing the new people who had entered my life gave me some peace of mind. A comforting feeling that I couldn't quite explain. Anyway, it was pleasant. After we talked, I started to head to where Escalar and Skal were, with only Aerys accompanying me. Ghislaine heard that there was a place where the Legion kept baby monsters for adoption and got excited. She tried to hide it, but I could tell she was excited because her tail was wagging energetically. So, she and Aisha ended up following Verdia there. Meanwhile, Aerys and I were going to Rufus, who was with Escalar and Skal. A few moments later, Aerys and I were walking hand in hand through the streets of Tanaver, following Skull's presence and the sounds of combat echoing from one of the training arenas. The city was alive. Aerys watched everything with shining eyes, enthusiastically pointing at every detail that caught her attention. The buildings looked different since the last time she had seen them. Did this statue exist before? She asked, pointing to a sculpted figure of a warrior holding a hammer with the Iron Legion symbol engraved on its base. I shook my head with a smile. I don't think so. Many dwarves arrived after we set out on our journey. They changed a lot around here. The small modifications were many, but altogether they gave the city a new spirit. Carvings etched into the stone walls, arches reinforced with ornamental metals, small fountains with magic circles around them. The atmosphere of dwarven fortresses, mixed with the organization of the fields and roads, gave Tanaver an air of a civilization on the rise. Rufus had also left his mark. The training areas had been expanded, with stone portals and minerals where warriors practiced maneuvers with domesticated monsters. There were new forges, crafting workshops, greenhouses with irrigation systems reminiscent of modern technology adapted to magic, small terraced fields, taking advantage of the terrain. Wherever we went, people recognized us. Despite all that, Aerys didn't seem to care about the stairs. Some stopped to watch with curiosity, others whispered quietly. Those who didn't know who I was were soon informed by some other resident or legion member. Even so, she stayed by my side, as if nothing could affect that moment. Rygar, who is the strongest in the legion, aside from you? She asked suddenly. Her eyes shone with an intensity I knew well. Challenge. Ever since we arrived in Hobbit territory, Aerys had been looking to test her strength. She challenged several warriors, some with power levels near that of a saint. She wanted to show that she was powerful, not only to others but to herself. Perhaps it was because she knew that Ghislaine had immense fame within the legion. In fact, even before I created the legion, the name Black Wolf was already known in the central continent. A legendary sword king, a warrior who inspired respect. And in the Melee's continent, she built some fame as well. During the attack on the Joilery house, she was by my side, and her reputation only grew. Many probably thought it natural that she would be my wife. Perhaps they even expected it back then. But Aerys was different. When she left Tanaver with me and Ghislaine back then, she was just a child and an advanced level swordswoman. Many probably would have had some opinions about her being my wife. I personally didn't care about others' expectations. To me, she was important, irreplaceable. Still, I didn't stop her from challenging whoever she wanted. I knew there would be judging eyes and questioning. That might not bother me, but maybe it would bother her. But I also knew she wouldn't back down. I can't say for sure, I replied thoughtfully. But it's probably Ornthorn or Ghislaine. Aside from them, maybe Taze or Killian. Although, to be honest, I'm still not certain of Verdia's true combat power. Aerys reflected in silence. I took the moment to gently stroke her hair and then I remembered the way she acted when she met Verdia. Aerys, I said, in a low but firm voice. You know that, even if I take other wives, I will never stop loving you. No way. You know that, right? She blushed at once. I know that, she replied quickly, almost reflexively, trying to disguise her embarrassment. I couldn't help but smile. I drew her closer, putting my arm around her waist. I felt her warmth, and a few more glances turned to us. I didn't mind. We continued walking along the stone road, the sound of our footsteps echoing among the buildings. But for now, I just wanted to enjoy that moment with her. It turns out that, even with the war in Melee's unfolding and the heavy atmosphere hanging over the continent, the city of Tanaver still managed to maintain a lively and welcoming atmosphere. It was a warm environment full of life. Still, it was evident that most of the inhabitants were ready to take up arms at the slightest sign of danger. The expressions were friendly, but the eyes alert and the bodies well-prepared betrayed the martial spirit present in every citizen. As we walked, Aerys and I decided to stop at one of the many stalls decorating the streets. We grabbed some skewers of roasted monster meat. The smell was strong, spicy, but incredibly appetizing. Aerys took a bite, smiling with a sparkle in her eyes. She seemed genuinely happy, walking hand in hand with me through the city that had once been only a stone fortress and that now vibrated with culture, movement, and living history. Then a tiger tribe beastman appeared, blocking our path in the middle of the street. He was tall and muscular. His eyes burned with intensity, and as soon as he saw us, he began to speak. His voice was strong, laden with resentment and wounded pride. He began to tell a long story, that he had been one of the many tribal leaders of the Great Forest, someone with pride and strength. He seemed to be one of the leaders who had refused to submit to Killian when he took control of the Great Forest. Instead, he fled, defeated, humiliated, but determined. Since then, he devoted himself to intense training, feeding his anger, shaping his body and strength for the moment when he could return and take his revenge. And here he was now, finally before me. Upon discovering that I was the leader of the Iron Legion, his eyes shone with what he certainly believed to be destiny. He decided that he could skip all the steps of the hierarchy and challenge me directly. He spoke of tearing my head off, taking leadership of the Great Forest, and freeing his people. Empty words, full of tribal bravado, ignorance, and misdirected pride. He was the typical warrior who had never set foot outside the Great Forest and thought his strength was truly incredible even outside the Great Forest. I didn't wait much longer. Before I could even respond to his challenge, he moved to attack me with murderous intent. His movements were undeniably very fast, he certainly was at the saint level, there was no doubt about his strength. However, before I could even move, Aerys took a step forward. With a single clean, swift, and brutal blow, she cut him in half. Her blade flashed briefly in the sunlight before the warrior's bisected body fell to the ground, lifeless. Everyone around froze, shocked by the speed and coldness of the act, as well as the strength demonstrated by the young woman. Aerys, on the other hand, simply sheathed her sword and wiped the blood from the blade. Her face was serious but serene. I could feel that she had been impatient since that man's speech, wanting to kill him ever since he started insulting the Iron Legion, and he had put his head on a platter when he attacked me. I did not stop her. In fact, if she hadn't done it, I would have eliminated that fool myself. A warrior like him, full of blind pride, would never be a good addition to the Legion. Even after having been defeated once by Killian, he fled instead of accepting his defeat and reflecting on it. What he did now was more than suicide, it was a terrible example. His death would serve as a warning to all tribes, whether demonic or bestial. The Iron Legion did not tolerate insubordination or betrayal masquerading as honor. After telling someone to clean up the mess, we continued on our way. There was no reason for us to stay there. The stairs followed us, but no one dared to speak. Soon we reached the place where Escalor and Skal were. The red dragon, to my surprise, was simply lying on the grass under the shade of a tree, its huge wings folded and eyes half closed as it let the sunlight filter through the leaves above it. Skal, the ebony wolf, was engaged in a fierce battle with another wolf, practically identical to him. Their bodies collided, bites exchanged, the movements too fast for common eyes. It was a violent dance but a controlled one. A training session, perhaps. Or a test of dominance. In any case, it was impossible not to be impressed by the scene. I stood there, watching the two face off, while Aerys had a puzzled expression beside me. It wasn't every day that one saw a battle between rank A wolves. What lay before us could only be described as an open-air battle arena. It was a large, simple structure, an elevated stone platform contrasting sharply with the natural surroundings. Tall trees encircled the area, the grass was vast and well-kept, and groups were scattered everywhere, training with dedication. But everyone's focus at that moment was on the center. Two enormous ebony wolves were locked in an intense battle. Skal was one of them. His fur, black as night, gleamed under the sunlight filtering through the tree canopies. The other wolf, slightly smaller but no less fierce, I deduced was probably Jerry, Rufus's wolf. The two brothers fought with savagery and precision, exchanging blows and bites, circling, leaping, rolling. It was a rare confrontation between rank A monsters, both were far from ordinary and had survived countless battles. Skal bore the marks of past encounters, subtle but visible scars to the trained eye. He had fought against kings, emperors, dragons, and hundreds of powerful foes while accompanying our group. He even faced the dragon god Orsted once, though he had been tossed aside as if he were nothing more than a stone in the path. As for Jerry, I learned that in recent years the wolf had faced the armies of melees, ambushes, skirmishes, and campaigns in hostile terrain. Both had grown stronger. Yet in this fight, Skal seemed to have the upper hand. It was possible to notice this by his posture, by the way his movements were fierce. Part of it was due to the intense training he did during our stay at the Sword Sanctuary. But perhaps there was more to it than that. Circumstances beyond what we could see with our eyes. I had some suspicions, but seeing a direct comparison made me even more certain of certain theories. Skal was stronger, faster, and more resilient than the average ebony wolf, far more than what was considered normal. Even with his strength limited by his race's lineage barrier, Skal could already be considered one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, of his lineage. As I watched the fight, various ideas kept emerging in my mind. I had been pondering ways to further strengthen Skal and Escalor for some time. One of these ideas involved something I had been doing for a long time, even with myself and my group, without any specific objective: water magic. Since I had made them drink water created by my magic, I never considered its deeper effects. To me, it was just water. In the past year, however, I imagined the possibility of creating water infused with a high concentration of mana after observing a few things with my demon eye. I hadn't tested it, as I didn't know what side effects it might have, whether it would bring benefits or harm, but it was an experiment I planned to carry out as soon as I had free time. Another idea involved the magical cores of other monsters. If it were possible to infuse that energy stably into Skal and Escalor, perhaps their bodies could react and grow stronger. But it didn't seem simple. Eating the cores directly was pointless and even dangerous. I would have to find a way to convert that energy into something assimilable, perhaps through alchemy, runes, or conversion magic. Back to the fight, we were not the only ones watching. I glanced around at the small crowd gathered around the arena and spotted two familiar faces. A young dwarf with orange-red hair and an enthusiastic expression, Rufus. Beside him, a middle-aged man clad in heavy dark gray armor, with a stern, attentive look, Joseph. There were many others there, some accompanied by small beasts, trained animals, or even young apprentices who watched in silence, observing every detail of the monstrous combat before them. It was a spectacle, but also a lesson. At the climax of the battle, Skal found his opening. With a fierce growl, he leaped over Jerry, spun in the air, and sank his teeth into his brother's shoulder. The bite was firm, and Skal used his own weight to slam Jerry to the ground. A muffled thud echoed through the arena as the two bodies collided with the stone platform. Jerry snarled and struggled, but soon yielded, acknowledging defeat. The fight was over. Victorious, Skull remained atop his brother's body for a brief moment before slowly backing away. The surrounding crowd murmured with admiration, some applauded discreetly. Skull caught a scent in the air and looked briefly in our direction. I approached the group slowly, Aerys by my side. As soon as Skull saw us, he bounded toward us excitedly, completely ignoring the wounds covering his body. Escalar, the red dragon, on the other hand, merely opened his eyes slightly. After seeing it was us, he went back to sleep as if nothing could bother him at that moment. That dragon was truly lazy. When the battle's spectators noticed us, Rufus showed a surprised yet joyful expression. Meanwhile, everyone else, even Joseph, knelt on one knee at the sight of me. I couldn't help but notice there was no clear pattern in how people treated me within the Iron Legion. Some saw me as a military commander, others as the leader of a mercenary organization. And then there were those, like these two, who treated me as nobility or even royalty. Well, perhaps that wouldn't be a lie for much longer. I still had to confirm everything at the next war council, but if things went as I was planning, a new kingdom would be born after the fall of the holy country of Meles. In any case, positions and titles would become clear over time. While Aerys played with Skull, I spoke with Rufus and Joseph about various matters. Rufus had become very strong even at just 12 years old. His chantless magic was particularly impressive, and recently it seemed he had discovered a talent for forging. That was great, since I had been thinking of starting to create some magical items when I had more time. The 7 magic towers of Meles, the armored dragon king's flying fortress, Perogius, even the gravity sword, King Dragon Sword Kajakut. All of these were proof of what could be achieved with magic given enough time and dedication. I, too, had some ideas upon hearing of these things, but would need time to bring them to fruition. Rufus not only knew about forging, he was also an excellent mage. If he developed that talent further, he would be essential to my future plans. Joseph was the first leader to emerge among the freed slaves at the beginning of the Iron Legion. He was already an advanced swordsman in the North God style and the Sword God style back then, besides being intermediate in the Water God style. But in recent years, under Weise's guidance, he had become a true sword saint. Although it didn't seem he could go much beyond that, reaching that level was likely the result of years of technical dedication at its limit. But it was already enough to make him a formidable force in war. Moreover, he was an excellent commander. Both had evolved greatly in my absence. Rufus, in particular, seemed somewhat resentful that I had left him behind and embarked on a long journey. As we talked, I learned about Yen, the former slaver whom I had ripped an arm from back then. Apparently, he had become the official instructor for the children joining the Iron Legion. Even without one arm, he learned the basics of each of the 3 swordsmanship styles, as well as mastering 4 elemental spells from each of the attack schools. Thus, he had become responsible for teaching only the basics. But even missing an arm, he could fulfill that role with ease. Rufus then asked me if he could heal his arm, and I agreed. Upon hearing that, I fell into thought. If I had killed Yen back then, none of what he accomplished after that day would exist. Certainly, people can change. At that time, I let Yen live as a kind of social experiment. I wanted to see if the people of this world were capable of living, learning from their mistakes, and even changing their way of thinking. Seen from that point of view, the experiment had succeeded. Of course, I wouldn't always have the choice or even the desire to give my enemies a second chance. Most of the time, that was just foolishness. But knowing it was possible would certainly make me think twice about who deserved to die, or not. In the end, everything would be left to chance. Not long after the conversation began, Aerys challenged Joseph to a duel and defeated him with a single blow, obviously without killing him, as she had done with her last challenger. This was starting to become repetitive. In truth, I just wanted to see someone who could withstand a blow from Aerys at this point. She was steamrolling every opponent with ease. Perhaps I would have to wait for Taze or Killian to be challenged to see some action, or even Ornthorn. Although seeing how strong she had become certainly made me feel proud. After all, she was my woman. Days passed. I visited nearly every major location in the stone fortress. One of the first was the dwarf Brightstone, who was responsible for imbuing Tsukakage with the magic stone of a blue dragon. He continued his weapon enchantment research and had made significant progress. Thanks to him, many of our magic swordsmen elevated their strength to a new level, using blades imbued with high-rank magic stones. With each strike, the power of the magic grew progressively. Although he was teaching other dwarves and blacksmiths, none could replicate his method with high-level stones. Still, it was clear he was in full swing, and from what I could tell, he felt no regret for joining the Iron Legion, as he had plenty of research material. That was good. The hunting party at that time had managed to supply that old man's greed. Thanks to that, those swords were exclusive to the Iron Legion. Another I visited was Pycock. 56 years old now, but still brimming with energy. Nominally, he was the commander of the 3rd Division, the Logistics Division, but in practice his influence extended to practically all of the Iron Legion's transactions, contracts, and alliances. He was even teaching everything to his son so he could replace him without complications when he died. It was evident the satisfaction he felt in all he had accomplished. Few men his age displayed such determination and vitality. Meanwhile, Meles organized a large-scale retreat after the massacre I had caused. Several of the Iron Legion's generals and leaders arrived in Tanaver during this period, while others were sent to replace them on the fronts. Although many commanders gathered in Tanaver, several still remained on the front lines. It was essential to keep the battlefield garrisoned, with or without a council. My father, Haunter, was one of those who would return to the field. I spoke with him a few more times before his departure. Waze, on the other hand, would not return to Tanaver at all, remaining on his own front. However, most of the main leaders would be present at the War Council. During those weeks, I visited all my former allies, met new commanders, and, with the help of my master Rudeus Greyrat, studied all the battlefields and the forces on both sides. I prepared myself as much as possible for that council, for it would be the only one of such scale ever held. Because of this, Rudia was almost always at my house with Ghislaine, Aerys, and Aisha. Aerys, as always, continued challenging anyone she considered a worthy opponent. Her fame spread quickly through the stone fortress. The name Red Lioness circulated within days. Unfortunately, she didn't get a chance to fight Killian and Taze, who were occupied. No other warrior managed to defeat her. A few could withstand her for a while, but none came close to touching her. Ghislaine, for her part, adopted a new monster, a baby obsidian-scaled panther. Potentially, it would be a rank A monster. She, too, continued training hard with me and Aerys. Aisha was dedicating herself wholeheartedly to Verdia's teachings. The two got along very well. Time passed. Demon King Greta arrived in Tanaver. Shortly after, the dragon hunter Ornthorn followed. Powerful figures gathered. And then, finally, the day of the War Council arrived. As the day of the council drew near, tension grew in Tanaver. The decisive meeting would take place in the War Hall, a reinforced and expanded space to accommodate a considerable number of participants. More than 30 members would be present, many of them representing the most powerful among the warriors and leaders of the current combat force of the Iron Legion. Among those summoned, there was an impressive diversity. Some were warriors of the Daudia tribes, others, representatives of the various tribes of the Great Forest. Also present were some talented former slaves who had risen to command after joining the Legion. In greater number were those without a specific origin, humans, demons, nobles, mages, swordsmen, all sharing one thing in common: they held considerable political or military power within the organization. This was the third time this group had gathered in a formal council. The two previous meetings had taken place at the beginning of the conflict with the Holy Country. Since then, the constant pressure from Melees had left no room for in-person gatherings, forcing the commands to operate through letters and encrypted messages. It was only thanks to the brilliant strategic mind of Rudeus Greyrat that they had managed to hold firm until then. She was capable of predicting battlefield movements just by observing reports and dispositions. Her reading of situations was precise and timely, and if Melees did not have Pope Lucio's, who was said to have the literal ability to see the future, perhaps their victories could have been even more resounding. But now, at last, everyone was together again, and the war hall of the stone fortress thrummed with voices of reunions and exchanges of information among the commanders. Some had arrived a few days ago, others weeks earlier. Many had never seen Rygar in person, the beast god, but all had heard reports of his deeds. Those who had seen him in action on the battlefield spoke of his emergence like a living storm, with blades of light and lightning destroying entire ranks of enemies. The mere mention of his name stirred emotion and inspiration even among the most powerful warriors. It was at that moment that the doors of the hall opened again, and an unusual figure entered. He appeared to be an elven child, with green hair, purple eyes, and black armor fitted to his small frame. Apparently, a mixed race. However, not a single voice rose. The entire hall fell silent at the sight of him. This was a North Emperor, the dragon hunter, Ornthorn. Some even said that, apart from Rygar himself, no one could face him on equal terms. His physical strength was astonishing, and on several fronts he had become the salvation of the Legion, being the only one who could oppose Galgard without losing ground. Ornthorn did not carry his 3-meter golden sword this time, but his presence was enough. Serious and introspective, he answered greetings briefly and made his way to his chair, custom-built due to his peculiar height. Some dwarves and hobbits also had adapted seats. Shortly thereafter, the hall received an even more imposing presence. An extremely tall woman, she stood around 2.5 meters with ashen skin, striking demonic features, and a body covered in defined muscles, strode through the room. Her long, dark purple hair was carefully braided, and an onyx horn emerged from the center of her forehead, curving backward. Her blue eyes swept the hall with intensity and resolve. She was Demon King Greta, one of the most powerful figures of the Demon Continent, now setting foot in Melees after accepting the call of her old friend, Rudeus Greyrat. Greta wore only a white cloak, barely fitted to her body. A simple fabric that barely covered her curves, emphasizing not only her sensuality and sculpted physique but also intimidating many of the men around her with her colossal stature and commanding presence. A demon king leaving the demon continent these days was a rare occasion. Many had various theories as to why she had come to join the war. Many believed that, being involved in a war that was not hers, she would make little effort, or only mark a symbolic presence. But all who thought that were thoroughly mistaken. Greta fought every battle as if her life depended on it, and at times it truly did. She possessed no remarkable regenerative ability like some other demon kings, but she compensated with monstrous physical strength. Her combat style was direct, brutal, and, in a way, old-fashioned. She wielded a long halberd, a polearm weapon that was practically extinct in modern times due to prejudice against the superb tribe of the demon continent. Because of atrocities committed by the tribe 400 years ago, any long polearm was frowned upon by society. But this did not affect Greta in the slightest, for she had used the weapon for over 800 years, since long before the Laplace War. To her, prejudice was irrelevant. Within the Iron Legion, a group that valued strength over any tradition or prejudice, her choice of weapon was never truly questioned. And if anyone thought to criticize, her battlefield victories soon silenced any voice. Initially, Greta operated alongside Verdia on the front lines, but over time, she earned the trust of the other commanders and began leading troops alone, something she assumed with the natural authority and mastery befitting a demon king. As soon as Greta entered the hall, everyone took notice. Her presence seemed to double the pressure in the air inside the place. Ornthorn, the North Emperor, who until then had maintained his customary intimidating aura and serious posture, shifted uncomfortably in his chair upon seeing her enter. The change in his behavior was subtle but perceptible. Greta walked to her chair as if no one else were there. A few greeted her with nods or brief words and she returned the courtesy without much ceremony. Once seated, she flopped into the tall chair built especially for her stature and soon propped her feet on the large war table. A bold gesture, but no one dared reprimand her. Ornthorn finally mustered the courage and spoke. "Hello, Greta." She scanned the room, then downward, until she found the small warrior. "Huh? Who's? You're the brat who beat me a few months ago." Ornthorn coughed, trying to disguise his embarrassment. It was true. When he had arrived in Mealy's months before, few knew his true strength. At that moment, Galgard needed to be contained, and Greta had volunteered to go. But Ornthorn had insisted he would handle the situation himself. To convince everyone, he had suggested they fight and he won, after a grueling battle. But it was also on that day that Demon King Greta stole the heart of the North Emperor. A powerful woman, very tall, who couldn't have cared less about his hair color, unlike most. Sorry about that. It's been a while since we've seen each other. How have you been? He asked, making a visible effort to sound casual. Greta smiled. You know, same as always. Wars, blood, entrails, and things like that. Ornthorn had to summon all his willpower not to swear out loud. Inside, he screamed, right? What was I thinking? Idiot? We're in the middle of a war. He tried to compose himself. Right, who did you find most challenging to fight? Others around watched the interaction, some discreetly amused. Those who knew Ornthorn well had already noticed his strange behavior. Greta thought for a moment and replied, I had the opportunity to encounter the Pope on the battlefield once. He arrived with reinforcements and interrupted our offensive. But, he wasn't the one who gave me trouble. She glanced at the Emperor with a grin and added, it was that White Knight who protects him. I think he uses that water god style. Well, I couldn't even get close before he cut my arm off. Ha 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 ha. She said it laughingly, as if telling a funny story. But few in the hall laughed. The strength of the White Knight was known to almost everyone in the Iron Legion. I believe he is the only water emperor in Mealy's, said Ornthorn, in a curious tone. He's very powerful, but I don't think I would lose in a fight. Right? Well, if I hadn't dodged a bit, it could have been my head rolling on the floor that time. Ha 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 ha. After that, the small green-haired man finally managed to engage the powerful demon woman in a more natural conversation. As they exchanged battle impressions, other leaders were arriving at the war hall. Among the newly arrived was a knight wearing black armor, the direct representative of the allied troops of the Dragon King's realm. Another was the current leader of a demon tribe that had allied with the Iron Legion in recent years. Several renowned warriors, veteran commanders, and representatives of diverse factions filled the space, but all had their attention abruptly diverted when a specific group entered the hall. Taze, the former supreme commander of the Legion before Rygar's return, walked at the front. Beside him, his wife, Lisa, with a calm and determined posture. Just behind them was Killian, walking with a serious demeanor, and accompanying him were Linnea and Persna. This group included two of the strongest and most respected commanders of the Iron Legion, and also two young warrior women with enormous potential, the Legion's Beast Princesses, although they were there more to observe than to participate actively. It was part of their training as future leaders. Lisa, though only an intermediate-level swordswoman, held the position of vice commander of the 10th Division of the Iron Legion, the division responsible for administration and human resources, encompassing beastmen, demons, elves, dwarves, and other races. The titular commander, Derek, was currently on a mission in the Great Forest and could not attend, leaving Lisa as his representative. Despite having recently faced limitations due to pregnancy, her child was already strong and healthy, and she had returned to her duties with vigor. The group commanded absolute respect, regardless of titles or combat strength. Some of those present at the council were loyal exclusively to them. Once the group took their positions, Ornthorn raised his voice and said, Hey, Killian, where did Lyrif get to? Ornthorn had been trying, for some time, to convince the demon of the Jinkin tribe to join the North-style dojo. Since they had dueled, he believed Lyrif had talent and a style compatible with his school's teachings. It was also because of this that he had named Lyrif a North King. Killian responded, with a serious expression, his posture firm and erect. He should be arriving, but he may not make it in time. He was tasked with escorting Godbird here from the dwarf territory. At that moment, a new voice cut through the hall, cold and serene. Lyrif arrived with the Ore-god just a moment ago. All eyes turned to the entrance. The one who had spoken was a young beast woman with short gray hair and dog-like ears, her eyes a pale red. She wore a bluish mage's mantle, and her presence conveyed an air of calm authority. Lisanna Adoldia, a Wind King level mage and saint in other schools. She continued. They will be here any moment. Killian and Taze greeted her with familiarity, and she soon approached Lisa, Linnea, and Persna to speak. Gradually, small groups began to form throughout the hall. Ornthorn, for his part, was still trying to maintain some minimally coherent conversation with the imposing Greta. Taze and Killian exchanged words with leaders of the great forest tribes. Lisanna gathered almost all the women present around her. Soon after, Lyra finally arrived, accompanied by Godbird, the Orgod, and Rufus. As they entered, most of those present rose in a gesture of respect. Godbird may not have been a field warrior, but his reputation was indisputable. He was the only one there to officially bear the title of god, and that was enough. The truth was that, after so many years of intense battles, most of the weapons used by the strongest elites of the Iron Legion had been forged by his hands. This included the majority of the commanders present in that hall. Another dwarf who arrived shortly afterward was Rainfall, perhaps the most powerful dwarf warrior still in the field, responsible for an entire battlefront. The conversations intensified, revolving around strategies, past battles, logistical updates, and growing political tension. Everyone knew the importance of that moment to get fully updated on the state of the war. The only name absent until then was Verdia. And, of course, the beast god himself. It was then that Taze straightened up abruptly, his keen hearing picking up something beyond the reach of the others. He raised his voice. He is arriving. Return to your seats. At that instant, the entire hall tensed. Expressions grew serious. Each leader returned to their chair. Everyone knew what that meant. The beast god was arriving. Almost everyone in the hall had the ability to sense when someone much stronger was standing before them. It was an innate feeling, developed by most powerful warriors over the course of their lives. It was more like an unconscious use of a sixth sense, far more rudimentary than the techniques Rygar employed in the beast god style, but still effective enough to recognize when one faced a superior force. When Ornthorn entered, the dangerous, intimidating aura he exuded was immediately felt. When the Demon King Greta appeared, everyone perceived her overwhelming power and almost tangible intensity. The sharp, deadly sensation that Killian and Taze carried around them was impossible to ignore, like two sheathed blades. But in that moment, with everyone silent, when distant footsteps echoed down the corridor, a cold shiver ran down each person's spine. All eyes turned to the entrance of the hall, fixed, not daring to look away for a second. The collective impression was that a beast was approaching with slow, determined steps like a tiger stalking its prey, and they, its prey, needed to remain motionless. The weaker ones had to resist the urge to run at that instant, seized by a primitive terror. As the footsteps grew nearer, many began to break into a cold sweat, struggling to contain the impulse to draw their weapons. The sensation was as if invisible claws were closing in on their throats, tightening with each step. And then, when he finally entered the hall, his aura spread like a flaming wave. Many unconsciously recoiled at the sight of that terrible, oppressive battle aura. Rygar, the beast god, was not hiding his presence in the slightest. Everyone there understood the reason immediately. It was meant to establish his strength from the very first moment, to make clear that opposing him on this council was not an option. His power was simply out of reach for anyone present. Even the most powerful North Emperor Ornthorn knew instantly that he stood no chance of victory. Following the beast god closely were four figures. Walking one on each side were the Sword Emperor, Ghislaine Adoldia, and the Sword King, Aerys Adoldia. Both with penetrating, dangerous gazes, their auras as sharp as blades ready to cut. Behind the three came the Legion's strategist, Rudeus Solarian, and the beast god's disciple, Aoi Hiroto. The two strolled casually, conversing as if nothing of importance were happening. No one dared utter a word as Rygar made his way to the seat reserved for the Supreme Commander of the Iron Legion. No one knew exactly why, but one of those present rose upon seeing him approach. Following the first, others also stood. Soon, everyone was on their feet before the beast god. Even if they had done nothing wrong or nothing that could be considered betrayal to the Legion, deep in their minds was an irrational, almost childish fear that Rygar might kill them for some trivial reason. Even the Demon King Greta, who was not truly considered a subordinate, rose after an impotent sigh, gazing at Rygar with evident interest. Rygar walked calmly to his seat, paused for a moment behind the chair, and observed each of those present attentively, without haste. After a silent instant, he finally sat down. Verdia took the seat to his right. As the Legion's strategist, she always positioned herself by the commander's side. Ghislaine sat to his left, and Aerys just beside Verdia. Aisha, for her part, remained standing just behind Rygar, observing everything around her with curiosity. And then, suddenly, the oppressive aura dissipated as if it had never existed. Rygar's voice echoed through the hall, calmer than expected, surprising the majority of leaders still recovering from the pressure. Well then, shall we begin this council? At these words, a few relieved sighs escaped among those present unconsciously. Others sat down slowly, as if still trying to confirm whether they were, in fact, out of danger. The atmosphere returned to something calmer, but everyone knew, the beast was still there, merely observing them calmly. Less disoriented than the others, Taze signaled to his wife, who was still half anxious. She rose abruptly, as if remembering her role. She began to speak with a slight stammer. Welcome back, Commander. I am the Deputy Commander of the Iron Legion's Administration Division, Lisa Didadia. If you would allow me, I would like to review all the points to be seen and discussed in this council. Rygar looked at her for a moment, recognizing her. He then glanced briefly at Taze before responding in an equally calm tone. Very well, Lisa. Proceed. Feeling more comfortable with Rygar's tone of voice, the girl gained a bit more confidence. She pulled out a bundle of papers containing various written details and then began. First, as many here know, the beast god departed on a journey, leaving Tenavur about 6 years ago toward the Holy Land of Swords to hone his skills. Because of this, many here have not met the Iron Legion's leader in person, just as the commander has not met some of the new additions to the chain of command. So, first of all, we will make some introductions. She then looked at all the leaders for a moment, and seeing that everyone was paying attention, continued. Starting with our leader, Rygar Adoldia, founder of the Iron Legion. Many of you already know of his achievements and philosophies before he left Meles, from having lived among many people who knew him, so I will speak briefly about his accomplishments outside this continent. Lisa organized the papers and continued. Among them are, forging an alliance with the Dragon King's entire kingdom, as well as with the North Emperor, who is here, spreading the Iron Legion's reputation throughout the central continent, creating a steady flow of new members from that region, establishing friendly relations with the Holy Land of Swords and with the Water God-style dojo through the Sword God, Galfarion, and the Water God, Rioda, and, finally, creating the Beast God style, which last month already began to be taught to selected disciples by his wife, Ghislaine Adoldia. Additionally, there are several other equally important achievements not necessarily mentionable. She then looked at Rygar. He smiled slightly and said, to those I have not yet met, it is a pleasure to meet you, and to those I have not seen in a long time, it is a pleasure to see you again. Internally, however, he thought, damn, they really knew how to embellish my accomplishments, although nothing is truly a lie. What followed was a long but necessary round of introductions among most members. After all, many of them had been on the battlefield until recently and did not know much about the Iron Legion's current situation. There were even some who did not know why Ornthorn and Greta had randomly joined the Iron Legion. As the saying goes, know yourself and your enemy, and you will not fear the result of 100 battles. Knowing your allies was as important as knowing your opponents. Lisa had detailed information about each person present. She introduced Ghislaine as his wife, as well as Sword Emperor and Beast King, and spoke of some of her achievements. She presented Aerys as his second wife and a Sword King at just 15 years old, and Aisha as his official disciple. Rygar noticed some dissatisfaction among those he had taught in the past when Aisha was mentioned as his only official disciple. But when Lisa mentioned that Aisha had become a saint mage at 5 years old and, now at 8, was already a saint-level mage in multiple schools, most fell silent. Some cast glances of admiration at the girl, who paid attention to everything said about each member as if memorizing it. In truth, Rygar had suspected for some time that she had an eidetic memory. Perhaps it was true. After introducing his personal allies, it was time for the unknown ones at the table. The North Emperor, Ornthorn, announced that he answered only to Rygar and not to the Iron Legion. The Demon King, Greta, said she would only help in this war and then return to the Demon Continent, as she governed an entire province there. The Ore God, Godbird, stated that the dwarves' alliance with the Legion would last a lifetime. Each leader was introduced, something about their power, achievements, battle position, and other relevant information. Of course, Rygar had already studied each of them with his master and knew them all by name. But seeing them up close, feeling their presences, deciphering their personalities, was important as well. After all, no matter how much he wanted to, Rygar could not wage a one-man war against Meles. Not to mention that he would most likely be killed if he tried. He could not be everywhere at once. If he attacked with everything and ended up trapped, Meles would continue its crusade, and the Iron Legion's casualties would be unimaginable. There was also Higgama's advice about not invading Milishan alone. He did not know what to think of that, but he did not intend to invade the sacred capital without cause. He had even considered it before, but was dissuaded by his master. He listened attentively to the generals, who introduced themselves formally. After analyzing each of those present individually, Rygar realized something strange. Among all the leaders, one in particular caught his attention. A human who had once been an independent mercenary, known as Jethasand, a North Saint. He had joined the Iron Legion after a dramatic event. His family had been enslaved by a Meles noble, and the Legion was the only force willing to help rescue them, even if it meant clashing with Meles. Despite the tragic and seemingly legitimate story, there was something about him that disturbed Rygar. Jethas seemed overly cautious. During the meeting, whenever Rygar stared directly at him, the man showed subtle signs of discomfort. Of course, to anyone looking superficially, he was perfectly calm. He answered all questions truthfully, or at least with half-truths so well placed they sounded sincere. But Rygar was not the same as he had been 6 years ago. His senses, sharpened over years of combat, magic, and analysis of people, detected nuances that passed unnoticed even by the best. The way Jetha breathed, how he held or averted his gaze for fractions of a second, how his micro-expressions did not exactly match the tone of his words. It was as if he were performing a very well-rehearsed role. Rygar would bet that not even Taze, who likely had the keenest senses next to him, would have noticed. And that was why Rygar said nothing. He did not expose him. If Jethu truly were a Meles spy, something he considered highly probable, he would be more valuable alive and watched than dead. Dead, someone would try to take his place. Alive, he could be used or unmasked at the right moment. In any case, he was the only one who aroused real suspicions in Rygar. The others, despite different origins, motivations, and personalities, showed genuine loyalty to the Iron Legion. At that point, Taze had done an extraordinary job. Preventing Mealy's spies from infiltrating the inner circle was a very difficult task, but it seemed that only one had succeeded. The introductions finally came to an end. Then Lisa took the floor again, straightening the papers in front of her and saying clearly, "The main points to be discussed in this council will be, first, establishing a new war strategy based on the strength we have acquired over the years and on the addition of the Beast God and his companions. Second, analyzing in depth the main combatants and most problematic enemies of Mealy's and determining how to neutralize them. Third, discussing the transition from a defensive, siege posture to an organized advance into enemy territory. And finally, deciding on contingencies in case of defeat and plans in case of victory. This includes possible alliances and the future of the Iron Legion after the war." She then looked around the room, her eyes meeting each of those present. "Does anyone have anything to add?" All the leaders, commanders, and warriors fell silent. Not because there were no doubts, there were many, but because everyone knew that the topics mentioned would open the floor to the questions and uncertainties that plagued them. It was clear that this would be a long, exhaustive but essential discussion. It was then that Rudius stood and spoke. "Very well. If there is nothing else, then let us begin." As she spoke, a silver ring on her middle finger began to glow faintly. A translucent powder began to drift from it, spreading like mist around the black stone table. Within seconds, the powder took shape, multicolored grains of sand floating in the air before settling precisely on the surface with magical accuracy. Before everyone, a huge 3D map of the Mealy's territory formed on a continental scale, detailed and vivid as if it were a miniature version of the vast land. The ring that Verdia wore was a magical item found in a labyrinth. Its effect allowed the user to project, in 3 dimensions, a predefined geographic region, like a real-scale map. However, this map was not generated automatically by magic, it had to be created manually by the user. This meant that the display depended entirely on the knowledge and memory of whoever manipulated it. In this case, Verdia had spent weeks, perhaps months, meticulously shaping the contours of the continent of Milis based on her own travel experiences, geographic notes, and the physical maps available to the Iron Legion. Despite inevitable inaccuracies in less visited regions, the display was impressively realistic. Elevations, valleys, mountain gorges, dense forests, and swampy areas were all represented with surprising detail. It was a tremendous tactical advantage over any ordinary map. As soon as the projection solidified into a large, multicolored magical sand model atop the black stone table, several council members began correcting small errors or updating terrain information based on their latest missions and explorations. With the map adjusted, markings were then added to represent the forces of the Iron Legion and those of the Milis army. Observing the overall layout, it became clear, the situation was truly unfavorable for the Legion. Over the past few months of conflict, even with victories in isolated battles, Milis's forces had gradually pushed the Legion into the Great Forest. At certain points, the Milis armies had even invaded forest territory, establishing fortifications in zones that had once belonged to the beast tribes. The meeting's atmosphere grew heavy once all territories were established. Closed expressions and worried glances crossed the hall. The meeting began from there, first discussing the current situation of the armies. Despite being somewhat affected by the present disadvantage in the conflict, having the beast god at their side seemed to ease concerns a bit. After all, Rygar had already proven several times that he could annihilate an entire army single-handedly. That alone would immensely reduce the pressure on all the Legion's main troops. The meeting was open to all questions and suggestions from the leaders present. "It really doesn't matter if we can stop their attacks on the Great Forest," said the leader of the Bartag Beast tribe, a massive warrior named Bronte. He pointed to one of the cities near the border on the map. "My tribe has attacked that city before. Their magic barriers make victory almost impossible. Few among us can break through those blasted protections." "That's true," added a purple-skinned demon with white eyes. "Advancing armies in the open field isn't the biggest problem. The real challenge is these fortified cities. They not only have absurd magical defenses but are usually garrisoned by hundreds of armored crusaders under the command of a saint, sometimes even one of Milis's 10 generals." He crossed his arms, looking around. "I trust my tribe's warriors, but their equipment simply doesn't measure up. We can annihilate ordinary soldiers with our innate magic, but under the command of a competent leader, they don't break, they don't scatter, they hold firm. And that breaks our ambush and siege tactics." It was then that Ornthorn snorted and spoke loudly, "Fuck the 10 generals. They may have had numerical advantage before, but now, we're on equal footing." He then added, uninterested, "Besides, our elites are stronger." Rufus, who was seated near the North Emperor, crossed his arms and said, "That's true. And now we have the commander and his 2 companions." He glanced briefly at Rygar and continued. Even before his return, that advantage already existed. The saints of Milis almost always follow the same pattern. Most use the water god style. A few follow the sword god style or the north god style, and rarely any other style. He paused for a moment, recalling his battles. "At least in the fights I've had, it was like facing variations of the same enemy. The Legion, on the other hand, has an absurd variety of powers. We have demons, beast races, warriors with hybrid styles, and innate magics that no one outside the forest understands." He then looked at Lysina. "Some of us can use chantless magic on a large scale. Afterward, he turned to Ornthorn, and we also have several masters of the 3 classic swordsmanship styles. The variety makes us unpredictable. Rufus's words generated murmurs and reflections around the table. Rygar watched him in silence, half surprised and impressed. Rufus was only 12 years old but already demonstrated strategic vision and field reading that few adults possessed. It was no wonder he had earned a war title so young. Rygar stepped forward, his voice echoing through the hall. Rufus is right. Millis may outnumber us in combat forces, but based on what I've observed over the last month, the current forces of the Iron Legion can handle them perfectly. He looked directly at all the leaders gathered around the table, his expression sober. I'm neither overestimating your forces nor underestimating theirs. These are just facts. Before, Millis could move their armies and forces at will, but now, they have to consider me. Taze crossed his arms, thoughtful. That's true. This way, as long as the Legion's elites can take down Millis's elites, we can advance. Of course, that assumes the commander continues leading the frontline fight. That would keep them cautious at all times. Rygar nodded and continued. Moreover, many of the problems you mentioned are already being solved. About the city barriers. Verdia and I developed a cancellation magic circle last month. Aisha drew a scroll and laid it on the table. On it was drawn an intricate yet relatively straightforward magic circle. Everyone leaned in with curiosity, observing closely. This magic circle had been developed based on an ability Rygar had been trying to master for a long time. Ranma, or, as he called it, disturb magic, the magic of the dragon god. During the 3 years he trained at the Sword Sanctuary, his progress in magic was slow, but he had come close to understanding this technique. In the following 6 months, during his return journey, he finally gained some mastery over it. Still, there was much he did not comprehend. The ability interrupted the magical flow in formation through mana waves whose principles were still a mystery to him. It was complex, but with a good mastery of chantless magic, it became possible to replicate it. However, since it interrupted the magical flow in formation, it didn't work against magic circles activated directly or magic items that triggered their effects instantly. But when Verdia explained to him how Millis's cities used large defensive magic circles in their main cities, he had the idea to develop a version of a magic circle based on disturb magic. With the help of his master, he managed to create something functional with limitations, of course. This circle only worked against other magic circles. It was no use against a fireball or a wind spear, but against defensive barriers created by fixed formations, it could potentially disable them, depending on the circle's level. To demonstrate, Rygar used a small magic circle and formed a transparent spherical barrier in the center of the table. Everyone watched his movements intently. He then infused mana into the new cancellation circle. A line cut through the barrier's magic circle almost instantly. The protective sphere shattered with a dry sound. There was a moment of surprised silence. Then, a laugh echoed. Ha 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 ha. As expected of you, Rygar, said the Ore-god, Godbird, with a wide smile. Well, about the weapons and armor. Rufus and that lunatic Brightstone presented me with an idea a few months ago. An armor. It has been mass-produced since then. He crossed his arms proudly. As named by them, the armor is called Legionary. Of course, I made some modifications here and there. He looked at some of the warriors present. Actually, some of you are already using it. I released a few to the high ranks as a test. So, how are they performing? Some of the warriors looked down at the armor they were wearing. One of them exclaimed in disbelief. This armor is being mass-produced. It's the best armor I've ever used. That seemed to satisfy Godbird. This will more or less reduce the equipment disparity between the Legion and Millis. But to completely change that, it would take several years of continuous forging. Killian, one of those wearing the legionary armor, nodded. I believe it will be enough if our best can use this armor. It will greatly reduce casualties. The atmosphere brightened. For the first time in the meeting, faces became lighter and more optimistic. There were many matters to discuss. Lisa, as deputy commander of the administration division, directed the meeting like a tireless secretary, and also documented all decisions taken with precision. However, there was so much to record, so many details and orders to note, that she soon had to call an assistant to help with transcription. The young elf who assisted her wrote quickly, but still seemed to struggle to keep up with the meeting's pace. Countless topics vital to the campaign's future were discussed. One of the main points was the army's overland progression route, raising the question of the viability of carrying out a continuous offensive campaign rather than maintaining a passive defense posture. Advancement strategies required much more complex logistics, transporting supplies through unstable terrain, mapping hostile areas, and preparing reinforcements and support units in real time. But everyone knew that if they wanted to change the war's course, they would have to attack. Special units were also brought to the table, such as beast tribes with specific combat and support abilities, or warriors mounted on domesticated monsters. These unique forces demanded specific mobilization, both for coordination and maintenance, and could make a great difference in medium and large-scale battles. The topography of future battlefields was also debated with attention: elevations, narrow valleys, swampy zones, dense forests, and open areas. Thanks to Verdia's magical map, tactical movement decisions were being made based on much more accurate analyses than any previous Legion attack. It was at this point that the new chain of command began to be discussed. Based on the strength, experience, and individual achievements of leaders and generals in recent years, a new hierarchical structure was being drawn up. Of course, not everything proceeded without friction. At various moments, there were disagreements among the council members. Some believed they should advance via a riskier route to achieve faster results, while others insisted on safer, more conservative routes. There were also differences regarding the roles each tribe should play and even about the volume of forces to be sent to each front. Despite the tension, no discussion escalated into conflict. This was due to two fundamental reasons. The first was the presence of Verdia and other sharp-minded, vastly experienced strategists. They were capable of dissecting every argument presented, dismantling fallacies, and reinforcing good ideas with solid logic. There were no fools in that room. Some were impulsive, others stubborn, but no one was blind. When confronted with a clear line of reasoning, most would step back and admit their mistake. But the main reason for the order that reigned there was Rygar's presence. His golden, penetrating, and steadfast eyes brought unbearable pressure to anyone who dared let pride take over and become aggressive. Those eyes seemed to see beyond words, straight into the soul of those present. Thus, even in the most heated moments, the atmosphere remained under control. Under his gaze, no one dared deviate from reason. Rygar listened to everyone, analyzed every proposal and objection, and with the knowledge he had accumulated about strategy, logistics, magic, and combat, he was perfectly capable of making measured decisions. And in the end, the final decision always fell to him. The meeting lasted for hours, but no one seemed tired. The only exception was Lisa, who was clearly exhausted from so much writing. Her shoulders were stiff, her finger joints ached. But Taze discreetly used healing magic to ease his wife's pains and restore her energy, allowing her to continue. After long discussions and analyses, the situation of the troops, terrain, and logistics was basically decided. There were still topics being rushed and inevitable interruptions, but following the plan established by Lisa, the meeting proceeded with surprising order. Then came the moment for one of the most delicate topics, the high-level combatants. It was time to speak of the names that could truly decide the war's outcome, both on the Legion's side and Milis's side. The 10 generals of Milis. They were names that had stricken the Legion's flank like a thorn since the conflict's beginning. Each one was a legendary warrior at the king level or above, with the power to lead and inspire entire armies. But now, with Rygar's return, that reality was about to change. The high-level forces of Milis were known and feared by many, but the Iron Legion's War Council, after years of fighting them, now possessed detailed information on each of their members. In these years of war, they had come to be publicly called the 10 Generals of Milis. Each of them was an immensely powerful warrior and a specialist in a particular skill ordinary soldiers could not defeat them. Among them was the Hill. He had once been an extremely powerful knight, known throughout the continent and even beyond for being like a moving hill. As his title indicated, no matter how fast the enemy was, few were capable of piercing his armor. His shield was a magical item that further strengthened both his physical and magical defenses. His armor was said to be almost indestructible, and his battle aura was firm, solid as stone. He was a powerful paladin who had given the Iron Legion many problems over the past years. But, of course, to Milis's misfortune, he was the first of the 10 generals to encounter the beast god. No preparation, no chance of escape. Rygar used only his fists to crush the feared general and the crusaders accompanying him. That alone proved that no one in Milis could face Rygar directly, not even the revered 10 generals stood a chance. If there wasn't someone capable of withstanding Rygar for at least a few minutes, escaping the beast god style was also nearly impossible, mainly because of the wild dash. Another of the 10 generals was Galgard Nashvenik, who bore the title of strongest man. He was, at that moment, the greatest threat to the Iron Legion. There was also the White Knight, the one who protected the Pope. His identity remained a mystery, but it was known that he was an emperor of the water god style. There was also Donner Bonard, the protector of Milis, whom Rygar had faced once, many years ago. And, beyond them, 6 other powerful warriors, 2 of whom also used the water god style as their principal method of combat. This prevalence further showed the Holy Country's preference for the water god style. It made sense. After all, this style was most suited to be taught to knights whose purpose was the maintenance of order and stability. Even the 10 generals had been influenced by this preference, although, now, they were no longer 10. Of the 9 remaining generals, 4 used the water god style as their primary weapon. Interestingly, the only one to reach the level of emperor in that style was the White Knight. It was assumed that he had been a direct disciple of the original water god style dojo, since Milis, as a country, did not seem to possess all the knowledge of the secret techniques and refined teaching methods of the style. They had never even had a water god among their ranks in the past. One of the generals, in fact, wasn't even a water king, he was only a water saint, though he was proficient in other styles, which made him as strong as any of the 10 generals. In any case, this preference may also have minimally influenced Milis's slow progress in its crusade against the Great Forest. The water god style was more suited for defense. Sending a general proficient in that style to lay siege to cities might even work, but it was somewhat inefficient compared to more offensive styles. During the War Council, all the gathered information about the generals was discussed, their items, strengths, weaknesses, combat histories. One thing became clear: except for Galgard, there was no doubt that if any of them met the beast god in battle, their end would be almost guaranteed. Even if the White Knight gave his life to protect the Pope, he would not be able to hold out long. At least, those were Rygar's words. In fact, he also stated that he could certainly kill Galgard, but, since the exact extent of the enemy's magical item's powers was unknown, how long Galgard could resist remained an enigma. After establishing the fact that Rygar could defeat all of Melee's generals alone, attention then turned to the other more powerful members of the Iron Legion. If it were only in terms of titles, right after Rygar would come Ghislaine and Ornthorn. The North Emperor had already proven his strength by even facing Galgard in battle, but he himself admitted that he would lose in an all-out fight. Actually, he had almost been killed the last time, and if Lysina hadn't arrived in time and cast large-scale ice magic on the enemies, distracting Galgard and then healed him with saint-level healing magic, he would probably have died of blood loss. In any case, there was a question of who was stronger, him or Ghislaine. But Rygar was almost certain that Ghislaine would win. Ghislaine was not only a sword emperor, she was also a beast king. The synergy of those two styles made her almost invincible against anyone below the level of god. Right after those two came Aerys, Greta, and Taze, whom Rygar judged to be approximately equal in strength. They were powerful even among warriors at the king level, each for different reasons. Aerys was a sword king trained by the sword god himself and a North saint. With her magically enchanted swords and her battle experience, she was a formidable force on the battlefield by herself. Greta was a demon king with 800 years of experience. She had once been stronger, but had grown rusty from not having many fights in the past 100 years. And Taze, by a hair, did not reach the emperor level. He was a North king in swordsmanship, but his chantless magic made him much more dangerous than any swordsman should be. And right after them came Killian and Lirith. Although also powerful and certainly at the king level, both fell a bit short of the others. Together with Rygar, these were all the top-level combatants of the Iron Legion. There were many other talented ones, but who were still too young to demonstrate great battle strength, like Linnea, Persna, Rufus, and Garrison, among others. There was also the Red Dragon Escalar, as an S-rank monster. He was theoretically classified as a king, even more so if oriented to combat. And there was Verdia. The mage was a question mark. She could not face a king-level warrior head-on, but, ironically, she was the one who came closest to killing one. Apparently, while troops commanded by her were in the middle of an attack, she suddenly ordered everyone to retreat and began using the king-level magic Earthfisher in a random direction of the forest. And then, by coincidence, there was an ambush army there. The enemy troops were mostly killed by the Earth disaster, and the general leading them, known as Flash Sword, was almost killed in that attack, escaping gravely wounded and later pursued by the Legion's armies. The Elven strategist's tactical foresight was praised to the skies after that feat. This was another reason why few complained about her being the Legion's strategist. In any case, Verdia was considered a variable. The same applied to Rufus and Lysina, who could do similar things with magic, and even scarier with their chantless magic. Overall, one could say that the high-level forces were balanced. There was only one person tipping the scale in favor of the Legion. One could say that Rygar alone could even kill all the others at the same time, under the right circumstances. Of course, he didn't say it out loud, but it was what he thought. After all, only he knew the full extent of his abilities. Still, such a convenient situation did not exist. It wasn't as if they would all gather on an open plain and allow Rygar to reduce them to ashes with a single hellish slash. But still, Rygar's power was enough for him to wonder, how the hell did Melee's plan to win this war with his return? At that point, they should have sent a letter of surrender as soon as they witnessed his strength. He shared his thoughts with the council, and they all reached a consensus. Melee's could be fanatical, but it was not stupid. Thinking from that perspective, much of the high-level combat power was fighting for Rygar. Ornthorn, Verdia and, consequently, Greta, Escalar, Ghislaine, Aerys. For those mentioned, it was a question whether they would continue fighting if Rygar were not alive. And Rygar would not ask that of them, for at that point, victory would no longer be so clear. No one spoke those words aloud, but they knew they were true. Therefore, it was fair to assume that Melee's entire main plan required Rygar to die somehow. Various theories arose about how Melee's planned to accomplish this. But one thing was clear, whatever the method, they would have to capture Rygar first. Otherwise, he could escape almost anything they threw at him. There were also considerations about the high-level mages in Melee's. They had many capable priests, and several of them were proficient in combining forces to cast magics above their own level. Therefore, various countermeasures needed to be devised against those priests. Furthermore, one could not rule out the possibility of an unexpected new ally emerging on the enemy field. Rygar shuddered at imagining Melee's allying with the dragon god. As irrational as that hypothesis seemed, he still considered it. On top of all that, there was one especially worrisome factor. Pope Lucio's Galard possessed a mysterious ability that supposedly allowed him to see the future, a possible Myco ability. If this were true, much of the intelligence strategies could be thwarted, should Lucio's be capable of anticipating them. Although the extent of this future vision was not yet clear, it was at least certain that he could foresee things like ambushes. On this point, unfortunately, there was little choice but to move forward. In the end, they still had Rygar. Future sight would not help them summon enough force to kill him. As for Melee's memory Myco, she did not represent a great threat. Her greatest contribution was the ability to read the minds of the Legion's commanders and extract information. However, in this particular battle, she would not have a major impact. Her ability was powerful but not decisive. After analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of both sides, a battle strategy began to take shape gradually. A strategy that would make full use of each allied force's potential, ensure greater adaptability on the battlefield, and, ultimately, allow the war to be ended as quickly as possible. The Iron Legion was powerful, versatile, and formed by exceptional warriors, but it was undeniable that they lacked cohesion, organization, and experience in large-scale wars, especially compared to Melee's and its centuries of military tradition. After all, the Legion had only existed for about 10 years. Growing so rapidly obviously left many organizational holes and structural flaws. And moreover, if they tried to learn all the things they lacked during the conflict, this war would be extended more than necessary, and that would mean irreparable casualties. After plotting various possibilities, with different advanced strategies and considering the experience and strategic mind of the best there, they decided on a single assault. A direct offensive, to avoid massive logistical problems. The Legion would march as a line of destruction across all of Melee's territory, conquering city after city. To avoid ambushes in their upper echelons, the most powerful warriors would lead armies in pairs, ensuring the total destruction of any chance of counterattack by Melee's. Meanwhile, Rygar would move alone. He would cover the main battlefront, a sector that would normally require an entire army. But he would do it alone, acting, in fact, as an army unto himself. He would take cities and destroy enemies in his path, weakening Melee's battle strength wherever he went. Throughout the planning, Rygar made an important mental note: he needed to keep Jethasand under constant watch. Although he doubted that the possible traitor would risk exposing himself without having vital information about some secret operation, he still needed to stay vigilant. Even if he tried to pass messages during the battle, it would be too late. Melee's would already be seeing what was happening. Still, it was better to prevent than to remedy. After deciding all the advance routes, tribal mobilizations according to their current locations, rendezvous points for the armies and commanders, the meeting, which had already lasted several hours, finally drew to a close. The only thing left to discuss was what the Iron Legion's final destination would be, regardless of victory or defeat. Even if we managed to win the war against Melee's, we would only be creating an even bigger problem if we simply returned to the Great Forest with no further action. These words came from Lirith, the blue-skinned demon of the Jinkan tribe. Verdia, who was standing beside Rygar, nodded and added, "That's true. The conflict zone on the central continent is the greatest proof of what happens when you defeat a region's ruling power and do nothing more about it." Few knew the full depth of those events. Today, the so-called conflict zone was known as a lawless territory, a sea of ruins and makeshift fortresses contested by bands and militias. But years ago, it had been far worse. Kingdoms rose and fell in a matter of hours, tribal wars and massacres occurred day after day. It all began when a certain North god, a self-styled solitary and ruthless hero, arrived and massacred every member of the evil cult that ruled the region. Although many saw this act as heroic, the result was the collapse of the structure that, however fear-based, had held those lands together. Without a central power, the vacuum sparked an endless war among the factions that vied for control of the region. Voices rose, one after another, with fervent suggestions and debates. "Make the beast god the new king of this land," suggested a gray-skinned warrior. "Huh? The beast god has no time to rule a kingdom," said a beast race man. Another spoke, "Wouldn't it be a waste to put someone with so much power in charge of just one kingdom? Let him rule the entire world. This isn't just an ordinary human kingdom. Leaders need to be powerful. Look at demon god Laplace, or beast god Geiger. They were true unifiers because they were strong. Strength isn't necessary to rule," said a human, with restrained gaze. "All that's needed is vision, diplomacy, and intelligence. The beast god is far more than that. Making him king would be like chaining his arms and legs." The discrepancy was clear. Some members wanted Rygar to found a new kingdom and lead it by force. Others argued that letting him become king would only delay his future prospects, though no one knew exactly what those prospects were. Some said Rygar would never accept such a role. Some proposed simply seizing the kingdom of Melee's and replacing the nobles and power figures with members of the Iron Legion. There were also extremists who wanted something even greater, to conquer the demon continent and the central, in a crusade to avenge thousands of years of persecution. Verdia remained silent. Ghislaine and Aerys, beside Rygar, merely watched, as did Aisha. They already knew the final outcome. That decision had been made long ago, and Rygar had consulted them to hear their opinions. When the discussion began to spiral out of control, Rygar raised his hand and let his aura slip free. His dark, resolute presence silenced everyone. He stared at the council members with impassive, cold eyes. No one dared interrupt him. "Melee's will be destroyed to its roots. We will not allow that kingdom to continue existing after this war." Silence. The words hung in the air like a suspended blade. Rygar gave them time to absorb the declaration before continuing. "Of course, I do not intend to massacre everyone in the kingdom of Melee's. If, even after the destruction of its religion and its realm, people still wish to worship Melee's for any reason, then let them worship. But no remnant of the kingdom of Melee's will be left intact. No power will remain in the hands of the church. Instead, the Iron Legion will create a new kingdom to take its place." Some held their breath. Others widened their eyes, though they had expected something of the sort. It was different to hear Rygar declare it with such firmness. "Obviously, many of you know this won't be an instant change. Melee's has age-old traditions. Transferring power to a new kingdom won't be free of complications. On the contrary, problems will arise one after another. A demon spoke up respectfully. Pardon me, beast god. With all due respect, if you know there will be complications, why not simply kill everyone who still worships Meles after its fall? Wasn't that what Meles wanted to do to demons and the beast race in various past wars? Why not return the favor? The eyes of many revealed that not all disagreed with that thought. Though they were a minority, some still supported the idea. It was a cultural divide, both among races and worlds. Some races simply bore deep grudges against Meles, others did not care as much about the lives or deaths of thousands of people. In fact, even in this entire world, the annihilation of tribes and entire races was a less somber theme than in their previous world. It was more commonplace. Rygar fixed his gaze on the demon. For several seconds. Too long. A cold sweat trickled down the demon warrior's brow, but Rygar only inhaled slowly. Few comprehended the weight of the power he bore. The power to erase continents, to crush cities, to sweep away armies on his own. It was tempting. Many times, Rygar felt closer to a god than to a man. That arrogance, that drive for absolute dominion, had always surrounded him. Fortunately, he had good masters. Verdia had taught him about the world from a secular perspective. Galfarion had taught him about purpose and why to wield his blade. His other powerful teachers also taught him that true power should not be used in vain, that having something to fight for was even more important. Each, consciously or not, helped him remember that to be strong did not mean abandoning his humanity, even though he was not truly human. If he slaughtered half the population of Meles, what value would life have for him? What would stop him from doing the same in Azura, or on the demon continent? Just to avoid minor complications? Each Meles civilian had families, lives, hopes. There were whole villages that did not even know the names of their cardinals. It was not an absolutely evil country. Proof of that was the former demon race acceptance faction, led by the former pope, Harry Grimoire. Fortunately, Rygar had a secret weapon for situations where logic alone could not resolve things. He was strong. Rygar lifted his eyes again to the demon, and said, "Why not kill them all at once?" Silence fell once more. "It's simple. Because I don't want to." Faced with Rygar's irrefutable logic, the demon fell silent. In any case, the final decision belonged to their leader because he was invincible. Taze asked, "I suppose you'll be the king of this new kingdom, right?" In fact, everyone assumed that. Taze only wished to leave no doubt. Rygar nodded and said, "Initially, yes, I will be king." Several conversations erupted at that point. How would a kingdom be formed? Many other things would need to be decided, territories, positions, titles, there were too many things to administer. At that moment, however, another respectful voice sounded. It was Lysina. "Beast god, if you will be king, does that mean your lineage will be royal?" Everyone looked back at Rygar when she asked. He looked at her for a moment and said, "I have yet to decide that definitively. But, for now, yes. Succession will be hereditary. I may change that in the future, if I find it convenient." Aerys seemed lost in thought until the demon king, Greta, noticed and spoke up provocatively. "Very well, beast god. Then it's important to establish a successor soon. When do you plan to have children?" Both Ghislaine and Aerys discreetly glanced at Rygar, as did everyone else in the council chamber, of course. Rygar smiled bitterly and said, "Soon. Very soon. Let us wait for the war to end first." Taze spoke seriously, "On the contrary. It is because these are wartime that an heir must be clear." Rygar cast a murderous glance at his friend and said, "After the war." Taze stifled a laugh but said no more. Soon, other topics took precedence, titles, territories, many things had to be decided only after they won the war, but others could be preliminarily established. Fortunately, Verdia had already participated in the creation of a new kingdom before. So, following her guidance, he managed to gather most of the necessary parameters, conquests, consideration of clan strength, assessment of battle prowess, and so on. A basic structure formed quickly. Of course, it would need refinement, but that would wait until after the war. Positively, Rygar's strength made all his suggestions far more acceptable. It was no joke. Everyone in that hall, though fearing Rygar, felt more respect and reverence. Thanks to that, literally everything Rygar said seemed to carry far greater weight as if they were hearkening to the counsel of a superior being. Thus, the meeting proceeded without major complications. Afterwards, the discussion turned to the scenario of possible defeat. In truth, few paid much attention to that possibility. Only a few, who had not yet heard extensively of the level of power of one of the 7 powers, harbored doubts. But the reality was clear for all to see. Rygar was simply too fit to lose a war. In fact, he was like a walking war machine, capable of raising earthen walls and fortresses, launching fire blasts, summoning lightning storms over enemies, and casually provoking natural disasters. That alone made him a gigantic threat, worthy of the greatest mages ever known. But most importantly, he was not just a mage. His physique was extraordinary. No commander, friend, or foe could stand against him. No army could contain him. It was no exaggeration to say that the Iron Legion's chance of losing this war was near zero. Therefore, only some basic contingencies were prepared, retreat plans and emergency maneuvers, nothing to elaborate. The meeting had already lasted almost a full day. During that time, Lisa summoned 2 more assistants to help record all the decisions made. The War Council was gradually drawing to a close. Many topics had been addressed, too many to list them all. In broad strokes, everything was taking shape for the Legion's Great March. Various tribes, races, and clans were being allocated into divisions, each with their respective commanders. But the most important point to decide was the generals. The troops and their subdivisions would be organized under them. Ornthorn and Killian would co-lead one division. Another would be under Greta's exclusive command, who would also concentrate the greatest number of saint-level warriors. Ghislaine would pair with Verdia, and Taze would follow with Lirif. These would be the 4 main vanguard forces. All these forces would enter Melee's territory, bypassing the Holy Country and gradually wearing down its forces. The goal was to eventually encircle the capital, Milishan. Melees would certainly like, and even try, to force them to advance directly on the capital, luring Rygar into an all-out battle where they could concentrate all their power against him. But the Iron Legion had no reason to do that. Now that they possessed absolute strength superiority thanks to Rygar, they could very well weaken Melees across the country and then strike Milishan when it was already depleted. As for the possibility of Melees concentrating all its armies in the capital while cities fell, it was unlikely. Abandoning their people and cities went against Melee's religion's core tenets. Unless the Pope wanted to provoke an internal split, he would try to defend his territory. In fact, he would probably try to wear down the Legion, not the other way around. And that was where Rygar and Aerys came in. Nothing needed to be said about Rygar. With his overwhelming speed, he would traverse battlefields in hours, slaughtering any enemy in his path. He would also move among the Legion's armies, ensuring reinforcements against large-scale ambushes. Aerys, mounted on Escalar, would play a similar role. She would fly across the battlefield, supporting other armies and eliminating enemy detachments alongside the Red Dragon. She would avoid confrontations with entire armies but be merciless against smaller groups and support forces. Basically, all contingencies were ready. Now, they only had to march on Melees, and make them regret the day they declared war on the Iron Legion. With the meeting adjourned, everyone looked visibly exhausted. Yet there was a gleam in each eye. That meeting had fulfilled its main purpose. It showed the entire Legion that, with Rygar at their side, Melees would fall. One way or another. Rygar rose. Immediately, everyone present did the same. He looked calmly at those assembled and said, "There is nothing I can say that hasn't already been discussed in this meeting." He paused briefly, staring into each pair of eyes with intensity. "I have observed each of you. All here are capable leaders, commanders, and tribal chiefs. All experienced warriors. The council members felt honored to hear praise from the beast god himself. Under my command and yours the Legion will prevail. Show Melees that wars are not won with faith, but with strength." Having said that, he began to walk out of the chamber. Ghislaine, Aerys, and Aisha followed him immediately. Verdia soon joined them. No one moved until he had completely disappeared from the room. Most could barely contain their excitement. The moment had come. The march would begin. The war lay ahead. As everyone began to disperse, one last voice rang out in the chamber. It was Taze. "Do not break any of the rules that the beast god has imposed. If he hears of heinous acts being committed by the Legion, nothing will save you from his wrath." The moonlight tinted the clouds over the demonic continent silver, but the city of Bazo still teemed with energy. Amid the dark stone streets and twisted buildings, a tavern stood out with its vibrant light and infernally loud music. Shouts, laughter, and the clash of mugs formed a chaotic symphony of celebration. Inside, creatures of the most varied races and shapes reveled without a care. The strong smell of fermented drink would make an ordinary human pass out. Among the noisy crowd, a child with vibrant purple hair and mismatched eyes drank merrily, sunk into a small barrel of beer. Her childlike appearance didn't seem to fit that environment, but no one seemed to mind. Beside her, a demonic adventurer with a goat-like face, curved horns, and a sheepish grin spoke loudly, his voice lost in the tavern's din. "I'm telling the truth, little girl," he exclaimed, banging his wooden tankard on the table. "Melees is fighting against the Great Forest to exterminate everyone. Even my cousin joined the war to pay off a debt." The girl blinked, confused. "But, why are there demons fighting too?" The goatman laughed heartily, leaning over the table. "Ha ha 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 ha, because this so-called Legion saved many demons who were slaves. And they even took in a bunch of rejects from our continent. People that some didn't want around. That's why, ha ha ha." The girl, although paying attention to the conversation, devoured everything in front of her at a frightening speed, as if she'd been starving for a whole year. "And there's more," continued Ki, the goat demon. "Didn't the beast race help us in the last 3 wars we started? Ha ha ha. In my opinion, the demon kings should gather their armies and help this so-called beast god crush Melees." Another demon rose, a brute of ashen skin and incandescent eyes. "What nonsense are you spouting, Ki? The beast race betrayed Laplace in the last war." Ki snorted. "Apart from the fact that Laplace was a lunatic, humanity captured children of the beast race. Did you want them to see their children die?" A heated argument began to take over the tavern. In the midst of the confusion, Ki looked again at his small drinking companion. "And you, girl? What do you think of all this?" He seemed to finally realize how young she was. He blinked, confused. "By the way, aren't you a bit too young to be drinking?" The child laughed, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "I'm much older than I look. I must be at least 5,000 years older than you, ha 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 ha." Ki shrugged. Among demons, that wasn't so uncommon, although he thought she was exaggerating her age. "About the war 400 years ago," she continued, with a pensive look. "I hadn't been reborn back then. But, 4,000 years ago, the beast god Geiger was an excellent ally. Unfortunately, he was also killed by the Golden Knight. What a shame. The tavern fell silent for a second. Some demons exchanged suspicious glances. Right. She introduced herself as the demon empress, didn't she? What? Ha ha ha, that's impossible, laughed another demon. The laughter echoed, including the girl's own. Even so, with each new round of drinks, the demons felt more and more apprehensive. As the night progressed, the more she spoke, the more uncomfortable the demons felt. The girl knew too much to be so young. But the alcohol flowed and loosened their senses, so they didn't mind too much. The drunken revelry continued. They argued about wars, alliances, and betrayals until the sun threatened to rise. The next morning, Ki woke up thrown over a table. His head throbbed, and the vision in his right eye was strange. A note was stuck to his forehead with fruit goo. A gift from the demon empress. Demon Eye of Absorption. For paying my tab. Thanks. Is this real? He murmured, after vomiting for the third time. Meanwhile, the girl ran through the city streets with renewed energy. Hey now I can last another year or two, she exclaimed gleefully. She stopped on a rooftop and looked toward the horizon. Her eyes spun like the reels of a slot machine, until a blue eye with a distorted pupil took its place. Hasn't the world been at peace for the last hundreds of years? There was also that guy who attacked Adolf. She thought for a moment, then let out a loud laugh. In any case, this so-called beast god is quite interesting. Ha 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 ha, he's like Laplace, only from the beast race. She turned, her hair flying in the wind. I'll talk to Baddie first. He he he. With a leap, she vanished across the rooftops. The world isn't so calm anymore. In Hobbit territory, in a less explored part of the Great Forest, there was a small bar built in the typical local architecture. The building had a low ceiling, tiny windows, and doors so narrow that anyone over 1.50 meters had to stoop to enter. There, sitting at a reinforced table in the back of the establishment, an elf with wavy blonde hair and a dwarf in black armor spoke in low tones. The elf was Elise Dragonroad, the same one who once traveled with Rudeus Greyrat, and the dwarf was Tall Hand, with a thick, orange beard. Both had been members of the old adventurer group Fangs of the Black Wolf. Their conversation was interrupted by occasional laughter and the muted sound of clinking mugs. But then, the bar door creaked as it was forcefully opened and someone had to duck to pass through. A man with a lively expression, face like a monkey's, wearing a light leather vest and several pouches strapped to his waist, entered laughing. Hee, I finally found you too, he said, approaching. Elise recognized him immediately and spoke with surprise. Geese? Where have you been? Geese, the demon race rogue, with a loose tongue and wandering spirit, opened a wide smile. Hee, for the past few years, I was looking for Paul and his family in Begarit and then on the central continent, but I heard he was here in Meles, so I turned back. On the way, I heard about you too and came running. What are you doing here? Tall Hand and Elise exchanged glances, and the three sat together while taking turns sharing parts of their long journey. They recounted how they had rescued Paul and Zenith from the immortal demon king, Adaferatov, and how they had returned through the Great Forest. Geese scratched his head, thoughtful. I understand why you didn't want to enter Meles. I chose the Hobbit route for the same reason. Things are too ugly there. But tell me, when are Paul and Zenith coming back with the daughter? The atmosphere changed immediately. Elise looked away, and Tall Hand fell silent. Geese sensed something was wrong. Hey, it can't be. Didn't you say that Paul was a North King now? He's alive, right? Elise sighed heavily. That idiot joined Meles. We don't know why, but he was killed by the beast god, Rygar Adoldia, while fighting against the Legion of Iron. Geese's eyes widened, stunned. Rygar killed him. You also knew him? Asked Elise, raising an eyebrow. Of course I did. We even traveled together for a time. One of Paul's daughters is his disciple, and, damn, Ghislaine is even his wife now. Elise confirmed with a nod. Yes, we found that out too. I can only think that Rygar killed Paul without knowing who he was. After all, Paul was fighting for Meles. That idiot. Tall Hand spoke, his voice firm and sad. It's a shame. Paul had his flaws, but he was doing everything he could to save his family. He stood up, and Elise did the same and said with a resentful grimace. He won't be missed. She looked at Geese. We already sent a letter to Ghislaine. We hope she'll talk to Rygar and prevent Zenith from being killed too. Geese was still processing the news when he murmured. You're not going to do anything. Elise turned calmly. Of course we are. I'll tell Rudius that Aisha is fine and that her father is dead. Tall Hand will return to the dwarf territory and wait for news. Maybe Zenith will survive. I mean rescue Zenith. Geese retorted, indignant. The elf's expression hardened. And what do you expect us to do? We've already asked Ghislaine. If even she can't save her, being the beast god's wife, why would we be able to? Besides, the Legion of Iron has launched a massive war campaign. Entering Meles now would be suicide. For me. For Tall Hand. For you too. She paused for a moment, resolute. So, come with us or stay here. But don't try to play the hero. If Zenith survives, great. But I'm not going to make the man who killed a North King with a single blow my enemy. She turned her back and walked out with determined steps. Tall Hand stopped by the door and cast a final glance at Geese. Don't go after her, Geese. Ghislaine received the letter. She'll do something. Who knows, maybe Rygar wasn't even thinking of killing Zenith in the first place. With that, the dwarf left the small bar, leaving Geese alone, surrounded by the muffled sound of hobbit laughter and the pain of an unexpected loss. In Ameli's military camp, set up on the edge of a rocky ravine near the borders of the Great Forest, 3 armored knights leaned over a large leather map spread out on a wooden table. Mana lanterns hung from the tent poles, casting a bluish light over the men's tense faces. The canvas opened with a sudden movement, revealing a fourth man. Tall, muscular, his armor adorned with symbols of the Church of Meles, and his navy blue cloak bore marks of past battles. He was the detachment's commander. The 3 knights straightened and saluted him. "Have we received any orders from command yet?" asked the commander, his voice grave and heavy with frustration. "No, sir, but it shouldn't be long," replied one of the knights, a young man with a helmet of golden plumes. The commander ground his teeth. "We're on the vanguard. Damn it." After the brutal advance of the beast god, who cut through the battlefield like a force of nature, destroying everything in his path just over a month ago, Meles' armies had retreated. Since then, they had been in a defensive position, receiving only instructions to erect magical barriers and prepare retreat routes. The expectation of all the armies was that Galgard, the divine warrior, would confront or at least hold off Rygar, allowing Meles' offensive to regain traction. But Galgard had not moved. On the table, there lay an open scroll with a crystal in its center, a magic circle created to detect presences with absurdly high levels of magical power. This barrier was sensitive only to those who exceeded a certain threshold, a specific precaution against Rygar, as it would detect presences for miles around. "Those damn orders never come," grumbled the commander. "Retaking the hill 10 kilometers from here will give us an unequaled terrain advantage. If we let them take it first, it will be us under pressure. Prepare the soldiers to march." Now, it was at that moment that the barrier's crystal cracked with a dry, piercing sound. Everyone froze. "The barrier," murmured one of the knights, pale as wax. "The beast god is here," said another, his voice trembling. The commander clenched his fists, sweat dripping down his forehead. He knew what that meant. Change of plans. Order everyone to withdraw immediately. Quickly. But he didn't have time. A colossal shockwave tore through the camp like an incarnate thunderclap. The tent was instantly ripped to shreds, the maps flew like leaves in the wind, and the 3 knights were hurled in opposite directions. The ground split, cracks opening beneath the impact. The commander, an experienced water saint, was the only one to stay standing thanks to bracing himself at the last second. His eyes witnessed the chaos, tents being torn apart, men flying, and the ground itself being ripped by the explosion's pressure. The deafening sound was like the roar of a mythical beast. And then came the true attack, a wave of fire that spread violently. A flaming sphere erupted like a miniature sun, unleashing an infernal blast. The heat was overwhelming. The flames swept over everything, consuming men, wood, steel, and stone in seconds. The commander tried to cut through the explosion, but he didn't have time. The flame wave engulfed him before he could even scream. His body was pulverized instantly. Everything happened in less than a second. High above, hovering with his arms crossed, Rygar watched the destruction with analytical eyes. His expression was calm, almost bored. "All right, that was a waste of mana," he murmured, watching the flames still dense among the ruins. They weren't all that. The hot breeze blew the charred remains of the camp, while Rygar hovered in the air, looking satisfied. "I think I'll fight hand to hand for now." And then he vanished in a blur, leaving only smoke and ashes behind. POV, Nenah Hoshi Shizuka. It has been 6 years since I was suddenly teleported to this world. It's strange, it just doesn't feel like that much time has passed. Perhaps because I have always been busy, whether traveling somewhere, establishing contacts, or trying to find a way to return home. Each day seemed to bring a new task, a new worry, a new strategy to survive in this world completely different from mine. After finding myself on the vast plains of the Azura Kingdom during what was called the teleportation incident, the first person I crossed paths with was Orsted. He looked like he came out of a nightmare, golden eyes with slit pupils, a terrifying expression, and an aura so heavy it made you want to flee just to be near him. But, surprisingly, he was the one who helped me. With Orsted's help, it took me about a year to learn the common language of this world. During that time, as I traveled under his protection, I acquired enough knowledge about the Azura Kingdom and the major centers of power in this world. Eventually, this led me to meet Perogius Dola, one of the 3 heroes who defeated the demon god Laplace and a living legend of this world. At that time, my priority was simple: survive. But, being practical, I realized I could use my knowledge of the modern world to improve some things around me. I introduced small innovations, basic products that would bring me a minimum of comfort, better food preservation methods, more durable clothing, and, of course, soap and shampoo to keep my hair clean. These mundane things were something that would help many people in this world have a better quality of life, but I was doing it mainly for myself. Using Orsted's influence as the dragon god, I managed to convince some Asuran merchants to establish distribution routes for the products I created or perfected. At first, these efforts were purely personal, but they soon turned into a network of passive income that gave me autonomy and some influence. All of this also served a greater purpose: to obtain the means to search for my missing friends and, above all, to try to develop a way to return to Earth. Orsted was instrumental in my journey. I really owe him a lot. You might even say he was an easy person to get along with, as long as you ignored his cold personality and certain occasional activities. He certainly was a man with many secrets. Several people we crossed paths with tried to kill him at first sight, and he, in turn, did not hesitate to kill them back. Sometimes I wondered if he really encountered them by chance, or if he was actually deliberately looking for them. But I learned to ignore that for the most part. In this hostile and unknown world, he was the one who extended his hand to me first. He taught me the language, gave me protection, and guided me. One could say that it was because of him that I survived for so long. Who knows what fate I would have had if I had been sold as a slave. So, I closed my eyes to most of the horrors that accompanied him. It was only once that I chose to interfere in his affairs. On one of our travels, Orsted seemed to sense an unusual vibration, and we changed course to head toward the source. We ended up finding a member of the beast race named Rygar. At first, there was nothing about him that caught much attention, except that he had golden eyes like Orsted. But something soon made me see him differently. He seemed to recognize me. It was just a moment, a confused expression on his face, but it was enough to plant doubt in my heart. Could he be one of my friends? One of the two who were with me during the accident? Or perhaps one of those who tried to save us from the truck? There was no way to know for sure, but there were other signs. Besides me, he was literally the only living being I had seen up to that point who did not feel an irrational fear of Orsted. Instead of reacting in terror or trying to attack him in an irrational rage like everyone else, he remained calm and tried to restrain his companions. He recognized Orsted's superior strength, understood the situation with cold logic. Although he also seemed to be extremely cautious with us, that was undeniable. This only reinforced my suspicion. Unfortunately, he also knew the name Higgama. When that happened, Orsted marked him for death on the spot. I asked once why he was so inflexible about killing these people. His answer was simple, cold, and direct. This is the most efficient way to deal with an apostle. It was always like that. Logical, calculated, and merciless. A side of Orsted that I never fully understood. In truth, I could say that, in a way, I did not understand the dragon god at all. But at that moment, for the first time, I asked him to spare someone. I asked him to let Rygar live. Perhaps it was a mistake, perhaps not. But something about that boy told me he was different. Despite sparing Rygar after understanding my logic, he did not spare his friend, who seemed to be named Idar, or Rioda. Orsted said the reason for killing him was that Rioda had always been an apostle and nothing would change that. Once again, I did not fully understand his motives, nothing out of the ordinary here. After that, Orsted and I continued traveling. We passed through various regions until, using another teleportation circle, he took me to the Magic Triumvirate. There, I was left at the Renoa Magic University, one of the most advanced learning centers in this world. It was there that I began my research on summoning magic. After learning the basics from the best in the world, I had to produce at least some results, and then I could go back and ask more of the Armored Dragon King. At first, the results were disappointing. My experiments failed constantly, and I isolated myself from most of the other students and professors. I did not want to relate any more than necessary with these people. After all, this was not my world, and I would soon leave it. Moreover, although the magical crystals needed were expensive, my passive income, a result of my commercial network, was enough to finance the studies at the beginning. Still, the results were almost nil. It was only with the arrival of Rudeus Greyrat at the Magic University that everything began to change. Not only did he possess an abnormal magical power, but he also showed genuine interest in my research, since it was related to the teleportation incident to some extent. And more importantly, he was also from Earth. The discovery was a shock. A wave of relief and despair hit me at the same time. I was not alone. There was another like me here. And so, the experiments began to succeed, little by little. And as much as I would not admit it easily, I made some friends. POV Rudeus Greyrat. Being nearly killed by the dragon god as soon as we arrived on the central continent was not exactly what I was expecting. Once again, as soon as I began to feel slightly more confident about my strength, this world proved to me mercilessly that I was still weak. I could do nothing in the face of true strength. After gaining the demon eye of foresight, escaping from Adaferatov, and defeating Paul, who was a North King, I really thought I had become a bit stronger. Roxy, Rugerd, and Sylphy all did much better than I did in resisting the dragon god. Although they do not seem to see it that way, maybe only because I was the only one who managed to wound him a little. But I am almost certain he was only testing us. From the beginning of the fight, he did not seem to intend to kill us. After asking me if I knew Higgama, I really felt like he was going to kill me at that moment. His killing intent almost suffocated me, but he didn't. Instead, he fell silent, thinking about something for a while. Then he asked me if I was afraid of him. Of course, I said yes. But he did not seem to believe me. In any case, he attacked us afterward, testing our strength. And in the middle of the fight, he seemed to have concluded that Sylphy and I were different. I did not understand exactly why, perhaps because of chantless magic? After the fight, he told me to speak to someone called Silent 7 Stars if we were to go to Renoa University. He told me something very important. This so-called Silent was also from Earth. Obviously, only I understood what that meant. And then, the dragon god left. Our group became a bit more somber after that. I could sense that Rugerd was blaming himself for not being able to protect us. But we continued with our original schedule. We rescued Sylphy's mother from a noble who was enslaving her and then headed to the Sword Sanctuary to look for my sister, Aisha. But before we went there, we heard about her at the Magic Triumvirate. And there, I discovered a truly scary piece of news. My little sister Aisha had become a disciple of Rygar Adoldia, the leader of the Iron Legion. And worse yet, the Red Wolf had become the 6th world power. In other words, he had ended up surpassing Adaferatov, becoming the most powerful enemy we had made along the way. Aisha had stayed with Rygar and his group at the Sword Sanctuary for the last 3 years and left for Mealy's months before our arrival. She was quite famous. Rudyard and Roxy did not know Rygar. Rudyard did not even know about the history between us and Rygar. So Sylphy and I told them everything. Rudyard, with his usual frankness, incisively pointed out that we were the ones who started a conflict with Rygar. It was true, but we had our reasons. We were being forced by Larax. When I said that, Rudyard retorted that it did not matter to Rygar, that he would not spare us, especially after all the chaos that Sylphy and I caused in Mealy's. Rygar would be after our heads. Or, if we stayed away, maybe he would simply ignore us. In any case, from what we heard about Aisha, she seemed to be doing very well as Rygar's disciple. And, apparently, she was returning to Mealy's. She would probably meet Paul, and I had a bad feeling about that. But even if we decided to return now, it would not be fast enough. We would probably miss each other again. In any case, we decided to stick to the plan we had already made when we were gathered as a family on the Demon Continent. Whether we found Aisha or not, Sylphy, Roxy, and I would head to Renoa and settle down there. We sent a letter to Paul in Mealy's and then departed. Rudyard separated from us when we arrived at our destination, following his own path. It was a sad farewell. We had really bonded with the Support over the last 3 years. And that is how my school life in this new world began. Roxy actually ended up becoming a teacher. And Sylphy and I became special students at Renoa Magic Academy, also known as Renoa University of Magic. School life was much better than my past life, without a doubt. Sylphy and I were excellent mages, and, as students of the special class, we ended up having few classmates. Among them was Cliff Grimoire, the self-proclaimed genius and grandson of the former Pope of Mealy's. There was also Zanaba Chiron, the 3rd prince of the Kingdom of Chiron, who, for some reason, ended up becoming my disciple after witnessing one of my stone statuettes. Yes, a statuette. I think I will never understand why he is so fascinated by dolls. Another peculiar member of our small group was a princess from the Kingdom of Azura named Ariel. Always elegant, with an aura of authority, but also surprisingly approachable. Beside her was a handsome scoundrel named Luke, the kind who draws glances wherever he goes, a true womanizer. I think I did not like him because he reminded me of Paul. There was also a mage named Derek Redbat, the magical guardian of the princess. He rarely spoke but was extremely competent. And of course, there was the mysterious silent 7 stars. An enigmatic figure, who never showed her face and almost never spoke, but who apparently, was from Earth. I ended up discovering a lot about the teleportation incident with her, and I also discovered that she was the girl I tried to save from that truck. This strange and displaced group ended up getting along very well, more than anyone could imagine. Despite our very different origins, we had an inexplicable synergy. My school years seemed to be going well. Since the full course at the Magic Academy was 7 years, starting at 13, Sylphy and I should graduate at 20. Of course, there were concerns. The threat of the Iron Legion still hovered in my mind, mainly Aisha's involvement with Rygar. But it was not like I could do anything immediate about that. Everything had its time. And in the meantime, I trained, studied, strengthened my skills, and observed the world around me with more attentive eyes. I had to become stronger. After all, I had some very strong enemies. Overall, living with Sylphy, with Roxy who now worked as a teacher at the academy and with all my new friends, while learning new things at Renoa University of Magic, may have been one of the best times of my life. Peace, learning, companionship. For a while, I allowed myself to believe that all this would last. All right, that seemed too good to be true. In my first year, I became a mage of level Water King and Saint of Earth and Fire. A vague figure, almost like an ethereal blur, cut through the air above one of Mealy's vast, verdant plains. The sound of its passage was muffled by the violent displacement of air, almost like a distant thunder, but the figure was already far away by the time the echo finally arrived. The person behind that movement was Rygar, moving at hypersonic speed. Suddenly, he stopped. The wind exploded forward as his form came to an abrupt halt, completely defying inertia. His black magic cloak with gold details, wrapped in a faint glow, helped him decelerate with abnormal perfection. It billowed violently for a moment, trembling under the accumulated pressure of high velocity, but remained intact. That magic cloak, which he had received from Aisha and company, was a high-level magical artifact that ignored the laws of physics, one of the most useful items he possessed. Still, Rygar had already performed tests on it. He knew that if his speed exceeded certain limits, the pressure could become unsustainable even for it. It was a reliable weapon, but not infallible. Rygar slightly tilted his head to the side, as if sensing something in the air. His pupil glowed with an intense golden hue as he activated his demon eyes. For a moment, he stood silent, apparently observing nothing, but his expression tightened. "I see," he murmured. "They're using a mana barrier to detect me." He studied the barrier for a while, and a malicious smile appeared on his lips. "All right, this won't take long. He lifted his gaze for a brief instant, observing the position of the sun in the sky. Based on its height and the intensity of the light, he calculated the time mentally. He had enough. He then began to cast a barrier spell, enveloping his body in an almost invisible magic circle. Pale blue lines floated around him, converging into a shape that resembled a fluid, translucent dome. He spent about half an hour modifying and adjusting the barrier, trying to create the perfect response for his situation. Finally, it was ready. This was yet another barrier of his own invention, based on observations made while studying the detection barrier used by Melis's mages and priests. This should do it. His gaze swept the horizon again. Endless fields, a few sparse trees, gentle hills, and then, many kilometers ahead, a military encampment. Small white tents, a few stone structures, watchtowers, Melis's banners fluttering in the wind, and soldiers moving in formation. He could see some things, even at that distance. Rygar had been leaving a trail of destruction wherever he passed. He was fast enough to prevent messengers or even ravens from carrying any information. No letter escaped. Yet, some outposts managed to evacuate to a certain extent. It was as if they knew he was coming. For a while, he had thought that Melis was using some kind of radio or long-range magical communication. But now he understood the cause: detection barriers strategically placed to capture mana flows above a certain threshold. Rygar had also advanced his own research on barrier magic. As soon as he sensed the detection, he created a new type of barrier. He called it the nullification barrier. He inserted a set of conditions into the barrier's structure, instructing it that when it crossed a detection barrier, it should identify the pattern and neutralize the effect before it could activate. It was a precise response, designed for a specific target. Of course, the process was not so simple. The nullification barrier had to be adapted to the target's magical framework. The more complex the effect to be nullified, the more intricate its coding needed to be. Rygar assumed they were all using the same type of barrier for this. He moved again. His body crossed the invisible line of the detection barrier. No alarm. No reaction. Nothing. The detection barrier did not activate. Rygar smiled once more. And then, like lightning, he shot toward the military camp, leaving behind only the whisper of wind and a cutting pressure in the air. Another thing Rygar had finally succeeded in developing some time ago was the spiritual sealing barrier, a saint-level magic that, in theory, if elevated to the extreme, could prevent any kind of mental invasion. Modifying and strengthening it to that point, however, had been a true nightmare of research and testing. Originally, the barrier's basic function was to contain or repel undead and prevent spirits, specters, and ghosts from entering or leaving its area of influence. However, against high-level specters or more powerful beings, its effectiveness was almost nil. The simple act of reinforcing it with more mana did not solve Rygar's problems. During his long journey from his stay at the Sword Sanctuary to his return to Melis, he conducted dozens of experiments on his own. There had been some progress, yes, but he still didn't feel safe. He still believed that if he were confronted with an entity like Higgama, his defenses would be ineffective. That scenario changed when Rygar reunited with his master, Rudeus Greyrat. Although her practical mastery of barrier magic was limited to the advanced level, her theoretical knowledge was vast and deep, fueled by centuries of study. Rudeus offered Rygar ideas and approaches he had never considered. And when he put those ideas into practice, Rygar achieved concrete results. Thus was born a new spell, the Mind Block Barrier, an Emperor-level barrier magic. It was a highly advanced form of the spiritual sealing barrier, adapted to resist mental influences, spiritual pressures, and subconscious invasions. The magic was still far from perfect, its mana cost was high, its duration limited, and it needed to be renewed daily, but it was already a huge leap compared to his previous passive defense. At least now, Rygar was protected against the whispers and manipulations of the malicious god. If Higgama were, in fact, an incorporeal soul or being, then this barrier could prevent his approach, at least while it was active. It was a partial but significant victory. Rygar needed to thank Rudeus deeply for that. His next goal related to Higgama was bolder, to hide completely from his sight. He already knew that the god watched some of his movements, perhaps all of them, and that he could also see his future to some extent. That made any plan extremely difficult to execute. The dragon god seemed to have a way to hide from his gaze, and Rygar surmised that Badagatti could as well, so it wasn't impossible. And once again, Rudeus had already given him some ideas he would need to explore to reach that new level. Apparently, she also had some achievements in divination magic, so Rygar would eventually ask her help again. For now, at least he wouldn't have his dreams invaded. If someone used a magic power eye to observe him, they would see a peculiar coloration, a pinkish blue aura enveloping his head, undulating gently like an enchanted mist, the visible manifestation of the mind block barrier, protecting him from spiritual attacks and intrusions. As he contemplated these advances, Rygar spotted the Melis military camp on the horizon. As he had predicted, they had not been alerted this time. No messenger had escaped. No alarm signal. Everyone followed the normal routine of a military camp. Rygar drew his swords, Night Hunter, the dark blade that seemed to drink the light around it, and Water Mirror, his faithful silver sword. His toki was concealed with mastery, making him even more undetectable to normal eyes. Activating his demon eyes, he surveyed his surroundings with surgical precision. He noticed that, curiously, there were civilians inside the camp, something rare, given the military nature of the location. Perhaps they were suppliers, family members, or slaves. 2 knights stood near the camp's entrance, chatting casually as if there were no threat. They were relaxed, vulnerable. Rygar slid like a shadow. When he approached, he used the longsword of light, a single fluid movement almost effortless. The blade sliced through the air with absolute precision, and the 2 knights were cleaved in half, cleanly and silently, before they could even comprehend what had struck them. There were 2 towers with direct visibility to where Rygar and the fallen knights were. Each housed 2 knights. One pair chatted without care, laughing and talking, the other watched in silence, one man alert and the other distracted, facing the opposite direction. The alert knight barely had time to register that the 2 guards below had been cut in half before the black blade, Night Hunter, pierced his eye with brutal precision. The blow killed him instantly. His body began to fall. The second pair in the other tower, still conversing, suddenly saw a silhouette in the sky. That was all they saw before their heads flew in opposite directions. Rygar's silver blade had cut through both of them and the tower itself, which began collapsing due to the clean slice. Using wild dash, Rygar propelled himself off the falling tower's wall and leaped onto the other structure with an acrobatic spin and supernatural speed. The first knight who had been pierced in the eye hadn't even reached the ground when Rygar appeared, retrieving Night Hunter and piercing his companion's throat with the black blade. Blood spurted in a grotesque arc, muted by the speed at which everything happened. With his demon eyes active, Rygar saw everything in slow motion, the tower crumbling slowly, the blood splattering, the man's body collapsing nearby, and the unsuspecting soldiers inside the camp still going about their mundane routines. No one had noticed him. And then, like a hungry beast, he launched himself from the tower toward the center of the military camp. The stone building in the center caught his attention. Inside it, he realized, a spell was being activated through a magic circle. Probably an emergency barrier encircling only the camp. A priest likely sensed him and was about to trigger the alert. But it was too late. If it were any other troop, perhaps some would have had a chance to escape. But the visitor was far more terrifying than their worst nightmares. Running, Rygar pointed his finger. A supersonic wind bullet formed in the air. As he traversed the camp, the spell was already ready. A sibilant ring cut through the air like a rifle shot, piercing the building's walls and cracking the priest's skull with a dry snap. The body fell lifeless. However, even dead, the magic circle was activated. Several crystals scattered throughout the camp began to glow a vivid red, like eyes awakening from a deep sleep. Rygar advanced. 4 soldiers crossed his path, chatting animatedly. With a single horizontal slash from Water Mirror, he cut them in half. Their bodies collapsed like puppets whose strings had been cut. For a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the soldiers had lined up to facilitate his strike. Rygar chuckled at the thought. More red crystals activated around him. But he didn't care. He tore through the camp like a hungry hurricane. When he reached the large central courtyard, dozens of soldiers had gathered. Some were eating, others training or sharpening swords, some were polishing armor with religious dedication. In the center, however, 6 crusaders knights in ornate armor laughed before 3 figures tied to stakes, surrounded by a blazing fire. 2 were of the beast race. 1 was human. There was also a chained demon nearby, clearly awaiting its turn. No cries were heard. Even with the fire reaching them and burning them, the 3 refused to make any sound. They only gritted their teeth, fighting until their last breath against the pain. Rygar became furious at the sight. A deep, savage rage welled up in his chest. Immediately, he intensified his efforts. The first thing he did was summon a freezing frost over the fire, instantly extinguishing the flames of the fire. Then the massacre began. The holy beast battle aura exploded within him, heating his blood like boiling lava. His toki burned and roared, pulsing with every beat of his heart. Rygar brandished his sword. A wave of silver light erupted from the blade, devastating everything in its path. The ground cracked, the courtyard trembled. A chasm opened where there had been solid earth, bodies flung aside like rag dolls. And that was just the beginning. With Water Mirror in hand, he advanced like a living blade. One by one, soldiers fell. No one could even follow his movement. The fastest among them, a crusader standing near the fire, and one of the saints stationed in that camp shouted, "It's the Red Wolf. Fall into forma." Rygar's kick hit him before he could finish the sentence. His armor caved in, his body bent at a grotesque angle and was launched like a projectile, tearing through tents and bodies, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A shockwave rocked the courtyard as he collided with a wall. Silence fell. The 5 remaining crusaders and the soldiers around stared, stunned. And they saw the eyes of the beast. Golden, brilliant, savage. They stared into the eyes of death. Finally, all the red crystals around the military camp lit up, a futile warning trying to alert its camp to a threat already present. It was already too late. Rygar was among them, like a fierce and sinister shadow, heralding the death of everyone there. That camp was relatively strong. 3 saints defended it, a considerable number for any military force in the region, along with more than 100 well-trained crusaders following them. The soldiers, despite the initial shock and panic caused by the appearance of the Red Wolf, still began to regroup into organized formations. But that order was illusory. Chaos had already been sown. If anyone still harbored any hope of facing him, that hope died when Rygar killed a water saint with a single blow. 2 of the saints were still alive. Recognizing the insurmountable threat, they made the only rational decision, to retreat. But Rygar had no intention of letting them flee. His roar cut across the battlefield. The howling magic sounded throughout the battlefield, exploding from his throat like an ancestral roar. The sound reverberated with pure power, accompanied by a shockwave that shook the ground, rattling bones and shredding sanity. The weaker soldiers fell unconscious immediately and were thrown away by the sonic impact, as if their souls had been ripped from their bodies. Even the most experienced staggered, their senses scrambled and their movements sluggish. An art known only to the beast race, but elevated to a new level by Rygar. The 4 prisoners, 2 beast folk, 1 human, and 1 demon were the only ones spared from the devastating impact, protected by the sound barrier that Rygar hastily conjured. Soon after, chaos was unleashed. Lightning tore across the battlefield like divine spears, guided by the fury of the beast god. Bolts struck tents, makeshift huts, arsenals, and watchtowers, setting everything ablaze or sending incandescent metal shards flying. The ground trembled with each impact. Pure fire magic condensed and struck the field like tactical bombardments. Trails of white-silver mana slithered through the camp like blades of light, like serpents in fury, reaping the lives of soldiers who tried to respond. Fissures were left by Rygar's superhuman movements, cuts that even the most trained eyes could not follow. In the blink of an eye, heads rolled. An instant later, entrails painted the ground. Amid the collapse of the military unit, the 2 saints barely managed to join forces in a desperate effort. One was a water saint, the other a north saint, both advanced with brute strength and unpredictable movements, alternating between defense and lethal counterattacks. Crusaders joined around them, dozens of warriors trying to create a wall of steel and flesh against the incarnate fury. Rygar watched them for a moment, amused. With a slight smile, he sheathed water mirror. He took a deep breath. And then he whispered. Instant light flow. The world seemed to freeze. The sword was unsheathed in the blink of an eye, but in that instant, dozens of cuts occurred. There was no way to count, no way to follow with the eye. Each movement was a line of destruction, as if light itself were used as a weapon. Horizontal cuts, vertical cuts, diagonal cuts, each one opened bodies, pierced armor, split men and women in half. A microcosm of war encapsulated in an instant. A moment before, a small army had been trying to hold out with courage and determination. The next moment, their bodies collapsed, one after another, like autumn leaves carried by a cruel wind. The ground was covered with blood, entrails, and broken steel. The sounds of the battlefield were replaced by a sepulchral silence. Rygar remained at the center of the carnage. Around him, smoke rose from the burning tents, the flames consuming all that remained. Watchtowers collapsed, stone and wooden structures crumbled under tremors caused by the lightning and magical blows. The once imposing military camp was now a flaming cemetery. Some soldiers tried to flee. They ran with all they had, dropping shields, weapons, and dignity. But Rygar did not pursue them, not immediately. Instead, he observed. He analyzed his technique. His body still pulsed with the energy of the holy beast battle aura, warm blood, and a sharp mind. Rygar observed the fallen bodies around him. He assessed the cuts he had delivered with instant light flow. Despite the carnage, he noticed small imperfections. Not all the cuts were clean. 2 enemies still writhed on the ground, one with both legs severed, the other cut diagonally but still alive, eyes wide in agony. TCH. He murmured, raising one hand. 2 wind bullets spun around his fingers and fired. 2 muffled snaps. End of pain for the 2 mutilated warriors. Many strikes also hit regions other than those intended. Cuts aimed at the neck hit the chest instead. Horizontal cuts became diagonal. The result was still lethal, of course. The bodies around him bore witness. But perfection was not what he sought. Even so, it was already far above what he had achieved a year ago. With that more or less resolved, he approached the prisoners in the center of the military camp. The eyes of the 4 surviving prisoners, 2 of the beast race, 1 human, and 1 demon, trembled at what they had witnessed. Their bodies were wounded, partially burned. Behind them, the bonfire had gone out, now fed only by ashes and debris. Rygar cut the ropes and chains that bound them with a quick gesture of his claws and conjured a healing spell, sealing the open wounds and burns with a greenish glow. Without caring about thanks or reactions, Rygar used gravity magic to magically lift himself off the ground. He floated slowly, letting the black and silver cloak he wore flutter in the hot wind of the devastated field. His demonic, golden, and penetrating eyes lit up with intensity. His senses expanded to the maximum: sight, hearing, magical perception. He felt every heartbeat, every trembling breath, every anxious step of those who had managed to escape. These military camps of melees, though composed of powerful warriors, were still considered intermediate targets for his current level. But they were perfect targets to refine his various techniques: instant light flow, the holy beast battle aura, lightning magic, control over his internal and external mana, among many others. Moreover, as powerful as he was, Rygar was still getting used to his new lethality. Most of his focused training had taken place at the Sword Sanctuary. He had learned and grown much there, undeniably. But in comparison, he had not fought many life or death battles. One could say that at the beginning, he could still give his all fighting Rioda and Gaul, but over time, he also began to hold back a bit with those two. Badagatti was a convenient exception. Rygar could test many techniques at their maximum lethality after having the immortal Demon King as his training partner. It was also precisely to refine his techniques that he chose to use Water Mirror instead of his favorite blade, Tsukikage. The silver sword, although not yet enchanted with a magic stone, by itself amplified his focus, his perception, and his connection to mana as a whole, enhancing his magic and his toki. It was the perfect sword for technical training. Only battles to the death forged truly fearsome warriors, and what better place to find such battles than a war? Rygar wanted no, he needed to become the sharpest of them all. In the air, suspended like a spirit of the wind, Rygar continued to track the fugitives. There were many of them. To the east, a lone knight running in panic. To the south, a group mounted on horses trying to flee at a gallop. To the north, 3 soldiers huddled in a shallow cave. And more dozens in various directions, crawling, staggering, hiding under bushes or inside fallen tents. Even the concealment barriers that some used were not enough to escape Rygar's detection. To deceive his senses, a high-level barrier would have been necessary. Those were toys in front of him. Raising his right hand, Rygar began to gather wind element mana. A sphere formed above his palm, spinning, pulsing, compressing the air around it with such intensity that the space seemed to distort the very light. The sound vanished, as if the entire field held its breath. His cloak rippled. His eyes shone. His presence was like a living calamity. "All right," he said softly. "This should do." The sphere exploded with a silvery flash. 29 supersonic wind bullets were fired in multiple directions, like fragments of a magical grenade, each guided by a fragment of Rygar's perception. The lone knight in the east did not even have time to look back before feeling a void in his throat. His neck had been pierced so smoothly that his body still took 2 steps before collapsing, without a single drop of blood spilling. In the south, the mounted troop leader's eyes widened as he heard a slicing whistle. A fraction of a second later, his skull was pierced by a wind spear. The horses neighed, out of control, as their riders died one by one. In the north, the 3 soldiers hiding in the cave sighed with relief for a second. 3 sharp snaps echoed. 3 bodies fell. No words were spoken. Every fugitive, every fleeing shadow, every heart beating in fear, was silenced by the invisible wind projectiles. All died. Fast, efficient, and clean. Rygar then descended slowly to the ground, his body hovering until touching the wreckage of what, only minutes before, had been an advanced military post. The field was in ruins, craters, destroyed tents, bodies scattered like broken dolls. He was more or less satisfied. When Rygar landed among the rubble of the destroyed camp, the 4 survivors had already regrouped. 3 of them wielded stolen weapons, shields and swords taken from the bodies of the crusaders, and the 4th carried a worn leather backpack, clearly hastily prepared with recovered supplies. The eyes of the 4 shone with respect and reverence upon seeing him. One of them, a tall warrior of the beast race, with deep scars across his body and eyes hardened by months of fleeing and fighting, stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Leader Rygar, thank you for saving us. And I'm sorry for not recognizing you sooner." Rygar crossed his arms and watched him for a moment before opening a faint smile. The glow in his eyes had already faded, and the wind around him had returned to calm. "It's all right. You did well surviving until I arrived." He approached, his steps soft over the scorched earth and smoldering debris. "Are you all members of the Legion?" Rygar confirmed that the 4 were the last survivors of an Iron Legion squad. The small squad had escaped complete annihilation after a brutal ambush several weeks ago. Since then, they had spent almost 2 months fleeing through the forests and hills of Mealy's territory, constantly pursued by fanatical knights and church spies. Hope had already abandoned them when they fell, by sheer bad luck, into the hands of a large withdrawing force. They were captured, interrogated, and finally condemned to death by fire. If Rygar had not arrived, their fate would have been sealed. "Then you did not know I had returned?" Rygar asked, watching their faces marked by exhaustion and relief. "No, sir," replied the same warrior. I only realized who you were because I saw you when you were younger. I never forgot seeing you destroy the Black Troll's base." Rygar nodded slowly. After a few moments of conversation and recognition, he indicated a safe route that they could follow to reach one of the nearest assault divisions. After gathering weapons, supplies, and some clothes from what remained of the camp, the 4 prepared to depart. One of the 4 particularly caught Rygar's attention, the youngest, a 12-year-old boy, also of the beast race. His long, blonde hair matched the leopard ears that twitched restlessly. He had heterochromatic eyes, one red and one gray, and a determined expression that did not match his age. "What is your name?" Rygar asked, with genuine interest. "Jal, sir." "Jal of the Agali tribe," the boy replied with a disciplined bow. Despite his age, Jal was already an advanced swordsman in the sword god style. His movements, even tense with fatigue, were sharp. There was something about him that made Rygar want to memorize the name. That boy had potential. After confirming that there were no more living enemies or hidden prisoners, Rygar watched them disappear down the indicated path, until their footsteps vanished in the distance. Alone again, Rygar turned his eyes to the horizon. "Next," he murmured. He knew that his next battle would probably be against something different. A powerful fortress awaited him further ahead, perhaps even one of the legendary 10 generals of Mealy's. A subtle smile formed on his face. The path of war had only just begun. POV, Rygar Adoldia. My advance plan through the sacred country's territory was not as rigid as that of a large-scale army. During the Legion's War Council, many of us concluded that my mobility would be essential for a crushing victory. There was no predetermined route beyond this fortress before me. The plan was simple: traverse enemy territory, destroy smaller bases along the way, and, ultimately, obliterate the marble fortress ahead of me. That was the initial route established. But what would come after that would depend on my own decision, based on events and the enemy's movements. The reason for that? Pope Lucio's He could see the future, but the limitations of his vision were unknown to the Legion. We were betting on those gaps, those margins of uncertainty. My speed and my power would be the main weapons against the Melee's generals. For example, Lucio's could predict that I would reinforce an army, but could he foresee when I would do so? How fast I would move? And what if my keen instincts changed my decision at the last moment? To what extent would his prediction remain valid as long as I reacted to them? It was a mystery to all of us. In the end, the combat forces were too balanced for either side to be defeated by a single successful battle. Even if he predicted my actions, the timing and efficiency with which I executed them could be difficult or even impossible to react to. So now that I had reached the fortress, I made my decision. Beyond here, I would head toward the 2nd and 3rd Vanguard divisions, successively, to check their progress, reinforce them if necessary, and, of course, destroy any enemy army that crossed my path. Well, what can I say about that? Ghislaine and Rudeus were in command of the 2nd Assault Division. Perhaps I had some preference when choosing my route? I would never answer that question out loud, but I could not deny that I cared about them. And about Aerys as well. What if they encountered an ambush involving multiple generals? I shook those thoughts away. Ghislaine was powerful, perhaps the strongest woman I had ever met in both of my lives. She was not a strategist, obviously, but as a combat general, her presence would be overwhelming. With Rudeus leading the army's tactics, everything would go smoothly. In fact, all assault divisions were organized in this way: great melee combat power, combined with strategists, specialist mages, and support units. And, of course, each division was led by a powerful duo, or almost, balancing brute strength and tactical intelligence. There was no reason for excessive worry. My wives were formidable warriors in their own right, having also faced multiple life-or-death battles. They had bled, won, and survived on battlefields long before this war began. The cold wind blew across the plain where I stood. I took a deep breath and looked at the fortress once more. The fortress that rose before me was called the Marble Fort. Its name was no coincidence. Its walls were made of a white, gleaming mineral, similar to marble, almost as if they wanted to reflect the purity of the country that raised it. It was a mineral difficult to destroy. Of course, that was irrelevant to me. No matter how thick or resistant those walls were, I could probably destroy them with a good punch, if I so desired. Behind those walls hid one of the 3 best armed military complexes in the entire kingdom of Melees. And among the 3, this was the hardest to invade. It was not the most fortified. That title certainly belonged to the holy capital of the kingdom, Milishan, but it was the best positioned. High atop a steep hill, the Marble Fort dominated the region with a wide, clear view. An absurd tactical advantage. From there, they could spot any movement for miles. Its towers were equipped with heavy crossbows and ballistae capable of bringing down even dragons in midair. Furthermore, the Marble Fort was stocked with deep and mysterious barrier magics woven into the very foundation of the structure. How many more secrets that fortress hid was something that not even the Legion's intelligence could discover. And for that very reason, I decided to come personally. We could take it by conventional means, of course. Send a division, surround it, besiege it, cut off supplies, open breaches with powerful mage artillery, and send strong commanders as the vanguard. But that would cost time. And lives. Many lives. As I could bypass almost all defenses, it would not be a big problem to take it myself. To me, it was just another slightly larger stone in the path. However, unlike other stops I had made until now, I did not advance straight into the fight. I did not break down the gates with a crash and charge in carelessly, killing everyone in my way. At this fort, I stopped a few hundred meters from the main entrance. They had already noticed my presence long ago. Apparently, my nullification barrier did not work against this fort. And, to my surprise, they did not try to flee as soon as they perceived my arrival. On the contrary, they began to prepare for battle. That was also why I did not invade without more contemplation as in the other stops I had made so far. After all, it was wise to be cautious. It was almost impossible for me to fall into a deadly trap if I was not attacking Milishan directly, but that was assuming I took care. So, I stopped and listened calmly to the conversations inside the fortress. The soldiers were nervous and, for the most part, all silent. The inner part of the fortress was impossible to hear due to a sound barrier, but I could deduce some things from the conversations of the low-ranking soldiers. Some exchanged glances, others told dry jokes in an attempt to relieve tension. But it was somewhat easy to distinguish what was happening there. From what I understood from fragments of conversation, this fort was the core of a desperate effort by the king of Melees himself to end the war once and for all. He had used all his remaining influence to gather nobles and some smaller church factions, uniting them in a single gamble, annihilate the beast god that is, me. It was a unilateral move. Pope Lucio's, Galgard, and even Cardinal Leblanc had opposed this decision, treating it as a futile effort. But the king went ahead anyway. He still had some influence in his own kingdom, and not everyone fully understood the depth of my power. And that told me a lot. If he acted even outside the Pope's influence, it meant this was a very risky move. It also meant that they were desperate. That they were willing to lose whatever was necessary, so long as they took me with them. With that, I could suppose that at least 2 Melees generals were inside. Perhaps more, otherwise they would not have proceeded with such an attempt. Apparently, they imagined I would come to the fort with a complete army, which would be a reasonable move. And they prepared to face a siege. But upon seeing me alone, mixed reactions occurred. It was a disconcerting mixture of joy and terror. joy at not having to face an army, and fear at my confidence to invade alone. Some soldiers murmured prayers, bidding farewell to their families even though they were not at home. Others spoke of my arrival as if it were the end of times. There were those who trembled, and those who shouted in anger, trying to convince themselves that they could stop me, and there were also those who awaited me with a fanatical, determined gleam in their eyes. Gradually, I managed to sense the flow of mana circulating through the walls with my demon eyes and understood part of their effects. I did not obtain any details about the main forces and strategies against me, but that would not be a big problem. No matter how much they had prepared, they still severely underestimated me. Since Galgard, Lucios, and LeBlanc were not involved, it was more or less guaranteed they would not be a great threat. It was time to show the world just how terrifying a magic swordsman could be. Calmly, I smiled, and raised both hands slowly, lifting them to the sky. Mana began to flow, and the earth started to tremble. Very well, I whispered to myself. Let's see how far your faith goes. Dash. On a distant battlefield, in a land painted by the blood of countless skirmishes, Demon King Greta Fauzark fought fiercely against a knight clad in dark silver armor. He wore a helmet adorned with a long red plume and moved with overwhelming speed and power, or at least tried to. The Silver Heart Knight was from the most powerful noble family in Melees. Proficient in all fighting styles, he officially held the title of Saint of the Sword God, Water God, and North God styles. Furthermore, he had trained in countless other techniques and developed his own combat style. He wielded a sword and an axe simultaneously, uniting offense and defense in complementary movements. Before the war, his strength was known only in Melees' restricted noble circle. However, at the start of the crusade against the Great Forest, the Silver Heart Knight revealed his fangs to the world. He killed formidable champions of the Legion and quickly ascended to the position of one of Melees' 10 generals. Unfortunately for him, his current opponent was the powerful Demon King Greta. The halberd she wielded moved with destructive force, preventing any reaction from the knight. It was a polearm, something the Silver Heart Knight had almost never fought against before. Very few modern warriors chose spears or halberds as their main weapon. The knight was not short, in fact, he was almost 2 meters tall, but Greta was still about half a meter taller than him, granting her reach and physical advantage. Her purple hair waved in the wind like living chains, following each monstrous swing of her weapon. Despite the disadvantage in size, strength, and reach, the Silver Heart Knight remained steadfast. He moved skillfully, alternating axe and sword strikes, avoiding the huge blade of Greta, absorbing every nuance of her style. Thanks to his knowledge of diverse styles, he adapted to each of her attacks. Although with each impact of the halberd the ground shook and debris flew, he managed to dodge and keep his guard. Slowly, he began to understand Greta's cadence, adapting his offenses and defenses based on a meticulous reading of her movement patterns. Meanwhile, around the two commanders, the battle raged even more violently. The armies clashed on a wooded plain, where several sparse trees dotted the terrain, not enough to form a forest, but enough to break rigid formations. Greta was leading the advance toward a nearby fortified city, which was also home to many civilians still awaiting refuge within its walls. To spare innocent lives, the Silver Heart Knight decided to lead his army to the open field, meeting Greta's forces. Whether the victors would be the attackers or the protectors would be decided on that blood-soaked ground. The knight evaded a vertical strike and counterattacked with his sword, slicing the air diagonally. The metal glinted for a moment before Greta blocked with the body of her halberd, sending sand flying. With a lateral leap, he spun the axe, trying to pierce the lower part of her guard, but Greta stepped back, using the greater reach of her massive weapon to keep distance. A shattering of rock announced the force of the impact. The halberd descended like lightning, forcing the knight to step back for a moment. The ground beneath their feet cracked, and the crater left by a failed blow raised dust. Both moved with impressive speed for the weight of their armor and weapons. The knight's axe spun in circular strikes, trying to create openings, but Greta pressed him constantly, denying him space. Not far away, Lysina was casting her ice magic non-stop to decimate the Melees soldiers. Spears, spikes, and ice daggers crackling into white crystals as the Melees soldiers fell under her uninterrupted magic. Still, Melees' contingents in that city were abnormal in number. Under the Silver Heart Knight's unwavering command, his soldiers fought with inflamed spirit. Their commander's honor inspired them as if they were fighting for justice. The battle remained at an impasse. Suddenly, a colossal roar tore through the air. It was the roar of a dragon that echoed across Melees' sacred land. Many of the warriors paused their attacks for a brief moment, surprised. Even Lysina looked up, momentarily distracted. Taking advantage of that momentary distraction, an enemy sword saint, executing the longsword of light, slid dangerously toward Lysina. A single strike, swift and impossible to react to for ordinary mages. If the attack landed, it would be fatal. The king-level mage, one of the Legion's most valuable pieces, would see her head roll in an instant. However, at the last second, a red blur cut across the battlefield. In one instant, the sword saint was about to decapitate Lysina. The next, his back split into 2 halves, dividing his lower body from his upper. The figure who delivered the blow did not look back. She advanced, cutting down every Melees soldier before her with incomparable speed and ferocity. Her mere passage through the battlefield caused the ground to crack and the wind to roar. Soon after, a majestic red dragon emerged above the enemy troops, breathing flames that engulfed men, weapons, and horses. Screams and explosions thundered as the creature swept the battlefield, a true incendiary whirlwind. In the midst of that flaming chaos, a red-haired swordswoman stood out. After the slaughter was over, she leaped with grace onto a high rock, and, in another calculated jump, she rose into the air. The red dragon, in perfect synchrony, stretched its neck and caught her in midair, without hesitation. Everyone present was left speechless by the scene. "It's the Red Lioness," someone exclaimed, astonished. "Yes, that's Aerys Adoldia," another shouted, recognizing the swordswoman instantly. Aerys's presence renewed the legion's morale. With blood in their eyes and unwavering determination, the soldiers advanced with even more ferocity against Melee's defenses. The clash of steel upon steel sounded like endless thunder. War chants and battle cries echoed, infecting even the most fearful hearts. Lysina, however, remained oblivious for a moment, watching the dragon as it flew to another region of the battle with Aerys, her red hair billowing in the wind. The world seemed to move in slow motion through the Ice Mage's eyes. On that fateful day, the armies of the Silver Heart Knight suffered their first defeat since the war's beginning, at the hands of Demon King Greta and the Red Lioness Aerys. Forced to retreat, they left behind the city, which now fell under the Iron Legion's dominion. The plain fell silent under the echo of shattered catapults, broken shields, and inert bodies. Having decided that he would not invade the fortress just like that, Rygar knew what he needed to do. First, he needed to break its defenses and barriers, at least some of them. There were many ways he could use to breach the walls of the marble fort and initiate the attack, both magically and physically. But he also needed to think strategically. He did not know how many soldiers were inside the fortress. He also did not know if there were anti-magic blocking barriers, anti-escape enchantments, or any other hidden traps. For that reason, for the first time in a very, very long time, Rygar would have to manage his mana consciously. It was even a strange feeling for him. But who could blame him? Ever since he turned 10 when his mana stopped growing at an accelerated rate, the only time he really had to worry about possibly running out of mana was during the battle against Zeroth, the Kraken. After that, even in dangerous situations like Larax's ambush, the fight against Orsted, or the duels with Badagatti and Galfarion, he never again had to think about slowing down his expenditure. So it was natural that the feeling of restraint seemed almost uncomfortable. Not that he was at risk of completely exhausting his reserves in this battle, but even so, he needed to conserve a good amount of energy for what would come afterward. This was a war. This battle would not be the last that Rygar would fight, nor the most dangerous. As his mana rose, fierce and vibrant like a thunderbolt about to strike, Rygar had already analyzed his options. The mana reserves he carried within him were among the largest in the known world. Among everyone he had encountered so far, he was the third most powerful in terms of pure magical capacity, surpassed only by two monsters, the Dragon God and Rudeus Greyrat. He possessed more mana even than the Kraken and the King Dragons. By his estimates, he could cast between 5 or 6 god-level spells before becoming depleted, which would be the equivalent of dozens of emperor-level spells. An absurd capacity, which was further amplified thanks to his arcane focus, the Blue Blade Tsukikage, which increased his magical efficiency several times over. It was no wonder that, sometimes, Rygar felt a slight god complex. After all, he could literally create or erase continents with the force of his magic if he so desired, which made the amount of mana of the two who surpassed him even more absurd. In terms of magical power quantity, both possessed more than double his reserves. Rygar could not even conceive the true extent of that power if used in its entirety. But now was not the time for musings. To ensure that the fortress's walls and barriers would be successfully broken, he decided to use a king-level spell, and then strengthen it to emperor level. The spell began to unfold as he walked. The ground beneath his feet trembled, resonating like an ancestral war drum. At the top of the walls of the marble fort, the soldiers began to shout. "He's coming! Prepare!" one of them bellowed. "Kill the beast god!" another roared. Their voices joined in a maddened chorus as Rygar was seen advancing with firm steps toward the fortress. The tremor of the ground beneath his feet only inflamed the desperate shouts of the crusaders even more. The sun, on the horizon, was almost setting and the sky acquired orange and pink hues, creating a disconcerting contrast between the peaceful beauty of the landscape and the chaos that was approaching. Rygar walked with a smile on his face. A calm smile. The ground in front of him began to rise slowly, as if obeying an ancient order. Two hills began to grow from the flanks of his path, one to the left, the other to the right, leaving only a narrow central passage through which he continued walking. The elevations climbed slowly, dragging trees and roots with them. A small stream was interrupted by the sudden rise and began to pour backward, turning into an improvised waterfall. The earth lifted as if the gods themselves were molding a new reality. The crusaders, up there on the walls, shouted ever more. Seeing Rygar use earth magic brought some relief compared to the horrors he could conjure with fire or lightning. But even so, the shouts gradually began to lose strength. The earth did not cease to grow. Two colossi began to take form slowly, yet undeniably. Blocks and blocks of earth, clay, stone, and metals began to unite with the precision of a living sculpture. Their silhouettes emerged gradually, gargantuan. They were as tall as the walls of the marble fort. And they kept growing. Bigger. And bigger. And bigger. The Titans' eyes glowed with an intense orange, as if magma ran through their veins. Their bodies looked as though they had been carved from a mountain. Muscles like compressed cliffs. Rygar walked calmly in front of the two Titans. When the golems finished forming, he raised his voice. A deep voice echoed like a death sentence across the fields and walls. "Colossal golem, At the same time, the two golems came to life. With a deep, muffled sound, the giants took their first step forward. The world stopped. For an instant, silence reigned. And then the creature's feet hit the ground, and a gigantic tremor shook the entire plain. Dust rose. Nearby trees bent. The very wall of the fortress seemed to shudder with the impact. The soldiers and crusaders were seized by pure terror. Rygar was now like a harbinger of destruction, bringing with him two earth gods, molded by the fury of the world. Many fell to their knees. Others dropped their weapons, petrified. And then, Rygar decided to play a trick. He made one of the golems open its mouth slowly. A jaw made of rock and roots detached with the creaking of stony plates. And then, from within it, a titanic roar resounded. The sound pierced the plain, the fort, the sky. Birds fled. Men trembled. The roar seemed to herald the end of times. The fort became chaos, but still an organized chaos. Each soldier had a function, and everyone was preparing for the inevitable collision. The colossi would collide with the fortress walls in about a minute. The shooters were already positioned at their ballistas and reinforced crossbows, and 100 archers had strung their bows. Many questioned what use there would be in firing arrows at a creature of that size, but even so, they followed their commander's orders. Rygar could not feel what was happening at the center of the fortress. So, he simply advanced with confidence. In the main meeting room of the marble fort, all the high-level combatants stationed there were gathered. There were almost 20 saints present besides 2 of the 10 generals of melees and several high-ranking mages and priests. That was a grand meeting even by melees' standards. The leader among them was a bald man, with 2 scars forming a cross on his intimidating, imposing face. His eyes were blue, and he wore gleaming golden magic armor, adorned with a royal blue cape. This was Saint McKerntown, the King's Sword, a 10 general of melees and direct commander of the King's Royal Guard. Usually, his task was never to stray far from the monarch. But now, there he was, far from the capital, ready to fight in a war with a very high mortality rate. They had just received the news that the beast god had summoned 2 giant earth colossi. The knight spoke solemnly. The beast god is coming. His gaze passed over each face in that room. Tension and fear were present in the eyes of many. Remember everything that was discussed. If he is killed, this war ends. If he lives, Milishan may even stand, but the country of melees will be doomed. A saint warrior replied, distressed. But sir, you heard the report just now? This magic is far beyond what we expected. He will destroy the barriers. Another added, yes, that way we will have to fight that monster without any limitations. But then, a female knight interrupted them with a firm voice. So what? Everyone stared at her. She was an imposing woman, the second general present in the room. Known as Flash Sword, she was different from most of melees' knights. She wore little armor, had long blonde hair tied in a ponytail, and piercing green eyes. The sword that hung at her waist gleamed with elegance. She was a sword saint trained in sword god style, and also a north saint in north god style. But her proficiency in sword god style was so great that many said she already possessed sword king level skill, although she had never visited the sword sanctuary to receive the formal title. She spoke with conviction. The beast god may be powerful, but the fact that he did not invade immediately and did not resort to close combat shows he is cautious. He is afraid. That is why he is resorting to magic. Some soldiers grew thoughtful. McKerntown seized the moment and said, Leonor is right. He may be strong, but we are one of the most powerful forces gathered in the entire country. With Saint Melees guiding our blades, we will kill the beast god here and now. We will end this war in this battle. His words inflamed the hearts of the elite warriors. The glow of courage returned to their once pale faces. Without losing momentum, McKerntown raised his voice vehemently. Go to your positions. Show the power of the kingdom of Melees to that mad demon. With that order, everyone dispersed from the command room. The colossi were seconds away from colliding with the fortress. The ballistas fired with great force, many of them enchanted with magic in their cores. Arrows rained down on Rygar like a desperate storm. Rygar only laughed at the archer's futile effort from the walls. Arrows sliced through the sky toward him like a desperate downpour, but he raised a finger and cast a small dome of wind around himself. The arrows easily deflected, swirling around him or being hurled away like twigs caught in a tempest. Nothing touched him. However, a subtle change made his half-closed eyes gleam. A sharp sound of mechanical tension ripped through the air. In an instant, a gigantic ballista bolt appeared on the horizon, fired with titanic force. It was about 10 meters long, flying at a staggering speed, like a bolt of lightning from the sky. The bolt pierced the wind dome as if it did not exist. But Rygar simply smiled. Without even activating his demon eye to predict the direction of impact, he extended his arm with great speed and delivered a light punch to the tip of the projectile, just before it reached him. The touch seemed simple, almost casual. But that was how water god style looked at its highest level. The bolt, upon being struck, violently veered off course, losing its momentum and spiraling uncontrollably past its target. It destroyed everything in its path, gouging a deep trench in the plain behind Rygar. In contrast, the earth golems he had summoned continued forward, completely ignoring the enemy attacks. The enormous iron projectiles fired by the ballistas ricocheted off their bodies of stone and clay without even scratching their frames. For a brief moment, the melee shooters allowed a spark of hope to grow in their hearts. But that was a king-level magic, empowered to emperor level. Those colossi were not simple earth creatures. Even the huge iron projectiles were like throwing darts at a saint-level warrior. It was useless. The colossi did not even stagger when arrows pierced their bodies. One raised its fist to the sky, slowly and threateningly. The other took a step forward, the earth cracking beneath its colossal weight, preparing for a devastating kick. Rygar prepared to advance as soon as they struck. His muscles tensed, his body vibrating with wild toki. Tsukikage was already in his right hand to help him cast the spell, and then he also drew water mirror from his waist. The silver blade tinkled softly under the late afternoon light. He released his bloodlust. Seeing the two colossal golems almost reach them, the wall's garrison panicked. Some soldiers ran, dropping their weapons. Others threw themselves from the walls in despair. Some tried to retreat down the internal staircases. But it was too late for many. Boom! The first colossus delivered a direct punch to the wall. The impact was devastating. The marble exploded like glass under a sledgehammer. Entire towers collapsed, guards were tossed into the air like dolls. Dust and stones flew in all directions. Beside it, the second colossus spun its body and executed the kick. The entire ground trembled when the blow landed. The wall's foundations gave way. Part of the terrain was torn away as if it were paper. Debris flew, along with bodies and horses. The marble fort, indestructible for centuries, was now being shattered in seconds. In the last instant before the collapse, Rygar noticed dozens of magic circles activating along the walls. They were protective barriers, layers of defensive magic. But they were not strong enough. The barriers shattered immediately under the impact of the Emperor-level magics. The magic circles exploded into shards of light, like mirrors cast against a wall. The colossi continued their movements, unstoppable. Rygar finally glimpsed the interior of the fort. Hundreds of soldiers gathered in tactical formations. They formed human walls, positioned with shields, bows, and swords. All had red eyes filled with rage, fear, and resolve. He smiled fiercely. His muscles were like taut ropes. His aura, like a storm about to break. Then, he used a technique he had not performed in a long time, burst step. An explosion of fire and wind coursed through his limbs. He launched himself into a sprint, executing the wild dash at full force. The world around him distorted. The air exploded in a flash. The speed was absurd, far beyond the speed of sound. The sound arrived a second late, with a sonic boom that swept everything away. The ground beneath his feet cracked with the force of the magical explosion, sending debris and fragments in all directions. And then, in an instant, Rygar collided with the mass of knights. In his hands, one blue blade and one silver blade. The sound of the massacre began. The first collision was too fast for any soldier to react. Rygar was so superior in speed that he cut through the troop of soldiers like an unstoppable terror. Executing the burst step along with the longsword of light, he surpassed the entire army that was waiting for him, killing everyone in his path. His blade and body moved so quickly that only when he appeared on the other side did the opponents feel the shockwave. Severed limbs flew through the air. Armors were sliced in half as if made of butter, with such clean cuts that no one would say they were made in less than a second. A line of destruction and death emerged wherever Rygar passed. The sound came delayed, everyone was still trying to understand what had happened. The soldiers, stunned, slowly looked back. Rygar was now behind the first line of defense. He turned calmly, as if he were in the middle of a pleasant stroll, and let out a long sigh. What a waste. His body began to heat up. Blood pulsed rapidly, his muscles tensed, defining themselves with a new and brutal strength as he activated the Holy Beast battle aura. Tsukikage in his right hand began to emanate incandescent red and orange flames. His golden eyes shone like beacons amidst the chaos. The Earth Colossi, further back, unleashed their own nightmares upon their enemies. Powerful blows rained down on their gigantic bodies, yet still, they advanced, unstoppable like living mountains. One of the army commanders, an advanced-level warrior, staggered back, trying to regain control of the troop. Kill th. Those were his last words. Rygar was already upon him. Tsukikage's blade passed through his armor and flesh as if there were no resistance. The commander's body was hurled meters away, ablaze. Rygar then looked toward the interior of the marble fortress and said, "Let's get this over with." The desperate resistance of the knights began. Rygar couldn't quite understand their logic at first. Looking at these soldiers, they definitely knew they were going to die, yet they continued to advance. At the beginning, the attacks were coordinated, tactical, with calculated formations. But gradually, order was lost, becoming just a confused contest of who could even scratch Rygar. Most of them were intermediate-level warriors, and several were advanced-level. But to Rygar, they were merely soldiers of death, throwing themselves against an invincible enemy. He gradually realized that their objective wasn't to defeat him. It was merely to delay him. His Earth Colossi were beginning to lose strength. After all, they weren't living creatures, and their existence was time-limited. The reason they had caused so much destruction and lasted so long was the fact that they were Emperor-level. Knowing this, Rygar changed the tempo. He began to advance toward the center of the fortress where the strongest were probably stationed. Of course, that didn't mean he would leave the rest alive. Every soldier, every knight, every warrior who placed themselves in his path was killed, and there were many of them. Flaming waves engulfed the marble fortress. Blades of silvery white light were launched from the slashes of Tsukikage and Water Mirror, cutting towers, walls, and buildings to pieces. The entire fortress trembled with each impact. The ground cracked. Pieces of marble and concrete flew in all directions. The sky was covered by a rain of debris and flames. What was once a magnificent and imposing structure now looked like an apocalyptic scene. Rygar was at his physical and technical peak. His muscles contracted with superhuman force. His senses were sharpened. His eyes, like those of a predatory beast, analyzed every enemy, every route of attack, every gap. He was like a beast unleashed on the battlefield. And the crazed, desperate soldiers were merely prey thrown in his direction. None of them could stop him. Dash. On the other side of the battlefield, atop a swaying tower damaged by previous impacts, one of Melis's archers climbed with desperate effort. The stone structure trembled beneath his feet, creaking, about to collapse. Every movement demanded effort, every second could be the last. He knew he'd have a single chance. With his heart racing and sweaty hands, he reached the top. There was the ballista, a massive weapon, already partially broken, still functional enough for one shot. It was already loaded. Fortunately, he aimed at the partially destroyed colossus and pulled the trigger. The arrow cut through the air with a thunderous sound. Being weakened, with his knee already damaged by previous attacks, the colossus could not withstand it. The projectile pierced the rocks easily and struck the critical point of his leg. A muffled roar escaped the creature as his body lost balance. The gigantic colossus began to fall directly onto the fortress. The soldiers screamed, running in all directions. Many would not escape in time. But then, a golden flash appeared like lightning. A female figure, slender, with long golden hair, crossed the field at a speed impossible to follow with the eyes. In the blink of an eye, she reached the soldiers about to be crushed and kicked them away with supernatural strength and speed, saving dozens of them from certain death. The first colossus finally fell. A terrifying crash shook the entire fortress. Rocks shattered, dust rose like a dense cloud, and the already battered structure began to partially collapse. And atop the rubble, unperturbed, stood she, General Flash Sword. Her light armor shimmered even under the darkness of the night, and her expression was serious. The saved soldiers could hardly believe it. Many knelt, thanking their savior, but she said nothing. Her gaze was fixed on the distance. On the horizon, a flaming flash appeared. It was a hell slash. A wave of destruction sent by Rygar, consuming a large part of the fortress and reducing soldiers to ashes. General Flash Sword's expression tightened into a grimace, dissatisfied for not being able to do anything while her soldiers were being killed. And then, a chill ran down her spine. Instinctively, she stepped back. Being so close was dangerous. At that distance, she wouldn't be surprised if the beast god could appear out of nowhere by her side. With a harsh look, she gave her orders. "We're ready. Everyone, retreat," she said loudly. The soldiers, still in shock, buzzed with joy. They didn't understand exactly what that meant, but whatever it was, the generals had finalized their plan. They weren't abandoning the field, they were preparing something. Everyone began to retreat as best they could, in formation or fleeing, but always with renewed hope. Then, the general disappeared in a flash of golden light. Meanwhile, Rygar watched the fire consuming everything before him. Tsukikage burned with incandescent flames, sharper and more distinct by the moment. Rygar had recently discovered the second ability of the blade. For a long time he had ignored the hidden properties of his swords. There was too much to think about, and the abilities were too mysterious to be explored calmly. The second ability of Tsukikage manifested when Rygar was blinded. His senses were heightened to the extreme. Similar to the blue dragon he had killed to enchant his blade. It wasn't shocking, considering his abnormally sharp senses, but it explained some strange situations. But its first ability was still absurdly useful. It was important even in his most perilous battles. The blue blade could become so sharp that it could cut through armor, bones, magical barriers, marble, and concrete as if they were air. Of course, Rygar's Toki was primarily responsible for this destructive power, but together with the sword, they became even more lethal. Rygar then conjured a forest of stone thorns to his right. Earth stakes burst from the ground violently, piercing dozens of soldiers around. And then, he felt something. A stronger soldier. A saint. His presence stood out among the others, and Rygar shot toward him like lightning. The newly arrived saint shouted to the others, "We're ready, retreat." But before he could finish, he saw Rygar coming with inhuman speed. Desperate, he activated his magical armor, which glowed with intense white light, forming a barrier around him. In sync, the saint advanced with his sword trying to intercept the beast god in midair. It was useless. Rygar swung water mirror diagonally. A blinding silver sword light appeared. It cut through the magical barrier of the armor without much resistance, passed through the saint, and split him in two. The blade continued forward, drawing a luminous fissure in the air and opening the ground in a straight line for dozens of meters. The soldiers, who had been cheered by the order to retreat, returned to despair. They fled uncontrollably, abandoning any kind of formation. But Rygar did not stop his relentless pursuit. Still, he thought, are they ready? Then, finally the generals will show themselves. Obviously, this did not prevent him from continuing the destruction. He stormed through the walls of the marble fortress like an insatiable beast. Nearby, the second colossus was also falling. It had been hit by a powerful saint-level spell immolating conflagration that exploded in flames and destroyed the last resistance of magic. But that spell revealed the presence of a saint mage. Rygar ran like lightning across the battlefield, leaping over debris and corpses. As the colossus fell, he ran over its body, using the creature's height to gain elevated vision. He activated his demonic eyes and saw, Beneath one of the inner sections of the wall, a man in a red cloak with a staff in hand. A mage. The one responsible for the spell. Rygar did not hesitate. He leaped like a missile. The mage realized too late. He tried to run, stumbled, and fell. Water mirror descended in a vertical arc. The blade of silvery white light appeared, consuming completely the wall and the mage. The impact left yet another fused scar on the once magnificent marble fortress. Rygar landed on the rubble at the same moment the second colossus hit the ground, provoking another deafening crash. All the soldiers retreated to the interior of the fortress. Rygar activated his magical eyes, trying to see what lay beyond the barriers, but they hid everything. He sighed, somewhat disappointed. His danger senses barely reacted. I expected at least some challenge. Fine. Here we go. And with that, he shot toward the center of the fortress, where everyone seemed to be gathering. Night had already cast its dark cloak over the skies of the marble fortress. The moon, covered by clouds of smoke and ash, could barely cast its light on the flaming rubble. But for Rygar, that mattered little. As a member of the beast race, his dark vision was superior to any ordinary humans, and with his magical eyes active, the distinction between light and shadow became irrelevant. The open destruction in the wake of his fury still smoldered. The charred bodies, the melted stone, the shattered ground, it was all a common scene in that battlefield now taken over by chaos. But Rygar knew the true challenge was yet to come. Advancing with constant speed, he reached the inner limits of the fortress. There was another wall there, smaller, but still reinforced. Not all the soldiers had managed to gather in the central area protected by it. As he shot forward like a living arrow toward that resistance core, the flames of Tsukikage grew. The blue blade was now completely engulfed in flames. The flames danced and buzzed around the blade. Rygar sheathed water mirror. His entire body seemed like a falling comet, a flaming streak crossing the night skies. And then, he collided with the wall with an infernal crash. Hell slash. Rygar murmured. The word was like a divine command. A wave of fire burst from the collision, expanding like a solar explosion. Rocks were pulverized. The remains of the inner wall evaporated into splinters. Crossbowmen screamed in agony, their bodies being swallowed by the flames that consumed everything in their path. The screams lasted only seconds before the sepulchral silence returned. From the flames, Rygar emerged. Illuminated by the infernal glow of the sword itself, his gaze was sharp, alert. It was then that he felt it. A barrier. A translucent blue layer covered the area around him. A magical dome was erected, like a prison. But it wasn't just one. A second green layer appeared right after, followed by a white one, even denser. Rygar raised his gaze. Around the dome, he noticed various mana clusters, small symbols floating in the air, all interconnected by almost invisible magical threads. The barriers that had been placed before his arrival were mostly destroyed by Rygar's magics. So the commanders improvised. They decided to erect new barriers while the combat was already happening, activating them at the exact moment he invaded the final zone of the fortress. Now, within the magical prison, all that remained was a simple plan: kill the beast god, prevent his escape, and hope the barriers held long enough. Rygar faced his enemies. Atop the rubble and improvised platforms stood his final opponents. General Flashsword, with her long golden hair swaying in the night wind, her eyes shining with lethal focus. General Saint McKerntown, a robust warrior in blue and gold armor, ivory blade raised with an iron gaze. And around them, almost 20 Saint-level warriors, accompanied by elite troops specialized in containment, support magic, and combat. It was a complete siege. McKerntown was the first to speak, his voice echoing inside the magical dome. The days of your tyranny end today, Rygar Adoldia. You will be buried in the marble fortress. Rygar let out a slight laugh. The smoke still danced around him, and the flames of Tsukikage hissed. Hungry. Tyranny? Strange. He said, rolling his shoulders as if warming up his muscles before a hunt. I wasn't even here when they started calling me that. But if that's all you have. He took a step forward, his presence making the soldiers before him tremble. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You underestimated me. Rygar activated his demon eyes as soon as he finished speaking. Immediately, everything around him began to slow down. Every detail, every movement, every trace of mana in the air became sharp, revealing a world hidden to ordinary eyes. The silhouettes of the soldiers around him gathered by the hundreds, assuming new positions with speed and precision. Some ran to encircle him, others took firing positions, and others spoke with their commanders seeking orders. There was no one very close to Rygar anymore, only the charred remains of bodies and floating embers, illuminating the field with the red-orange glow of the flames left by his hell slash. That strike had opened a circle of destruction around him, a ring of death that isolated him from his enemies for a few seconds, which was exactly what he needed. The troop movements, mages, shooters, and elites were being executed with astonishing coordination. They had prepared for this, for him. This was truly worthy of being called a trap to bring down a warrior at the god level. Rygar thought, for a moment, that even a monster like Galfarion, or an expert swordswoman like Rioda, would be caught by surprise and potentially killed. But for him, it was different. He had the beast god-style prediction, a sixth sense akin to future sight, which allowed him to detect any direct danger to his life. He had the golden demon eyes, which allowed him to see and understand any magical trap and observe his situation calmly, slowing his perception. His Toki was among the most powerful in the world. And even without Toki, his body was naturally rock-hard and powerful like a magic monster. Moreover, he possessed a regeneration magic that, up to that moment, he had not even needed to use since the beginning of his solo campaign against melees. Adding that to his absolute proficiency in the three most renowned martial styles, and his natural gift with all schools of offensive and healing magic, one could say that, among all living warriors, he was one of the few truly prepared to go through this ambush and emerge unscathed. Against anyone else, this preparation could have been fatal. Against Rygar, it lacked lethality. His eyes swept the field once more. He immediately identified the most dangerous ones. The two generals, Leonor, the Flash Sword, and the King's Sword, St. McKerntown. Both exuded a sharp presence. Interestingly, McKerntown was the only one among the 10 generals of melees that the Iron Legion agreed needed to be kept alive, preferably captured. He would be very useful for what would come after the war. The others who were supposed to be dangerous were the warriors at the Saint level, but Rygar couldn't quite figure out how to distinguish them from the advanced level. They were faster, stronger, and more skilled than advanced level warriors, but one thing remained the same: the gap between Rygar and these warriors was immense. They simply couldn't do much more than an advanced warrior could against Rygar. Even if any of them managed the miracle of landing a direct hit on him, they would hardly penetrate his toki, unless they aimed at vulnerable points, like the eyes, and even then, they would have to reach him first. On the horizon, he saw small ballista being positioned. They were smaller, more agile. Rygar deduced that they might be magical armaments. Still, he wouldn't rely solely on his resilience, he would stay alert. But none of that mattered as much. There was still the most important thing: the 3 barriers. The first was a magic nullification barrier, Emperor level. It surrounded the entire area like a dome of translucent blue energy. Melees probably believed he couldn't break through it. It was a reasonable assumption. Emperor-level mages were exceedingly rare, and there were no Emperor or God-level mages among their forces, only kings. But they had performed a joint ritual, uniting dozens to create it. Even so, they underestimated Rygar. He could indeed destroy it. He just needed time to concentrate enough mana and amplify a simple spell to the God level. A simple fireball, elevated, would cause an apocalyptic explosion. A barrier, if elevated, could become almost indestructible. A stone bullet could become a bullet of extinction. Of course, amplifying a spell was something that required concentration and focus. The second barrier was physical, also Emperor level. Rygar assessed that he could destroy it with a single charge, but he wouldn't do that. Not yet. It would be better to keep the enemies confident and gathered. The third was enigmatic. It seemed to emit a healing aura. Its effects appeared linked to certain armors among the enemy warriors. It was king level, and although it did not pose an immediate threat, its exact function was unknown. All these thoughts and analyses were instantaneous, processed in fractions of a second by his mind, amplified by naturally accelerated perception and the golden eyes. The strategic advantage of the Melee's knights evaporated before the absolute understanding of the beast god. At that moment, Rygar deactivated his eyes. A faint golden glow disappeared from his irises. And then he moved. With a devastating surge, Rygar activated the wild dash, slicing across the field like an arrow, a blade among smoke and embers. Tsukikage, his sword, was no longer a flame, but it still burned with fury in his right hand. And then, he drew another sword with his left hand. Night Hunter. Dash. The combat was less intense than the Melee's knights could have imagined. At the same time that Rygar expected some level of resistance from his enemies, much of his opponents also believed they could at least pose a challenge. Unfortunately, reality was cruel for the Knights of the Sacred Nation. In the first confrontation, 2 Saint-level swordsmen attacked him simultaneously, one on each side, while 7 advanced warriors charged ahead, using varied styles and wielding weapons of all sizes. All had expectations. They hoped at least to force him to exert himself and give their leaders an opportunity to kill him. But a single strike was enough. By combining the secret technique of the Water God style, Instant Flow, with a North God style technique that cut through multiple opponents at once, Rygar sliced them in half with a single fluid movement. The entire vanguard that had been carefully organized to stop him was shredded. And he did not stop. Using the 4 unarmed combat styles masterfully, Rygar advanced through the horde of enemies with controlled intensity, like a storm of blades. At one moment, he felt a slight premonition of danger from his flank. He dodged easily, and in the next instant, McKerntown, the general, swung his heavy ivory sword exactly where Rygar had been a second before. The attack failed. And like all the others before him, McKerntown suffered the counterstrike. With a fluidity more reminiscent of water than flesh, Rygar slid his black blade, Tsukikage, under the general's armored arm, making a precise cut. McKerntown staggered back, feeling the deep cut, stunned. The expression on his face was disbelief, a look that Rygar knew well. He had seen that same reaction on General the Hill, on the Sword God, on the Water God, and on all the high-level combatants he had ever faced. It was the expression of someone who had devoted their entire life to combat, was hailed as a prodigy and hero, and suddenly realized that their strength meant absolutely nothing. Rygar had once worn that same expression when he faced Orsted. He prepared to launch a follow-up attack. He couldn't kill the general, but he could certainly seriously injure him. However, before he could act, a golden flash shone to his left. A blade made of pure light advanced at breakneck speed toward his neck. Rygar recognized the technique instantly, Longsword of Light. A version as swift as Ghislaine's when he first met her, and also amplified by the mysterious luminous sword. By a snap of instinct, Rygar cancelled his attack and activated Savage Slash, exploding his Toki and abruptly changing the rhythm of combat. The luminous figure's sword was violently deflected, and a hum cut through the battlefield. It was her General Flash sword. The same look of disbelief as her companion was etched on the golden-haired woman's face when her technique was easily deflected. Rygar had no time to pause. A ballista shot flew toward him, and other warriors surrounded him from behind. It was a coordinated attack, well-trained, probably rehearsed for months. But it was not enough. What followed was not so much a fight as an execution. It seemed like not much had changed. Rygar looked no different than when he was fighting an ordinary army. Rygar moved like lightning, alternating styles with absolute perfection. The two king-level warriors were the only ones able to pose any threat, but even they could not even touch the cloak of the beast god. With his holy beast battle aura, Rygar was untouchable. Not even Galfarion landed many blows when he used that technique. Soldiers threw themselves in front of him, sacrificing themselves to protect their commanders. They shouted curses. They fought with determination. Flash Sword Leonore persisted. Her attacks were swift, fierce, charged with emotion, trying to hit Rygar at all costs. She was an excellent warrior, but her eyes were misty. Rygar did not know whether the tears were for the soldiers sacrificing themselves for her or for finally understanding that, even with the best longsword of light she had ever executed, she could not touch him. He was always one step ahead. Moreover, while her soldiers and even she herself already showed signs of fatigue, the beast god smiled fiercely without any sign of exhaustion. Magical armors cracked. Swords shattered as they collided with his blue blade. And Town, the general, visibly weakened, victim of Night Hunter's silent poison. The general began to despair. But even though the fight was easy, they were still hundreds. Rygar fought a war of attrition with them, but it was for a good reason. And then, after ripping the head off a saint warrior with his claws, Rygar finally sighed. He retrieved his black sword, still embedded in a soldier's leg, and leapt. In the air, he pointed a finger at the sky. If anyone there had a magic eye, they would see. The colossal amount of mana gathered at the tip of his finger was absurd. He himself did not remember ever gathering so much magical energy in a single attack during a real battle. But here, on this field, it was possible. Because here, it was easy. Despite casting his enemies into the abyss of despair, Rygar was still holding back. If he wanted, he could have killed them already. But he wanted to ensure that those on the outside could not escape, and for that, he needed to break those barriers. Elemental level magic began to form. A simple stone bullet, spinning with absurd speed, so compact, dense, and energized that it looked like a small fragment of the sun in his hand. Even Rygar was momentarily impressed by what he saw. This was merely elemental magic elevated to the god level. And if it were advanced level, or even king, what would it be like to use a god-level hurricane? But he knew that, unfortunately, against a truly dangerous enemy, he would never have time to prepare something like that. Here, it was possible. Because it was easy. Then, he unleashed it. The stone bullet cut through the sky like a laser beam. It pierced Emperor-level magic barriers as if they were paper. 1, 2, 3. Each one shattered in sequence. It did not stop there. It rose. It broke clouds. It tore the firmament until it disappeared. Silence. Everyone stopped to watch. The sky opened. The air, vibrating. The fragments of magic still sparkling in the air. What did that mean? Had the beast god just broken an emperor-level magic containment barrier? Did that mean the world now had one more living god-level mage? It was such an absurd revelation that it was difficult to conceive. It was Rygar's voice that broke the silence, amused. Oh, so impressed that you thought of surrendering. Leonore, the flash sword, snapped out of her stupor and attacked. Many followed. Others, however, hesitated. They exchanged glances, and fled. Leonore shouted with a hateful expression. Foolish cowards. She charged with her blade of light, but Rygar was no longer having to concentrate to amplify a spell during combat. It was much easier now. He calmly used the secret technique counterflow current. Tsukikage slid along the blade of light and forcefully redirected it with breathtaking fluidity. Leonore lost control, spinning across the battlefield like a rag doll. She bounced on the ground several times until colliding with the inner walls, destroying everything around and disappearing under the rubble. More enemies stopped, seized by fear. And Rygar spoke, provocatively. How fragile your faith is. You surrendered only because things didn't go as you expected. He stepped forward. Town still tried to stand, fighting the poison. But Rygar was already moving. With the barriers destroyed, nothing else prevented him from killing everyone there. And thus, the fierce battle gave way to the true hunt. The beast god dashed off, and everyone else ran for their lives. The moon hung high in the sky, glowing with a pale radiance that drove back the dense darkness swallowing the horizon. Where once stood a symbol of faith and power of the sacred nation of Meles, now only an incandescent graveyard of ruins remained. The marble fortress, once majestic in its white, ornate architecture, was now reduced to charred debris. The walls that once reflected sunlight as if forged from divine stone, studded with sacred runes and gold and blue banners, had been pulverized, leaving behind only twisted, smoking fragments. The towers had collapsed, creating craters where the ground seemed to have been torn apart by titan claws. Deep gouges scarred the soil as if ancient monsters had danced war there. Abrupt trenches, burning fissures, columns felled like trees before a hurricane. Corpses of soldiers lay scattered like broken dolls. Some were charred beyond recognition, others torn apart, as though their limbs had been ripped from them. Armor remnants fused to flesh, shattered helms, and ballistae reduced to ashes lay everywhere. The scent of blood, burned flesh, and residual magic hung thick in the air, suffocating. The only sounds filling that void were the crackling of burning wood and the intermittent sigh of the night wind. In the midst of this hell, a figure crawled through the rubble. He was a young soldier no more than 15 years old. His eyes were half closed in pain, and dried blood glued his face to the filthy ground. His legs simply were gone, amputated, vanished, replaced by stumps wrapped in makeshift, burned bandages. His breastplate was cracked and nearly non-existent, revealing skin marked by bruises and cuts. Even so, he moved, meter by meter, with silent determination and mute desperation. Then he stopped. A shadow blocked the light of the flames before him. The young soldier raised his gaze slowly, as if he expected nothing but death. His eyes, though cloudy, caught the image of the man standing before him. It was Rygar, the beast god. Silent, Rygar surveyed the ruin of the fortress. His eyes swept over the wreckage with cold detachment, examining his own handiwork like a sculptor contemplating his latest creation. He bore neither satisfaction nor regret. He simply was there. The young soldier leaned against a fallen stone, perhaps a fragment of the central altar, and stared at Rygar. Hatred flickered in his eyes, but also resignation. His voice, when it came, was weak but clear. Don't you feel any guilt for killing thousands so easily? Rygar raised an eyebrow slightly, as if genuinely intrigued. You speak as if the Legion started this war. But it was you, the boy ground out. Why didn't you stay quiet in your forest? Why did you have to come out and provoke conflict with melees? He no longer seemed to care who Rygar was. Pain and grief had stripped him of fear. Rygar crossed his arms and replied calmly. True. Probably, if we had stayed in the Great Forest, this war would not have happened. He paused thoughtfully and continued. Perhaps it was inevitable. Look, it was simply your misfortune that I was born into an era when my race is enslaved and hunted for being weak. The young soldier's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Rygar to actually agree with him. Rygar took a few steps forward, glancing around. Don't think too much about it. Melees is a religion that was destined to disappear from the moment I was born. Or rather, maybe not disappear, but change. The faction that accepted demonic races would be the only one to survive, and that only through a massacre. He knelt before the boy and grabbed him by the collar. The boy offered no resistance. He merely panted. See, in the end, this world is simple. It's about who's strongest. If you were stronger than me, the beast god would be dead now. You would be heroes for killing me. And Pope Lucius would march his armies to the Great Forest, slaughtering every member of the Iron Legion. Rygar smiled, then began dragging the boy through the rubble, walking across the ruins. But that didn't happen. I became much stronger precisely to prevent that. And who would have thought? Melees declared me its mortal enemy before I did. They arrived at a ruined chamber. The ceiling had partially collapsed, but a solitary magic circle still glowed on the floor, unstable, yet active. This chamber had been very important in the marble fortress. This was a king-level magic circle capable of healing even limbs, provided it was fueled with mana. It was fully charged by magical crystals, but had not yet been used. Rygar hurled the boy onto it, and the circle activated. Magic enveloped the wounded body, healing his injuries, regenerating his legs with a soft light. The boy gasped in astonishment, touching his own limbs as if he could not believe it. In the end, everything comes down to what you want to do, Rygar said, stepping back. What's your name, boy? The soldier replied, still half in disbelief. It's Palet. We're almost the same age, Palet. I want to destroy melees now. And you? What do you want? To stop me? To keep fighting me? To keep opposing the Iron Legion? The boy took a long moment to answer. He thought, a lot. He looked at his hands, at the field of ruins around him. And then he said, I just want to see my mother again. She never wanted me to come fight this war. Rygar paused, glancing over his shoulder. And what are you willing to do to get that? The boy clamped his fists, tears streaming down his cheeks. Anything. A smile crept onto Rygar's lips. Then you've understood something. What? What have I understood? The boy asked. Rygar turned away and began to walk, serene. You've understood what it is to be a bit selfish. The boy remained there, watching the figure vanish among the flames. Then he ran, hobbling, out of the chamber. You're going to let me go? Why don't you kill me? Rygar did not look back. He merely answered, it's just a whim, and continued on his path through the destroyed fortress, unhurried. In truth, he had seen something quite interesting in that boy. He possessed a bright mana, like his own and that of many others Rygar had encountered. This could indicate great magical talent. It was a pity he was already a bit older and had become a soldier, however. Even so, Rygar decided to let him go depending on the boy's answers to his questions. And so it was done. Rygar walked through the ruins, thoughtful. At least the soldiers stationed at the marble fortress had the decency to evacuate the civilians. Even though he was at war with melees, Rygar preferred not to kill civilians, and would do so only if he had no better choice. In any case, this assault had gone more or less as he expected. It was time to settle the final matter. He approached the main courtyard again, leaping nimbly over the mounds of rubble, until he reached his destination. There, a bald man, with 2 scars crossing his face and a torn golden armor, lay inert, his limbs turning to stone and sand due to the insidious poison of Night Hunter. It was Saint McKerntown. Unfortunately for him, he had to watch his men slaughtered, unable to move. Rygar arrived, traced a magic circle in the air, and summoned a powerful confinement barrier around the man, activating it. After that, he began to heal him. Color returned to the general's skin as Rygar used the detoxification spell to purge Night Hunter's poison and mend his wounds. The man looked around, then at Rygar, and with his age and experience, he soon realized something. Actually, perhaps he had realized it amid the battle. Why do you want me alive? Rygar smiled. It's good to talk with intelligent men. Well, I'll get straight to the point. You have been chosen to lead the last dissident forces of Melees. The man was stunned. Saint McKerntown was a very important figure in Melees, commander of the King of Melees Royal Guard. But what caught the Legion's attention was something else. He, like the former Pope of Melees, belonged to the demon race's acceptance faction. In fact, he had changed many opinions at court and in noble circles during his years of service to the crown. He was a man of friendly disposition, despite being a feared general on the battlefield. Once, he had tried to contact the Legion to discuss a possible surrender or escape for the beast race. Essentially, he was one of the few in power who did not want to massacre the Great Forest. He was forced by circumstances. He might not have wanted this war, but since it was already underway, he sought to end it as quickly as possible. Because he was a famed hero, the Legion chose to use him as commander of Melees' dissident forces after his fall. He was highly respected at court, in the noble circles, and in the orders of the Church of Melees. Basically, he was the perfect candidate. Moreover, with his help, the common people of Melees would be largely pacified. After all, they were taking over the country with military force. They would certainly be frightened, even if the Legion did nothing to justify it. Rygar discussed the proposal with the general. Fortunately, he was a man who understood timing and place. Even though Rygar had just massacred his soldiers by the thousands, he still knew how to restrain himself perfectly and analyzed his options calmly. Then he said, "Honestly, before today, I believed you could never fully take Melees. Never." He paused, then continued. "Even if you took the entire country of Melees, Militian would never fall. That is also why we wanted to kill you here. All of Melees would be devastated before you reached the holy capital. That was what we wanted to avoid." He sighed. "But you, in fact, are a god-level mage. That exceeded my expectations. You will probably be able to take Militian, though it won't be simple." Rygar simply smiled, without responding. The knight looked around and said, "Since you won't kill civilians, I can agree to that. But I have another condition." Rygar arched an eyebrow. "What is it?" "I want you to spare Eleanor Hangel as well, the Flash Sword General." Rygar looked toward where the general had been hurled. So she really survived. Yes. There was a king-level healing circle in her armor. Rygar narrowed his eyes. "And why would I do that?" The man kept a serious expression. "She may seem a great warrior, but she's only 24. She grew up protected until this war came, and was forced to mature amid brutal fighting. Before this battle, I promised her I would protect her at all costs. She was very afraid of you." He paused, his gaze lost in the rubble. "It would be dishonorable for me to let her die and remain alive after that promise. Don't worry, she's not irrational. I can convince her not to act against the Legion." Rygar pondered for a moment. He reflected on everything he knew about the Flash Sword General, a noble woman, an exceptional swordswoman, but in truth, she was like Jino and Nenah would have been had he not arrived in time to change them. A great duelist, but not a warrior. She had never been in a life-or-death fight until the war began, and was nearly killed by Verdia with a king-level spell once. She learned the hard way how to be a warrior, but as far as he knew, she bore no specific hatred toward demonic or beast races. Rather, she joined the war out of a sense of duty. She wanted to protect her people. Young and inexperienced, she was easily influenced by the old foxes of the Church of Melees. After weighing everything, Rygar decided there would be no major issues. All right. She may live. After finding the Flash Sword General's body, Rygar confirmed she was alive but unconscious. He treated her most severe wounds and brought her to where McKerntown lay. He left them both confined, of course, within the same confinement barrier. The general seemed sincere in cooperating with the Iron Legion after the war, but Rygar would not be foolish enough to release 2 generals who's to say they wouldn't change their minds once free. He then reinforced the barrier, raising it to god level. He established a magical code, a mechanism similar to a key that only he could use. Since McKerntown could wield elemental water magic, they would fare well for a few weeks, as the barrier contained enough military provisions to keep them alive. In any case, the assault on the marble fortress had finally concluded. Rygar climbed to the highest point of the structure and surveyed the field. It was still early morning. For a moment, he wondered if he should sleep a bit, but he soon abandoned the thought. It was time to check on the 2nd Vanguard Division, led by Ghislaine and Verdia. In the distance, he spotted Palet, the soldier he had spared. The man walked alone down the road, carrying an improvised backpack. He no longer wore armor, only common clothes. Rygar ignored him completely, and with a leap, he broke the sound barrier, heading toward another corner of the battlefield. POV, Ghislaine Adoldia. "Recently, I experienced a completely new feeling. I didn't really know what it was. It was uncomfortable and left a strange taste in my mouth, as if something were wrong, even when everything seemed right. It was truly new. Unexpected. Unwelcome. It happened for the first time when Rygar introduced me to his master, Rudeus Solarion. A powerful and wise mage. A magnificent, seasoned strategist. And she had those golden, sun-bright hair, curious and lively eyes that made you sympathize with her almost without realizing it. Rudia was the kind of woman who filled a room, but gently, not forcefully. She spoke calmly, but her words carried weight. She knew what she was saying and made everyone around her feel like they could trust her. Mentally, I had already accepted that Rygar wanted to take her as his wife. He wanted that even before he met me, actually. And that wasn't a problem. Or at least, I thought it wasn't. I always imagined that Rygar would have more wives than just me. It was natural. He was Rygar. Strong, charismatic, determined, many would desire him, and he would have reasons to desire several of them. When Aerys became Rygar's wife, I was happy for her. Aerys was no longer the aggressive child I had trained in the Boreas mansion. She was now an admirable, strong woman. I think that, until the moment she became a Sword King, I still saw her a bit as that bold, impulsive girl. But after that, I was forced to acknowledge her for who she truly had become. Her determination and talent knew no bounds. She achieved the rank of Sword King younger than anyone else in history. Except, of course, Rygar. But he was always an exception. The point is, I had no problem with Aerys becoming his wife. So, why did I feel uncomfortable meeting Verdia? I couldn't figure it out. Rygar seemed to notice my oddness but chose not to say anything. During the month we stayed in Tanaver before the War Council, I decided to ask Aisha. Yes, Aisha. An 8-year-old girl. But underestimating her intelligence was a mistake I had already made before, and I wouldn't make it again. She also reminded me of Lilia, whom I turned to when I needed to understand things that made no sense to me, things having to do with emotions and such. So, I went ahead and told her everything. She asked me several questions. Direct. Objective. Some even embarrassing. But I answered them one by one, and in the end, she came to a conclusion. You're jealous, Ghislaine. Jealousy. That word echoed in my mind like the clash of sharp blades. I had never known such a feeling until that day, actually. So, I struggled to believe it at first. But, as always, Aisha explained clearly and logically why she was sure it was jealousy. According to her, I had mentioned Rygar's conversations with Verdia many times. Conversations about magic, magic circles, the Legion's resource management, and even about his childhood stories. And I couldn't fit into them with the same enthusiasm. I didn't have the same knowledge as they did on those subjects. And that made me feel sidelined. It wasn't something I would admit easily, but it was true. Strangely, when I discovered this, I felt happy. I was jealous. And that was kind of cool. Or wasn't it? Maybe. I don't know. But it was different. After all, I had never felt jealousy before, so that had to mean something. Anyway, the next day, I went to Rygar and said directly, I'm jealous of your master. He looked at me for a second, smiled, and said, let's train. And that's what we did. We trained all day. Every strike, every block, every movement full of intensity, sweat, and frustration melting into action. And afterward, we ended the training day in an even hotter way. In a way only the two of us knew. Intense enough to evaporate any trace of doubt inside me. As I expected, Rygar managed to dispel my jealousy with ease. Both with words and with actions, with touches, with his presence. He clearly explained to me the difference between me and his master, Verdia. What distinguished us and what he liked in each of us. He and Aisha were similar in that sense. They explained everything clearly, objectively, with the difference that Rygar used more than words. It was different. Since then, I haven't felt that uncomfortable feeling again. Verdia remained an excellent mage, a brilliant strategist, and a remarkable woman. But I was an equally fearsome swordswoman. Rygar had shown me with great effort that he still desired me with the same intensity as always, even with his master around. Perhaps even more. And that was enough for me. My new position upon returning to the Great Forest was, to say the least, interesting. Even with all the assurances Rygar had given me, deep down, I still feared the possibility of rejection. I couldn't help it. Throughout my childhood, the most vivid memory my tribe seemed to have of me was that of an uncontrollable girl, too fierce, too brutal, a beast among beasts. It was a past I couldn't change, only deal with, and I was already preparing to face harsh looks and uncomfortable silences. But it was exactly the opposite. I was received with enthusiasm, with joy, and, above all, with respect. At first, I attributed this reaction to Rygar's authority. He was the leader of the Iron Legion, and his word carried weight. But over time, I realized there was something more. People seemed to respect me, for my strength. It was a bit strange to think about. Aerys seemed to be going through something similar. She also was surprised by the respect she received, although she didn't show it as much. That was somewhat surprising to me, actually, but not so shocking when I stopped to think about it. The main reason I was unwanted back then was my lack of control. Currently, not only did I no longer have that problem, but I could confidently declare that I was the strongest living woman of the beast race. And that meant something here. Those who had known me before, or only heard stories, were astonished to learn that I could now read, write, do arithmetic, and use magic, something I was proud to have achieved. It was a different kind of pride. It was also during this period that I learned something unexpected. My brother, Giz, had become a North Saint. For a moment, the memory of how I treated him in our youth came to mind. I had been cruel, impatient, aggressive, and quite uncontrollable. I definitely caused him many problems back then. When I saw him again, I would apologize. In the Iron Legion, my authority was confusing. People treated me with subservience, but I wasn't used to giving orders. I ignored most of those attitudes. I ended up getting closer only to those who were strong enough not to act submissively. It was with them that I could speak naturally. Aerys, in fact, was doing much better than me in this respect. It wasn't as though she was arrogantly bossing everyone around, it was just that she had no problem giving orders. In fact, it seemed to be in her blood. Still, she didn't enjoy bossing people around, and in that, we were more alike. Those were wartime. Rygar had told me I would command a division, so I worked hard to learn the basics of leading troops. He explained that there were two types of generals, strategists and instinctive ones. I was clearly the instinctive type. And according to him, I would do well as a frontline commander. I was pleased with that. To learn more, I asked other experienced commanders how they handled leadership. Verdia introduced me to Greta, a demon king. It was with her that I learned most things about leadership in combat. Greta, despite being intelligent, was also the instinctive type, which made my understanding easier. Everything was going perfectly. I had many tasks that month, and then, 2 days before the council, I received a letter. It was from Elise. Upon reading the letter without difficulty, thanks to my constant reading practice, I remembered something that had escaped my attention due to having so many things to do. They asked about Paul's death, how he had died. They requested that I contact Tallhand as soon as possible. He would be in the dwarves' territory waiting for an answer. Finally, they asked that, if it were within my reach, I save Zenith. Of course, I already knew that Rygar intended to rescue Zenith. It was something he wanted to do because he wanted to be able to explain himself to Lilia. Even so, I spoke with him, just to confirm. Training that day, I began to reflect on my old group. They seemed so distant now. I still considered them my friends, including Paul, even though he had been killed by Rygar. But perhaps it was the circumstances of his death that made me not care so much. Paul had become an enemy of Rygar. And when I married Rygar, his enemies became mine too. From what I heard, Paul probably didn't know he was attacking Rygar's master at that time. Even so, he did it. And Rygar, in turn, didn't even know it was Paul. Honestly, even if he had known, I wouldn't have cared. Even if the other members of the group decided to take revenge on Rygar, I would still follow him. Even if my master, Galfarion, became Rygar's enemy, I would follow him. Just as I know Rygar would make anyone his enemy to protect me. That was how it was. While I was in a tent at the military camp, studying intermediate healing magic, I heard a voice call me from outside. Aunt Ghislaine. I looked aside, and there was my oldest niece, Lineage. I responded simply. What is it, Linnea? The girl replied with her quick, energetic voice. General Verdia wants to speak with you. She also called some other important commanders to the main tent. To my surprise, I got along very well with my niece. Linnea seemed to admire my strength, and I enjoyed her company. There was something about her that reminded me a bit of Aerys. It was that restless energy, the sparkle in her eyes when talking about battle, and the overall feeling was similar. All right, let's go. Today, I wasn't wearing my usual light clothes. In a large-scale war, Rygar recommended I wear armor, so that's what I did. Although it was light armor, it was still made of shiny, dark gray steel plates, with the beast god symbol engraved on the chest. It was practical, allowed me to move with agility, and offered much greater protection than my normal robes. Linnea was wearing similar armor, but smaller, adapted to her size and fighting style. As one of the 2 generals commanding the 2nd Vanguard Division, everyone considered me cold and intimidating. Although, to be honest, I hadn't done anything different. I simply acted as always, led in battle with firmness, and killed anyone who stood in the way of victory. Verdia said that wasn't a bad thing, so I decided to trust her words and set that thought aside. The golden-haired mage had a calm and gentle manner, yet still fun, and reminded me of a mix between Zenith and Elise. That made it easy to talk to her. And since she actively sought my friendship, we ended up getting along well. Walking between the tents, I noticed the looks that followed me, but I was already used to it. Interestingly, since my return to the Great Forest, the lustful glances from men had practically disappeared. Maybe it was because of the armor, but I knew that, for the most part, it was because of Rygar. No one would dare try anything with his wife. Finally, we arrived at the larger stone building at the center of the camp. There, the commanders of that division were gathered. In the center of the room, in front of the large regional map, stood Verdia. When she saw me enter, she smiled. All the leaders present turned and greeted me with respect. I responded with a simple nod, and went straight to the point. Why did you call us? I thought the next march was already decided. Verdia kept her smile, but her eyes were serious. Then, calmly, she replied. It was. But I have new information. With her finger, she pointed to a region on the map, tracing one of the mountain trails we plan to take. In the Upper Brook Range, we will be ambushed by no less than 3 Mealy's generals and the Silver Army. The room fell into a dense silence. Glances crossed, some trying to gauge the gravity of the situation, others simply absorbing the information. I simply said, all right. So, what do we do? The 2nd Vanguard Division of the Iron Legion was racking up victory after victory, chiefly for one reason in particular, Ghislaine Adoldia, the Black Wolf. The armies of the Legion had gathered on a massive scale to advance through melees, laying waste to everything in their path. They were split into 4 main divisions, with Rygar operating as a one-man division in his own right. As he relentlessly pressed along his route, the other 4 coalitions also marched at a rapid pace. Melees, apparently, had not expected such a massive retaliation from the Iron Legion. Perhaps the High Command suspected something, but most of the troops were caught unprepared. Numerous crusaders, who had once pressed upon the Great Forest with confidence, were taken by surprise by the 4 massive armies in march. The Sacred Land felt the weight of the Legion's fury. Along the path of the 2nd Vanguard Division in particular, victories piled up by the dozens. Militian troops were defeated one by one, crushed before any commander could muster a decent force to halt the unstoppable advance. When at last a sizable force was gathered enough, supposedly, to block the route and delay the advance until reinforcements could arrive, the result was the same. A single woman shattered their hopes. Every soldier in that column learned to fear her in the worst possible way. Ghislaine Adoldia. Her eyes one a vivid green demon eye, the other a pale red reflected both her coldness and her savagery. Clad in gleaming dark grey steel plate and wielding Hiramum, her blade as red as fresh blood, she seemed more an army than an individual warrior. She cut through enemy lines like the tip of an indomitable arrow, with absolute force and speed. Even when surrounded, she tore through blockades in movements so swift that even trained eyes could barely follow. When large-scale magics were hurled at her, the Black Wolf appeared to dance among the elemental beams, untouched. Some swore she was invulnerable, that nothing could stop her. Ghislaine Adoldia, the first wife of the Beast God, had proven herself invincible on the battlefield to date. And if Ghislaine was the arrow's tip, then Rudeus Greyrat was, without a doubt, the one knocking the bow. The golden-haired Miko was the division's tactical center, though the fact that she was a Miko had not yet been revealed. Rarely on the front lines herself, she nonetheless participated in every battle, providing support with magic, enchanted arrows, and commanding the army. The synergy between the two women was what made the 2nd Vanguard Division so deadly. Where Ghislaine devastated, Rudeus organized. Where Ghislaine shattered lines, Rudeus consolidated the victories. No army could withstand them. No one could stop the advance. Until melees lost its patience. Somehow, the 2nd Vanguard Division's route was exposed likely due to the divine visions of Pope Lucio's. The result was a monumental ambush laid in the mountains of the Upper Brook Range. 3 Militian generals had joined forces with the fearsome Silver Army. It was a force designed to crush any army. But, the Holy Nation had not counted on one thing, Rudeus Greyrat had also had a vision. Silently, the Miko warned her allies. Adjustments were made. Covert maneuvers commenced. Melees' ambush was about to take an unexpected turn. Night covered every trace of the vast Militian army camped in the Upper Brook Range. The numerous ambush troops lay in complete silence and absolute vigil, awaiting their enemies, who were due to arrive at dawn. The cold wind bit like razors, but no soldier dared complain. Hidden and ready for the assault, they would have the element of surprise and the high ground advantage. Moreover, an enormous force had been assembled for this operation. The Silver Army was one of melees' largest divisions. At the center of the melees camp, inside a large tent reinforced by wards, a round table held 3 generals. Maps spread across the dark wood, lit by flickering torchlight on the walls. One was Donner Bonard, protector of melees, a water king known for having severed Rygar's arm many years ago. Ghislaine Adoldia is now a sword emperor, Donner. There's no guarantee you can defeat her in single combat. Remember what Pope Lucio's told us, said one general, his gaze grim and worried. Donner, clad in heavy armor and a dark blue cloak, snorted irritably. I fought her years ago and know her skills. I've trained since then, I can certainly defeat her. The third man, wearing gleaming blue armor with a great sword resting at his side, interjected in a deep voice that echoed through the tent. So you're saying the Pope's predictions were wrong? The atmosphere thickened immediately. The room's pressure doubled as if gravity itself had increased. Donner broke into a cold sweat, swallowing nervously. And no, I didn't say that. Then obey your orders, the man cut in abruptly. Your Holiness said to unite and defeat her swiftly, without deviation. With her dead, this army will no longer advance so easily. A dense silence settled among the 3. The torches flickered, flames reflecting in the commander's determined eyes. Donner broke the silence in a lower, more cautious tone. Your Holiness also told us to withdraw immediately after killing the priority targets, Ghislaine and Rudeus, even if we have the Silver Army here with us. Do you think he foresaw the Beast God's appearance? Donner had more reason than most to fear Rygar. He had severed Rygar's arm years ago, and surely the Beast God would want vengeance. He might trust in defeating Ghislaine, but upon hearing the latest reports of Rygar, his heart wavered. He knew, with somber certainty, that he was doomed if he crossed paths with that monster again. The knight in blue armor stared at him coldly. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Then, in an icy tone, if he appears, we'll kill him too. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal roar shook the tent. The ground trembled, maps flew, and one torch hit the floor. In the blink of an eye, the 3 generals drew their swords and sprinted outside. Emerging, they saw chaos. An entire region where troops had been gathered was now ablaze. A vast crater smoked at the camp's center, with soldiers crawling out, screaming in pain. The range was collapsing on all sides, hurling stones and dust into the air. On the far side, an immense fissure opened in the ground, swallowing tents, horses, and unwary warriors. The general in blue armor surveyed the destruction, his expression somber. We've been exposed. Climbing a high rock, he raised his voice in fury. Slay all these unclean demons. Show them Melis's power. He lifted his enormous sword to the sky, and at once a magic circle glowed in his hand. A gigantic blade of light, some 15 meters long, formed in a deafening flash, illuminating the range as if it were day. The light revealed the horror. Thousands of beast folk, demons, and humans in dark gray armor were breaching the Melis camp, cutting, crushing, and trampling any resistance. It was the Iron Legion's army, sweeping through like an unstoppable tsunami. Upon seeing the imposing figure of the general with the sword of light, a Militian soldier cried out, "Oh oh!" And like sparks on dry straw, the motivation spread. Soldiers who had been panicked now raised their weapons, shouting in unison. The sight of the giant sacred blade restored their confidence. It was divine magic of saint level, the sacred blade. A devastating technique used by only a few in melees. Sword in hand, the blue-armored knight prepared to leap. But before he did, he glanced at the two other generals beside him and ordered, "Find Ghislaine Adoldia now." With a powerful thrust, he launched into the chaos, his blade of light cleaving through enemy ranks with majesty. The battlefield was ablaze. The ambush had become a slaughter. An intense battle raged beneath the upper Brook range. After receiving information in her vision about Melis's ambush and warning her commanders, Rudia and the leaders reached a consensus. Some had assumed she and Ghislaine would retreat, but they chose the opposite. Instead of fleeing, they struck first. In a common army, such a decision might cause doubts and internal divisions. But this was no common army. This army had the Black Wolf. Ghislaine inspired near-fanatic confidence after performing so many miracles in the 2nd Vanguard Division's countless battles. Still, everyone knew that any suspicious movement by the enemy would force a direct confrontation. So the Legion followed the planned route as though nothing had changed, maintaining the illusion until the final moment. Then, on the day before expected, they attacked in the dead of night. The assault was brutal and swift. Melis's sentinels had no time to warn their allies. The front ranks were shredded by explosive charges, and the terrain became a frenzied dance of steel and spells. The advantage was clearly the Legion's at the outset, but Militian generals reacted quickly. After all, this was an ambush against the 2nd Vanguard Division. Melis had gathered roughly 15% of its total army there, including the Silver Army. 3 of its generals were present, along with veteran mages and powerful priests. There was no room for failure in this mission. Once they regrouped, they began to push back, trying to regain control of the battle, but the initiative remained with the Legion, and they maintained their advantage skillfully. Among the Militian generals, besides the one with the giant sword fighting on the front line, were Donner and another known as a Water King, both veteran strategists. But their mission was not to lead the front line. They had a more important objective: locate and eliminate Ghislaine Adoldia. They knew that if she was well positioned, she alone could inflict irreparable damage on the army. Yet she was nowhere to be found. None of the scouts had spotted her. The fight continued at a frantic pace until Donner finally caught sight of her. She was running laterally across the field, gliding through combat zones with fluid grace, like a shadow. Donner's eyes widened. It was pure luck. Or perhaps fate. Had his eyes not been so trained, he would have missed her. Noticing herself spotted, Ghislaine frowned, as though disapproving of her discovery, and quickened her pace, attempting to slip from his sight. Donner raised his hand, about to alert the other generals, but then hesitated. Why is she fleeing? He thought. Is she afraid? This might be the perfect chance for revenge, and possibly the only one. 6 years had passed since their last encounter, and the thirst for vengeance burned in his chest. His 2 fellow generals were busy. Removing them from their current positions would doom many soldiers. Finally, even if the duel went wrong, he still had a means of escape. Convinced of his logic, he set off in pursuit. She continued running, and was using wind magic? Her feet barely touched the ground. Donner snorted, surged forward, and managed to close the gap. He would retreat at once if he sensed an ambush. His soldiers were still nearby. Any attempt would be thwarted. He shouted, "You want a one-on-one duel? Fine. This old man will entertain you today." Ghislaine stopped. She turned slowly, a malicious smile forming on her lips. Then, with a graceful motion, she removed a ring from her finger. Instantly, her appearance transformed. Her long silver hair turned golden, her eyes glowed a deep night sky blue, and a star-patterned blue mantle descended over her shoulders. Donner stood stunned. This was not Ghislaine. It was Rudia. "Don't feel too guilty," she said, smiling. "Excessive worry can cause wrinkles." Donner snarled in fury. For a moment, he considered killing her on the spot, but she was not easy to kill, and his instinct told him to retreat at once. So he turned and ran back to the battlefield. He was still relatively close and not far enough to be in danger. Even so, he arrived too late, just in time to see the other Water King's head roll across the ground. The real Ghislaine had streaked across the field like lightning. Her face was serene, but a wild flame burned in her eyes. Blood dripped from her blade. The blue-armored general raced to his fallen comrade but was too far away. On the way, he spotted Donner and shouted in rage, "Kill that woman, Donner, you fool! Or I'll have you executed myself, if you survive this battle." Donner looked at the Black Wolf, who smiled as if merely warming up. His expression darkened. It was still 2 against 1. Maybe there was a chance. Then everything stopped. A roar. Deep, guttural. It came from the mountain's depths. The ground quaked. A thunderous blast followed, and a flame burst from a fissure in the range. The opening widened violently, and everything touched by the flames turned to molten lava. The rock collapsed under the powerful breath. For a moment, there was silence. Then the creature emerged. A colossal mass burst forth from the mountain with primal fury. A dragon. A massive blue dragon, its scales gleaming like sapphires in the moonlight. Its eyes shone with intelligence and indignation. An ancient being, roused from deep slumber by the battle. Another roar followed, stronger, more fearsome. A sound that made even the bravest warriors falter. All of the Iron Legion, all of Melis's army, froze. In the heart of the forest, Verdia watched the creature's emergence calmly, as though she had anticipated this moment. And then, she smiled.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.